Introduction asterisk. An 8-year veteran traverses the world of the anti-Japanese war. In the midst of chaos and conflict, what remains unyielding is faith. He serves as an underground intelligence officer for the Red Army, providing crucial information to the forces across 3 provinces, repelling the enemy from afar. He is a merchant among the Japanese, maneuvering through their ranks and sowing discord within their midst. He is a military intelligence agent, investing millions, transforming the military intelligence into his own domain. He is also a sharp blade, confronting adversaries with unwavering confidence. Whether facing trials of ice and fire or the heart-wrenching separations of life and death, all shall eventually pass, and amidst the clutches of hardship, light shall inevitably emerge. Chapter 1. Comrade Zhang Yang's High Awareness. In winter, the black earth, though frigid, brings warmth to Zhang Yang, who lies on the heated bed, clutching a cracked white porcelain teacup, steam rising from it. After assisting medic Xiao Li with some tasks in the morning, she, noticing his thin attire, kindly brought him a cup of hot water in her teacup. Zhang Yang, you say you've traversed here, escaping the corruption of the military intelligence, and yet you've come to the Red Army. Believe me, you made the right choice. Zhang Yang, having crossed over from the 20th century after 8 years of service in special forces, awoke one day to find himself a military intelligence agent, and after much hardship, finally seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Red Army. Though tasked with gathering intelligence, how could Zhang Yang, hailing from the 20th century, ever serve the military intelligence? Moreover, after 30 years of solitude, he found himself enamored in this era. Zhang Yang, just as he was contemplating how to further develop connections within the Red Army, his object of affection, Li Ziqing, burst through the drafty door, seething with fury. Startled by her demeanor, Zhang Yang felt as though she might devour him whole. Zhang Yang, Li Ziqing spat those words through clenched teeth, her chest heaving with emotion. What's the matter, Comrade Zhang? Zhang Yang leaped from his bed, yet Li Ziqing remained silent, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. What's wrong, Comrade Zhang? Why such wide-eyed fury? Are you unaware of your own misdeeds? Li Ziqing's abrupt accusation left Zhang Yang bewildered as she stormed out, prompting him to follow. Comrade Zhang, what's going on? Weren't things fine just a moment ago? Suddenly, Li Ziqing turned, glaring at Zhang Yang with gritted teeth. You scoundrel. The commander is looking for you. With her words, realization dawned upon Zhang Yang. His identity had likely been exposed. However, rather than fear, he felt a thrill. Coming from the 20th century, he knew that even a mere utterance of red ideology would leave them awestruck. Navigating the narrow paths, Zhang Yang pursued the figure of Li Ziqing until he entered a slightly larger courtyard, though the door remained in disrepair. Upon lifting the curtain, he found 2 individuals inside. One was rolling a cigarette, their regiment commander, while the other seemed vaguely familiar. Had he crossed paths with him before? Zhang Yang, you are aware of why you have been summoned, correct? As Zhang Yang pondered the identity of the man beside him, a flash of recognition struck him. He had brushed past him at the city gates upon leaving Beiping. What keen eyesight! Zhang Yang silently admired as he regained composure, smiling as he stepped forward, grabbing a handful of tobacco from the pouch and rolling himself a cigarette with yellow paper. Commander, may I borrow a light? The commander glanced at him, then at the political commissar beside him. He tossed a match from his pocket to Zhang Yang. The match failed to ignite on the first attempt, nor the second. Get lost, you're wasting my matches. Zhang Yang chuckled, placing the cigarette between his lips as he declared, I know. It's because I come from the military intelligence. The commander and the political commissar stared at him, astonished. How could this fellow know of his origins yet remain so audacious? You scoundrel! Li Ziqing shot Zhang Yang a fiery look upon hearing him confess his identity, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She had once believed him to be a good person, now only feeling a pang of disappointment. I understand, Commander, and you must be the political commissar, right? You are concerned that I might be a spy from the Blue Army, infiltrating the Red Army to steal intelligence. However, I have no intention of doing so. Zhang Yang's gaze rose gradually, revealing a reflective expression. Faith is like a seed. Once sown deep within the soul, it takes root, blossoms, and bears fruit. I encountered a poet 2 years ago who spoke at length, including about the red faith. His words allowed the red faith to take root and flourish within me. Thus, I sought every opportunity from the military intelligence until I finally received the mission to join the Red Army. Zhang Yang then began to eloquently impart a lesson on 20th century Red education to the 3 present. He spoke for a full half hour. Initially standing, He eventually settled into a chair, a cup of hot water in hand, and a lit cigarette in his left hand, exuding an air of authority. Let's conclude here. We know the road ahead is long. Yet to achieve revolutionary success, we must strive onward. Commissar, Commander, let us persevere together. Indeed, Commander Zhang appeared momentarily dazed, as if caught off guard by Zhang Yang's sudden declaration, akin to a student surprised by a teacher's question, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing stood by, her former anger dissipated, replaced by admiration. Zhang Yang's words resonated profoundly. This naive girl had completely forgotten her earlier discontent with Zhang Yang. Wait, this isn't right. I didn't summon you here for this. Why are you sitting down? Commander Zhang suddenly snapped back to reality. The political commissar approached Zhang Yang, patting him on the shoulder and stating, Comrade Zhang Yang, your awareness is remarkably high. Your recent remarks have greatly enlightened me. What? Commander Zhang widened his eyes at the political commissar. I believe that a person capable of expressing such sentiments must possess unwavering faith, Comrade Zhang Yang. I am confident that you will contribute your strength to the red cause. Our movement desperately needs talents like you. How can a spy be considered talent? Commander Zhang muttered. Old Zhang, our Red Army, on this black soil, is in dire need of intelligence personnel. The Japanese occupy the 3 northeastern provinces, and the Blue Army's military intelligence operates underground. Our intelligence is significantly outdated. I propose this. Let Comrade Zhang Yang head to Harbin, infiltrate the military intelligence, and leverage the Blue Army's intelligence network to provide information for our forces. What do you think, Comrade Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant he grasped the political commissar's intent. However, he replied, Commissar, I believe I'm more adept at leading troops in battle against the Japanese and eliminating spies. Come on, you with your skinny arms and legs, what have you even accomplished in military intelligence? I fear that on the battlefield, you might falter at the sight of the Japanese. Commander Zhang exclaimed disdainfully. Just as Zhang Yang was about to speak, the sudden sound of a trumpet echoed from outside, and a man rushed in, gasping for breath. Commander, it's bad news. The enemy is closing in. What? How is that possible? How could the enemy know our base? The political commissar's brow furrowed tightly. Damn it, these enemies will not return. The commander sprang from his seat, drawing a pistol from his coat, and dashed outside. The political commissar followed suit, and even Li Ziqing rushed out without a backward glance. Zhang Yang grasped Li Ziqing's arm, urging, you go first. Give me a gun. Zhang Yang observed the soldiers hastily rushing into the yard, yet none acknowledged him as they sprinted towards the exit, with some even grabbing shovels to charge out. Damn it! Left with no choice, Zhang Yang snatched a hoe lying nearby and charged outside, calling out to Li Ziqing as he reached the door, be careful. Boom! The sound of artillery felt as if it exploded right beside him, and the blast sent dirt flying into Zhang Yang's face. When he got back on his feet and brushed the dirt off his head, he was met with a scene of devastation. A soldier he had just brushed past now lay in a pool of blood. The brutality of war unveiled itself to Zhang Yang in that instant, vividly illustrating its horrific reality. Damn it, little devils! Zhang Yang growled under his breath, seizing the Hanyang rifle clutched in the fallen soldier's hand. He sprinted a few paces and took cover behind a mound of dirt, calming the rage within him. He raised his weapon, focusing solely on the enemy. Bang! A bullet struck true. From 100 meters away, he eliminated an enemy grenade launcher. He reloaded and fired again. Bang! Another headshot. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt the blood surging through his veins, the crimes of the enemy echoing in his ears. Only blood could cleanse the sins they had committed. 5th, 6th, 10th. Damn it, I'm out of bullets. Wiping his face, Zhang Yang realized his ammunition was exhausted. Although he had taken down 10 enemies, the assault continued relentlessly. Somewhere, the political commissar shouted, cover the retreat. Zhang Yang steeled himself and stealthily advanced forward. The military intelligence officer was merely a trivial role. Let us not forget that before this, he had spent 8 years in the military, truly a king of soldiers. Leave the covering fire to me. Enemies, your grandfather has arrived. Chapter 2. Within 7 steps, my gun is swift and true. The flames of war raged on. At this moment, 2 bandoliers hung from Zhang Yang's waist, and he wielded a second Type 38 rifle. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly peered over the low wall, pulling back the bolt and letting the bullets fly. 28th. Suddenly, an enemy shouted in Japanese, Matsushita, Honda, Inoue, Head northeast. Enemy headquarters detected. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, not hesitating to shoot again, eliminating one enemy before advancing rapidly toward the northeast. As expected, he observed the enemy forming a fan-shaped encirclement from the rear, gathering in one place, seeking death. Setting down the basket he held in his left hand on the cover, Zhang Yang picked up a grenade, removed the safety with his teeth, and swung his arm, throwing it forward. I didn't spend 2.5 years on the defensive line for nothing. The grenades in the basket rapidly diminished, and explosions erupted within the encircled enemies. With his hail of grenades, Zhang Yang's firepower rivaled that of an enhanced squad. Meanwhile, within the encirclement, Commander Zhang wiped the grime from his face and turned to the political commissar, asking, "What's happening? Has our support arrived? The 3rd Regiment is 20 miles away. How could they be here? Never mind, if someone is helping us. Let's break through first. Brothers, give it your all. Kill these bastards." Commander Zhang pulled back the bolt, unleashing a barrage that tore through the enemy's ranks. Bang! A bullet from an unknown source grazed the commander's shoulder, ripping away a large chunk of flesh. "Commander! Medic! Come quickly! Stop the bleeding!" The political commissar shouted loudly. Li Ziqing, disregarding his own safety, rushed forward, kneeling beside Commander Zhang. The commander pushed Li Ziqing away, gritting his teeth and declaring, "This little scratch can wait until we drive the enemy back." Li Ziqing gazed at the commander's arm, where flesh had been torn away, biting his lip. "Commander, you'll bleed out if this continues." On the other side, although Zhang Yang had sustained a barrage of fire, the grenades were inevitably running out. Watching only a small number of enemies advancing toward him, he felt a pang of anxiety. One man's strength was still too feeble. Zhang Yang quickly stripped the clothes off a fallen enemy and donned them, putting on the enemy's helmet and grabbing the Type 38 rifle as he crawled out from the dirt pile. The few enemies approaching him paused in surprise, instinctively saluting him. Zhang Yang tilted his head. He hadn't noticed before that he had taken the uniform of squad leader. Dusting off his shoulder, he masked his action. In fluent Kanto accented Japanese, he scolded, "Baka! A bunch of foolish pigs, allowing an enemy to sneak up from behind. Good thing I resolved it." Suppressing the urge to snap the enemy's neck, he slapped the nearest enemy across the face. The enemy, adhering to their strong class hierarchy, did not dare to cover their face after being struck. They merely bowed repeatedly in apology. Zhang Yang moved on without further ado, striding forward as his eyes scanned the surroundings. In the southwestern direction, he spotted a tent at the northeastern corner, likely the enemy headquarters. "Bring me all the grenades." "Hi." The enemies dared not defy Zhang Yang's orders, for his fluent Kanto accented Japanese marked him as someone from a major city, while they were mere conscripts from the countryside, especially with him holding a higher rank. As the saying goes, a higher rank crushes the lesser. This was vividly exemplified among the little devils. Holding the grenades in his helmet, Zhang Yang advanced unimpeded towards the command post, feeling a slight burn in his left hand but encountering no resistance. Choosing a suitable spot for retreat, he tied all the grenades together, pulled the safety pins, and silently counted to 3 before launching the bundle towards the command post. Perhaps until their dying breath, the enemies inside the command post would never comprehend how a Chinese man could get so close, and that the guards would not intervene at all. Boom! A dozen grenades detonated simultaneously, their power rivaling that of artillery. Zhang Yang raised his head from the dirt, witnessing a half-buried katana descending from the sky, embedding itself before him. He narrowly escaped death. In the distance, the enemies turned to look at the deafening explosion. The command post that once stood was now obliterated, leaving only 2 tattered pieces of cloth drifting through the air, a testament to its existence. Within the encircled group, although the commander bore a pallid countenance and his arms were bound with bandages, he could not prevent the blood from seeping forth. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from expressing his sentiments with fervor. "Damn it, this den of devils has been breached. An excellent opportunity. Brothers, charge with me." Just as Commander Zhang rose, still unsteady on his feet, he leaned forward and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it. Inform everyone. Bring the wounded comrades. We must retreat." The political commissar shouted to the messenger, "Old Zhang, our forces are diminished. We cannot possibly contend with this throng of little devils. They outnumber us by 3 full squads." A flicker of unwillingness crossed Commander Zhang's eyes, yet the commissar spoke the truth. Their soldiers had long suffered from hunger, some barely clad in single garments. Even 2 against 1 might prove futile against the robust enemy. There was little recourse. This land, severely besieged by the enemy, had allowed them to achieve their current scale, which was no small feat. Retreat. Meanwhile, after the explosion that obliterated the enemy's command post, the surviving guards charged towards Zhang Yang. Bullets whizzed past his ears as a cold smile crept upon his lips. These foes were no match for him. Drawing the pistol from his waist, he unleashed a barrage, and several adversaries fell like ripe wheat. Baka! As he witnessed his comrades falling one by one at the hands of Zhang Yang, the foremost enemy soldier shouted in rage, brandishing his bayonet and lunging towards him. 7 paces away, my gun is swift. Within 7 paces, my aim is true. Go play your Bushido with your Amaterasu. Bang! With a resounding gunshot, a bullet pierced the enemy's forehead, and with a swift kick, Zhang Yang sent the headless soldier sprawling. Observing the retreating enemy in the distance, Zhang Yang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Surely the commander and his men had broken through. Swiftly surveying the battlefield, he scavenged a considerable amount of money and cigarettes from the fallen foes, even uncovering a small gold bar in the uniform of a team leader he had slain. Without hesitation, he mounted the motorcycle parked nearby, the key still in its ignition, and sped away. Suddenly, Zhang Yang pondered, perhaps serving as an intelligence operative was not such a bad idea. If he could gather intelligence this time, they might avoid an ambush by the enemy. He was in the 1st Regiment, but what of the 2nd, 3rd, or other regiments? They did not possess a time traveler like him. Acquiring intelligence in advance was the optimal strategy to minimize soldier casualties, enabling preemptive strikes and essential information to vanquish the enemy. However, his role must transcend mere intelligence gathering. He aspired to be a keen blade, piercing the enemy's heart. Otherwise, would he not become a subject of ridicule? Casting a glance back, it was evident that this enemy sweep was planned. It seemed the battalion was destined for further tribulation. Chapter 3. Zhao Ming in the small shop at a relatively modest train station. A man clad in a black overcoat and adorned with a white scarf boarded the green train bound for Harbin. Upon locating his seat, Zhang Yang removed his leather gloves and gazed out the window at the swirling snowflakes, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled that Harbin housed a military intelligence outpost and was a city of significant importance to the Japanese. Despite the frigid black earth, vitality flourished. At that moment, a fair-skinned man with a round face and gold-rimmed spectacles took a seat across from him. Zhang Yang cast a fleeting glance and was momentarily taken aback. "Zhao Ming?" he inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. The fair-faced man looked up at Zhang Yang, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. "Zhang Yang, is it really you? What are you doing here? Weren't you dispatched to?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Ming abruptly halted, his small eyes behind the glasses scanning the surroundings swiftly. After confirming that all was well, he settled back down and leaned forward, whispering, "Weren't you assigned to the Red Army? What happened?" Zhang Yang mirrored Zhao Ming's demeanor. It was unbearable. The conditions were too harsh. Yesterday, the Red Army was ambushed by the Japanese, suffering heavy casualties. I couldn't endure it any longer, so I escaped, bringing with me a fragment of intelligence. Zhao Ming nodded, then sighed heavily. "Damn those little devils. I shall see them exterminated. Where do you intend to go next? Are you headed to Harbin?" Zhang Yang affirmed with a nod. Zhao Ming continued, "Perfect. I have just been assigned to Harbin as well. We shall have each other's company. Back in school, you ranked 2nd and I 1st. Together, as brothers, we shall turn Harbin upside down." Zhang Yang offered a faint smile, engaging in casual banter with Zhao Ming while glancing out at the snowy landscape. During their time in Beiping, such large snowflakes were a rarity. They had been classmates, with Zhang Yang ranking last, and Zhao Ming second to last. Zhang Yang's advantage lay in his proficiency in Russian, which afforded him a slightly higher average score. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Zhang Yang observed 4 Japanese soldiers entering from another carriage, led by a Japanese sergeant. "Search," commanded the sergeant, prompting the 3 soldiers to begin inspecting each seat. "What is going on?" Zhang Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. "The situation on the battlefield has shifted. The Japanese are conducting a sweeping operation across the 3 provinces while simultaneously purging the underground intelligence network. I came from Shunsheng, where the intelligence outpost has already been compromised." As the 2 conversed, a soldier approached them. The sergeant halted in front of them and spoke in broken Chinese. "What are you 2 doing? Heading to Harbin?" "Identification papers." "Do you have them?" Zhao Ming's eyes flickered with panic as he glanced at Zhang Yang. In contrast, Zhang Yang remained unperturbed, standing up and swiftly delivering a slap to the sergeant's face. Smack! The sound was crisp, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the carriage. The 3 Japanese soldiers immediately raised their rifles, aiming at Zhang Yang. This sudden turn of events sent a chill down Zhao Ming's spine. He had never witnessed Zhang Yang exhibit such audacity before, daring to confront the enemy. This was it. Today, his life might very well come to an end. If it came to that, he would fight the enemy tooth and nail, taking down at least one with him. Countless thoughts raced through Zhao Ming's mind. The most unsettling being that if he were to perish here, no one would burn his books for him. Baka, what do you intend to do? Are you rebelling? Zhang Yang hurled a small green booklet at the face of the Japanese squad leader. Upon seeing the credentials, the squad leader's expression changed instantly. He turned and barked a reprimand at his men before bowing apologetically to Zhang Yang. Baka Yuru, get lost, all of you. The squad leader presented Zhang Yang's credentials with both hands, which belonged to the squad captain, and Zhang had kept them after changing clothes. Once the Japanese had departed, Zhao Ming, still incredulous, remarked, Zhang Yang, your Japanese is impressively fluent. Tell me, did you hire a private tutor? He made a playful gesture, raising his eyebrows. Hook me up with a connection, will you? Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, though he had to admit that Zhao Ming possessed a certain sycophantic potential. Gazing out the window, he watched the snow swirling in the fierce wind. The Japanese were conducting a comprehensive sweep, aiming to secure the 3 northeastern provinces entirely. Only with stability in the rear could the Japanese hasten their encroachment upon this vast expanse of 960,000 square kilometers. Stability? Zhang Yang scoffed internally. He would do the opposite, stirring chaos in the northeastern provinces. His first task upon reaching Harbin was to gather intelligence to aid the Red Army in thwarting the Japanese's plans for extermination. The clash of rails and the rumble of the train filled the air. With Harbin still far off and in a world devoid of mobile phones, Zhang Yang closed his eyes to rest, while across from him, Zhao Ming remained silent, merely toying with a walnut and gazing out the window. The other passengers in the carriage dared not utter a sound, fearful of inciting the wrath of Zhang Yang, the formidable enemy. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the train's whistle sounded, they arrived at Zhang Yang's destination, Harbin. We've arrived. Let us go, Zhang Yang. I'll take you to the intelligence point, Zhao Ming said, rising and patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder as he retrieved his suitcase from the overhead compartment. With military identification in hand, the two exited the train station without encountering any obstacles. Once outside, they boarded a rickshaw, and Zhao Ming instructed, just follow my lead. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. As the rickshaw swayed, they arrived at a restaurant, where the driver was called to a halt by Zhao Ming. This is it. After settling the fare, the two pushed open the door to enter. Zhang Yang's first impression of the restaurant was its ambience, steeped in the charm of the Republic era, featuring approximately 7 or 8 tables and a bar counter within. Behind the bar stood a woman who, upon noticing Zhang Yang and his companion's entrance, approached with a notebook in hand. Ah, esteemed guests, welcome to our humble establishment. What delights may I offer you? Observing the snow upon your attire, I presume you have braved the chill. Perhaps a little libation to warm your spirits? As Zhang Yang discerned the proprietress's visage, he noted her radiant smile and her amiable demeanor. Zhao Ming stepped forward, placing his left hand on his right shoulder, brushing off the snow as he greeted her. Good day, madam. Spring graces the riverside, and the chimes beckon the vessels. I wonder when spring will arrive in Harbin. Once the river thaws and the bells toll, spring shall indeed be upon us. He continued, upon entering, I had expected but a solitary honored guest. It seems I have neglected to prepare an extra cup. No matter. What shall you two indulge in? Zhao Ming took the menu, perused its offerings, then lifted his gaze to the proprietress, saying, for dishes and a soup. The proprietress, still smiling, accepted the menu. Very well, please enjoy some water in the meantime. She placed a cup upon the table and, with a cheerful demeanor, retreated into the kitchen. Zhao Ming then gestured for Zhang Yang to take a seat in the innermost corner of the establishment. Beyond that, there was little more to be said. Zhang Yang remained silent, sitting beside Zhao Ming. Chapter 4. An opportunity approaches. What do you have in that large box? Zhang Yang inquired after taking a sip of water. Zhao Ming remained silent, merely dipping his finger in the water and tracing an ear shape upon the table, which vanished without a trace as the moisture dried. A listening device. Zhang Yang's mind began to race with possibilities. Before long, the proprietress re-emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of peanuts, which she placed on the table with a smile, asking, Zhao Ming, I recall you were the sole individual mentioned in the message. Might I ask for an introduction? Before Zhao Ming could respond, Zhang Yang interjected, this young man is a classmate of Zhao Ming's, though he has been assigned a task to infiltrate the Red Army. The enemy has been conducting sweeps, and they have encountered an ambush. I could not remain with the Red Army any longer, otherwise my life would be in jeopardy. The proprietress scrutinized him. The Red Army is dressed so well? At that moment, Another man emerged from the kitchen, resembling Zhao Ming closely, though with slightly larger eyes that remained squinted. Without his beard, one could easily mistake him for Zhao Ming's brother, save for a paler complexion. We have received no word regarding the reception of brothers. This may not be proper protocol. Zhang Yang glanced at the man, noting his somewhat faded attire, and then at the proprietress's shoes. With a sudden thought, he produced a small gold bar from his pocket and placed it on the table. Brother, what is the proper procedure for renting a room? Upon seeing the gold, the man's formerly squinted eyes widened with interest, displaying a clear eagerness. Casually slipping the gold bar into his pocket, he then embraced Zhang Yang's shoulders, looking at him earnestly. My dear brother, you are far too generous. From now on, you shall reside here, and I shall see who dares to object, with my sister-in-law and me protecting you, in this small corner of Harbin. Zhang Da's words had scarcely left his lips when two intoxicated soldiers stumbled in, cursing as they pushed the door open. Baka, bring me some sake. One of the soldiers pointed at Chun Ning, the proprietress, exclaiming, Hey, Sakuraji-kun, look at the flower girl. Zhang Da furrowed his brow slightly. Yet Zhao Ming dismissed the two soldiers entirely. After all, with Zhang Yang present, what was there to fear? He nudged Zhang Yang with his elbow, exchanging knowing glances. Zhang Yang managed a helpless smile, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and placing it in Zhao Ming's hands. Upon receiving the notebook, Zhao Ming felt an exhilarating rush of confidence, akin to a man rejuvenated. He rose and approached the soldier, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sharp sound echoed through the small restaurant. Zhang Da, caught off guard, fumbled with the plate in his hands, which shattered into 8 pieces upon hitting the floor. He could hardly believe Zhao Ming's audacity. The soldier, equally astonished, had yet to process the blow when the other soldier shouted, Baka. Another slap followed, and a green notebook was hurled at the soldier's face. Emulating Zhang Yang's earlier demeanor on the train, Zhao Ming proclaimed with bravado in Japanese, Get lost. The two soldiers, bowing and scraping, hurriedly retreated. Zhang Da stood, dumbfounded, gaping at Zhao Ming as he circled him, scrutinizing every detail. Ah, my brother Zhao is indeed a talent. Let me see what this little notebook contains. With that, he snatched the military officer's certificate from Zhao Ming's grip. However, the Japanese characters were indecipherable to him, having only studied English. Brother, how about this? I wish to learn Japanese. You can dine here free of charge from now on. Oh, this is all thanks to Zhang Yang. He speaks Japanese remarkably well. Zhao Ming replied. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Zhang Da promptly seated himself across from Zhang Yang, gazing earnestly as he implored, Brother, what do you think? Teach your elder brother Japanese, and I shall provide you with meals. Zhang Yang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. It's merely that these two soldiers have indulged too much. Had they been sober, Zhao Ming would have revealed his hand. At that point, it would be a death warrant. He extracted the officer's certificate from Zhang Da's grasp, rose, and stepped outside, bidding farewell to the three. With a determined stride, Zhang Yang set off in pursuit of the two soldiers. Get lost. He reminded himself of his purpose in Harbin, acquiring intelligence from the enemy to aid the Red Army in evading their onslaught as best as possible. After turning 2 corners, Zhang Yang spotted 2 enemy soldiers seated on the stone steps, each clutching a bottle of erguo, taking swigs in turn. With a stern expression, Zhang Yang approached and kicked one of the soldiers over, exclaiming, Foolish pig, what are you doing here? The other soldier immediately stood to attention and saluted Zhang Yang. Perhaps due to their inebriation, the soldiers had no intention of probing into Zhang Yang's identity, for in Harbin, only those of higher rank dared to reprimand them. Others would typically avoid confrontation, as evidenced by the slap just delivered. Sir, we are under orders from our squad leader to invite Jiarini to tonight's banquet. A banquet? What banquet? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's inquiry, the soldier hesitated, yet Zhang Yang's fluent Japanese compelled him to answer obediently. Sir, it is the birthday of the brigade commander. The birthday of the enemy leader? Zhang Yang pondered, while the 2 soldiers beside him remained silent. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers felt a sense of relief and quickly picked up the bottle from the ground, scurrying out of the alley, murmuring about their secret drinking escapade and the unfortunate encounter with 2 officers. Initially intending to eliminate the 2 soldiers, Zhang Yang reconsidered, realizing that it would be prudent not to alert them. If the 2 soldiers were to perish, the banquet scheduled for that evening would likely be cancelled. By infiltrating the banquet, he could undoubtedly uncover vital information. However, he first needed to return to borrow something from Zhao Ming. Zhang Yang turned back and, upon arriving at the restaurant, found only Zhang Da, the couple Qin Ning, and 2 young men, seemingly around 17 or 18, with shoulder bags that faintly revealed newspapers within. Hey, brothers, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Er and Lao San. They are my trusted aides. Xiao Er, Lao San, this is my namesake, Brother Yang. Greetings. Brother Yang, Xiao Er and Lao San obediently greeted him, to which Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired of Zhang De, where has Zhao Ming gone? Oh, Brother Zhao? Yes, in the backyard. He mentioned feeling a bit tired and wanted to lie down. I arranged a room for him right next to yours. Zhang Yang nodded and followed Zhang De into the backyard, which was neither too large nor too small, approximately 20 square meters, with 4 small rooms on the east, west, and north sides. It's right there. Zhang Yang nodded and pushed the door open. Inside, Zhao Ming, who was lying on the bed, sprang up suddenly, covering something with a blanket and turning to face Zhang Yang. You scared me. Zhang Yang could easily guess what the young man was up to, as this particular habit of Zhao Ming's had been evident even during their time in the intelligence unit. May I borrow a listening device? Without waiting for Zhao Ming's response, Zhang Yang directly opened the box, revealing 2 colorful volumes, beneath which lay an object resembling a mixing console. This was a surveillance device. Beside it were 2 small cases. Upon opening one, Zhang Yang discovered a delicate badge accompanied by an antenna approximately the length of a pinky finger. This was a passive wireless radio device, akin to the functionality of a public transportation card from the 20th century. What on earth do you intend to do with that? Admire your treasures instead. These volumes have aged beautifully. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to walk outside. Even if they are worn, I still appreciate them. You have no idea how alluring foreign women can be. Zhao Ming shouted after Zhang Yang. As night fell, Zhang Yang found himself standing outside a luxurious hotel, clad in a brown overcoat. Glancing at his watch, he assumed the role of a Japanese businessman who had just arrived from the islands, eager to engage in commerce with his compatriots. Approaching the entrance, before the Japanese soldier could speak, Zhang Yang inquired in Japanese, "Is Akita-kun's birthday celebration being held here?" The soldier appeared momentarily taken aback, but the one next to him quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the birthday banquet for Commander Akita is inside. Please, enter. Zhang Yang nodded appreciatively, patted the shoulder of the soldier who had responded, and smiled as he made his way in. Fool, not even knowing the commander's name, he thought, striding confidently forward. Inside, he observed servers carrying drinks amidst an opulently decorated hall reminiscent of European royal style, now bustling with attendees, most clad in military uniforms. Women in kimonos added an air of familiarity, yet that was not the focus of his attention. Zhang Yang lifted a glass from a server's tray and began to survey the crowd, seeking a breakthrough for the evening. Navigating around the columns in the hall, his gaze soon settled on a Japanese officer standing by a dining table. This officer bore the rank of lieutenant colonel, a significant position in the Japanese military, typically tasked with commanding a battalion. Resolute, Zhang Yang raised his glass and called out from behind, "Nakano-kun? Nakano-kun?" The officer turned, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yet he remained composed, pointing to himself and asking, "Are you calling me?" Zhang Yang nodded, and the officer waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not Nakano-kun." "What? You cannot be Nakano-kun. You bear an uncanny resemblance. Tall stature, handsome appearance. It is too striking." Zhang Yang exclaimed, feigning disbelief. "May I inquire from where you hail?" The captain of the enemy forces, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, instantly displayed a smile. Who does not relish being praised? Especially someone like him, who is particularly concerned about his reputation and appearance. "I hail from Osaka." "Osaka? Are you truly not Nakano-kun?" "When I attended junior high in Osaka, I was in the same class as Nakano-kun, who was quite the heartthrob of our class. You bear a striking resemblance to him. May I inquire your name?" The enemy lieutenant chuckled and waved his hand, responding, "Sato Asaka." "Ah, Sato-kun, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tarachi Ikawa." "Greetings, Tarachi-kun," Sato replied. Zhang Yang, shaking his glass, reminisced, "The memories of my time with Nakano-kun in Osaka are still vivid. I have heard that Nakano-kun has also ventured to the Dragon Kingdom to fight for the Empire. I fondly recall savoring the culinary delights with him. I wonder, Sato-kun, how long have you been in the Dragon Kingdom?" "I have only recently arrived, departing from Tokyo, where the cherry blossoms on Mount Fuji are just beginning to bloom. As I leave the Empire, I hope to return home to witness the cherry blossoms flourishing." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, a look of nostalgia appeared in Sato's eyes, reminiscent of the days when he was 7, wandering the outskirts of his hometown with his mother amidst a sea of cherry blossoms. After spending several years in the Dragon Kingdom, he pondered the well-being of his mother back home. The cherry blossoms had bloomed numerous times since then. Lost in thought, tears welled in Sato's eyes. Zhang Yang gently patted Sato's shoulder, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Young man, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly escort you home to witness the cherry blossoms. Their conversation delved deeply, revealing details such as where Sato lived, his family members, and even the age of his dog. However, one detail Sato failed to clarify was why his wife always preferred to have others repair the plumbing. Zhang Yang was aware of this, but chose not to divulge it. At that moment, a sudden crash echoed from nearby as a glass shattered, causing a stir. Two enemy soldiers rushed in, forcefully subduing a server on the ground. A woman stood before the server, casting a disdainful glance at him. Such clumsy tactics. Your Dragon Kingdom's methods are far too cliched. The server, realizing his identity had been exposed, understood his fate and offered no explanation. In the eyes of these enemies, even if he were not an intelligence officer, his chances of survival were bleak. Slap him, the female soldier commanded with a glance at the server. The two soldiers nodded submissively, each seizing an arm of the server, and with a synchronized motion, they struck him, leaving his face bloodied. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the crowd before quietly inquiring of Sato, "Who is that person?" Sato replied in hushed tones, "They are from the Special High Police. They are a pack of rabid dogs, merciless not only towards the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but equally ruthless towards our own." Upon reaching this juncture, a flicker of disdain crossed Sato's eyes. The Taco? The intelligence agents of the invaders. Who exactly were these servants? Were they affiliated with the military intelligence, or perhaps part of the underground operatives? "Take him away." With a wave of her hand, the female officer commanded, and two soldiers seized the nearly lifeless servant and dragged him away. However, she did not follow them out, but instead, with a smile gracing her lips, surveyed the room and remarked, "Dear little mice from the Dragon Kingdom, do take care not to fall into my clutches." With that, she swayed her hips and departed with a cheerful demeanor. Nevertheless, the operatives of the Taco possessed some skill. They had uncovered numerous intelligence agents from the Dragon Kingdom during this time. Our empire is on the verge of establishing complete control over the 3 eastern provinces. Oh, are we not already in full control of those regions? Zhang Yang inquired, his expression one of feigned innocence. Sato, feeling pleased, replied with a low chuckle. The empire has initiated a cleansing operation in the eastern provinces. Once this operation concludes, all intelligence personnel and armed forces from the Dragon Kingdom will be utterly eradicated. The operation commences tomorrow morning, Tarachi-kun. Which unit are you assigned to? Oh, I am not with any unit. My primary purpose for coming from the Empire is to engage in some business here. The fact that he was not serving and had only just arrived in the Dragon Kingdom led Sato to speculate about Zhang Yang's identity. Individuals like him were undoubtedly among Tokyo's elite. With this thought, Sato grew increasingly cordial in both his actions and words toward Zhang Yang. At that moment, a soldier rushed in and approached Sato, bowing deeply as he reported, "Captain Sato, the brigade commander requests your presence." "What is it? Speak freely. Tarachi-kun is not an outsider." The brigade commander wishes for you to attend a meeting to discuss the operational plans." "Operational plans?" A spark of interest flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes as he stepped forward, inadvertently grasping the soldier's pocket. With a deft twist of his wrist, he created a small opening in the pocket and discreetly concealed a listening device within the fabric's inner lining. "How dare someone litter in here?" Sato exclaimed, steadying Zhang Yang as he asked, "Tarachi-kun, are you all right?" Zhang Yang waved dismissively, responding, "I hope I haven't damaged your uniform, Sato-kun." As he spoke, he adjusted Sato's clothing to ensure the listening device was hidden even more securely. "Fortunately, your military attire remains intact. I shall not intrude further. But I wish you the best in bringing glory to the Empire. By the way, should the opportunity arise for us to profit together, while I may not be able to elevate you to the status of the Empire's wealthiest, I can certainly alleviate your mother's burdens, bring joy to your wife, and enable you to drive a presidential vehicle." Upon hearing these words, Sato's eyes brightened. "Tarachi-kun, let us stay in touch. I am eager to make money." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at Sato, watching as he left. When Sato turned back at the doorway, he waved farewell, solidifying the notion that Tarachi-kun was someone worth befriending. Sato stepped outside, lost in contemplation. Chapter 6, Information Theft. The man in black had already placed the listening device into Sato's pocket, and Zhang Yang was preparing to leave. This encounter had made Zhang Yang acutely aware of the presence of the Takoka. It was evident that conducting intelligence work in Harbin would require heightened caution. The pressing matter at hand was to retrieve the listening device and then pay a visit to the Japanese liaison office. He set the cup down on the table and walked toward the exit. Just as he reached the door, he encountered Zhang Da and Chun Ning, a couple. Little brother, you're here too?" Zhang Da exclaimed. Zhang Yang merely glanced at Zhang Da, offering a slight nod without uttering much. The Takoka was mingling in the hall. and during his earlier exchange with Sato, he had undoubtedly been under surveillance. Engaging with Zhang De and the others could potentially lead to complications. He was perplexed about how Zhang De and Chen Ning had managed to gain entry. Hastily, he passed by the couple. Just as Zhang De was about to speak, Chen Ning pulled him aside, guiding him gently into the room. "Darling, what do you think is going on with him?" Chen Ning inquired softly while holding a glass of wine. "In our line of work, there are rarely clear answers," she continued. "However, it seems Zhang Yang's mind might not be aligned with the Blue Army." Zhang De dismissed her observation with a scoff, replying, "Does it matter where his thoughts lie? You know the situation on the other side is chaotic. Damn it, it's been 2 years, and I haven't seen a single penny. Look at my little brother. He arrives and gifts me a gold bar. Now that's what I call a true brother." The hotel was not far from Zhang Da's restaurant, and Zhang Yang quickened his pace, contemplating the necessity of finding a secure place to stay. With so many people gathered, if one were to encounter trouble, the others would inevitably be ensnared as well. With the Japanese in control, prudence was essential. Danger would not dissipate simply because he had traversed time. Upon reaching Zhao Ming's residence, he found the lights extinguished. Zhang Yang pushed against the door, which did not yield, and deftly inserted a wire from his pocket into the keyhole, gently manipulating it until the lock clicked open. Inside, Zhao Ming, awakened by the sound, opened his eyes wide to see Zhang Yang, clad in a yellow robe, advancing toward him with a clenched fist. "It's me," Zhang Yang declared, catching Zhao Ming's fist midair. "Zhang Yang, you're wearing that getup, and I thought my cover was blown. Perhaps the little devils had infiltrated." "Hey, since when can you pick locks?" Zhao Ming asked, his surprise evident. Zhang Yang ignored Zhao Ming's question, instead lifting the box containing the listening device and stating, "I need to use this." "Hey," Zhao Ming attempted to interject, but Zhang Yang had already exited the courtyard. "Damn, is he always this busy? Next time, I'll charge him for using my equipment." That gold piece Zhang De gave him. This kid really is affluent. At this moment, Zhang Yang had already made his way to the Japanese regiment. Earlier in the afternoon, he meticulously recorded the various gathering points of the enemy. The direction in which Lieutenant Sato had departed should lead to this regiment. "Matsushita-kun, do you think there will be any beautiful flower girls at General Akita's banquet?" "Of course, there will be plenty." Suddenly, a loud crash resonated around the corner, alerting 2 Japanese soldiers who raised their rifles and cautiously approached the turn. "Who is there?" Zhang Yang pressed himself against the wall and replied in Japanese, "It's me, Sato Asaka. Captain Sato." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, the 2 soldiers lowered their guard. But as they turned the corner, a flash of silver sliced through the air. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang silenced the first soldier with a precise strike to the throat. The second soldier, caught off guard, found Zhang Yang's hands encircling his head. With a sickening crunch, as his companion fell, the soldier's head was twisted 180 degrees, forcing him to witness the brutal demise of his comrade. Zhang Yang concealed the 2 soldiers beneath the truck, then swiftly rolled over the courtyard wall, slipping into the Japanese regiment while evading the searchlights. He began his quest to locate the vehicle of Lieutenant Sato. It didn't take long for Zhang Yang to discover a brightly lit room. Through the window, he could discern the situation inside. Several Japanese soldiers were gathered, engaged in discussion. Among them was Sato. Stealthily, he crept to a concealed corner, using 2 oil barrels to shield his presence, and activated a listening device at maximum power, immediately capturing the conversation. "Sato-kun, we've just received news from the division headquarters. We have confirmed the enemy's hiding location. Tonight, you are to dispatch troops along the southwestern defense line to Wanlong Township, where a contingent of the Dragon Nation's anti-Union forces is concealed. Kishimoto-kun, you are to accompany Sato-kun to Wanlong Township. The 1st Regiment of the Anti-Union's 1st Army, both the 1st and 2nd Battalions, are stationed there. We must annihilate them completely. Akakani-kun, you are to go with the 2nd Regiment to Fengla Town, where the 2nd Army of the Anti-Union is stationed. Ensure you cooperate with Tens-kun to capture the enemy. We hope you all can bring back good news." Zhang Yang listened intently, absorbing every detail of the enemy's plan. Once the regiment commander finished speaking, he stowed away the listening device and, after evading a patrol of Japanese soldiers, prepared to retrace his steps along the wall to escape. With the intelligence in hand, the most crucial task now was to relay this information. Just then, Zhang Yang noticed a jeep approaching from a distance. He quickly hid behind the gate to avoid detection. Listening carefully, he saw that the leading figure was the female Japanese soldier who had apprehended the waiter at the hotel. To his surprise, the Special High Command was also present in this regiment. This could mean that there might be intelligence officers from the Red Army here as well. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yang ultimately abandoned the reckless idea of launching a rescue. After all, this was the enemy's stronghold. And to have successfully eavesdropped on intelligence without being discovered was indeed a stroke of luck. It was only when the personnel from the Special High Command entered the building that Zhang Yang scaled the wall to make his escape. Knowing the location now, he would have future opportunities. Climbing over the courtyard wall, Zhang Yang swiftly concealed himself around the corner. The bodies of 2 enemy soldiers lay undetected beneath the vehicle. As the searchlights swept past, he made his way toward the distant street, cautiously passing by the enemy's main gate. After a brief observation, he quickly veered into an alleyway. However, upon entering the alley, he collided head-on with 2 individuals wearing black hats. Zhang Yang halted and scrutinized the pair, then attempted to sidestep them. Just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back. The 2 men in black hats lunged directly at him. "Seize him," he asked one of the enemy. One of them shouted as he drew his pistol. Zhang Yang would not allow this to transpire. He lunged forward, gripping his dagger in a reverse hold, and slashed toward the man's throat. Within 7 paces, the enemy's gun was quick, but his knife was swifter. Before the black-hatted man could raise his weapon, Zhang Yang's dagger was already pressed against his neck. Leaning in closer, Zhang Yang recognized the features of the black-hatted man. He was, astonishingly, a waiter from the hotel. Instantly halting the dagger, Zhang Yang delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, then deftly dodged another's attack by shifting to the right, turning to deliver a punch squarely to the assailant's chest. In the end, only Zhang Yang remained standing, brushing the dust from his clothing. Are you from the Red Army or the Blue Army? Chapter 7. Identifying oneself. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. The 2 men whom Zhang Yang had felled remained silent. But suddenly, they surged up from the ground, attempting to tackle him. However, they had overestimated their own strength or underestimated Zhang Yang's prowess. As he swiftly lifted his legs and brought them crashing down once more. Save your efforts. I am not one of the enemy. If I were, I would have sent you both packing long ago. With that, Zhang Yang pointed toward the enemy unit across the way. When the 2 remained silent, he continued. I am Zhang's brother. You know Chen Ning, right? We are all part of the military commission. As he spoke, he observed the expressions on their faces. Upon mentioning Zhang and Chen Ning, a flicker of doubt crossed their features, yet when he referred to the military commission, a distinct trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. Huh, quite tight-lipped, aren't you? You 2 have just joined the Red Army's underground intelligence organization, Haven you? You can hardly control your expressions. Get up and follow me. I am with the regiment. Do you know Commander Gung? Upon hearing Zhang Yang claim allegiance to the Red Army again, confusion flickered across their faces. One moment he was with the enemy, the next he was with the military commission, and now he proclaimed himself part of a regiment? Do not stand there in disbelief. I have obtained intelligence indicating that the enemy will launch a raid on our stronghold tomorrow. The situation is urgent, and whether you choose to believe me is entirely at your discretion. After relaying this, Zhang Yang regarded the 2 men in silence. One of them, sensing the gravity of the situation, cautiously inquired, Are you with the Red Army? How did you acquire this information? Zhang Yang opened the case in his possession, revealing its contents briefly before gesturing towards the enemy's regiment across the way. You were eavesdropping on the enemy regiment? Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Zhang Yang, pondering the true nature of this individual who seemed to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold as if it were his own backyard. At that moment, an alarm was suddenly sounded by the opposing regiment. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, suspecting that 2 enemy soldiers had been discovered. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the alley. He beckoned the 2 men to follow him and swiftly moved deeper into the alley. We must go. The enemy will be here shortly. The 2 exchanged glances and hurriedly followed Zhang Yang. Just as the trio vanished from sight, 2 enemy soldiers burst into the alley. After a brief observation, one soldier pointed to the ground and exclaimed, Jing Tiankuan. There are traces of blood. Just as Jing Tian was about to step forward, another soldier grasped his arm and cautioned, Do not move. Summon Miss Hinata. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian seemed to recall something and dashed towards the regiment. Before long, Zhang Yang observed a female enemy soldier appearing at the alley's entrance. Hinata Aoi, wielding a flashlight, knelt down and directed the beam across the ground, revealing a chaotic scene that indicated a struggle had occurred. Miss Hinata, Sato, who had somehow arrived at the alley's entrance, called out upon seeing her crouched on the ground. Hinata Aoi remained silent, extending a hand and tilting her head slightly as she softly remarked, Heh, no matter how cunning the mouse, it cannot escape the keen eye of the cat. A complete footprint, what a splendid clue it presents. Hinata gestured for the personnel nearby to step forward, who promptly retrieved the necessary tools. After a brief process, a footprint, approximately size 43, was imprinted onto a piece of paper. The game of cat and mouse had commenced. With a smirk, Hinata turned to Sato and declared, Sato-kun, Our plans may need to be altered. You must set out immediately. There is a risk of our scheme being compromised. Nanny? How can this be? Sato protested. It is entirely possible. Judging by the state in which the two soldiers were killed, the assailant must be a highly skilled operative. You inept individuals cannot hope to thwart such advanced agents from acquiring intelligence. Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement. Utterly indifferent to Sato's expression as she turned to lead her subordinates back to the regiment, leaving Sato and two bewildered soldiers in a state of shock. As Hinata Aoi reached the mouth of the alley, she abruptly halted, not turning her head as she declared, "If the enemy is not annihilated, I will report the truth to the division commander." Sato, witnessing Hinata Aoi's figure vanish, muttered a curse under his breath. Bastard. He then swiftly turned around, delivering two sharp slaps to the face of the Japanese soldier behind him. Baka. At this moment, Zhang Yang had already returned to their encampment with Chen Feng. The location was modest, a tailor shop, devoid of any presence other than the two of them. Throughout their journey, Zhang Yang had instilled a firm belief in them that he was one of the Red Army, and he had learned from Chen Feng that they had only been Red Army intelligence personnel for 3 months. Their comrade who had escorted them had been captured by the Japanese and had heroically sacrificed himself. Upon entering the shop, Chen Feng poured a glass of water for Zhang Yang and then inquired, "How did the Japanese discover that our base is in Wanlong Township? Ever since their sweep, we have lost contact with our unit. How could they locate us? Is there a traitor among us?" At this, Takamatsu, who had been beside Chen Feng, interjected. The three exchanged glances but chose not to delve deeper into the discussion. Regardless of the circumstances, their immediate priority was to relay this information to their unit, allowing them to respond promptly. They needed to depart at once. The discovery of the dead by the Japanese could alter the situation. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before stating, "You two are more familiar with the terrain, so split into 2 routes and ensure the intelligence reaches the unit. But remember, it must be delivered to the regiment-level officers." Chen Feng and Takamatsu exchanged a knowing glance and nodded resolutely. Chen Feng turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Leave it to us. We must not delay. We will set out immediately." The two sprang into action, but rather than heading outside, they turned towards the back courtyard of the tailor shop. They lifted a section of the cellar and crawled inside. The location of their tailor shop was near the edge of the city. Originally, there had been a cellar in the back courtyard, which, after extensive renovations, now connected to the outside of the city. Exiting through the main gate would likely raise suspicion from the Japanese. It is more prudent to leave through the tunnel. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, watching as they disappeared into the passage. He then rearranged the table and stones to cover the cellar entrance, satisfied with his efforts. He couldn't help but wonder about Li Ziqing and whether she had sustained any injuries. Her porcelain cup remained in the small room. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang resolved not to dwell on these thoughts. Li Ziqing would surely be unharmed, and so would Commander Geng and the instructor. Yet, complex emotions often elude control. And as he gazed at the waning moon in the sky, he was reminded of the soldier who had fallen before him, gripping his weapon tightly until the very end. Damn it, little devils. Feeling restless, Zhang Yang lit a cigarette, allowing the smoke to waft around him, hoping it would carry away his thoughts. Chapter 8. The traitors must die. The following morning, Zhang Yang returned to Zhang Da's restaurant, slapping his face in an attempt to invigorate himself. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Zhao Ming quickly approached, delivering a punch to Zhang Yang's chest and exclaiming, "You scared me half to death last night. Where on earth did you wander off with my meal ticket?" Zhang Yang yawned, donned his black coat once more, and handed a box to Zhao Ming, saying, "Here is your stuff. Come, let me treat you to a meal, and I'll also procure a particular book of Japanese illustrations. I happened upon a stall by the roadside that had such wares. Japanese women's magazines? Goodness, those are quite rare. Let us hurry. I suspect that once the Japanese patrols the streets, my brother there won't dare to buy any." As Zhang Yang ambled outside with Zhao Ming's arm draped over him, they encountered Xiao Er and Xiao San, who were approaching the restaurant while carrying newspapers. The two greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Brother Yang. Zhang Yang nodded, inquiring, "Have you two eaten? If there is nothing else, come with me. I'll treat you both to breakfast." Coincidentally, Zhao Ming and I are also heading out. It's my first time in Harbin, and I'm unfamiliar with the area. You two can guide us on the best breakfast spots. Xiao Er beamed with delight, responding, "If Brother Yang is treating, Xiao San and I are definitely in. Just wait for me a moment. I need to deliver this newspaper to the elder brother." Xiao Er hurried inside and quickly emerged, but Zhang De followed closely behind, smiling as he remarked, "Perfect timing. I'm also going for breakfast. I'll just grab a portion for your sister-in-law." Zhang Yang said nothing further and waved as they set off. "Let us go see those Japanese magazines. I need to buy a couple more." Yet, Zhao Ming insisted on first locating the patriotic brother, prompting the group to march towards the stall in a spirited procession. Upon noticing the throng of individuals approaching, the magazine vendor assumed they were traitors or lackeys of the Japanese and nearly packed up to flee. Zhao Ming, however, called out to him, "Don't go, brother. We're here to buy foreign magazines." Foreign magazines? The vendor, recognizing the wink from Zhao Ming, understood his intent and approached him, whispering, "I have Ko's, Teacher Tsang, and Nagano Mei. Which would you like?" Upon hearing the vendor's extensive inventory, Zhao Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he waved his hand, declaring, "I'll take one of each." Standing beside Zhang Yang, Zhang De observed the hushed exchange between Zhao Ming and the vendor, resembling a thief in the night, and stepped aside, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation. Before long, Zhang De removed his shoes and retrieved his private stash of money from beneath his feet, presenting it to the vendor. The vendor, slightly disdainful, pinched the money between two fingers before slipping it into his pocket. Turning around, he handed Zhao Ming two items wrapped in black cloth. Zhao Ming examined the goods and was immediately filled with excitement, turning to Zhang Yang and beckoning, "My dear Yang Gu, why are you just standing there? Pay up." This display from Zhao Ming caused Zhang De, standing nearby, to feel that the colored magazines in his hand had lost their allure. Fortunately, it was merely an interlude. As they continued on their way, the waiter began to introduce the culinary delights of Harbin. When it comes to the gastronomic offerings of Harbin, there is no shortage. Smoky chicken, autumn sausages, crispy pastries, dried sausages, and clear venison soup are all local specialties. However, nothing quite compares to the breakfast staple of coarse porridge accompanied by fried dough sticks and sweet fried rice cakes. On a chilly day, savoring a bowl of warm coarse porridge followed by a piece of sweet fried rice cake is an exquisite pleasure. "Shall we dine here?" suggested the waiter. Halting outside a breakfast shop, Zhang Yang looked up to see the sign for Lao Yin's fried rice cakes. Reminiscent of a small shop called Yin Pongzi's fried rice cakes from a past life, indicating a legacy of craftsmanship. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Yang called for the owner, and the five of them settled at two tables. Before long, steaming bowls of coarse porridge were served. After taking a sip, the rich aroma of corn spread across his palate. On a cold day, a warm sip is truly delightful. "Have you heard? The Chen family tailor shop has been shut down by the Japanese," said one man at the adjacent table just as Zhang Yang was about to reach for the freshly served rice cake. Turning his head, he noticed two men with coarse cloth draped over their shoulders, likely laborers. "Damn it, that traitor Wang is involved," the man on the left exclaimed angrily. "I saw him escorting that Japanese woman myself." The man on the right added vehemently, "If I get the chance, I will surely kill that dog traitor. His father must have named him to be a dog." Zhang Yang interjected, "Excuse me, brothers, what happened? Why was the tailor shop closed?" The man on the left looked at him, his mouth full of rice cake, and replied with indignation, "That scoundrel Wang colluded with the Japanese to hunt down the Red Army and encountered Gao Song at the tailor shop. The damn Japanese wanted to capture Gao Song, but thankfully he managed to escape. Now, Wang has brought the Japanese to our doorstep. Damn it, may his future sons be born without a behind." Hearing their words, Zhang Yang felt a weight lift off his chest. He had feared that Chen Feng and Gao Song had fallen into trouble, but thankfully, they had evaded capture. Otherwise, he would have been tormented by guilt. Wang. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. The traitor must die. Tonight would mark the anniversary of his reckoning. With that thought, Zhang Yang signaled to the owner to bring another plate of rice cakes for the two men, which made them even more enthusiastic. Despite the harsh cold that enveloped the three eastern provinces, the warmth of its people shone brightly. Zhang Yang offered fried cakes to the man, who reciprocated by generously sharing half of his fried dough sticks and pouring a bowl of porridge for Zhang Yang. After the group had their fill, Zhang Yang spoke up, "Little Two, let us take a stroll today." Little Two let out a hearty belch and cheerfully agreed. Zhao Ming, feeling the weight of the black package in his arms, glanced at Zhang Yang and said, "I shall not accompany you any longer." Zhang Yang promptly kicked Zhao Ming's rear, knowing full well his intentions. Chapter 9. Wang is a trap extra. The latest Harbin Daily is hot off the press. Passers-by do not miss out. For just 1 yuan in Manchurian currency, you can learn about the world's affairs. Zhang Yang stood beneath an eave, observing Little Two and Little Three as they dashed about the street, shouting their sales pitches. He withdrew a handful of Manchurian currency from his pocket, a form of currency controlled by the Japanese. However, as the war intensified, the purchasing power of this counterfeit currency diminished drastically. 1 yuan could scarcely equate to 3 dimes of regular currency. The money he had scavenged from the Japanese was hardly sufficient to buy anything. He had initially thought it would last longer. but it now seemed fortunate if he could get through a month, necessitating a frugal approach to meals. Having just consumed breakfast had already depleted a tenth of his funds. At that moment, little 3 ran over, exclaiming, "Brother Yang, I have spotted Wang Wang." Zhang Yang squinted, instructing little 3. "Stay close to him and remember all the places he visits. We must know where he spends the night." Little 2 hurried over upon hearing Zhang Yang call. "Brother Yang, what do you need?" Zhang Yang replied, "I want little 3 to follow Wang Wang, and you join him as well. Tonight, we are planning something significant." Upon hearing this, little 2's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is it time?" Zhang Yang continued, "Yes, and collect information on the more notorious traitors. It's time they learn the consequences of betraying the Dragon Kingdom." "Absolutely." Little 2 rubbed his hands together, invigorated by Zhang Yang's words, eager for the demise of those traitors. "Brother Yang, we will keep a close watch on Wang Wang." Zhang Yang nodded, cautioning them to be discreet. Before returning to Zhang Da's restaurant, in his plans, the role of the Japanese was crucial, as no identity in the 3 eastern provinces could rival that of the Japanese. Living with Zhang Da and the others posed a significant risk of exposure. Taking advantage of the day, he aimed to ask Zhang Da for a separate living arrangement. "Brother, you've only just arrived and now wish to move out?" Zhang Da knelt, looking at Zhang Yang with a puzzled expression. Chen Ning glanced at Zhang Yang before shifting his gaze back to the ledger in his hands, retorting, "What does it matter where Zhang Yang stays? Your duty is to find him a suitable place." Yes, my wife speaks the truth. I shall take Zhang Yang to explore some houses." As Zhang Da prepared to rise from the floor, Chen Ning interjected, "Who permitted you to get up? Just because you have the means to acquire such items. Does that imply I lack appeal? Am I not as captivating as the foreign women?" Zhang Da, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Wife, it is indeed Zhang Yang who spent money to buy for Chen Ming. He insisted on giving me a book, which I have yet to return." Observing Zhang Da winking at him, Zhang Yang hastily added, "Sister-in-law, it was truly I who purchased it for Zhao Ming. Moreover, elder brother mentioned this morning that he had given all his money to you. How could he afford these luxuries?" Chen Ning remained silent for a moment, then raised her gaze to Zhang Yang, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After a brief pause, she declared, "Since brother Zhang Yang has spoken thus, I shall spare you this time. Quickly, fetch Zhang Yang to find a house." Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, Zhang Da felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He promptly sprang to his feet. Bending to rub his sore knees after kneeling for half an hour, it had been quite painful. "This woman, I shall surely divorce her one day." Without hesitation, Zhang Da seized Zhang Yang and exited the restaurant. Meanwhile, as Zhang Yang stepped outside, Chen Ning gazed out the window, a barely perceptible smile returning to her face. Trailing behind Zhang Da, Zhang Yang pondered Chen Ning's earlier behavior. "Elder brother, how did you manage to marry sister-in-law? Looking at you now, I wonder how she could have been interested in you when she was younger." Zhang Da scoffed, "I am not boasting. If I were 10 years younger, I would have been the most sought-after man in Harbin. Your sister-in-law was utterly captivated by me. Had it not been for external pressures, I would have chosen another girl long ago." "Pressure? A person like you fears pressure?" Zhang Yang chuckled. "Oh, little brother, you are unaware. Your sister-in-law's elder brother is Jiarini." "Jiarini?" Zhang Yang suddenly recalled the 2 foreign men who had barged into the restaurant yesterday, seeking to invite Jiarini to Akita Xingxing's birthday banquet. It appeared his sister-in-law was not to be trifled with. Jiarini was a notorious traitor, while Chen Ning was affiliated with the military intelligence. No wonder the military intelligence outpost in Harbin remained secure and untroubled. "Little brother, do you not think it would be better for you to stay with me?" Zhang Da contemplated the prospect of Zhang Yang's presence, realizing that if Zhang Yang remained, he could secretly purchase items without dipping into his own savings. He was reluctant to let go of Zhang Yang, the bringer of fortune. "Ha, elder brother, I am a grown man. I am not devoid of funds. When I do find a girlfriend, I cannot expect her to dine and drink at your expense endlessly. Besides, moving out does not sever our ties. We would not become strangers merely by residing in separate places. Once I establish my business, you will surely be included." Zhang Da nodded repeatedly, patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You truly are a good brother." As evening descended, after a day of searching, Zhang Da enlisted the help of a friend to secure a room for Zhang Yang, having negotiated with the landlord to pay the rent the following day. As the sound of knocking echoed, Zhang Yang rose to open the door. He was met by the panting figure of the waiter, who breathlessly informed him, "Brother Yang, Wang Wang has entered a residence and has yet to emerge. Currently, Xiao San is keeping watch, and I have come to notify you. I have learned that inside the house resides Wang Wang's third concubine. Fearing his first wife's wrath, he dares not keep his mistress at the main residence." The waiter paused to swallow hard, catching his breath. "Take me there." "Wang Wang, a man who indulged in a life of pleasure, had acquired a modest courtyard in the affluent area of Hardened to harbor his mistress. However, the wealthy here had amassed their fortunes through the trade of faith and nationalism. Zhang Yang felt no guilt in contemplating the elimination of one of them. At that moment, Wang was entwined with his third concubine, his hands roving under the covers. Yet, the concubine's demeanor was far from serene. She appeared anxious and flustered. "Master, why does Miss Hinata not allow our people to?" Upon hearing her words, Wang's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that the Japanese ultimately did not trust him and his associates, although he could not afford to show this. He replied to the concubine, "Miss Hinata's people are far more formidable." The concubine nodded slightly, yet her gaze flitted anxiously between the window and the door, clearly apprehensive about an intrusion. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated from the courtyard, startling the concubine. While Wang's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he reached for something beneath the pillow. "Master, what was that noise in the courtyard?" "Shoo." Wang furrowed his brow, placing a finger over the concubine's lips. He called into the darkness, "Miss Hinata? Miss Hinata? Master, she hasn't left, has she?" Silence. With no reply forthcoming, Wang began to feel uneasy. Was that madman Hinata always truly in danger of being discovered? Chapter 10. A game of cat and mouse. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yang sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation. Although he had successfully tracked Wang, everything felt oddly effortless. If Wang were truly so easily dispatched, he likely would not have survived this long. As he approached Wang's residence, Zhang Yang instructed the waiter and Xiao San to return, opting to proceed alone. Zhang Yang did not recklessly enter the courtyard. Instead, he observed from outside before tossing a large bundle of debris into the yard, swiftly concealing himself. Time passed quietly. Yet Zhang Yang heard no sounds emanating from within the courtyard. This was illogical. Having been a trader for so many years, Wang would undoubtedly exercise great caution. Why would he not investigate the noise? Moreover, Zhang Yang found it hard to believe that, under normal circumstances, Wang would not emerge to vociferously berate anyone who dared to throw stones into his abode, given his status as a lackey for the Japanese. Yet, the silence was profound. Even the sound of breathing seemed jarringly conspicuous. Zhang Yang remained silent, quietly concealed in the corner. Everything in the darkness was meticulously observed by his two discerning eyes. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed through the courtyard, revealing the cautious approach of an intruder. As the gate creaked open, its hinges groaning softly. Turning his gaze, he caught a fleeting shadow at the alley's entrance. Were they encircling him? A smile crept across Zhang Yang's face. From the moment Wang made a grand entrance with the special high command at the tailor shop, the bait had already been cast. It was no surprise that those men were aware of his whereabouts. Someone must have deliberately leaked information to lure the target into the trap. Fortuitously, Zhang Yang had been prudent. Otherwise, he would have surely become a foul catch. However, the game of cat and mouse was about to shift. He intended to show the special high command how this seemingly insignificant mouse could outsmart their foolish cats and pilfer their cheese amidst their incompetence. Now, let the performance commence. The dagger glinted coldly under the moonlight, and the 8 years of training in special forces came to the fore in that moment. Zhang Yang moved with the stealth of a cat, effortlessly vaulting into the adjacent courtyard. From his vantage point atop the wall, he could discern 2 shadows entwined within the west wing. Yet, that was not his focus. Swiftly traversing the yard, he grasped the edge of the wall and peered over, spotting 2 figures cloaked in black robes from the special high command, cautiously advancing ahead. Their careful demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhang Yang. With the agility of a monkey, he leapt over the wall, landing silently behind his adversaries. In a flash, the dagger sliced through the air, severing the throat of one assailant, while his other hand clamped around the neck of the fortunate foe. In Japanese, he taunted, "You see, your grandfather is here. Nanny, Baka, you're dead." As the enemy flailed helplessly, Zhang Yang merely smiled, exerting force until a sickening crunch resonated, shattering the assailant's throat. He had not anticipated extracting any information from the enemy. Time and circumstances were not conducive to such inquiries. Just as he dispatched the 2 men, urgent footsteps reverberated from both sides of the alley. Glancing at the corpse still in his grasp, he retrieved a small communication device from the chest pocket. A realization dawned upon him. No wonder they had located him so swiftly. However, in the confines of the alley, a crowd was not necessarily advantageous. The more of them there were, the quicker they would meet their demise. With a deft maneuver, he leaped back into the adjacent courtyard, listening intently to the sounds outside the wall. Waiting for the opportune moment, he flipped back into the alley, this time positioned behind the enemy. He reached forward, crushing the neck of another foe, and then hurled his dagger, plunging it deep into the enemy's chest from behind. As the enemy soldiers caught sight of Zhang Yang's figure, they began to alert their comrades. However, when they turned back, they were met with a fierce glint in Zhang Yang's eyes. With a swift motion, he drew his handgun and fired directly ahead. The enemy, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, hesitated to draw their weapons in the narrow alleyway, rendering them nothing more than targets for Zhang Yang. During his time in the military, he had effortlessly obliterated 10 flying discs in under 5 seconds. Thus, facing targets as large as sandbags was child's play. It was only after his firearm was empty that he deftly rolled back into the courtyard. Yet, this time, a figure followed closely behind, none other than the female agent, Hinata Aki. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she lunged forward, aiming a dagger straight at Zhang Yang's chest. The blade shimmered with a bluish-green hue under the moonlight, clearly laced with poison. Zhang Yang chuckled, bemused by the audacity of this deranged woman to challenge him in a duel. After all, he was the king of special forces, never one to shy away from a confrontation, especially not against a woman, particularly one who was nearly a century behind in every aspect. He deftly sidestepped, avoiding Hinata Aki's thrust. With a swift motion, he seized her arm, twisting it forcefully, causing a pained expression to flicker across her face. As he loosened his grip, the dagger clattered to the ground. Almost immediately, the head of an enemy soldier peered around the corner, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed directly at Zhang Yang. With a decisive kick, Zhang Yang struck the blade of the dagger, sending it spiraling into the air. In a fluid motion, he executed a spinning kick, the dark silver glimmer of the dagger hurtling toward the enemy on the wall. The dagger found its mark, piercing the soldier's throat, and before blood could escape, it congealed at the wound. Such was the potency of the poison that sealed the fate of its victim. At that moment, Hinata Aki charged at him once more. Zhang Yang harbored no sympathy for the enemy, delivering a powerful punch to her chest. The unexpected softness and resilience of her form momentarily stunned him. Seizing this brief distraction, Hinata Aki twisted her body and pulled her arm free, launching a kick aimed at Zhang Yang's groin. How ruthless, he thought, though he could not allow her to triumph. With a swift knee strike, he redirected her kick, then swung both hands down like hammers onto her lower leg. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air, and her cry was anything but pleasant. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he grasped her arm, applying pressure until the sound of cracking bones filled the space. Just as he prepared to eliminate this enemy woman, a bullet suddenly whizzed through the doorway, grazing Zhang Yang's cheek. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire erupted towards Zhang Yang. Without hesitation, he rolled and took cover behind a water tank. Observing this, Sunflower desperately rolled towards the door. Zhang Yang, witnessing the scene, smirked coldly and tossed a grenade while silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. The moment he uttered the last number, he leaped out. As he landed, a deafening explosion resonated. A true man never glances back at explosions. The grenade detonated, and soon the entire city of Harbin was engulfed in alarm bells, with all the enemy troops stationed within the city mobilizing. It seemed he had stirred a hornet's nest. Zhang Yang murmured to himself while stroking his chin, then swiftly rolled into Wang Wang's courtyard. Since arriving in this era, he had mastered the art of climbing walls. If nothing else, cautiously, he inspected every room, finding no one hiding, except for the lit room in the east. The enemy likely never anticipated that the very person who had just attacked them would return to their own trap. Now, it was time to have some fun with Wang Wang. Meanwhile, inside the room, Wang Wang and his third concubine were hiding under the bed. Hearing noises from the courtyard, the concubine trembled and said, "Master, is someone coming in?" Surely not. The gunfire outside had erupted, the enemy troops were on the move, and that agent would surely be caught. Just as she finished speaking, a creaking sound broke the tension. The concubine looked up, and a pair of polished shoes appeared before her. Upon seeing the shoes, her body involuntarily began to tremble. Chapter 11. The Harvest Shoes? Were they the enemies? Wang Wang felt his heart racing, as if his ribcage could no longer contain it. Zhang Yang. He realized it was Zhang Yang who had merely stepped through the door, not advancing further. With a pistol in his left hand, Zhang Yang surveyed the room, ensuring everything was under his control. After all, even the mightiest could fall to a hidden gun. Hearing someone call him in Japanese, Wang Wang nearly broke into tears. It turned out the enemy was looking for him. It seemed that formidable agent had likely been captured or killed by the enemy. The recent gunfire that had compelled the enemy to draw their weapons was indeed impressive. As a lackey of the enemy, he was well aware of the capabilities of the Special High Command. In his eyes, this war was destined for enemy victory, and he would be a significant contributor to their cause. However, just as he crawled out from under the bed, he felt a chill on his forehead and looked up to see a cold gun barrel pressed against his head. Zhang Yang grinned and said to Wang Wang, well, it seems our esteemed lackey prefers to hide rather than sleep in a bed. If your father found out, he would surely be furious. Is anyone else here? I will count to 3, and if you do not come out, I shall pull the trigger. Though Zhang Yang spoke with a playful tone, the coldness in his words was unmistakable. Wang Wang could sense that if no one intervened, the masked man before him would undoubtedly end his life. Damn it, that wretched woman, why won't you show yourself? Wang Wang suddenly kicked the third concubine, who was crouched beneath the bed. A soft groan emerged from below, and soon a woman clad in sheer fabric crawled out. Zhang Yang scrutinized the third concubine, taking in her translucent attire before glancing back at Wang Wang. You certainly know how to have fun, he remarked. My lord, if you desire her, she is yours. I possess wealth and women, spare my life. And I can provide you with anything. Oh, but I have no interest in women who have been touched by others, nor do I wish for anyone to know of my presence here. What do you say? Wang Wang shuddered and quickly replied, I will kill her. I swear. No one will discover that you were here. Oh, really? Zhang Yang's lips curled into a sly smile as he pressed the gun's barrel against Wang Wang's forehead. He then crouched down, whispering, but what about you? My brother, I am tight-lipped. I will never reveal your presence here. Zhang Yang chuckled at the traitor's claim of discretion. Without wasting any further time, he addressed the third concubine. If he dies and you live, can you procure the money and items I desire? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Wang Wang abruptly raised his head, glaring at the third concubine with venomous eyes. You vile creature, if I perish, you will suffer too. Do not forget who provided the money for your father's treatment. No sooner had Wang Wang finished speaking than Zhang Yang struck him across the face, causing 2 of his teeth to fly out. The force of the blow was a testament to Zhang Yang's strength. Looking at the trembling third concubine, Zhang Yang smiled. What do you say? I can, she replied. I know where all his money is hidden, along with antiques and firearms. Vile woman, Wang Wang cursed vehemently. But his swollen face and the gap where his teeth had been made him appear somewhat comical, as he seemed to take her words to heart. Terror flickered in Wang Wang's eyes. He could sense that the man before him was about to take his life. My brother, I have information. I will exchange it for my life. Information? What kind of information? Zhang Yang raised his gun slightly, suddenly recalling something. He inquired, now that you mention it, I am indeed curious. My lord, whatever you wish to know, I will divulge. Ah, such obedience. Fetch me a piece of paper and a pen. Write down the names of the spies you have placed among the Red Army, including their descriptions. For each name you provide, I shall grant you an additional chance at life. You have 4 minutes. Delay even a minute, and I will take your life. What do you think? Captain Wang would not require us to engage in a struggle, breaking your 3 legs, would he? Zhang Yang gazed at Wang Wang with a smile. Wang Wang clenched his teeth, ultimately refraining from negotiating with Zhang Yang. He was terrified, more so of the prospect of having all 3 legs broken. Brother, I will write. But these spies have been in contact with the Japanese through me. If they were to kill me, they would lose their connection to the Japanese. Wang Wang completed his writing and handed the paper and pen to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang cheerfully holstered his pistol, and Wang Wang, noticing this, let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he felt a pair of large hands stroke his head, followed by a sharp crack in his ear. With a sudden twist of Zhang Yang's hands, Wang Wang met his demise with unclosed eyes. At that moment, the third concubine, witnessing the tragic death of Wang Wang, ceased her trembling body and stood silently in place. Zhang Yang rose to his feet, and the third concubine suddenly erupted into fits of laughter. Her laughter growing louder until it morphed into choked sobs, ultimately culminating in an uncontrollable wail. Observing her quietly, Zhang Yang remained silent, glancing at his watch. It had already been 10 minutes since their entry, and the prolonged duration could alert the Japanese. All right then, let's attend to some serious business, he said. The third concubine, weeping, stood up from the ground, her sobs silent, yet she spoke not a word. She exited the eastern room into the western room, then opened the wardrobe, pulling out the lower wooden panel. Before them appeared a tunnel sufficient to accommodate a single person. Wang Wang, fearing his wife, had stashed most of his gold bars here. The third concubine's voice was devoid of any emotion. Zhang Yang nodded, signaling her to descend first. Upon entering the cellar, he found it to be approximately square in shape, holding 3 racks, one of which displayed around 100 gold bars. This made him reflect on how Wang Wang, the traitor, truly earned his keep. This wealth could sustain him for 10 lifetimes. However, what piqued Zhang Yang's interest was not the gold bars, but rather a long box on another rack. The box's design struck him as particularly familiar. It resembled a sniper rifle case. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yang hurried forward, activating the two latches of the box, revealing a Mosin Nagant. A look of ecstatic joy filled his eyes. He had not anticipated that a traitor like Wang Wang would possess a sniper rifle. Though Zhang Yang belonged to an amphibious special forces unit, he held a fondness for sniper rifles, often pestering the snipers from the neighboring brother battalion for a few shots during his free time. While not the best, his skill was commendable. In this era, possessing a sniper rifle was akin to wielding a lethal weapon for assassination. The third concubine observed Zhang Yang's fondness for the firearm and explained, "This gun was procured by Wang Wang from Russia, yet he does not know how to use it, so it has merely remained in his cellar. I recall there is also a box of ammunition below." A box of ammunition? Zhang Yang crouched down, and indeed, a large box appeared before him, accompanied by a narrow box beside it. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover 3 scopes. That scoundrel Wang Wang had finally made a contribution. With the Mosin Nagant slung over his back, a box of ammunition in his left hand, and a heavy gold bar weighing about 100 pounds in his right, he tucked the 3 scopes under his left armpit. Overnight, he had struck it rich. He glanced up at the third concubine, feeling a mix of surprise and hesitation. At that moment, she softly murmured, "Living as I do draws scorn. My existence brings shame upon my father. Were it not for his illness, who would wish to marry a traitor? For 3 years, aside from visiting my father, I have scarcely stepped outside these doors. Though I possess wealth, I find no joy in it. With Wang Wang's demise, I feel a sense of relief. Perhaps ending my life today would be the wisest choice. Could you grant me a gun? I wish to experience what it feels like to kill a Japanese soldier." Zhang Yang was taken aback by her words. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Returning upstairs, he handed her the pistol hidden beneath his pillow and instructed her on its use. As he reached the door, he cast a final glance at her, noticing that her hand trembled as she grasped the weapon. Cautiously observing his surroundings, Zhang Yang suddenly heard footsteps approaching. However, a gunshot rang out in the courtyard, causing the footsteps to rush towards it. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away from the affluent district under the cover of darkness. He had not traveled far when another gunshot echoed, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The initial sound was that of a pistol, while the subsequent shots were from a Type 38 rifle. The third concubine tilted her head towards the sky, her body falling backward as she gazed at the stars above. A smile graced her lips. It turned out that killing a Japanese soldier was indeed exhilarating, though it meant she would never see her father or her brother again. Zhang Yang looked up at the heavens, watching a shooting star streak across the night sky. In these chaotic times, no one could escape unscathed. How many were like the third concubine? How many like Wang Wang? And how many were like him? The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges, yet those who persevere shall surely reach their destination. Though the path may twist and turn, it is also filled with hope. He pulled out the list given by the mistress. Tonight, Harbin would run red with blood. Chapter 12. The Dual Whips of Fate. The night was deep, yet Zhang Yang found himself unable to sleep upon returning to his new home. Whether it was due to the unfamiliar environment or some other reason, he spent the entire night in restless wakefulness. Early in the morning, he awoke, feeling weary, but nonetheless rose from his bed and made his way downstairs to Yin's red fried cake shop. "Ah, you've arrived. Please, this way." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, ordered a bowl of soy milk and 2 servings of fried cakes, then found a seat and settled down. Just as he sat, he overheard a man beside him exclaim, "Have you heard? That traitor Wang Wang is dead." "What?" The man across from him, who had just taken a sip of soy milk, was so astonished that he couldn't swallow, and the hot liquid sprayed out. Fortunately, the man opposite dodged in time, or he would have been splattered with both soy milk and bits of fried dough. He was killed inside the house. "Where did you get that information?" "Oh, you don't know? My brother-in-law is with the security team. They received the news early this morning and are now hunting him down across the city." "Damn, I thought the traitor next to my house being killed was satisfying enough, but I didn't expect Wang Wang to be dead too." "What? Your nearby traitor was killed?" The man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Yes, there was a scream last night, and I couldn't sleep the whole night. When I woke up in the morning, the traitor was dead. Goodness, I must drink 2 more bowls of soy milk today. This is a once-in-a-century event. I must go home and buy a celebratory whip," the man declared, devouring a piece of fried cake. What a relief. Before the 2 men could finish their conversation, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A squad of security personnel ran toward them. Noticing the crowd at the Insure fried cake shop, a squad leader shouted at them, "Damn it. Everyone sit tight. I want to search each and every one of you." As the leader's voice fell, the security team began to drag and pull at anyone they deemed suspicious. "You, get up. Where do you live? What were you doing last night?" One of the security men approached Zhang Yang, standing arrogantly and demanding answers with flared nostrils. "Damn it. I'm asking you a question. Wasn't it you who had a hand in Captain Wang Wang's murder? The security man, noticing Zhang Yang's indifference, suddenly turned hostile. It seemed there was someone who dared to disregard their authority. Zhang Yang lifted his head, grasped the steaming soy milk, and splashed it directly onto the security man's face. He then stood up and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing into several tables before he finally came to a halt. The other security personnel rushed to their fallen comrade's side, observing as he writhed on the ground for a moment before suddenly going still. One of them extended a finger to check for breath beneath his nose. "He.S. dead. The dog is dead." The exclamation ignited the crowd's emotions. No one could believe that someone had dared to strike a member of the security team, let alone deliver a fatal blow. One kick to take down a dog. What immense strength. "You're courting death." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the irate captain of the guard caught sight of Zhang Yang striding towards him. Before he could articulate his command, his tone shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Open fire." The captain of the guard shouted, but before his inept subordinates could lift their weapons, Zhang Yang had already reached him, grasping his collar with a firm grip. In fluent Japanese, he demanded, "Do you wish to perish?" "Bakayuru." With a swift motion, he delivered a punch to the captain's abdomen, then seized the firearm slung at his waist, firing 3 shots into his thigh. "Ah!" The captain yelped in agony. Just as a squad of enemy soldiers came rushing toward the scene, the crowd parted, and Zhang Yang looked up to see the very sergeant who had summoned the Japanese officer for a meeting that fateful day. The sergeant recognized Zhang Yang and hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. "Sir, what has transpired here?" Zhang Yang glanced at the discarded trash in his hand before tossing it to the ground and brushing off his palms, declaring, "This trash attempted to shoot me." The sergeant's fury ignited instantly. How dare these traitorous dogs of Longhua bite the hand that feeds them? Take them all away. "Hi." The sergeant continued, "My apologies for my tardiness, sir." Zhang Yang patted the sergeant on the shoulder, responding, "It is not your fault. But I do not wish to see them again, understand?" "Hi." Zhang Yang nodded, then picked up a piece of red fried cake from the table, walking back while savoring it. The onlookers fell silent, and the proprietor of the Yin's red fried cake shop was utterly terrified, realizing that his esteemed client was, in fact, an enemy, and a formidable one at that. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet many displayed expressions of vindication. Though they loathed the enemy, they harbored an even deeper resentment for the traitors. Without these wretched beings, Longhua would not have sunk to such depths. They deserved their fate. Upon returning home, Zhang Yang settled on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. As he stared at the cigarette in his hand, memories of the precious foreign matches held dear by Commander Zhang at the regiment flooded his mind, along with the yellowed, unlit cigarettes. Had Chen Feng and his companions successfully evaded the enemy and delivered their message? Had Commander Zhang managed to avoid the enemy's sweep after receiving the news? Was that girl, Li Ziqing, still alive? And how would he convey the intelligence he held to Commander Zhang? Just as his thoughts drifted further away, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Zhang Yang sprang up from the sofa, gripping his pistol, but after a moment's hesitation, he set it down. Quietly, he approached the door and inquired, "Who is it?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a familiar voice rang out. "Brother, open the door. It's me and your sister-in-law, Chen Ning and Zhang Da." Zhang Yang was momentarily lost in thought. What could prompt the two of them to seek him out so early in the morning? He pondered whether to open the door, as no one had approached. Upon hearing Chen Ning's voice, he felt a slight sense of relief. Gently, he turned the door latch and peered through a narrow gap, confirming it was indeed only Chen Ning and Zhang Da outside. As soon as Zhang Da saw the door open, he squeezed inside and muttered, "I say, little brother, you've been rather discreet, yet you've gone and killed that traitor, Wang Wang. You have no idea, but those two, Xiao Er and Xiao San, have been tracked by the Special High Commission." Zhang Yang was taken aback by Zhang Da's words. He had completely overlooked this matter. "What has happened to Xiao Er and Xiao San?" Zhang Yang hurriedly inquired. Zhang Da remained silent, his gaze fixed on a red package resting on the coffee table. Sunlight streamed in, revealing a golden glow seeping through the seams of the red cloth. Noticing Zhang Da staring blankly at the gold bars, Chen Ning softly remarked, "I've already sent them out of the city, Zhang Yang. However, I must commend you for last night's work. Killing over a dozen traitors is quite impressive." Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. He found Chen Ning to be somewhat inscrutable. Yet since she had confirmed that Xiao Er and Xiao San had been safely dispatched, he felt assured. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together and smiled, saying, "Indeed, this task was not handled elegantly. Were it not for my sister-in-law, I would likely bear a lifetime of guilt. Come, Zhang Da, sister-in-law, please take a seat. Why stand around?" He quickly ushered Chen Ning and Zhang De onto the sofa. Zhang De's eyes had not left the gold bars on the table since he entered. He stared intently at the red envelope and asked, "Little brother, is this entire bundle filled with gold bars?" "Indeed," Zhang Yang replied with a chuckle. "I initially intended to acquire some pocket money, but I was astounded by Wang's wealth. This was uncovered from his mistress's residence." "Ah, little brother, such remarkable skill," Zhang De exclaimed, reaching out to touch the exposed gold bars, then extracting one. Though the bar was not large, roughly the size of a mobile phone, it felt quite heavy in his hand. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "If you fancy it, brother, take a couple for yourself, and perhaps a couple for sister-in-law to craft some jewelry." "Oh dear, this hardly seems right," Zhang De replied. "Look, my wife. I told you Zhang Yang is not a reckless person. Had you not sent Xiao Er and Xiao Sen away, Zhang Yang would have surely figured it out himself. Just look at this fellow. Not only did he eliminate so many traitors, but he also procured an abundance of gold bars. What a profitable venture." With a chuckle, Zhang De lifted his head, smiling at Zhang Yang. Although he posed a question, for gold bars had already found their way into his pocket. While his gaze remained fixated on the table, Chen Ning let out a huff. Instantly, Zhang De hurriedly smiled and said, "Wife, I'm merely holding on to these for you. Once we return, I'll hand them directly over. You see, they are rather heavy." "Humph." Chen Ning disregarded Zhang De and instead turned to Zhang Yang, inquiring, "Are you aware of who Hinata Aki is from the Taco class?" "Who is she?" Zhang Yang frowned, admitting he had not investigated. "She is the daughter of the enemy leader, the daughter of Akita Masao." "Indeed," Chen Ning affirmed, and thereafter, silence enveloped the room. Zhang Yang idly toyed with the gun in his hand, deep in thought, while Zhang De extended his hand to stroke the remaining gold bars, captivated by their texture, warmth, and hue. His affection for these treasures was undeniable. "Sister-in-law, what actions do you anticipate from Akita Masao next?" Zhang Yang softly queried. "What do you think?" Chen Ning countered without addressing Zhang Yang's question. Zhang Yang lowered his head in contemplation before responding, "Martial law throughout the city, increasing military force to suppress the Red Army, augmenting the secret police to purge the underground party within the city." Chen Ning smiled slightly, but remained silent. It was Zhang De who spoke. "Brother, you are spot on. Yet you may not fully grasp Akita Masao's character. He might not take any action at all. This enemy is capable of great restraint. Presently, there is a power shift in the Black Province, as a position of brigade commander is about to become vacant. Akita Masao is vying with another enemy for this brigade commander's role. If his daughter's situation impedes the current sweep operation, that position may very well fall to his rival. His rival is called Yamanotaro. Yamanotaro? Zhang Yang racked his brain but could not recall who that was. Overwhelmed by the plethora of enemies, after attending school, he could only remember a handful, such as someone named Koizumi and another called Boda. However, although Akita Masao may appear inactive on the surface, he commands a team of operatives beneath him. It is rumored these enemies are trained in the style of the German Special Forces, though it should be noted they are likely only marginally more formidable. German Special Forces? The Brandenburg Division? Zhang Yang mused, intrigued by the prospect of encountering this group of enemies. "Brother, you must exercise caution. Those operatives are not comparable to the Taco agents. I suggest you find a place to hide. Otherwise, how will you spend your wealth?" At this, Zhang De again stroked the gold on the table. Zhang Yang chuckled and remarked to Chen Ning, "I heard sister-in-law is the sister of Jiaorani." Chen Ning glanced at Zhang Yang, then at Zhang De, and asked, "Heard from where?" Sensing Chen Ning's gaze, Zhang De felt a twinge of unease. He stood and said, "Brother, I urgently need to use your restroom." "Wife, engage in a good conversation with my brother." Chen Ning merely shot Zhang De a glare and quietly regarded Zhang Yang, saying, "What, Zhang Yang? Seeing Wang making such a profit, do you wish to seek a path to treachery through Jiaorani?" In the restroom, Zhang Da's heart raced, nearly leaping to his throat upon hearing Chen Ning's words. Disregarding everything else, he poked his head out from the restroom and spoke, "Wife, how can you speak of my younger brother like that? Get lost." "All right then." Chapter 13. The Lone Wolf. Zhang Yang? Are you a traitor? Zhang Yang chuckled, flicking off the ash from his cigarette, seemingly unfazed by Chen Ning's words. "Sister-in-law, do you know about Sato, that rascal?" "Sato, the captain of a brigade? How do you know him?" "Hee. At that banquet, I engaged with him under the guise of a recently arrived Japanese. I have already gained his trust." "Did he truly believe you were Japanese?" Chen Ning inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, I sense it's more than mere trust." Zhang Yang recalled Sato's demeanor upon leaving. Perhaps he had mentally constructed an image of himself as the son of a prominent family from the island nation. "I believe, if I leverage the connections of Jiaorani, my identity could be further solidified. Having the identity of a Japanese businessman would, I imagine, enable me to navigate Harbin with greater ease. Moreover, utilizing the guise of a Japanese merchant to earn their money is, in essence, a strategy to undermine their strength, is it not? With the gold on the table, I could reap tenfold profits, all from the Japanese. Sister-in-law, do you not find this advantageous? Zhang Yang said with a grin. Brother, what are you saying? Turning one piece of gold into 10? I must be included in this venture. Zhang Yang's head slowly emerged from the restroom. He could not miss out on such a lucrative opportunity. Chen Ning shot him a glare before scrutinizing Zhang Yang further. The man before her became increasingly enigmatic. After a moment of contemplation, she said, when you have time, I'll arrange for you to meet Jiaorini. The north wind howled. The previous heavy snowfall had hardly ceased for 2 days, and today the sky was a dull gray, with snowflakes the size of thumbs drifting down. At this moment, Commander Zhang had just made camp. Since Chen Feng arrived at the command center, Commander Zhang had assembled the troops. They had only been stationed in Wanlong Township for a couple of days, yet the Japanese had managed to locate their position. Everything indicated that there was a traitor within the Red Army. Commander Zhang entered the room, noticing that the political commissar had just set down the telegram he received. He immediately asked, what news from the brigade headquarters? The brigade commander mentioned they just returned from the division headquarters and urged us to uncover the internal traitor. Upon hearing the political commissar's words, Commander Zhang sighed. He too wished to unearth the traitor swiftly, but where to begin? Just then, Li Ziqing knocked on the door, holding a roll of bandages, and entered. Commander, it's time for a change of dressings. Commander Zhang nodded and removed his clothing. Li Ziqing unwrapped the bandages, revealing a wound that had begun to fester. Carefully, he opened a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and used tweezers to delicately clean the wound with cotton. Commander Zhang slightly furrowed his brow and said to the political commissar, Old Li, roll me a cigarette. Political commissar Li Shiji nodded, rolling the cigarette before asking, what about the matches? Commander Zhang drew a match from his pocket and handed it to the political commissar, who took one, struck it gently, but it failed to ignite. He tried again with another match, yet still, it did not catch fire. Observing this, Commander Zhang muttered, goodness, everyone is wasting matches. No wonder Zhang Yang couldn't light one after several attempts. These matches must have absorbed moisture. Ah, speaking of Zhang Yang. His words abruptly ceased. Li Ziqing instinctively looked up, recalling the moment during the enemy's attack when Zhang Yang had dashed out, lying atop a mound to fire at the foes. And her grip unconsciously tightened. Ziqing, that hurts. Commander Zhang grimaced, baring his teeth. Realizing her mistake, Li Ziqing quickly released her hold, casting an apologetic glance at the commander. At that moment, the commissar, deep in thought, suddenly interjected. Do you think the lone wolf could be Zhang Yang? Is he the lone wolf? Old Li, are you suggesting that this kid is still alive? Commander Zhang expressed disbelief, recalling that they had discovered Zhang Yang was missing during the head count. They had all presumed he had fallen, and Li Ziqing had even wept over the loss. Indeed, it is quite possible. The fire support we received back then was from this young man. What? Zhang Yang could single-handedly match an enhanced company? Don't be ridiculous. Commander Zhang shot a glance at Li Ziqing and exchanged a knowing look with the commissar. I have a strong intuition that Zhang Yang would not easily perish on the battlefield. He possesses an unusual aura. What intuition? This lad is extraordinary, the commissar said earnestly. Ah, Commander Zhang thumped his thigh, addressing the commissar, why are we speculating? Let us have Chen Feng come and describe the lone wolf's appearance. If the lone wolf truly is Zhang Yang, then I believe we have a way to identify the mole within our ranks. Commander Zhang insisted as he summoned Chen Feng. However, before he could speak further, Li Ziqing inadvertently gripped too tightly again, causing Commander Zhang to wince. Commander, our supplies are running low. The soldiers still require a great deal of antiseptic. Hearing Li Ziqing's words, Commander Zhang sighed. It wasn't just medicine that was scarce. They were lacking in food, clothing, shelter, weapons, and even medicine. Everything was crucial in this frigid environment. Yet, the enemy's blockade was severe, and they had narrowly escaped the sweep, largely thanks to the lone wolf's information. Surviving in such a tight spot was exceedingly difficult. Shortly after, a soldier entered, escorting Chen Feng. Comrade Chen Feng, please take a seat. We summoned you to describe the appearance of the lone wolf. Upon hearing Commander Zhang's request, Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he stood abruptly from his seat. The lone wolf had explicitly told him he was from the 1st Regiment. How could Commander Zhang possibly be unaware of his appearance? What do you intend to do? Chen Feng's alertness surged instantly. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Even if he were to perish here, he would never divulge the information regarding the lone wolf. What? Chen Feng's words momentarily left Commander Zhang in a state of shock. He had merely intended to verify whether that lone wolf was Zhang Yang, yet the reaction was far more pronounced than anticipated. The political commissar, perceiving the situation, swiftly elucidated Chun Feng's inner thoughts, alleviating his concerns. Are you suggesting that the lone wolf arrived in Harbin not long ago? And then he infiltrated the enemy's regiment to procure intelligence? Are we indeed speaking of the same individual? The impression I have of the lone wolf is that of a seasoned veteran in underground intelligence operations. Commander Zhang exchanged glances with his companions, their resolve beginning to waver. Could it be that the lone wolf is not Zhang Yang, and that Zhang Yang truly fell on the battlefield? What does the lone wolf look like? Li Ziqing inquired at that moment. Chen Feng began to recall Zhang Yang's features, simultaneously describing them to the three individuals before him. Well, the lone wolf has a nose, not large, and a mouth, also not substantial, with two ears that are rather, appropriately sized. What on earth is this description? Chen Feng's account nearly left Commander Zhang in disbelief. Is he perhaps oval-faced, with relatively large eyes, and eyebrows shaped like this? Moreover, does he have a black mole on the lower left side of his neck? Li Ziqing elaborated while gesturing to Chen Feng. Chen Feng clapped his hands, rising excitedly as he exclaimed, "Yes, that is precisely the lone wolf. Young lady, your description is spot on." Commander Zhang slapped his forehead, thoroughly impressed with this young man. Realizing he had keen eyes, is it truly Zhang Yang? Goodness, this lad possesses such remarkable skills. Are all the spies from the military intelligence this capable? Commander Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing, having received Chun Feng's confirmation, visibly relaxed. Zhang Yang was alive. What splendid news. The political commissar wore an expression of "I knew it all along." At that moment, the four individuals in the room bore various expressions. Yet all were equally astonished by Zhang Yang's prowess. What a talent. I initially thought that lad was jesting. Oldly, it is your fault. Such a gifted individual should have been in combat rather than relegated to intelligence work under my command. Commander Zhang muttered, contemplating that if Zhang Yang could lead an enhanced platoon single-handedly, even if the political commissar were replaced, he would still wish to retain Zhang Yang. The political commissar merely rolled his eyes at Commander Zhang, recalling someone who had commented on Zhang Yang's slight stature, fearing he might be slain on the battlefield. However, he chose not to engage further with Commander Zhang and instead turned to Chen Feng, saying, "Comrade Chen Feng, I believe you are now aware that we have an enemy pawn embedded within our ranks. However, it appears to be exceedingly challenging to identify this piece from within." Upon hearing the words of the political commissar, Commander Zhang promptly replied, "Thus, I need you to make a trip to Harbin and inform the lone wolf, urging him to assist us in identifying the traitor among us. If possible, procure a supply of anti-inflammatory medication. We are desperately short on medical supplies. However, this must be done without exposing the lone wolf's identity. If he can be of assistance, let him lend a hand. But be sure to emphasize that his safety is paramount." Upon listening to Commander Zhang's words, Chen Feng nodded gravely. At that moment, the political commissar, who had been pondering nearby, interjected, "I believe it would be wiser for Chen Feng to refrain from going. After all, we cannot ascertain whether they have already been compromised. I shall make the journey to Harbin, as it would be more prudent." Commander Zhang took a deep drag from his cigarette, glanced between the political commissar and Chen Feng, and ultimately nodded in agreement. "You are right, Oldly. We shall proceed as you suggest." Chapter 14. Entering the city in the northern lands, a breathtaking spectacle unfolds. 1,000 miles are encased in ice, while 10,000 miles are blanketed in snow. Although it is already March, heavy snowfall continues to descend upon this black earth. The political commissar, accompanied by a soldier, trudges through the wind and snow toward Harbin. Following their decision that night, the political commissar set out immediately, utilizing the only motorcycle in their possession, captured from the enemy, to reach the outskirts of Harbin before proceeding on foot. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered enemy soldiers conducting searches. The political commissar surveyed the scene and, lowering his hat, inquired of a local villager entering the city, "My fellow countrymen, what is happening? Why is the situation so tense?" The villager scrutinized the political commissar before responding in a hushed tone, Wang, that traitor, has been slain by a hero. Now, they are searching the entire city for that hero. Wang is dead? That is truly remarkable." The political commissar exclaimed. "Let me tell you, not only has Wang perished, but I have heard that several other traitors have met the same fate. Is this not a splendid turn of events? By heavens, if I were a decade younger, I would join the Red Army without hesitation to fight the invaders and eliminate the traitors." The political commissar listened in increasing astonishment as the villager spoke. This fellow is brazenly reaping the harvest under the very noses of the enemy? Do you know who is responsible for the deaths of these traitors? He pressed. The villager eyed the political commissar warily, taking a few steps back, and asked, "What do you intend to do? Do not question me. I know nothing." With that, the villager turned and walked away, leaving the political commissar alone, bewildered in the wind, clearly having been mistaken for a traitor himself. However, rather than inciting anger, this misunderstanding brought him great joy, one reason being the demise of the notorious traitor Wang Wang. The political commissar knew that if there were two prominent traitors in Harbin, Wang Wang would certainly be one, the other being Jiaorani. However, the actions of Wang Wang are overtly aimed at severing the lineage, while in contrast, Jiaorani's dealings with the Japanese are far more insidious. Surreptitiously devouring the resources of the Dragon Nation, employing capitalistic means to siphon the sweat and toil of its people for the benefit of the Japanese. The second aspect is the villagers' recognition of the Red Army. Though life is arduous, there exists a profound trust and confidence in them. With this thought, the political commissar smiled faintly and strode forward. Upon reaching the enemy, the commissar adopted a cautious demeanor. "Your Excellency, we are but humble citizens." The Japanese soldiers searched the commissar's person but found nothing amiss, shifting their gaze to the soldiers behind him. Before they could approach, a foul stench of pig excrement wafted toward them. "Baka, get lost." The Japanese soldiers, visibly disgusted, refrained from taking action. The commissar bowed respectfully and led the soldiers into the city of Harbin. Once they had distanced themselves from the city gates, the commissar remarked to the soldier trailing him, "You see, Zicheng, had you not been smeared with pig excrement, the Japanese would surely have searched you, and you would have resisted. If they had conducted a search, it could have led to our exposure." The person following the commissar was Li Zicheng, who had insisted on accompanying him. Claiming familiarity with Zhang Yang that would facilitate better communication than the commissar could provide. Yet, who could ignore Li Zicheng's ulterior motives? This task posed minimal danger as long as one exercised caution, which is why she was allowed to accompany him. "Commissar, what of the Yin's red fried cake? Come with me." At that moment, Zhang Yang was seated at the stall of Yin's red fried cake, sipping soy milk and savoring the cakes. He had arranged with Chun Feng that upon receiving news, they would reconvene at the stall, with a meeting time set for 9 o'clock in the morning. For the past 2 days, Zhang Yang had arrived around 8:30, indulging in breakfast until 9:30, after which he would leave. If neither of them arrived by then, he would contemplate searching the vicinity of Wanlong Township for his unit. Just as he took a sip of soy milk, he noticed 2 men in patched clothing sitting before him, their stench driving away the other patrons. "Boss, I'll have a bowl of soy milk." The proprietor, pinching his nose, brought a serving to the table before hastily retreating. "Li Zicheng?" Zhang Yang thought the voice sounded familiar. Rising, he walked forward and called into the stall, "Boss, these two reek." The owner, hearing Zhang Yang's exclamation, rushed out. Ever since that day, he had refrained from accepting Zhang Yang's payment. Wondering why this giant of a foreigner had such an affinity for his red fried cakes, visiting every morning without fail. "Your Excellency, please, do not be angered. These two are merely villagers, good citizens." The proprietor, left with no choice, approached Li Zicheng and the other individual, stating, "You two, I must say, your presence is rather overwhelming, and it significantly affects my establishment. How about I treat you to this bowl of soybean milk, and you take your leave?" Leaning closer, he whispered in a hushed tone, "There is a notorious figure among you. You should leave quickly. Just 2 days ago, someone was murdered here." Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng subtly raised her head and was taken aback to discover it was none other than Zhang Yang. Wasn't he a lone wolf? How had he transformed into such a menacing figure? Bewildered, she discreetly nudged the political commissar. Zhang Yang cast a fleeting glance at the brooding man and confirmed it was indeed Li Zicheng, recognizing her by the small mole beside her brow. She muttered softly, and the political commissar beside her, too, was recognized by Zhang Yang. Having identified them, Zhang Yang achieved his objective and waved dismissively at the proprietor, saying, "Let them dine here, as they are citizens of the empire. Please send some more to me at number 36 Dao Li, and don't forget, will the payment suffice?" "How could I dare accept your money, esteemed sir?" The proprietor stammered, terrified, as he hesitated to take the coins Zhang Yang offered. Zhang Yang merely tossed the money onto the table and turned to leave. "Fortunately, today the gentleman is in good spirits. Otherwise, you two might have met with some bloodshed." The proprietor patted his chest, nearly frightened to death, realizing the two before him were not the usual ruffians of the guard. The political commissar inquired perplexedly, "What was that gentleman earlier? Do they enjoy red fried cakes as well?" "Hush! Speak softly, there are many spies around. Just remember, that figure is not to be trifled with," the proprietor urgently cautioned, hastily retreating into the shop to prepare buns for Zhang Yang. The political commissar looked at Li Ziqing and suddenly asked, "What should we do? It seems Zhang Yang has become one of them. Should we leave?" Li Ziqing raised her head slightly, her eyes alight with determination as she replied, "Commissar, while I may be naive, I am not foolish. I can discern that Zhang Yang directed us to find him at number 36 Dowley." The political commissar felt a bit embarrassed, as he had initially intended to tease the innocent girl. After Zhang Yang departed from the stall, he felt a sense of relief. The political commissar and Li Ziqing's arrival indicated that Chen Feng and his companion had survived and communicated their message to the army. However, why had they come to seek him? Zhang Yang hastened towards his dwelling. No sooner had he entered than a mere 2 minutes passed before someone knocked on the door. Upon opening it, he found one of the staff from the fried cake shop. After dismissing the worker, he waited a while longer, and sure enough, there came another knock. As he approached the door, he caught a whiff of a foul odor akin to pig manure, and a smile spread across his face. Indeed, the main guest had arrived. Upon opening the door, a small dark-faced individual stepped inside, followed closely by the political commissar, who took a moment to survey the surroundings before entering the room. "Zhang Yang, I must say, I am quite astonished. You possess remarkable audacity, infiltrating the enemy's regiment to gather intelligence, and even eliminating the notorious traitor Wang. I did not misjudge your capabilities. You truly have the makings of an intelligence operative. Moreover, what is this? How have you assumed the guise of the enemy? Were it not for your mention of a location, I would have suspected you had defected." As he closed the door, the political commissar embraced Zhang Yang warmly, scrutinizing him with an approving smile. "Ah, it seems the political commissar has a discerning eye, guiding me towards clarity," Zhang Yang replied with a chuckle. "You, my friend, are quite the smooth talker." The commissar playfully punched Zhang Yang on the chest before beginning to inspect the room Zhang Yang resided in. The living room was spacious, approximately 20 square meters, and furnished with heating. Even in his thick cotton coat, the warmth was palpable. The furniture boasted a European style, and in his lifetime, he had rarely entered such a room, let alone reside in one. "You, my friend, certainly live well. Huh, political commissar, what brings you and Ziqing to Harbin? Shall I arrange for a delightful dinner for you both this evening? What? You possess a list of spies. What to eat? I am in dire urgency." The political commissar abruptly pulled Zhang Yang over to sit beside him. "Is there anything you require of me?" Zhang Yang inquired, as the conversation shifted to serious matters. The political commissar's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "I believe you can discern the gravity of our situation. The location of our troops may have been compromised by spies planted within our ranks, possibly by Japanese operatives or traitors. We have initiated an internal search, but we may require your assistance. Can you devise a scheme to provoke some events in Harbin that might lure the spies out? Additionally, our unit is in dire need of medical supplies. Many of our soldiers' wounds have become infected," Li Ziqing added. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The issue of Japanese spies seemed manageable. Although Wang's list raised suspicions, Zhang Yang reasoned that in such circumstances, a person like Wang would not jeopardize his life to protect the enemy's secrets. However, acquiring medical supplies posed a more significant challenge. Given the tight control the enemy exerted over such resources, I do possess a list of traitors, which holds some credibility. As for the medical supplies, that is indeed a troublesome matter. However, if we leverage this list of traitors effectively, we could not only eliminate the spies, but also mount a counteroffensive. With proper planning, procuring medical supplies should not be an insurmountable obstacle. "What?" the political commissar exclaimed, his tone twisting with disbelief, expressing the utmost astonishment at Zhang Yang's declaration. He had merely sought Zhang Yang's thoughts on potential solutions, yet this young man had boldly claimed to possess a list of spies. How remarkable! "Do you claim to possess a list? What list is it, and who provided it to you? Where's this list?" The political commissar abruptly rose from his seat. An expression of urgency etched across his face as he gazed at Zhang Yang. Initially, he merely intended for Zhang Yang to exert himself in Harbin. However, he never anticipated that this rascal would possess a list of spies. Zhang Yang had only arrived in Harbin a few days ago, yet he had already disseminated intelligence, eliminated Wang, and now held a list of spies. "You truly are like a worm in my belly, knowing precisely what I desire," he exclaimed. "Comrade Zhang Yang, upon your return, I shall recommend you for first-class merit." Zhang Yang chuckled and replied, "That seems rather inappropriate. I have done so little. It's merely that I have scaled a couple of walls these past few days, nothing of great significance." The political commissar smirked, scaling a couple of walls. "If that could yield a list of spies, I would do it daily. Quickly, present the list to me. I wish to see it." The political commissar was visibly anxious. Yet, Zhang Yang pressed him back into his seat and said, I fear that if I give it to you, you may not be able to contain yourself. This matter requires a measured approach. We must proceed together. You rascal, the political commissar retorted, though he managed to temper his impatience. At that moment, Li Ziqing interjected. Are there no issues with the medicines? Zhang Yang tapped Li Ziqing gently on the head and replied, When have I ever deceived you? However, I must reassess the situation at noon to examine the feasibility of implementation. Do not strike my head. My mother warned me that being touched on the head by others could diminish one's intelligence. If we have the medicines, it could significantly reduce the casualties among our soldiers. Zhang Yang exchanged a knowing glance with the political commissar, and they both erupted into hearty laughter. You two find a place to settle down. I must step out for a while to discuss a few matters with Jiaorini. However, I will need to alter my plan slightly. It's not convenient for you to accompany me. The political commissar nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang then retrieved a handful of money from his pocket and placed it in the political commissar's hand. Commissar, take Ziqing out to explore Harbin and buy her some delicious treats. Comrade Ziqing, upon my return, I shall present you with a lovely cup, Zhang Yang said, directing his words towards Li Ziqing. She huffed, turning away, yet the upward curve of her lips betrayed her feigned aloofness. After sending the pair off, Zhang Yang set forth for the hotel they had previously agreed upon. He had already arranged with Chun Ning to meet Jiaorini at noon to discuss potential business matters. However, he also intended to visit the Japanese unit to seek out Sato, as his presence would be advantageous regarding the medicine issue. As he traversed the road, Zhang Yang noticed a jeep entering through the city gates. Through the glass, he could distinctly see Sato, the Japanese soldier, seated in the front. This was fortuitous, sparing him the weariness of a lengthy journey. Observing Sato's grim expression brought Zhang Yang immense delight, and he waved at Sato. Stop the vehicle. From a distance, Sato spotted Zhang Yang standing by the roadside, calling out to the driver, who then halted the vehicle beside him. Jinqing-kun, it has been a while. Sato-kun, indeed it has. Where have you been these past few days? I wish to discuss some advantageous matters with you, but could not find you. What advantageous matters? Jinqing-kun, you are unaware. The inept officials from the Special High Police have managed to leak our plans to besiege the Dragon Kingdom's army. Our recent expedition yielded no results. With that, Sato stamped his foot in frustration. It seemed the Japanese had their own way of shifting blame, Zhang Yang mused internally. Oh, Sato-kun, do not dwell on unpleasant matters. Our empire will inevitably incorporate the Dragon Kingdom into its fold. As fate would have it, I am en route to negotiate some business with Jiaorini. Why not accompany me? Did I not mention that the wealth of the empire's tycoon is unattainable, yet a life of luxury should not pose an issue? Business? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow at Sato, mimicking a gesture of money being pinched. Business, money, indeed plentiful. Sato's eyes lit up. Jinqing-kun truly was a generous soul. And Sato's judgment had proven astute. Jinqing-kun, please, get in the car. I will have my soldiers drive us. All right, Sato-kun, lead the way. The car jostled along the bumpy road, and no matter how Zhang Yang seated himself, he found no comfort in the rigid vehicle, which lacked even the slightest shock absorption. Fortunately, Harbin was not extensive, and they arrived at their agreed-upon destination in under 10 minutes. Jinqing-kun, after you. Zhang Yang nodded, relishing the treatment of having a Japanese soldier open the door for him. Seeing Zhang Yang emerge from the Japanese car, with a soldier even holding the door for him, Chun Ning's previous doubts about his words dissipated. Zhang Yang certainly harbors many secrets, she mused. Jiaorini noticed Chun Ning gazing out the window, his gaze following hers. Captain Sato? He is here as well? Chun Ning chuckled lightly and remarked, the Japanese captain is accompanying the person you arranged to meet. You arranged for someone from the island nation? Jiaorini looked at Chun Ning in disbelief, wondering if she had reconsidered her ambitions of being a spy for the military intelligence. But what could have prompted such a sudden change? It was only when the cigarette he held burned his fingers that Jiaorini snapped back to reality, hastily rising to head outside. If Chun Ning truly had shifted her stance, it would be fortuitous, for in Jiaorini's eyes, the might of the Japanese army meant that the lands of the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably fall to them. In such a scenario, the identity of a military spy would not bode well. Most importantly, if Chun Ning were discovered, he would fare no better. This was why Jiaorini chose not to expose her, but instead to protect her identity. Chapter 16. Tarachi-kun, I wish to establish a pharmaceutical factory. Captain Sato, it has been a while. Sato merely nodded indifferently at Jiaorini before turning to Zhang Yang and saying, Tarachi-kun, let us proceed inside. Jiaorini displayed no sign of perceiving any negativity in Sato's demeanor. His face remained adorned with a smile. With a slight arching of his back, he extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. embodying the role of a sycophant with remarkable finesse. Zhang Yang entered the room first, and as Sato followed, Jia Reni promptly moved ahead, leading the way and guiding both Zhang Yang and his companion to a private room on the upper floor. Upon entering, Zhang Yang spotted Chen Ning seated within. He stepped forward, extending his hand as he spoke. "Miss Chun, I must trouble you once again." Chen Ning reciprocated with a courteous exchange, engaging briefly with Zhang Yang before acknowledging Sato with a nod. Sato returned the gesture and settled himself in his seat, attended to by Jia Reni. "Since my arrival in your esteemed country, I have heard much about Mr. Jia's esteemed reputation. Your contributions to our empire's economy are significant," Zhang Yang remarked in fluent Mandarin, causing Jia Reni to pause momentarily before rising to express his gratitude. "You flatter me. Serving the empire is my duty." "Indeed," Zhang Yang replied, glancing at Sato. "Mr. Jia is indeed a commendable citizen." Sato nodded in agreement. "Mr. Jia, you are aware that I have come to discuss potential business ventures with you, correct?" "Yes, indeed, my lord. Miss Ning has mentioned your intentions. What kind of business do you have in mind?" "What business?" Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to Jia Reni with a smile. "Mr. Jia, what do you think would be a lucrative venture for me?" Jia Reni hesitated, acutely aware of the implications of his response. Should he make a recommendation that failed to yield profit, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of Sato's displeasure. A risk not to be taken lightly given the temperament of islanders. "Business largely depends on your preferences, my lord. I believe you could profit from any endeavor you choose." "Oh," Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. "What do you think of opening a restaurant?" "That would be feasible. With your esteemed reputation, a restaurant is sure to thrive." Jia Reni quickly assented. "Indeed, the culinary delights of our empire will surely captivate the people of this land," Zhang Yang remarked, addressing Sato. "Oh, how I long for the flavors of our empire's sushi, udon, and tempura. Mr. Sato, I believe we ought to establish a restaurant, not only to indulge in the tastes of our homeland, but also to introduce our empire to the people of Longhua." Sato, wholeheartedly convinced, nodded in agreement, having adopted the role of Zhang Yang's business partner and finding merit in his recent statements. "However, I believe that merely opening a restaurant may not be sufficient to ensure substantial profits. I wonder if Mr. Jia has connections in the pharmaceutical industry?" "A pharmaceutical factory?" Jia Reni was taken aback. "Mr. Sato," he interjected, "this could be somewhat more complicated." "Complicated? Mr. Sato, do you not realize the potential profits from a pharmaceutical factory?" Sato, after a moment of contemplation, bowed his head in deference to Zhang Yang, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, Mr. Sato." Sato-kun, not only does our empire require medicine, but faraway Europe, England, France, Germany, Italy, and Russia are entangled in war. Countless individuals are injured daily. You mentioned that if our pharmaceutical company could export to Europe, earning 9 yen for each injury, with 90,000 people utilizing our medications, how much profit would we amass? The calculations seem daunting for those who struggle with arithmetic. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yang interjected, "We would earn 810,000 yen. Sato was momentarily taken aback, then applauded, exclaiming, "Indeed, Sigua, Teranai-kun, your mathematical prowess is impressive." Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively and continued, "But what if there were 1 million people? Or 10 million? What if we earned 10 or even 100 yen per instance? Sato-kun, if the two of us owned a pharmaceutical factory upon the empire's triumph, we would possess boundless wealth. At that time, you could acquire a luxurious vehicle, a private jet, vast expanses of land, and hire 100 individuals to serve your mother." The thought of employing 100 people to care for his mother, who had toiled tirelessly to raise him alone, brought tears to Sato's eyes. "Teranai-kun, we must establish a pharmaceutical factory. Jiasang, I entrust this endeavor to you." Turning to Jia Reni, Sato's attitude had shifted dramatically. Zhang Yang took a sip of tea. Having grasped Sato's inner thoughts with considerable clarity since their first encounter, employing the Barnum effect to bridge the distance between them. Through their conversation, he discerned Sato's character and inclinations, all under Zhang Yang's control. "Ah, by the way, Mr. Jia, how is your pharmaceutical factory doing? Please provide Sato-kun with a batch of medicine. I've heard that the cleansing operations have commenced, and our soldiers require medication to safeguard their lives. Am I correct, Sato-kun?" "Indeed," Teranai-kun affirmed. "Since Jiasang is in the pharmaceutical business, our battalion is in dire need of supplies. Find a time to deliver them to us." "Ah, but Captain Sato, this is against protocol. The medications from the factory are distributed uniformly by the regiment. I lack the authority," Jia Reni lamented. "Baka," Sato exclaimed, taken aback by Jia Reni's audacity to refuse him, which would be an embarrassment before Teranai-kun. He was on the verge of drawing his weapon to eliminate Jia Reni, but was halted by Zhang Yang. Sato-kun, let us negotiate business with Mr. Jia. Business must, of course, be conducted through appropriate means. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Sato nodded, acknowledging, indeed, as Taranai-kun mentioned, I am not well versed in business matters and shall rely on Taranai-kun's guidance. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, producing a gold bar from his pocket and slowly sliding it across the table towards Jiaorini. Mr. Jia, I intend to purchase pharmaceuticals from Mr. Sato with this gold bar. As Zhang Yang spoke in a calm and nonchalant tone, Jiaorini felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized that if he were to refuse Zhang Yang's offer, Sato would undoubtedly draw his weapon and eliminate him. Mr. Jia? Zhang Yang tapped lightly on the table, remarking casually, do you require us to request your cooperation again? Chapter 17. Suzuki Kojiro. Hearing Zhang Yang's final remark, Jiaorini was nearly paralyzed with fear. His legs weakened, and he grasped the table for support. Taranai-sama, no. Rest assured, I will ensure the pharmaceuticals reach Captain Sato's unit. Please, take the gold bar back. I would never dare accept the Empire's money. Humph. Sato glared at Jiaorini, who understood that if he continued to refuse, even Zhang Yang would be unable to prevent Sato from executing him. How could he dare to defy the Empire twice? We are engaged in business. Transactions must be settled with clarity. I shall add 2 more bars. Mr. Jia, please select a tavern for me and a location for a factory, and include an additional 2 bars for the procurement of pharmaceutical equipment. Is that sufficient, Mr. Jia? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Jiaorini felt a bitter taste in his mouth. What kind of nonsensical business was this? Although Zhang Yang never explicitly stated that refusal would lead to his demise, every word dripped with menace. Such a person was far more formidable than Sato sitting beside him. 5 gold bars were insufficient even to purchase the equipment, let alone rent a tavern, secure a factory, and hire workers. Yet, Jiaorini dared not refuse. He silently recited to himself that suffering could be a blessing, hoping to appease the 2 gentlemen for his own comfort. Taranai-sama is jesting. This gold is more than sufficient. Zhang Yang nodded and added, if that is the case, might I trouble Mr. Jia to also locate a textile factory for me? During the meal, Zhang Yang savored his food, wiping his mouth with the handkerchief offered by Jiaorini. He turned to Sato and said, Mr. Sato, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a chef from the tavern for our troops so that we may enjoy the flavors of home. Indeed, Taranai-kun is absolutely correct. I will take care of this matter. Sato replied, since time is still on our side, shall we visit Mr. Jia's pharmaceutical factory for a tour and some learning? What do you think, Mr. Sato? As Sato nodded in agreement, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by a soldier entering the room, one who drove for Sato. Commander Sato, the regiment has received orders. Please return to the headquarters for a meeting. Sato nodded and then gestured to Zhang Yang. I am afraid I cannot accompany you to the pharmaceutical factory for study, Taranai-kun. Zhang Yang displayed a look of regret and replied, no worries. I will go and learn from Mr. Jia. I appreciate your understanding, Taranai-kun. Sato stood and bowed to Zhang Yang, who helped him up. After bidding farewell to Sato, Zhang Yang turned to Mr. Jia and said, shall we proceed? At the regiment's headquarters, just as Sato reached the vicinity of the meeting room, he overheard the roar of the brigade commander from within. Someone has killed our dog on our territory. There is an old saying in Long Country, one must consider the owner when beating a dog. This group is blatantly challenging the dignity of our empire. Kojiro, I have summoned you back precisely for this matter. You must track down this rat and make him aware of our empire's might. Once the meeting room fell silent, Sato knocked and entered. The room was already filled with attendees, and in this era, meetings without prior notice were common. Arriving late was of little consequence. However, Sato's attention was drawn to the unfamiliar face seated to the left of Akita Masanori in the 3rd position. It seemed to be the aforementioned Kojiro. Now that everyone is present, our primary focus for this meeting is to outline the upcoming sweep operations. The brigade commander is highly dissatisfied with our previous sweep tasks, so each of you must exert your utmost effort this time. I do not wish to trouble the 2nd Brigade to assist us in our sweep operations. Upon hearing Akita Masanori's words, Sato's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Akita said little, all present understood that the division commander was likely to be reassigned, leaving a vacancy to be filled among the 3 brigade commanders. It appeared the brigade commander aimed to contend for that position. The meeting continued, primarily revolving around the allocation of tasks to each regiment. As the brigade leader, Sato was naturally assigned a sector for the sweep operations. However, his attention drifted away from the meeting, his thoughts wandering to the prospect of the pharmaceutical factory opening and the ensuing wealth he would amass. Taranai-kun considered the long-term ramifications. After the empire's victory, how could one continue to amass wealth without a business to manage? future life may not be as enjoyable. Wasn't his enlistment aimed at achieving prominence and contributing to the empire for personal glory and wealth? Allow me to introduce this gentleman. This is Suzuki Kojiro, the captain of the Special Operations Team. His recall is intended to expedite the elimination of Long Country's intelligence personnel. Suzuki Kojiro, dressed in Special Forces attire, stood from his seat and bowed to Akita Masanori. I assure you, we will accomplish the task. Everyone present, please cooperate with Kojiro-san to identify the intelligence agents in Harbin. As the crowd exchanged glances, they all rose to their feet. Hurry up. Akita Masanobu observed this with satisfaction, nodding before waving his hand to signal the end of the meeting. Upon hearing Akita's command, everyone began to exit the conference room slowly. However, just as Sato was about to leave, he noticed Suzuki Kojiro approaching him, who then addressed Sato, saying, Sato-kun? Yes? Is there something you need, Suzuki-kun? Sato replied. Suzuki Kojiro smiled and inquired, I heard from Miss Hinata that you interacted with a person from the Dragon Kingdom at the previous banquet. Banquet? What banquet? Sato furrowed his brow. The birthday banquet of Commander Akita. Sato pondered. At the banquet, he had only conversed with Zhang Yang, having exchanged few words with others from the Empire, let alone anyone from the Dragon Kingdom. How could that madwoman Hinata smear his reputation like this? No. I believe Miss Hinata must have remembered incorrectly. Is there anything else, Suzuki-kun? If not, I have some matters to attend to and cannot chat further. Oh, nothing else. I just wanted to ask who you were speaking with that day. What do you mean? Are you suspecting I have ties with intelligence agents from the Dragon Kingdom? Sato's anger surged as he recalled the deranged expression of Hinata from that alley, igniting a flame within him. Suzuki-kun, I have matters to attend to. I cannot indulge you any longer. Chapter 18. Special Operations Team. At dusk, as the clock struck 5, the sun had dipped behind the mountains, leaving only a soft golden hue in the sky. Your Excellency, I am uncertain about the type of medicine you wish to produce. Whatever the Empire requires, I shall produce. I trust Mr. Jia is more knowledgeable in this area than I am. Zhang Yang replied cheerfully to Jiarini. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Jiarini nearly slapped himself in disbelief. Why ask such a foolish question? Was he digging his own grave? Being the director of this wretched factory might yield no profit, and he could end up losing money. Your Excellency, I believe my sister Qinning would be a more suitable choice. You are familiar with my sister, and I have other business to attend to. Perhaps I could help you cultivate Qinning to manage it? Hearing Jiarini's suggestion, a smile crept onto Zhang Yang's face. He had been waiting for this. Oh, Miss Qinning is indeed a fitting candidate. Zhang Yang nodded as the vehicle entered the city of Harbin. Just as he was about to ask Jiarini to stop the car, he glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly noticed two individuals on the left side of the road, frequently glancing at their vehicle and whispering to each other. Are they following me? Or are they tailing Jiarini? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating the identities of these two individuals. Mr. Jia, after reflecting on your significant assistance today, I recall an old saying from the Dragon Kingdom. If you wish for the horse to run, you must feed it grass. I must treat you to a meal. I have not misspoken, have I? Zhang Yang smiled amiably at Jiarini. At this moment, Jiarini felt an inner turmoil. Yet he maintained a facade of flattery, saying, This trivial matter is of no consequence. It is truly an honor for me, Jiarini, to dine with you, sir. Zhang Yang nodded, though his thoughts were not on Jiarini. Instead, he glanced through the rearview mirror and noticed two agents observing as Jiarini's car started once again. After a hushed conversation, one agent followed closely behind, while the other vanished from sight. Seizing the opportunity to exit the vehicle, Zhang Yang leaned toward Qinning and whispered, Their essay tail behind us. Are they monitoring Jiarini? Qinning discreetly cast a glance at the shadowing agent, furrowing his brow as he replied, I'm not sure. Call Zhang over and inquire if anything unusual has occurred today. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to enter the establishment alongside Jiarini. Mr. Jia, I will make a brief visit to the restroom. You may proceed inside without me. Zhang Yang feigned his entrance into the restroom, while all his attention fixated on the observing agent. Noticing the agent following him into the restroom, Zhang Yang confirmed that he was indeed being monitored. When had he drawn the attention of the enemy? However, he set aside such concerns. From the corner of his eye, he saw the agent drawing ever closer to the restroom. In an instant, Zhang Yang pivoted and collided with him. Are you blind? He exclaimed. A resounding slap struck the agent's face, and Zhang Yang displayed an expression of indignation. Hearing the commotion, Jiarini rushed out, only to find Zhang Yang standing firm while the other agent lay on the ground, his cheeks swollen. Observing this scene, Jiarini couldn't help but think to himself, this enemy certainly possesses considerable strength. Who do you think you are? How dare you confront His Excellency? The agent, taken aback by Jiao Ren's audacity to scold him, felt a surge of anger, and in retaliation for Zhang Yang's slap, he swiftly rose and retaliated with a slap of his own, landing squarely on Jiao Ren's face. How dare you? Jiao Ren was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the agent's words. What place do you hail from? Zhang Yang demanded, his tone assertive and laced with a distinct regional accent. The agent hesitated at Zhang Yang's demeanor, responding with uncertainty. Where are you from? Are you deaf? I'm asking you. Zhang Yang insisted, delivering another sharp slap that distorted the agent's face. Though the agent was seething with anger, Zhang Yang's authoritative voice and accent instilled a sense of caution within him. Some individuals, particularly those from the Guangzhou region, were not to be trifled with. Do you wish to search my home in Kyoto? Zhang Yang continued, his voice laced with disdain. Have you lost your wits? My apologies, sir, it was my mistake. The agent quickly retreated, choosing not to linger further. Zhang Yang exchanged a glance with Chen Ning and then shook his hand, muttering to himself about the agent's remarkable audacity. As his palm throbbed from the impact. As the three individuals entered the private room, Zhang De cheerfully walked in shortly thereafter, looking at Zhang Yang and exclaiming, Your Excellency, I have missed you dearly. With that, he embraced Zhang Yang warmly. Mr. Zhang, it has been quite some time. Jiao Ren, witnessing the familiarity between Zhang De and Zhang Yang, was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. He was well aware of his brother-in-law's character, avaricious, timid, and lecherous. How could such a person possibly bond with someone from the island nation? What did that make him, Jiao Ren? Mr. Jia, kindly order some dishes outside. Keep it simple. Perhaps 8 dishes. Do remember to include the guabao roe, and ensure the chef prepares it to perfection. Though Jiao Ren grumbled internally, he readily complied. Once Jiao Ren had departed, Zhang Yang turned to Zhang De and inquired, Brother, have you made any discoveries today? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Chen Ning also turned his gaze toward Zhang De, noticing their attention, set aside his jesting demeanor and replied, Indeed, I have some intelligence. According to the reports, the Special Operations Team, which had been active around Jilin, has been summoned back by Akita Masao. Moreover, if this division's campaign against the Red Army proves unsuccessful, they may send 2 regiments to Harbin. Special Operations Team? Was that individual we just encountered one of them? Chen Ning asked. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that he had aroused some suspicion among the enemy, likely due to a slip involving the female operative, Hinata Aoi. He mused that it would be splendid if he could eliminate her one day. Little brother, it seems you have caught the attention of the Special Operations Team. Zhang De remarked. Perhaps you should consider donating some money and lying low for a while. Present a few gold bars to the authorities in Chung City. They are bound to arrange a favorable position for you. It would be far more comfortable than facing the biting cold and the peril of the blade. Wouldn't it be nice for you to take a few concubines in Chung City? Zhang Yang chuckled, choosing not to respond further, while Chen Ning interjected. What's this? From your words, it seems you yearn for several concubines surrounding you? Upon hearing Chen Ning, Zhang Da's expression shifted dramatically. My dear wife, how could you think such a thing? I merely believe my little brother possesses the capability. I certainly hold love for you. Huh, if you truly had that ability. I fear your excellency might end up with several concubines. Just as Zhang De was about to offer further clarification, the doors suddenly swung open, startling him. Jiao Ren entered, carrying a platter, which he placed before Zhang Yang with a grin. Your excellency, the dishes have arrived, piping hot. Ah, Jiao Ren, you nearly gave me a fright. Zhang De reproached him. Eating now, this is my favorite dish of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Yang interrupted Zhang De, beckoning Jiao Ren, anxious that Zhang De might inadvertently reveal something. As the dishes were gradually set on the table, the atmosphere inside the room became lively with clinking glasses. Chapter 19. In the future, clean and bright. Despite indulging a bit too much in drink, Zhang Yang did not forget the matters that awaited him that evening. Upon returning home and confirming that no one was following him, Zhang Yang opened the window and slid along the drainage pipe, eventually landing in a narrow alleyway. He lowered the brim of his cap and wrapped himself tightly in his coat, gradually merging into the darkness. Fulakin. This was the establishment where the instructor and Li Ziqing had taken refuge. Zhang Yang glanced up at the sign before stepping inside. Room 82. The drowsy attendant, startled by the arrival of a guest so thoroughly bundled, immediately awakened from his slumber. He quickly opened the ledger, confirmed that room 82 had indeed been reserved, and promptly handed the key to Zhang Yang, refraining from asking any further questions. In these times, knowing less often proved advantageous. Ascending the staircase, Zhang Yang found room 82. He stood by the window and knocked firmly. In a short while, a response echoed from the adjacent room. Zhang Yang then stepped out and made his way to the neighboring door, which was slightly ajar. He pushed it open to find the instructor and Li Ziqing, now dressed differently, waiting for him. Have you been drinking? Li Ziqing inquired, sniffing the air. Just a bit, after all. Dealing with the enemy requires one to be somewhat inebriated for easier negotiations, Zhang Yang replied. Just a bit? The scent on you is stronger than that of the regiment commander, Li Ziqing remarked. Wait, I'll brew you a pot of tea to sober you up. She took Zhang Yang's coat and hung it on a rack before proceeding to fetch water for tea. Zhang Yang smiled at Li Ziqing and then sat down with the instructor, pulling out a list from his pocket and slowly unfolding it on the table. The instructor donned his glasses and meticulously read through the names on the list. Wang Ming is actually one of the enemy? The instructor exclaimed. Who is Wang Ming? Taking a deep breath, the instructor looked at Zhang Yang and said, Wang Ming is the company commander of the 3rd Regiment. Are you certain this list is accurate? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. It was written by Wang. There is a degree of certainty. However, to be cautious. You should reveal some information to these individuals and observe their reactions before making any further plans. The instructor frowned, sighed heavily, and nodded in agreement. It was already commendable that Zhang Yang had obtained this list, which contained 18 names, 8 of whom were from their own regiment, explaining the severe losses they had suffered during the sweep. Zhang Yang, you have truly been of great assistance this time. The instructor folded the list and placed it in his pocket. At that moment, Li Ziqing also set a teacup in front of Zhang Yang. The teacup was new, adorned with delicate floral patterns. Upon closer inspection, the flowers appeared to be either plum blossoms or cherry blossoms, though Zhang Yang found it difficult to distinguish. He leaned towards it being plum blossoms. This young girl, Ziqing, had only purchased 2 teacups during her outing. Ah, by the way, I have also purchased 5 bottles of liquor to bring back for the soldiers to sample. This is what remains of the money. Is that all right with you? As he spoke, the instructor retrieved the money from his pocket, each note meticulously folded. Why have you bought so little? He inquired. With so much money, shouldn't the 2 of you indulge in a decent meal? Li Ziqing sighed, gently caressing the teacup in his hands, and responded, the soldiers are subsisting on meager rations. How could the 2 of us possibly eat well? Hearing Li Ziqing's words, Zhang Yang fell into a contemplative silence. Perceiving the somber atmosphere, the instructor promptly interjected. What is there to lament? We are all striving for the future of our dragon nation. Though times are tough, the future will undoubtedly be ours. Once we have driven away the invaders, our lives will surely improve. There will be bread and milk, though I, old Li, have never tasted bread in my life. Rice will always be available. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Zhang Yang clenched his fists and gazed intently at him, declaring, Instructor, rest assured. The future of our dragon nation will stand tall and proud as a great dragon in the east. No foreign power shall hinder our progress. In the days to come, our land will be adorned with towering skyscrapers. Our homes will be bright and clean, and our children will receive education under the radiant sun. Indeed, the instructor nodded emphatically, reaching to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. Ah, it's late, and I seem to have sand in my eyes. Changing the subject, he asked, what is the status of the medical supplies? Instead of continuing on this topic, the instructor transitioned to a different inquiry. As for the supplies, I have arranged with Jia Reni to procure a batch of medicine under the pretense of sending it to the Japanese. I visited his pharmaceutical factory today, but the production is lagging behind. It will take about 5 days. By then, I suspect the Japanese will have commenced another round of purges. Under the guise of delivering medicine, you can intercept the supplies on the way, which will not jeopardize my identity. Besides, I feel there are still some vulnerabilities concerning my current identity. Are you also in the Japanese ranks? Li Ziqing asked, furrowing his brows. Yes, I am providing you with information. But will this not endanger you? After all, we cannot expose your identity to the soldiers. Li Ziqing expressed his concerns. And the instructor also frowned. The issue raised by Ziqing indeed required resolution. Your identity must remain concealed. Yet in such circumstances, the soldiers, unaware, would only perceive you as an enemy. Zhang Yang stood up, placing his hand on Li Ziqing's head and ruffling his hair, saying, I am a person who dances on the edge of a blade. Until the enemy is vanquished, I shall not fall to the hands of my own. The instructor clearly disagreed with Zhang Yang's assertion. Instructor, let me speak frankly. I am actually a person from the future. I served as a special forces soldier for 8 years. I am a warrior of renown. Even if 100 men were to ambush me in the jungle, I would still find a way to escape. Li Ziqing exchanged a glance with the instructor, then forcefully swatted Zhang Yang's hand from his head, asserting, What nonsense about someone from the future? I cannot condone your actions. Simply relay the information. We can lay an ambush on the road, and the supplies will be secured all the same. Zhang Yang stroked his chin. He had considered this option before. But now that he was under the watchful eye of the enemy's special operations team, following Li Ziqing's suggestion would undoubtedly heighten his suspicions. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Li Ziqing released a sigh of relief. Bullets are indiscriminate. Who could guarantee that Zhang Yang would return unscathed? Could he really deceive himself with a flimsy tale of being from the future, as if he were a mere child? Take the cup back with you later. I bought it for you, though with your money. I promise to repay you when I have the means. A cup you bought for me. Zhang Yang picked up the porcelain cup, caressing it, a smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "What's yours is mine. And what's mine is yours. There's no need for money to exchange hands." Hearing this, Li Ziqing's face flushed crimson. The instructor, witnessing the scene, stood up and patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, chiding, "You rascal. Do you dare to flirt with female comrades while I'm still here? Do you want me to record a demerit for you? What? Instructor, didn't you say you would award me a first-class merit?" Zhang Yang's retort left the instructor momentarily speechless. After glancing between Zhang Yang and Li Ziqing, he finally managed to say, "Let us consider it a wash then. You be careful in Harbin. Stay safe. I'll keep a close eye on Ziqing in the unit, understood?" The instructor added. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he grasped the instructor's arm, asking, "You're not deceiving me, are you? What reason would I have to deceive you? I can hardly bear to witness the two of you exchanging glances. If it weren't for the urgent situation, I would have arranged your wedding by now." "Instructor, you're talking nonsense," Li Ziqing exclaimed as she dashed out the door. Zhang Yang and the instructor shared a hearty laugh. "This is no jest. Under the enemy's very noses, one must exercise utmost caution. I know you have the capability. Tomorrow, I will take Ziqing back to the unit. Remember, I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding." "No problem. Instructor, just wait. But before the wedding feast, we must first bring gifts." Chapter 20. Is this reason sufficient? In the early morning, after bidding farewell to the instructor and Li Ziqing, Zhang Yang gazed longingly in the direction they had departed. Though Li Ziqing could be somewhat arrogant, she had a tender heart, and yesterday, she had seemed reluctant to leave. How he wished to keep her by his side. After 30 years of solitude, having finally encountered someone he cherished, he found himself enduring this torment. Curse those little devils for hindering his pursuit of love. One day, he would eradicate them and plant the red flag upon their island. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Zhang Yang rubbed his temples and hastily tossed his clothes into the wardrobe, closed the window, and tousled his hair. Who could it be? Fluent Japanese flowed from Zhang Yang's lips. Outside, a deep voice resonated, identifying itself as the Special Operations Team, Suzuki Kojiro, wishing to pay a visit. Special Operations Team? A cold smirk crept across Zhang Yang's face as he retrieved 2 handguns from his drawer, discreetly placing one beneath the sofa's backrest and the other at his waist, concealing them with his clothing. "Suzuki Kojiro, what business do you have with me?" Upon seeing Zhang Yang crack open the door, Suzuki Kojiro took the liberty of entering uninvited, pushing the door wide open. Observing this, Zhang Yang sensed that this intruder bore ill intentions. He merely stepped back a pace. As Suzuki Kojiro entered, he subtly sniffed the air, his eyes scrutinizing Zhang Yang from head to toe, smiling as he addressed him. "Are you, sir, Teranaikuin?" Zhang Yang sneered. "What, Captain Suzuki? Do you intend to apprehend me and subject me to severe interrogation? I see you come with a rather menacing demeanor." Suzuki Kojiro waved his hand, and a man clad in a long black robe approached. Zhang Yang scrutinized him slightly, gaining clarity about Suzuki Kojiro's intentions. Indeed, the agents had been surveilling him yesterday, yet why would the Special Operations Team be fixated on him? "Teranaikuin, do you know him?" Zhang Yang remained seated, barely lifting his eyelids, and replied, "I never met his mother while in Tokyo." "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the man in the black robe visibly paled but dared not retaliate. "Teranaikuin, you struck him yesterday. Have you forgotten so swiftly?" "Forgotten? I'm afraid I have no recollection of such an event." "Oh, it seems Teranaikuin is prone to forgetfulness. My subordinate was assaulted by you yesterday. Surely, a justification is in order?" Suzuki Kojiro stepped forward, exuding an aggressive aura. Zhang Yang raised his head, his expression impassive, fixating his gaze on Suzuki Kojiro without uttering a word. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in the room as Zhang Yang sprang to his feet and delivered a resounding slap across Suzuki Kojiro's face. The 2 men in black robes widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging glances, unable to fathom that someone dared to strike their commander. After all, their commander was a paragon of the special forces. Even Suzuki Kojiro himself had not anticipated Zhang Yang's sudden aggression, and, more alarmingly, he had not evaded the blow. "I may not recall hitting him, but I certainly remember striking you." Since when did a country bumpkin like you dare to bark at me? As the words hung unspoken in the air, Zhang Yang swiftly delivered another resounding slap, causing Suzuki Kojiro to stagger, nearly toppling over. The tremor in Zhang Yang's hand revealed the force behind his strike. Do you wish to challenge a member of the Teranai family? Have you a death wish? With that, he hurled a notebook at Suzuki Kojiro's face and spat contemptuously upon him. The two subordinates dared not breathe a word, their eyes fixed on their captain, who had just suffered 2 blows, remaining utterly still. They had no courage to intervene. Anyone bold enough to strike their captain was beyond their reckoning. Taking a deep breath, Suzuki Kojiro retrieved the document from the ground, revealing it to be an identification card from Japan, bearing the name Teranai Ikawa, alongside the emblem of the Teranai family. The Teranai family, one of the 5 prominent clans of Japan. Captain, his subordinates exclaimed, noticing the sudden change in Suzuki Kojiro's demeanor. He inhaled deeply and respectfully presented the identification card to Zhang Yang, bowing slightly as he spoke. Teranai-san, my apologies for the disturbance. Begone, Zhang Yang replied coldly. With that, Suzuki Kojiro, his expression devoid of emotion, signaled to his 2 subordinates and exited the room. Once outside, as he closed the door behind him, one of his subordinates remarked, Captain, if he is indeed a member of the Teranai family, we might be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Kojiro's expression lightened considerably. A slight smirk graced his lips as he responded, whether or not he belongs to the Teranai family is of little consequence. I anticipated this before coming here. However, I am certain he poses a threat. Nanny? What threat? Suzuki Kojiro glanced down at his subordinate and waved his hand dismissively, saying, we shall discuss it later. Just as he descended the stairs, Sato approached, a slight frown creasing his brow as he regarded Suzuki Kojiro. They brushed past each other, Sato choosing to ignore any intentions of Suzuki Kojiro. Captain, Suzuki Kojiro raised his hand to interrupt his subordinate, signaling him to proceed downstairs. Sato, accompanied by 2 others, reached Zhang Yang's door, where Zhang had just concealed his firearm. A knock echoed once more from outside. What an influx of visitors. Who could it be this time? Teranai-san. It is Ito, here to pay a visit. What could Ito want at such an early hour? Zhang Yang opened the door to find Ito bowing politely before entering the room, even removing his shoes upon entry. Ito-san, is there something urgent this early? Teranai-san. I am to embark on another mission tomorrow. This morning, I specifically sought out 2 soldiers from the unit. They were local culinary experts before arriving in Longhua. Additionally, there is a rogue agent in Harbin who has already eliminated several of our dogs. Teranai-san, please exercise caution. Zhang Yang nodded in response to Sato's words, then lifted his gaze towards the 2 individuals standing beside him, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, evoking a vivid image reminiscent of the duo. Shirzwa and Fat Tiger. What can you both do? He inquired. Greetings, Lord Tarachi. I can make ramen. Fat Tiger promptly exclaimed. Hello, Lord Tarachi. I can prepare tempura, udon noodles, and an array of sushi. Everything is within my ability. Shirzwa countered, unwilling to be outdone, for he found the prospect of being a chef to be exceedingly delightful compared to the harshness of battle. After all, one might perish in the field on any given day. Udon noodles? Oh, quite impressive indeed. Both of you have remarkable skills, Sato remarked. Zhang Yang, please take a seat. I shall step out to the restroom. As Zhang Yang rose, he inadvertently knocked the identification card resting on the table to the floor. From the restroom, he observed Sato opening the card, glancing at it briefly before hastily placing it back on the table. Seeing Sato's reaction, Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The counterfeit identification was indeed well-crafted. Zhao Ming had produced 11 versions before finally creating one that resembled the Japanese identification he had seen at the museum. The name Tarachi Ikawa was not chosen randomly. It was derived from the records of the museum's documentation. Even if the Japanese were to investigate, there existed a person by that name within the Tarachi family. Shaking his hands, Zhang Yang stepped outside, addressing the impeccably seated Sato-kun. Shall we venture out and find a place for the 2 of them to showcase their skills? Certainly. Sato's tone became even more respectful. The Tarachi family was a lineage far beyond his humble origins. He was determined to foster a good relationship with Tarachi-kun. Sato once again injected himself with a dose of determination. Chapter 21, 10 light machine guns seated in the vehicle. Zhang Yang pondered deeply. If he continued on this path, he would perpetually be constrained by concerns over his troops being swept away, allowing the Japanese to dictate his movements. The current situation felt passive, and such a stance could easily lead to complications. Just as Suzuki Kojiro had approached him today, it was evident that a flaw had emerged somewhere. However, Zhang Yang could not pinpoint the source. He recalled from his past life that the anti-Japanese United Army had retreated to Russia, only to counterattack later. Allowing his troops to develop in Russia indeed seemed a wise choice, granting him greater freedom to maneuver. Sato-kun, if our tavern were to open, should we not invite the regiment commander and the brigade staff? Indeed, Sato replied. I believe it would be prudent for me to meet your regiment commander. This way, I can familiarize myself and avoid any awkwardness. I wonder when you might have the time to arrange a meeting with the regiment commander? Sato pondered for a moment before responding. Tarachi-kun, your considerations are thoughtful, but we can only schedule a meeting after this sweep concludes. Zhang Yang nodded in silence. Meanwhile, 20 miles away in Harbin, the political commissar and Li Ziqing crouched in the deep snow, panting heavily. Li Ziqing reached out to catch a snowflake. The political commissar remarked, "It's snowing again, and the flakes are indeed substantial." He gazed up at the sky, watching the large snowflakes gracefully descend, landing on his face and melting into water. Stung by the biting northern wind, the heavens are certainly not making things easy for us. March, typically a time when the weather gradually warms, had unexpectedly turned to snow, causing temperatures to plummet once more. Let us continue. We must return to the unit today? Lizzie nodded, tucking his hands into his sleeves as they braved the wind and snow, heading northward. As evening approached, after navigating a winding mountain path, the political commissar finally glimpsed faint wisps of smoke rising from a hollow ahead. Commissar, we are almost home. After a day of trekking, they could finally see their temporary residence. Quickly, let us hurry and catch dinner. Inside the unit, Commander Zhang was in a room, jovially conversing with a man dressed in similar attire. I say, old Zhang, could you possibly share the contact details for that lone wolf comrade of yours? Should any intelligence arise that fails to reach you, I would like to be informed in my regiment. You old rascal. If you were to provide me with 10 light machine guns, I might begrudgingly disclose that information to you. The contact details of the lone wolf have not even been shared with my division commander. 10 light machine guns? You might as well revel in that thought. Hey, you old Zhang, we're all comrades in revolution. Why ask me for this and that? If I had 10 light machine guns, I could take out a whole regiment of the enemy. Just as Commander Zhang was about to respond, a voice from outside interrupted. Let us see who is capable of taking out an entire regiment. Commander Zhang and Commander Gao exchanged glances and hurried outside. Upon seeing the political commissar covered in snow, with frost forming on his eyebrows, he appeared weary from his journey. Commander Zhang, noticing the commissar had been away for 4 days, quickly approached him. I tell you, old Li, had you not returned, I would have had to lead the soldiers to Harbin. You're quite the blusterer. Old Li, come in and warm yourself. Commander Gao shot a disdainful glance at Commander Zhang before enthusiastically ushering the political commissar inside. Li Zi, following the political commissar, entered as well, leaving Commander Zhang standing outside. Damn it, this is my camp, and this bald-headed Gao acts as if it's his own. Old Li, please sit down. Did you bring back any intelligence from your meeting with the lone wolf comrade? As soon as Commander Gao finished speaking, Commander Zhang rushed in. I say, bald-headed Gao, do you really think this is your unit? Go on, get out of here. Hey, you old fool. Commander Gao shot a glare at Commander Zhang, but chose not to argue, merely observing the political commissar as he sipped hot water. Old Li, how goes the situation? The political commissar glanced at the wide-eyed pair, sighed, and replied, the situation is rather dire. Ziqing, please step outside and secure the door. Li Ziqing nodded affirmatively. After his departure, the political commissar exchanged a glance with Commander Gao and spoke. It is fortuitous that you are here, old Gao. I must inform you that, according to intelligence from Lone Wolf, Wang Ming from your regiment may be a spy. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could Wang Ming be a spy? Calm yourself. Old Gao, this is a list provided by Lone Wolf. He would not unjustly accuse a comrade, the political commissar replied. Commander Gao took a deep breath, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If there were no credible whispers, Lone Wolf would not have implicated Wang Ming, especially considering that the intelligence regarding the last enemy sweep had been relayed by him, preventing the 3rd Regiment from being attacked. How confident are we in this? That remains uncertain, but there is some degree of reliability. Commander Gao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and attempted to light it with matches he found on the table. Yet after several failed attempts, he angrily threw them to the ground and stomped on them. Damn it. Old Li, old Zhang, we must investigate this matter. You brought it to my attention, and I cannot rest easy until I get to the bottom of it. Though Commander Zhang felt a pang for the matches, he refrained from commenting on Gao's distress, merely exchanging a glance with the political commissar. The political commissar stated, we need to verify this. If someone in Wang Ming's position is compromised, then the likelihood of others being so increases significantly. Let us go. Commander Gao beckoned and donned a worn cotton coat before stepping outside, with the political commissar and Commander Zhang following closely behind. Commissar, the food is ready. Shall we eat? Commander Gao asked. Is Commander Gao not dining with us? The political commissar inquired of Li Ziqing. Ziqing, here is the list. Copy it down, and summon the company commander along with a few trusted individuals to monitor these suspects, the political commissar instructed. Upon hearing the political commissar's words, Li Ziqing immediately comprehended the task at hand. He took the note, nodded vigorously, and watched as the commanders departed. Once the three figures disappeared from sight, Li Ziqing looked up to the sky. Large snowflakes continued to fall relentlessly, and as night descended, a fierce wind rose, making the snow sting against his face. Hardships will eventually pass, he murmured to himself before retreating indoors to copy the list. Outside, the footprints left behind by the standing figures were swiftly erased by the swirling snow, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 22. 3 steps. Please enter the trap. Due to the sweep, the Red Army, already diminished in numbers, had become even more sparse. Consequently, the 1st and 3rd regiments were stationed in close proximity, with their combined remaining personnel totaling merely 500. This was still thanks to the timely intelligence provided by Zhang Yang, as other units faced even graver difficulties, especially with the enemy continually amassing forces within the 3 provinces. The political commissar and his 2 companions arrived at the headquarters of the 3rd Regiment, where Commander Gao called over a soldier to summon the company commander. Shortly thereafter, a tall, robust man entered the room. Old Hay, how many people are left in your battalion now? Commander, we have just over 40 left. Noticing Old Hay's melancholic demeanor, the political officer promptly approached him, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder, and then shifted the conversation towards Old Hay, inquiring, how many are left in your companies? Our 1st and 2nd companies have fewer than 10 remaining, but that scoundrel Wang Ming still has a considerable number. I believe it would be fitting for the battalion commander to be given to Wang Ming, as he has managed to keep his soldiers alive, Old Hay remarked, shaking his head in sorrow as memories of fallen comrades flooded his mind, a pang of guilt gripping his heart. His voice trembled with emotion. The other 3 seemed to sense the gravity of his words, as Commander Zhang and the political officer exchanged glances with Commander Gao, who understood their unspoken thoughts. He turned to Old Hay and said, stop sulking and shedding tears like a woman. You need to gather your spirit and avenge our brothers by taking down more of the enemy. Now dry your eyes and fetch Wang Ming. With a dismissive wave, Commander Gao signaled to Old Hay, who nodded earnestly, grabbed his cap from the bed, and stepped outside. It appeared that there was indeed an issue at hand. The political officer furrowed his brow as they heard Old Hay's voice calling out, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the door. The half-opened door creaked, revealing a head peeking through. Hey, Commander, did you call for me? Wang Ming entered with a cheeky grin. Yes. Wang Ming, what have you been up to lately? Upon hearing the unexpected question from the commander, Wang Ming's expression shifted to one of wariness, only to quickly morph into a mask of sorrow laced with anger. His voice tinged with indignation. I took our men out for field training. Commander, let me tell you, those despicable devils are infuriating. Little Lu, just 15, has already fallen. I am intensifying our training, determined to take down a few more of those bastards when we encounter them again, avenging our comrades. I, Wang Ming, will never coexist with the enemy. The other 3 in the room maintained their composure, while the political officer spoke up from his position on the bed. Comrade Wang Ming is a commendable soldier. I have come to bring you good news. What good news? Have you found traces of the enemy? The political officer, tell me, and I will immediately lead my brothers to annihilate those beasts. No need to rush. Some beasts have already met their end. In Harbin, the traitor Wang has been killed. As the political officer's words hung in the air, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Ming. Upon hearing about Wang's demise, a flicker of shock and panic crossed Wang Ming's face, though he quickly masked it. Yet, all 3 scrutinized him closely. Even if 2 had missed it, 1 had not. Their suspicions deepened. Wang is dead? Good. That scoundrel got what he deserved. Commander, I believe the entire battalion should be informed of this. Let the soldiers rejoice. It was our comrade who killed Wang. Let me get to know him. This is simply astounding. Upon hearing Wang Ming's last remark, Colonel Gao was nearly driven to laughter by fury. Even now, he sought to gather information about the lone wolf. Wang Ming, that treacherous dog, deserved the same fate as Wang. Enough, Colonel Gao bellowed. Wang Ming stared blankly at Colonel Gao, then glanced at the political commissar beside him. Wang Ming, you are aware, are you not, that our ranks harbor a traitor? Commissar Li, what do you mean? Do you think I am the traitor? Do you believe Wang Ming is a traitor? Wang Ming's voice rose, reflecting his extraordinary anger. What the hell are you pretending for? Are you not aware of your own treachery? I cannot fathom how individuals like you lack integrity. Does selling out your country for personal gain fill you with pride? Colonel Zhang admonished loudly. Colonel, do you also consider me a traitor? Colonel Gao remained silent, merely drawing his sidearm. Before his death, Wang left behind a list. You should understand its implications, yes? The commissar's words fell like the final straw on a breaking camel's back. The anger on Wang Ming's face gradually faded, replaced by a wave of anxiety. As he beheld Colonel Gao raising his weapon, the dark muzzle aimed at him, Wang Ming truly felt fear. His tone faltered as he stammered, Colonel, I am not a traitor. Wang framed me. Enough. Wang Ming, does your heart not ache? So many brothers have perished by the enemy's guns because of you. Does that not pain you? Colonel Gao roared in fury, his chest heaving with rage. Sensing the cold touch of the gun barrel against his forehead, Wang Ming fell to his knees, pleading, Colonel, I realize my mistakes. Do not kill me, please. I can provide information to the enemy. Spare my life. You deserve to die. As he spoke, Colonel Gao prepared to pull the trigger, but was halted by the political commissar. Seeing the commissar intervene, Wang Ming clung to his leg, weeping, Commissar Li, I was not willing. I never wanted to be a traitor, but they forced my hand. My mother is in Wang's clutches. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Colonel Gao turned his gaze to the commissar. Wang wrote on paper that you became a spy because you lost money and were desperate to sell your life, and he promised you 20,000 upon your return. Wang Ming continued to shake his head in protest. Commissar Li, that scoundrel Wang is lying. Is it true? Do not deceive me. If you speak the truth, I may spare your life. As the commissar's words lingered, Colonel Gao raised his weapon once more, cocking the hammer, aiming at Wang Ming's forehead. Commissar, I swear, I am telling the truth. You have 3 seconds. I will speak. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. Wang promised me 20,000 yuan and to find me 3 wives. Only then would I betray my country. Director Li, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I vow to reform and assist the Red Army in combating the imperialists. No, I mean the invaders. Cursed wretches. The last glimmer of hope for Colonel Gao was extinguished. He wished fervently that Wang Ming's treachery was born from his mother being taken hostage by Wang. Although this would not absolve him of his betrayal, it might ease his suffering somewhat. Yet, in his final moments, Wang Ming chose to deceive him. Rage surged to a peak. He yearned to eliminate this despicable creature. Colonel Gao, do not kill him. Old Zhang implored, restraining Colonel Gao. The political commissar pressed down on Gao's gun, while Zhang, equally incensed, could not comprehend why Old Li prevented the execution of this scoundrel. Nevertheless, he opted to heed Old Li's counsel, embracing Gao tightly. Gao, Old Li has his reasons for sparing him. Let me go, Old Zhang. I must end his life. I cannot quell the hatred in my heart. I detest him so intensely that I wish to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Our soldiers perished because of him. Old He, the political commissar called out, beckoning towards the entrance. Old He, alerted by the commotion, rushed in and was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. What is happening? Keep a close watch on Wang Ming. He is a traitor. Old He, shoot him. Wang Ming is a traitor? Old He's face contorted in disbelief, quickly giving way to fury. Grabbing Wang Ming by the collar, he glared with bulging eyes and bellowed. Wang Ming, do you stand before your brothers with honor? I will shoot you. Seeing the escalating tension, the political commissar called for reinforcements. Realizing he had not diffused the situation, but rather intensified the call for Wang Ming's execution. Old He, follow orders. Keeping Wang Ming alive could aid in eliminating the invaders. Upon hearing the commissar's words, Old He suppressed his murderous intent, relinquishing his weapon, and grasped Wang Ming by the back of his collar, preparing to drag him away. Your lackey, Wang Fugui, has already been captured. Remember, you may strike, but spare their lives. Understood, Commissar Li. Wang Ming was thus pulled away by Old He, who was met with cries of protest. Once they had departed, Zhang released Gao. Old Li, why did you prevent me from killing him? The commissar quickly reassured Colonel Gao, explaining, it is the will of the Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. Upon hearing this, Gao's emotions began to stabilize. If we kill them, it will merely provide temporary satisfaction. One must proceed with caution. The Lone Wolf has already devised the next steps. Devised? Gao inquired, puzzled. To startle the snake in the grass, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys is the first step. Luring the invaders out with this group of monkeys is the second. The third step is to invite the enemy into our trap. They must come to know our fury. Commander Zhang and Commander Gao exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they witnessed a shared astonishment. This Lone Wolf is undoubtedly a genius. Perhaps he is better suited to lead troops into battle, Gung muttered. My desire to meet this lone wolf grows ever stronger, Gao remarked, stroking his chin with a curious expression. The political commissar observed the two, a smile gracing his lips. This young man always manages to impress, a rare talent indeed. Gentlemen, the true spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 23, A Warning to Others. The following morning, the political commissar and the two commanders gathered both regiments together. The soldiers below began to whisper among themselves. Did you hear? It seems the commanders have captured traitors within our ranks and plan to execute them. Yes. We have heard similar rumors in our regiment. I even heard that you have a company commander who is also a traitor. What? Tell me more. Who among us is the traitor? Damn it, these wretched scoundrels. Why would anyone choose to be a collaborator? A group of soldiers huddled together, fervently discussing the events of the previous night, while Gao Shun, standing nearby, felt beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Outside, snowflakes danced through the air, yet he felt as if he were engulfed in the heat of summer. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the front. 14 individuals, bound and restrained, were brought forth. Impossible, the company commander is a traitor? Damn those scoundrels. Could the commander be mistaken? Shouted someone from the ranks of Wang Ming's company. Silence, Gao commanded with a stern face, and the murmurs gradually subsided, all eyes turning towards the slope, scanning the faces of the traitors. Today, I trust you all understand why we have gathered. This month, our forces have endured relentless assaults from the enemy, and our brothers have fallen beneath their guns. They are our comrades, sons of our mothers, husbands to our wives, fathers to our children, and bearers of our crimson heritage. Why is it that the enemy always knows our troop positions? It is because of them. A shameless group, traitors seeking personal gain, scoundrels. At this point, the political commissar took a deep breath, turning to glance at the traitors behind him before addressing the soldiers. Political commissar, Wang sacrificed himself during our recent maneuver. He did so to protect you. Following the direction of the commissar's finger, the focus fell on a traitor kneeling and wailing on the ground. Grabbing the traitor by the collar, the commissar shouted, When political commissar Wang died before your eyes, did your heart not ache? Li, I truly understand my mistakes. Please spare me. Spare you? Can you bring back political commissar Wang? Spare you? Who will spare those brothers who fell before the enemy's fire? You deserve to perish. After the political commissar spoke, he swiftly drew his pistol. With a resounding bang, smoke erupted from the muzzle, and the traitor let out a piercing scream as blood splattered across the white snow. Witnessing such a scene, the remaining traitors cried out in despair, pleading for mercy. Commander, I swear I never relayed information to the enemy. Please spare me. I promise to fight the enemy diligently. I beg you, let me go? Tell me, can we truly grant them mercy? The political commissar scanned the crowd and inquired. The atmosphere thickened with silence until suddenly a voice rang out. We cannot spare him. Liuzi died right before my eyes. He was only 15. If we let him go, can Liuzi come back? Zhao Feng. I saw him blown apart by the enemy's grenade. He tried to lift his weapon before he died. If we spare him, can Zhao Feng return to us? We cannot let them go. If we do, who will spare my son? We cannot spare them. Kill them. I would relish devouring their flesh and drinking their blood. Wang Zhidao was patrolling that night because of these scoundrels. End them. In a sudden surge of rage, one individual rushed forward, disregarding everything, and landed a fierce punch on Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming, why did you choose to be a traitor? Do you not feel the pain of Yang Dan's death? Why did you betray us? I will kill you. With that, others joined in. Warriors surged onto the stage, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the man on the mound. Damn it, no one is stopping me today. A pack of curs. Commander Gao gritted his teeth and also jumped into the fray, seizing a soldier's long rifle and swinging it mercilessly at Wang Ming's back. The heavens raged, and the people's wrath was palpable. The political commissar stood aside, his gaze meticulously assessing the expressions of each individual. After identifying one, he approached and asked, Gao Shun, are you angry? Gao Shun, momentarily stunned, suddenly grasped the situation and exclaimed, Commissar, I wish I could tear them apart. Just days ago, Tainyo was lively, chatting with me, but now he lies crippled on the bed. My hatred for these traitors is unbearable. The political commissar smirked coldly but concealed his emotions. As the soldiers vented their fury, a dozen lay breathless on the ground. He waved a hand, and Commander Gung drew his pistol, aiming it at the head of one of the traitors. Bang, 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 bang. The snow fell heavily, the air was frigid. Yet the flames of anger within every heart warded off the chill. Once everything was settled, the political commissar and the two commanders retreated indoors. As they settled down, a soldier entered, leading Gao Shun. Commander, you called for me? Gao Shun asked cautiously. The political commissar is looking for you, came the reply. What does the political commissar need? The commissar smiled at Gao Shun and said, Gao Shun, you are aware that our troops are in dire need of talent. I just observed your demeanor and believe you would be a reliable asset. I have a mission that requires a trip to Harbin. Can you undertake it? A trip to Harbin? Gao Shun's breathing grew increasingly rapid. He was, of course, eager, as he had been searching for a reason to flee. And this opportunity felt like a pie dropped from the heavens. However, he feigned hesitation, voicing his uncertainty. Political commissar, can I truly accomplish this task? The political commissar patted Zhang Shun on the shoulder and replied, Believe in yourself, young man. Gao Shun pretended to ponder, nodding heavily. Rest assured, political commissar. I will complete the mission even if it costs me my life. Excellent. Your task is as follows. Proceed to the entrance of Harbin and keep watch. Should the enemy show any signs of movement, return immediately to inform us. Political commissar, what is our objective? We need to relocate to Shanyang village. And your duty is to relay information to the troops. Gao Shun suppressed his excitement and nodded vigorously. The political commissar encouraged him once more before urging him to set off promptly. 3 individuals departed with identical instructions, and the political commissar sent them off with a smile. Once they had left, Commander Zhang turned to the political commissar and declared, We should regroup with the other brother units and deliver a fierce blow to the enemy. They have pursued us for far too long. It is time we vent our frustrations. I am increasingly eager to meet the lone wolf, Commander Gao mused, stroking his chin. 9 light machine guns at your disposal. I shall satisfy your curiosity. Commander Gao glared at Commander Zhang, swatting his hand away with his hat and scolding him. Get lost. If I had 9 machine guns, I would take you out first. Hey, you bald-headed fool. Watch out, or I'll report you to Yang. Who is afraid? I'll report you first. Such crucial intelligence about the lone wolf should be in Yang's hands, not yours. You bald-headed rascal, I'll knock you out. Come on, let us settle this with a few rounds. I'm quite agitated. Chapter 24. Indeed, quite high? The nightlife in Harbin was vibrant. The city thriving due to its rich resources, but withering as they depleted. Zhang Yang sat within the dance hall, observing passers-by through the window while lost in thought. Over the past few days, he had been discussing the location for opening a restaurant with the Japanese officer Ito and Jiarini, sampling various Japanese delicacies. However, Zhang Yang's verdict was that none could compare to the flavors of the Dragon Kingdom's cuisine. His relentless focus on business further cemented his role as a merchant. He was acutely aware that the enemy was awaiting news, and he too was anticipating the moment they received it. At that moment, Zhang De rushed breathlessly into the private room, approaching Zhang Yang and stating, Brother, someone has made contact with Wan Fong. Our men spotted a suspicious figure lurking outside the security team. It seems the person you were expecting has arrived. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded, rising to pour Zhang De a glass of wine, saying, Brother-in-law, come, taste this 1982 law fight and tell me how it is. Wow, brother, you truly know how to save her life. By the way, I heard you secured a position for your sister-in-law as the director of a pharmaceutical factory. What about me? I have reserved the position of tavern keeper for you. It is far more comfortable than being the factory manager under your sister-in-law. When the profits come, I shall grant you a 10% share, my brother, you understand, right? Oh, I comprehend fully. My dear brother, I am indeed aware, and I must say, you are quite practical. Allow me to share with you that your sister-in-law is quite a fierce woman. I cannot lay my hands on even a penny. My pockets are emptier than my visage. It is said that a man without wealth lacks confidence, and I, my brother, am indeed in need of funds. Fear not. Even if the Japanese receive less, my share shall not diminish. Ah, brother, since you broached this subject, I have a question that I am uncertain whether to voice. Zhang De looked at Zhang Yang and inquired, Do we really need to discuss this? Indeed, consider this. While we are earning for the Japanese, does that not make us, in a sense, traitors to our own cause? Upon hearing Zhang Da's words, Zhang Yang swirled the wine in his glass, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Who says we are profiting the Japanese? The funds I distribute to them are merely resting in their coffers for the time being. Once our enterprise flourishes, we shall establish a bank, and who knows, perhaps the Japanese will find themselves depositing more into it. Zhang De, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yang's words, quickly rose to refill Zhang Yang's glass, exclaiming as he poured, Brother, throughout these years, I have bowed to no one but you. Come, let us toast to your prosperity, and I shall content myself with a sip of your fortune. With that, Zhang De clinked his glass against Zhang Yang's, then tilted his head back, downing the entire bottle in one go, afterward letting out a hearty belch. My brother, I must confess, I am not accustomed to this foreign liquor, Zhang Yang remarked. shaking his head at Zhang Da's antics. The following day, as anticipated, Zhang Yang was unable to meet with the Japanese Sato, who had been informed of the commencement of a sweep operation. Gazing at the large snowflakes drifting from the sky, he picked up the phone to call Chen Ning. Madam Chen Ning, may I inquire if Mr. Jia has completed the production of the pharmaceuticals? Mr. Sato has already departed for the battlefield, and we must deliver the medicines to him. Certainly, Lord Shiny Eye, I will return your call shortly. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Zhang Yang looked outside the window to see Jia Rini and Chen Ning arriving in a sedan. They exited the vehicle and entered the building. After a few minutes, there was a commotion at the door. Lord Shiny Eye. Zhang Yang opened the door to find Jia Rini smiling at him. It seems Mr. Jia is prepared. Let us depart for the battlefield at once to deliver the pharmaceuticals to Mr. Sato. What? Mr. Jia, do you not believe the soldiers of the Empire at the front require these medicines? Indeed, the soldiers of the Empire are in need of pharmaceuticals. However, they should be delivered by you, Lord Shiny Eye. Mr. Jia, your thoughts are rather perilous. As a citizen of the Empire, how could I possibly shrink back? While I may be a merchant, I cannot allow the spirits of our warriors to falter. Let us contact Mr. Sato. We shall set forth immediately. Zhang Yang waved his hand, donned his coat, and strode out, leaving no opportunity for Jia Rini to refuse. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suzuki Kojiro observed as his subordinate removed his headphones and inquired, "Did you intercept anything? Captain, I believe Lord Taranai is a merchant of the Empire with a profound sense of responsibility." What did he say? He mentioned that as a merchant of the Empire, while the soldiers charge forward, he cannot retreat to the rear. Lord Taranai is now on his way to deliver supplies to Captain Sato. Indeed, the bond between Lord Taranai and Captain Sato is remarkably deep. The enemy agent couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, have we misjudged Lord Taranai?" "Huh," Suzuki sneered, responding. "He is undoubtedly delivering information to the enemy. Supplies? It seems he is about to expose himself. Ultimately, the rat will perish at the hands of the cat." "Achoo. Lord Taranai, are you unwell? Perhaps we should return. It would suffice for the soldiers to deliver the supplies. Your health is paramount." Jia Rini quickly interjected. "Baka, Jia Rini, why do you persistently prevent me from delivering supplies to Sato? Are you a spy for the enemy?" No. Please do not misunderstand, Lord Taranai. I am merely concerned for your health. My loyalty to the Empire is as clear as day." Jia Rini hastily explained, fearing that Zhang Yang, this little devil, might turn against him. Zhang Yang let out a cold huff, ignoring Jia Rini. As they traveled, the landscape was blanketed in snow. Even without sending a telegram to Sato, they could discern the enemy's marching route, as the tracks left by the vehicles were strikingly evident in the snow, which had now ceased, leaving no chance for concealment. Zhang Yang sat inside the vehicle, observing the path ahead as the truck forged onward, his gaze continually scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the snow, waving towards the convoy. Taikoin. Not good, Lord Taranai. It's the 8th Route Army. They excel in such tactics. Soldiers, eliminate him. Bang, Jia Rini shouted, as a soldier leaned out from the truck and shot the approaching figure through the chest. He clearly called out Taikoin. Why did we shoot him? Zhang Yang queried. Lord Taranai, you are unaware that those Red Army soldiers are adept at masquerading and deceiving us on the road. I was once tricked by them, nearly losing my life. Until the soldiers of the Empire rescued me, Zhang Yang thought bitterly, reflecting on the old fool's resilience. He paid no heed to the still warm corpse by the roadside, unconcerned about the possibility of having killed the wrong person. After all, who else would dare call out Taikoin? Gao Shun, until his last breath, could not comprehend the predicament. He had indeed called out Taikoin. Was it possible that the Red Army had infiltrated their ranks? Could the Red Army truly achieve victory? What would the future hold? He felt a pang of regret, pondering how much better it would have been if he had always been a soldier of the Red Army. However, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, only a gradually cooling corpse, reduced to a feast for wolves. Chapter 25. The Art of Marksmanship ahead. A truck forged a path, closely followed by a jeep. Once the vehicles had passed, a head suddenly emerged from the hilltop, fixating on the departing vehicles, and promptly produced a small red flag from within his coat, signaling in a designated direction. In a nearby pine forest, a soldier rushed out, addressing the political commissar. Commissar, the enemy's truck is approaching our position. We have received reports from both our first and second points. Good. Relay my orders. Until you hear my gunfire, no one is to move. Inform the soldier controlling the landmines to refrain from triggering them recklessly. Understood, Commissar. The soldier hurried back. Intelligence had indicated earlier that the enemy had taken the bait, yet no news had come from Zhang Yang. The commissar had to deploy surveillance along various routes as previously agreed. Zhang Yang, that rascal. Commissar, the enemy's truck has entered the woods. The soldier returned with more news. Meanwhile, aboard the vehicle, Jia Fugui glanced nervously at the forest outside, speaking to Zhang Yang. Your Excellency, perhaps we should take another route. It feels like an ambush awaits us here. Is that so? Our Imperial forces have traversed this path. How could those Dragon Kingdom soldiers possibly set a trap for us? They are likely occupied with their own survival. Our Imperial Army will obliterate them all. Perhaps we should slow down the vehicle, maintain some distance from the truck ahead, allowing us time to react if something arises. Jia Fugui's eyes darted around, trying to detect any signs of danger before it struck. Hearing Jia Fugui's words, Zhang Yang felt a surge of amusement. Indeed, bringing this old fellow along was a wise decision. Soldiers, reduce the speed, increase the distance from the truck ahead. This vehicle was specially reserved for Zhang Yang by Sato, equipped with reinforced glass windows to effectively thwart ambushes. The driver was also a seasoned automobile soldier. The political commissar, concealed within the forest, noticed the jeep maintaining its distance from the truck and immediately grasped the implication. Grasping a nearby Type 38 rifle, he closed one eye and aimed at the truck's tire. Bang! The gunshot rang out, causing the truck to swerve violently on the road before crashing into several pine trees, finally coming to a halt. The foe soldiers aboard the vehicle scrambled out, brandishing their weapons in search of the enemy's position. Although the Red Army soldiers were not as well armed as the foe soldiers, the commissar had brought seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and far superior to these impostors. Upon hearing the gunfire, the soldiers charged forward, launching a fierce assault on the foe soldiers. Enemies in the rear vehicle. Brothers, take aim and eliminate them. As the political commissar aimed at a traitorous soldier with the intent to eliminate him, an unexpected shout startled him, causing his aim to falter. Instead of striking the target's head, his bullet shattered the soldier's leg. Who the hell is giving such reckless orders? Focus on the traitors in the truck ahead. I want the ones in the jeep alive. If anyone dares to kill them, I will send them to a military tribunal. The commissar bellowed, apprehensive that a single shot might endanger Zhang Yang's life inside the vehicle. If anything were to happen to Zhang Yang, he would surely regret it. Bang! In the distance, the soldiers had also spotted the jeep. Due to the considerable distance, they had stealthily approached to within 30 meters, and one soldier fired a shot that struck the glass, causing it to crack, yet the bullet failed to penetrate. Drive! Step on it! Jairenii shouted in terror, shrinking into the seat's crevice. The enemy driver, witnessing the chaos, yelled and slammed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring as they sped away. However, after covering a mere 100 meters, an errant bullet struck the already compromised glass. The glass shattered, and a bullet pierced the enemy soldier's chest. It was over, completely over. The out-of-control jeep swayed violently. Zhang Yang leaned out, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while using the other to firmly press down on the enemy soldier's leg on the accelerator. The vehicle stabilized, speeding away into the distance. From the hillside, witnessing the moment the jeep's window shattered sent the commissar's heart racing. As he saw the jeep teetering dangerously close to a tree, he contemplated rushing down to capture Zhang Yang, but soon realized the jeep was still driving normally, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, who shot so accurately? Not far off, Shunlu, lamenting the missed opportunity to capture the enemy, waved at the commissar, having almost secured a victory with his typically inaccurate aim. So close. Commissar, it's me. Shunlu, the soldier called out. The commissar gritted his teeth and replied, Good lad. When we return, I shall reward you handsomely. Eliminate all traitors, and let us return swiftly. Understood, commissar. Hearing of the expected reward, Shunlu's eyes lit up. He had heard the commissar brought back 3 bottles of potent liquor from the city and promised each soldier a small cup upon their return. Perhaps this meant he would receive an extra drink. Motivated by this thought, he took aim again and fired, the bullet narrowly missing the enemy's arm. Hey, how could that miss? Bang! Shunlu fired once more, the bullet grazing the hat of the crouching traitor. I refused to be thwarted. Bang! Another shot rang out, and it was still that same foe soldier. The moment he crouched down, he fell flat again as the bullet whizzed past him. Hey, for heaven's sake, stop wasting bullets here. Give me those bullets and conserve your strength for moving the supplies. The veteran lowered his gaze and aimed, swiftly dispatching the foe soldier who had just been shot multiple times by Shunlu. Noticing that Shunlu still had ammunition on him, he seized a few rounds, loaded his weapon, and fired again, this time scoring a headshot. When we get back, you'd better save that drink for me. I'll teach you how to shoot accurately. TCH. I just nailed that driver squarely in the head. It was merely a stroke of luck for that foe soldier. I don't need you to instruct me. I'll tell you this. The political commissar better treat me well when we return. At the very least, I expect another round of drinks. The veteran glanced at Shunlu during a brief reprieve and said, I only heard the political commissar declare that we are not to fire upon the enemy's jeep. Anyone who does will face a military tribunal. What? Shunlu was momentarily bewildered. Chapter 26. Will Comrade Zhang regard me with higher esteem? Zhang Yang drove hastily away, while the political commissar began to scour the battlefield. Commissar, this truck is filled with medical supplies. What is more, there is penicillin. A soldier, stuttering slightly, poked his head out from the truck bed and called down to the commissar. Medical supplies? We've got a chance to save my brothers. Ha. We've actually seized an entire truck of medicine. This is splendid. The soldiers, upon hearing this news, felt elated and nearly leapt from the ground. Penicillin. This is precisely what we need. Just yesterday, I heard Li Ziqing lamenting the lack of supplies, particularly penicillin. Now, I've brought some back for her. Do you think Comrade Zhang will hold me in higher regard? Shunlu sniffled, drawing back his snot, and nudged the soldier beside him with his elbow. The political commissar, who had been smiling, suddenly lost his grin upon hearing Shunlu's words. He shot a fierce glare at Shunlu and turned to the soldiers, saying, Brothers, hurry. Each of you grab a packet of medicine. We must swiftly support the regiment commander. He is likely in the thick of it now. Every second we arrive early is a moment we can aid our comrades. Move out. Yes. At Hezawan, Commander Gung sat with the other 4 commanders in the command post, poring over the map laid out on the table. The brigade commander, standing nearby, spoke up. Gao Tuzu, the enemy has fallen into our trap. The 1st Regiment is already engaged with the enemy. Your regiment must quickly head to their left flank and tear their lines apart. Depart immediately. 4th Regiment. Follow Gung Sheng and hold the front line. 3rd and 2nd Regiments. Conceal yourselves near the small hill. The enemy has entered the perimeter. We're not greedy, but let us aim to capture an entire battalion. Yes, on the other side. Zhang Yang gradually brought the vehicle to a halt as the air was filled with the sounds of fierce gunfire ahead. He understood that the enemy had already engaged the Red Army. What shall we do now, Your Excellency? Jia Sang inquired. What are you afraid of, Jia Sang? Our imperial forces are invincible. It is merely a minor ambush. Once Ito and his men eliminate the enemy, we shall have our revenge. Jiarini gazed at Zhang Yang's smug expression, inwardly cursing. He thought to himself that this young Japanese soldier spoke boldly, but if they were truly captured, he would likely be far less defiant. Damn it, this Japanese scoundrel was infuriating. Report, Your Excellency. Our forces have engaged the enemy, and their firepower appears formidable. What? You say the enemy's forces are strong? Upon seeing Zhang Yang's astonished expression, Jiarini felt a surge of delight. Jia Sang, get in the car, we must depart. As subjects of the Empire, we cannot retreat. You drive, Jia Sang will sit in the passenger seat. Let us be off. Hearing Zhang Yang's directive for him to sit in the passenger seat, Jiarini nearly leapt up to kick Zhang Yang's knee. Just moments ago, that very driver had been shot through the window, and now the driver's side window was exposed. What if a bullet came flying in and struck his head? Your Excellency, there is still room in the back. Should I sit there instead? Baka, are you unwilling to sacrifice for the Empire? Jia Sang. Observing the Japanese soldiers raising their weapons, Jiarini quickly shook his head. Under pressure, he reluctantly took his place in the passenger seat, while Zhang Yang's head peeked slightly between the 2 front seats, gazing forward. Let us go. On the battlefield, the Red Army had formed an encirclement, trapping Sato and his regiment in the midst of it. At this moment, they were utterly helpless, with no response to call upon, and their retreat cut off. Reinforcements unable to arrive. Regiment commander, we are surrounded. Baka, damn the taco, they provided us with false intelligence. Bakayuru, Sato, Onomu, concentrate our forces and break through to the right flank. Hi. As the battle intensified, Zhang Yang had parked the jeep in a concealed location. He was not foolish enough to brazenly drive through the battlefield. Even if bullets did not find him, who could predict the descent of an errant shell? Now at the edge of the battlefield, Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and resolved to advance stealthily, seeking an opportunity to eliminate a few enemies. Jia Sang, stay here with the vehicle. Inoue, come with me. We shall join the fight. Hi. Jiarini, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. It seemed this Japanese soldier possessed some conscience, not sending him to his doom. He promptly bowed and watched them depart before hastily boarding the vehicle. Buddha bless, Buddha bless. This time let me return alive. Upon my return, I shall certainly visit the temple to light incense and express my gratitude. Buddha bless, Buddha bless. On the edge of the battlefield, Zhang Yang scanned the surroundings and, finding no one in sight, moved to a secluded spot, gesturing for the Japanese soldier to approach. Ainuma came over. Hey. The soldier obediently followed Zhang Yang's command. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Yang extended his arms and encircled the soldier's head, whispering in his ear. Ainuma, I have a question for you. Is your name derived from the fact that your mother gave birth to you near a well? Nanny? You didn't know? No surprise. It must be chaotic in your area. Who knows who your father is? Well, before I meet my end, let me share a secret with you. I am actually from the Dragon Kingdom. Nanny? Ainuma's eyes widened in disbelief as Zhang Yang smirked. With a sudden crunch, there was silence thereafter. Zhang Yang clapped his hands, having dispatched one enemy, feeling quite elated. He picked up the Japanese Type 38 rifle, reversed his yellow coat, and concealed his figure as he stealthily advanced towards the battlefield's edge. Upon nearing, he could see the Japanese soldiers charging forward. Zhang Yang lifted the rifle and fired, hitting a soldier who was aiming, instantly killing him. 1. Let's have another. The more Zhang Yang fired, the more exhilarated he felt, akin to playing a game. Initial mistakes gave way to precision, and soon every shot found its mark. If only he had a Mosin Nagant in hand, he might have taken down 2 company commanders. As he contemplated this, a dark spot appeared in the sky from a distance, growing larger. Damn! He leaped up and threw himself onto the snow. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from behind. As the dust settled, Zhang Yang emerged from the snow, shaken, glancing back at the spot he had just occupied. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely met his demise. After brushing off the snow and dirt, he noticed that his rifle was empty. Zhang Yang did not recklessly head towards the battlefield, but instead turned to sprint towards the jeep. Before he reached the vehicle, he heard the roar of engines. A squad of Japanese soldiers charged from the opposite side of the battlefield. Raise your hands. One soldier aimed his Type 38 rifle at Zhang Yang. Baka, who told you to point a gun at me? Startled by Zhang Yang's words, the soldier hesitated, yet still held his weapon, asking, What are you doing? At that moment, Jia Rini rushed in from behind, waving his hands and calling out, Taikuan, I am Jia Rini. He is Lord Terayui. A Japanese captain stepped out of the vehicle, looking at Zhang Yang and inquiring, You are Terayui? Indeed. And you are? Hello, I'm Hama River Coin, a friend of Sato. He has spoken of you. Oh, greetings, my friend Sato, and you as well, Hinokawa. What brings you here? The 1st Division is surrounded by enemy forces, and we are on our way to provide assistance. What? Sato is encircled? Hinokawa, you must take me with you. Chapter 27. Goodness gracious. How many boxes could this possibly entail? Zhang Yang, accompanied by his newly recruited comrades, arrived on the battlefield, where they soon engaged in combat with the Red Army. Seizing an opportunity, he managed to eliminate several enemy soldiers. As night fell, sporadic gunfire echoed across the battlefield. Standing atop a small hill, Zhang Yang gazed upon the scene below. Despite the winter chill, the artillery fire ignited the surrounding trees. Teranai, dinner is ready, called Hinokawa Koyo as he approached Zhang Yang. Ah, very well, Zhang Yang replied, following Hinokawa Koyo into the tent. Dinner consisted of a can of meat, an apple for each person, and a rice ball. I heard from Ito that Teranai plans to open a tavern with him. Upon hearing Hinokawa Koyo's words, Zhang Yang could infer the nature of Sato's relationship with him, suggesting a closeness between the two. Indeed, a tavern specializing in imperial cuisine, Zhang Yang affirmed with a smile. However, this is merely a small venture. I have other plans as well. Hinokawa, do you have any aspirations for profit? Profit aspirations? Hinokawa Koyo instantly perked up at Zhang Yang's inquiry. That day, Sato had conducted a thorough analysis of their future post-war and concluded that wealth was essential for prominence. Otherwise, they, as captains, would find themselves in a precarious position. Once they had occupied the Dragon Kingdom, the empire would require savvy merchants capable of bolstering the economy, rather than their seemingly ineffectual military ranks. May I collaborate with you, Teranai? However, I lack experience. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, locking his deep gaze onto Hinokawa Koyo. Hinokawa, do not speak so modestly. You are a friend of Sato, and thus, you are my friend as well. When it comes to financial endeavors, I, Teranai Ichikawa, have never shortchanged a friend. Business is merely my profession. However, I cherish the opportunity to forge friendships with individuals like Sato and you through my work. There is nothing that cannot be accomplished among friends. Do you not wish to be my friend, one with whom to share in the pursuit of wealth? Hinokawa Koyo was momentarily taken aback, processing Zhang Yang's words. He never anticipated that Zhang Yang would openly declare him as a friend and invite him to earn money alongside him without any conditions. Just as Sato had said, Teranai was indeed a friend worth cultivating. Feeling emotional, Hinokawa Koyo rose to his feet and addressed Zhang Yang. I, Hinokawa Koyo, Would certainly be honored to be friends with Teranai. Excellent. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile, pleased to find such sincerity in Hinokawa. He was indeed a man who appreciated the promise of opportunity. The night was deep, and at the command center of the Red Army. The instructor had just returned with his soldiers. To evade the enemy reinforcements, they had deliberately taken a long detour, entering the position from the rear. Commander, I am back. Shiji, come in quickly. Oldly, how did it go? Did you manage to bring back the supplies? Commander Gung hurriedly approached with concern. Of course, I brought them back. Come, let me see what we have. Old Gung, let Oldly have a sip of water first. Here, Oldly, drink some water before we head out. It's so cold tonight. How will we distribute the supplies among the regiment? Commander Gao warmly handed over a cup of hot water, thoughtfully taking his coat as well. Hey, you bald fellow. Go on. All right, Old Gung, there are plenty of supplies this time. Each regiment will receive a portion. What? The other commanders standing inside the tent widened their eyes in disbelief. So many supplies that we can all share? They were pondering how to justify asking Instructor Lee for some supplies, as every regiment had its own casualties, and medical supplies were indeed scarce. How many? Upon hearing the instructor's words, the commander stepped forward, eager to know. Quite a lot. You'll see shortly. Come on, Oldly, stop keeping us in suspense. Let us go and have a look. Commander Gao draped the coat over the instructor's shoulders again and eagerly took the water cup. See, Gao is getting anxious. Get lost, you rascal. Don't dawdle. Many brothers in the regiment need the supplies. Commander Gao shoved Commander Gung aside. Seeing the commotion, the instructor simply glanced at the commander and said, Commander, shall we head in? Let us go. The commander waved his hand, and promptly. Instructor Lee led the way into a tent. As they entered, the commander's eyes widened at the sight of 30 to 40 packages of medical supplies stacked within the tent, causing him to halt at the entrance. Momentarily frozen in place. Commander, why are you blocking the entrance? Is it too little to distribute? If it's too little, we want to be able to share with the other regiments, considering our losses were the greatest. Commander, move aside, let us take a look. Commander Gao, feeling anxious, craned his neck to glimpse inside. The commander shifted to the side, allowing Commander Gao to peer into the tent, where the supplies loomed like a small mountain, causing their eyes to nearly bulge in astonishment. My goodness, I swear, Old Gao, I have never seen so many medical supplies in my life. What does this say on top? My dear heavens, so many supplies. Is this too much? My word. The other commanders, no longer concerned about the commander's presence, squeezed in one after another, all sharing the same expression upon seeing the supplies. Commander, how do we distribute so many supplies? What is this? The commander looked at the box in Commander Gao's arms, where the words penicillin were prominently displayed. Penicillin. Is this entire box filled with penicillin? My goodness. How many boxes could this possibly be? Our regiment only receives one box after a month. What is this? A plethora of supplies. Goodness, with this many medicines, it could surely suffice an entire anti-Japanese coalition. The instructor, observing the brigade commanders in several tents, could not help but feel a deeper admiration for that young rascal. Zhang Yang. Initially, he thought having a modest amount of medical supplies would be fortunate. Little did he know the tremendous surprise this lad would deliver. The ranks of the anti-Japanese coalition were already scant. Even at their peak, the composition of each regiment was incomplete, let alone now, with the relentless purges and blockades by the Japanese, resulting in a drastic reduction of personnel due to the lack of supplies. Despite the presence of 5 regiments here, their combined numbers barely equate to that of 2 full regiments. Is this all the handiwork of Comrade Lone Wolf? Indeed. The instructor nodded with a smile at the mention of Lone Wolf by the brigade commander. Comrade Lone Wolf is truly formidable. Should I have the chance to meet him, I must share a few drinks with him. The brigade commander clenched his fist as he spoke. And me, I wish to be introduced to Comrade Lone Wolf as well. Commander Gao seized every opportunity. The other brigade commanders, hearing the conversation, leaned in, clamoring to express their gratitude to Comrade Lone Wolf, insisting they must treat him to a grand meal. I still have a bottle of fine liquor. If Comrade Lone Wolf returns, he must call upon me. Our regiment has 2 chickens as well. When the time comes, I shall fry an egg for Comrade Lone Wolf. Oh, what are you all thinking? If you want to meet Comrade Lone Wolf, each of you should bring 10 light machine guns. Commander Gung shouted. What? Brigade commander, look at this greedy fellow. The brigade commander silently withdrew his pointer and cast a glance at Commander Gung, causing him to hurriedly wave his hands, saying, No need for that, brigade commander. It's just that there are too many people, which might expose Comrade Lone Wolf's identity. Bah, you glutton. The other brigade commanders rolled their eyes in unison. Just then, 3 soldiers entered from outside, and one of the brigade commanders addressed the group. You all continue your conversation. Move a bit of the supplies first. Why are only the 3 of you here? Didn't I order 10? Brigade commander, we are outside. Hey, that's excessive. The brigade commanders in the tent shouted, quickly shielding the supplies behind them. Chapter 28. There are devils. On a night when the wind howled and darkness prevailed, the Red Army soldiers were elated to learn that they had seized a substantial amount of medical supplies. Their spirits soared as they realized that with these supplies, their comrades, their brothers, would be saved. The morale was high, presenting a perfect opportunity for an offensive. With a grand gesture, the brigade commander commanded the entire line to commence an assault on the surrounded Japanese battalion. The sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night, and the battlefield instantly became tense. Zhang Yang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was jolted awake by the sudden cacophony of gunfire. At that moment, a Japanese soldier hurriedly rushed into the tent. Sir, the captain requests that you prepare. We shall advance shortly. What is happening? The enemy forces have launched a fierce assault on the 1st Battalion. We must urgently create an opening to rescue them. Damn it. I will not let this group of adversaries escape. Putting on a show, Zhang Yang has become a steadfast warrior for the imperial cause, wholly devoted to the island. Bin Kuan, hand me a rifle. I too wish to join the fray. Without hesitation, Bin Xiaoya provided Zhang Yang with a Type 38 rifle. Just then, Jiaorani hurriedly approached. His shirt buttons mismatched, and his hat askew. My lord, what has transpired? Are the enemies advancing? We must flee at once. I know where the vehicle is. Damn it. Jia-san, I do not wish to hear another word about fleeing. Otherwise, I shall shoot you on the spot. Bin Kuan, give him a rifle, so he may also contribute to the empire. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Jiaorani almost lost control of himself, but with so many enemies surrounding them, he knew that refusing the weapon could lead to his demise. He felt as though the enemy within the temple intended to kill him, yet he could find no excuse to decline. Rest assured, my lord, I will no longer speak of escaping. Jiaorani gritted his teeth and took the rifle offered by a nearby soldier, trailing behind Zhang Yang. Observing Zhang Yang's back, he harbored a fleeting desire to shoot this enemy, yet fear restrained him from acting. Zhang Yang, ever quick-witted, thought it would be splendid if Jiaorani were to perish here. Charge! Bin Xiaoya shouted, and the enemy soldiers surged forward, their heavy and light machine guns, along with grenade launchers, providing suppressive fire that carved a path through the chaos. Realizing the situation was dire, Zhang Yang knew he must devise a plan. Charge! He echoed. Soon, Jiaorani found himself lost, unable to follow Zhang Yang's lead, and thus cautiously maneuvered on the battlefield, gun in hand. Should I take a shot as well? He pondered, feeling the adrenaline surge within him as he observed the relentless advance of the enemy. Just as he extended his arm, a gunshot rang out, and Jiaorani screamed. A bullet pierced his outstretched arm, causing him immense pain as he writhed on the ground, blood staining his limb. In a moment of panic, he lost control of his bladder. Help me, commander. Zhang Yang glanced at the incapacitated Jiaorani, redirecting his weapon. Jiaorani could not die yet. His assets had not yet come into Zhang Yang's possession. Suppressing his murderous intent, he aimed at the enemy machine gunner and fired, delivering a fatal blow. Damn it! The machine gunner exclaimed, and the assistant quickly reached for the weapon, but before he could pull the trigger, Zhang Yang fired again, striking him down as well. Immediately, gunfire erupted relentlessly. The light machine gunners, grenade throwers, and enemy medics all fell victim to Zhang Yang's relentless assault. Danger! A sniper! The aide-de-camp of Hinokawa Koyama shouted. Just as he drew his katana, a glimmer flashed across the blade, and with a grunt, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Baka! Locate the sniper and eliminate him. This sniper is too formidable. We cannot hold out. The loudest enemy soldier, who had just raised his voice, was silenced by a bullet that shattered his skull, causing him to crumple, his legs curling beneath him as he fell backward. The thud raised a cloud of dust. Bang! Another bullet whizzed by. Each gunshot resonated like a death sentence, instilling terror among the advancing enemy troops. He is a devil. With a gunshot, an unknown enemy soldier shouted, and chaos erupted within the ranks. The once forward-charging soldiers suddenly reversed direction, retreating in disarray. Baka! Charge forward, charge! Hinokawa Koyama bellowed. Yet not a single soldier dared to advance. Who could predict if they would be the next to perish? Charging forward was akin to offering themselves as sacrifices. They were not fools. Seeing that he had neutralized a significant portion of the heavy fire, Zhang Yang, having exhausted his ammunition, scooped up some snow to wipe his face. He then dragged the corpse of an enemy soldier towards Hinokawa Koyama. Hinokawa, come quickly and save him. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang pulling an enemy soldier, Hinokawa Koyama called out to the medic, but only one medic rushed forward in response. Nanny, why are you the only one? reporting to the captain. The other medics have been taken out by enemy snipers. Baka. Hinokawa Koyama slapped the medic, exasperated. The sniper seemed intent on ensuring his demise was expedited. Swiftly shedding his clothing, he awaited Zhang Yang, who had successfully dragged the enemy soldier over. Observing this, Hinokawa Koyama tore the clothing off the deceased enemy and donned it himself, tossing his katana to the medic. Zhang Yang stood speechless, astonished by the spectacle. Wasn't this enemy supposed to uphold some noble spirit? It appeared that Hinokawa Koyama was not particularly astute. He seemed a fitting target for exploitation, prompting a smile from Zhang Yang. He feared that all enemies were mindless devotees of the sun goddess, for reasoning with zealots was futile. Fearful and greedy, that was the kind of small fry Zhang Yang preferred. Teranai, come over quickly. There's a sniper outside, be cautious. Nanny? Zhang Yang promptly dashed behind Hinokawa Koyama. Charge forward. Charge. The riverbank demon did not utter a word, but resumed commanding his troops to charge. Zhang Yang gazed ahead as a battalion of soldiers emerged from the battlefield. Leading the charge was none other than his old friend, Sato. Charge. Clear the way. Clear the way. The battalion commander has been injured. Ito surged past the blockade, heading southward, while the riverbank demon continuously dispatched men to reinforce him. Meanwhile, the other areas of the battlefield remained tense and fraught with danger. The soldiers, already unfamiliar with the terrain, found their predicament exacerbated by the darkness of night, rendering them nearly blind. Time passed, and as dawn broke, the cacophony of gunfire gradually subsided. Just as Zhang Yang contemplated whether the battalion commander had succumbed to his injuries, Ito suddenly dashed out from the tent, shouting loudly, "Is there a medic? Where have all the medics gone? Sato, what is the situation? How is the commander?" Sato, taken aback by the familiar voice, turned to see a bloodied figure before him. After a moment of scrutiny, he recognized it was his dear friend, Tarachi. Tarachi, what are you doing here? Sato, I came to deliver medicine, but I was ambushed by the enemy on the way and nearly perished. Fool, Sato exclaimed, clearly enraged. Those damn taco agents have fed us false intelligence. Tarachi, the commander's condition is dire. He is in imminent danger. Zhang Yang's heart leapt at this splendid news. Though inwardly elated, he maintained a facade of sorrow. Those cursed taco agents. I hope the commander is unharmed, though it would be better if he were dead. Chapter 29, A Universal Celebration. The demon colonel has met his demise. Ultimately, the battalion commander met his end, and yes, it was a most agonizing demise. In his final moments, Zhang Yang, panting heavily, procured a box of penicillin, yet the antibiotic proved insufficient to save the commander. Nevertheless, a group of soldiers, ignorant of medical matters, were deeply moved by Zhang Yang's efforts. Upon his entrance, Zhang Yang limped, having not anticipated that his performance would take such a turn. While en route to the jeep, he had stepped into a bear trap, which he considered a stroke of misfortune. However, this mishap rendered his act all the more authentic. Tarachi, how is your injury? Sato and his comrades approached Zhang Yang to offer their condolences. With tears streaming down his face, Zhang Yang expressed regret. Had I not been injured, I surely could have saved Lord Murakami. Tarachi, this is not your fault. It is the enemy, those taco agents who are to blame. You must not blame yourself. You have done exceedingly well for the commander. Sato comforted Zhang Yang, with the riverbank demon echoing his sentiments. Zhang Yang's actions, in the eyes of the enemy, could be deemed as embodying both loyalty and righteousness. Alas, I believe it prudent for us to return to the city. After all, our troops have traveled a considerable distance and endured fierce battles. The soldiers must be quite fatigued, and we must remain vigilant against potential enemy ambushes. The enemy soldier stationed at the entrance, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, could not help but wipe away tears, touched by the thoughtfulness of Zhang Yang towards them. You are indeed a benevolent soldier of the empire. The noble character of Zhang Yang garnered my admiration. With nary a word exchanged, Zhang Yang was escorted back to Hardened by the enemy soldiers. However, rather than returning home, he was taken to a hospital operated by the enemy. Sato, you need not accompany me. This soldier can push me inside, Zhang Yang said. It is of no concern. I am greatly concerned for your health, Sato insisted. Seated in a wheelchair, Zhang Yang wore a grateful expression. In truth, his injuries were not severe, merely some muscle strain that would heal within a day or two. Yet, Sato insisted on applying a cast, necessitating a stay in a superior ward for observation before he could be sent home. Were Sato not an enemy, Zhang Yang would have been profoundly touched. However, Zhang Yang was well aware of Sato's ulterior motives during their journey. He had mentioned to Sato that the team leader had perished, leaving a vacancy that presented Sato with a significant opportunity to ascend. Zhang Yang contemplated offering him a small sum to facilitate this. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the wheelchair was wheeled into a spacious room containing 2 beds. One of the beds already housed an individual whom Zhang Yang recognized all too well, Hinata Aoi, the woman from the Special High Command. Zhang Yang was taken aback to encounter her in this manner. The saying goes, a parting of 3 days warrants renewed respect. Hinata Aoi lay in bed with her left arm bound in a sling, her right leg elevated, and her left chest wrapped in thick bandages. With a mesh covering her head, their eyes met, and a smile crept across Zhang Yang's lips. "Greetings, might you be Miss Hinata?" he inquired. Hinata Aoi frowned, gazing at Zhang Yang, sensing a familiarity about him, though unable to place where they had met. "Have we met?" "Indeed, Miss Hinata. We crossed paths at the division commander's birthday banquet," Zhang Yang replied. At this, Hinata Aoi's memory was jogged. Just then, a man entered from outside, followed by several underlings clad in black long coats, none other than Suzuki Kojiro, a familiar figure to Zhang Yang. "What brings you here?" Sato inquired. His brow furrowed as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Suzuki Kojiro. "I am here to apprehend him. Teruchi Ikawa. I suspect you are in collusion with the enemy and must take you in for questioning by the Special Operations Team." "Baka, it is your privilege. You wish to take Teruchi? What evidence do you have that he has betrayed us? We have fallen into the enemy's trap this time, entirely due to your erroneous intelligence. And yet you still wish to apprehend individuals here. Soldiers, expel him at once." Sato shouted in fury. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the appearance of 2 captains from the 1st Brigade and the imposing figure of Hinkawa. "Tarachi-kun," Hinkawa called out. "Hinkawa-kun, this Kagoro Suzuki claims Tarachi-kun is a traitor and wishes to take him back for interrogation." "What? I dare anyone to take Tarachi-kun away." The weight of the 4 captains standing together was formidable, and Suzuki's previously smug expression began to twist with discomfort as he observed Zhang Yang, seated in a wheelchair and smiling at him. Suzuki nearly exploded with rage. However, with 4 individuals present, he found himself powerless to act. Ultimately, he could only depart in frustration. Zhang Yang waved at Sato and remarked, "Do the Special Operations Team lack reason? Our soldiers are charging ahead, and they hide in the shadows while investigating our Empire's personnel." Upon hearing this, the 4 Japanese captains seethed with indignation. "By the way, Sato-kun, I must trouble you to inquire with Jia-san about our tavern's location. Although my foot is injured, business matters cannot be delayed. Sato-kun must witness the true flow of money." "Understood, Tarachi-kun. Rest assured, I will ensure Jia-Rani expedites the arrangements." Zhang Yang nodded, and after a brief exchange among the captains, they gradually took their leave. Once they were gone, Zhang Yang reclined against his pillow, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. With the death of the enemy brigade leader, it was essential to elevate Sato to a position of power. Only then could he enhance his own influence within the enemy ranks. Although the Special Operations Team had targeted him, if Akita Masao were to perish, these miscreants would likely stir no significant trouble. It was imperative to establish an enterprise first, thereby binding these brigade leaders to his cause. Firm in his resolve, he turned his gaze toward Hinata Aoi in the adjacent bed. To his surprise, the young woman was not fixated on his face, but rather on his feet. "What? Does this woman possess such peculiar inclinations?" Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, while Hinata Aoi, realizing she had been caught staring, quickly recalled the footprints from that day. "Miss Hinata, do you find my feet appealing?" Upon hearing his words, Hinata Aoi's expression darkened, and she merely shot him a glare before picking up a book from the table. Zhang Yang glanced over to see the title emblazoned on the cover, Interrogation and Dissection. Chapter 30, The Slaughter. By heavens, this woman has the most bizarre of fascinations. Zhang Yang inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly engaged her in conversation. "Miss Hinata, you two have an interest in such topics? I happen to possess relevant experience." Hinata Aoi set down her book, her brow slightly furrowed. "Oh, is it true that Lord Taranai has some knowledge of anatomy?" Zhang Yang replied with a smile, gesturing with one hand as if wielding a scalpel, gliding it through the air. "If one were to consider a body like Miss Hinata's, the first incision would commence from the armpit, ascending to the jawline, then descending along the midline to the hip joint, carefully peeling back the skin to reveal the lymph nodes beneath the jaw. The second incision would commence at the abdomen, extending all the way to the perineum. The third cut would slice through the perineal area, continuing down to the ankle. The fourth incision would circle around the ankle. Finally, with a gentle yet deliberate force, one would meticulously strip the flesh from the cadaver, thus obtaining an unblemished hide." Hinata Aoi's eyes widened as Zhang Yang detailed the procedure. Her mind involuntarily envisioned the scalpel gliding over her own body, ultimately picturing the horrifying act of skinning herself as described. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Observing Zhang Yang's perpetually cheerful demeanor, she instinctively recoiled, wishing to distance herself from this macabre individual. Miss Hinata, what seems to be the matter? I never suggested dissecting you. I merely recounted the process of skinning a deceased pig, as learned from a veterinarian, Zhang Yang said with a grin, internally chuckling. Upon hearing his final remark, Hinata Aoi's face flushed crimson, then darkened to a deep purple, nearly ready to explode with indignation. How could she be likened to a dead pig? The man before her was utterly insufferable. You are asking for trouble. Hinata Aoi ground her teeth in fury. Zhang Yang, however, waved his hand dismissively, replying, Miss Hinata, do not speak in such a manner. No one with a sound mind seeks death. However, in this world, all must eventually face their end. Whether by natural disaster or human folly remains uncertain. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Hinata? Baka! Hinata Aoi exclaimed, attempting to rise from the bed. But due to her proximity to the edge, she failed to steady herself and tumbled to the floor with a thud. Ah, look, isn't this a case of human misfortune? Zhang Yang remarked, disregarding Hinata Aoi's frantic cries from the ground. Just as he intended to shift his position to rest, Chen Ning entered the room. Miss Chen, Lord Taranai, Chen Ning said, having heard Hinata Aoi's pained cries from outside. She stepped in, assuming a proper stance, embodying the demeanor of a subordinate as she addressed Zhang Yang. What is it? Has something arisen that requires my attention? I heard Lord Taranai was injured, so I came to check on him and to discuss matters regarding the tavern. Ah, I see, Zhang Yang replied, turning to acknowledge Hinata Aoi's side, saying, I would appreciate it if Miss Hinata could maintain her silence. After all, interrupting others is quite impolite. Baka! Hinata Aoi shouted once more, yet no one paid her any heed. Lying on the floor, she felt a profound sense of humiliation. Zhang Yang observed that Hinata Aki had fallen silent after calling out, and he glanced at Chen Ning, saying, Miss Chen, we must conduct ourselves with decorum. Since Miss Hinata is resting, let us discuss matters outside. Hinata Aki lay still on the ground, yet the rising and falling of her chest revealed the turmoil within her. I shall surely kill you. The words emerged through gritted teeth, yet the series of recent exertions, coupled with the vigorous heaving of her chest, caused a sharp pain to radiate from her left side. Sister-in-law, have you found a suitable establishment? Zhang Yang inquired from his wheelchair, addressing Chen Ning behind him. Yes. There's a place just 2 intersections away from the 1st Brigade. Furthermore, it used to be a tavern, so minimal renovations will be required. Zhang Yang nodded and spoke. Now that the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade is deceased, I intend to elevate Sato to that position. This will enhance our influence among the enemy. However, the other adjutants of the enemy brigade present a dilemma, Chen Ning remarked. Adjutants? Huh. The deputy brigade commander is already dead, and so is the chief of staff. The 2 battalion commanders can be persuaded with a little money. If the tavern is well managed, it will entice the enemy with the prospect of wealth. Arousing their greed will make everything easier to control. Chen Ning was increasingly astonished by Zhang Yang's insights into human nature, which were nothing short of terrifying. Since his arrival in Harbin a month ago, Zhang Yang had not only earned Zhang De's trust, but had also forged an unbreakable bond with her. His prowess among the enemy was remarkable. Lost in thought, Chen Ning was startled back to reality when Zhang Yang called her name. With a half-joking tone, she said, Once you make it big, you won't forget your sister, will you? Zhang Yang turned, momentarily taken aback, and smiled. Sister-in-law, what a thing to say. We are forever united. How could I possibly forget you? Even if I were to forget my brother, I could never forget my sister-in-law. Chen Ning smiled in return, pushing Zhang Yang onward toward the outside. Meanwhile, in the enemy brigade headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was rather oppressive. Akitani Masaru sat at the head of the table, his expression decidedly grim. I am deeply disappointed with this operation. Can anyone explain why our mission has failed? Akitani bellowed. Yet none among those present dared to respond, well aware that he was in a foul mood. Miyamoto-kun, would you care to elucidate this matter? Akitani called upon the commander of the brigade's 2nd Battalion, Miyamoto Tsuji. Hearing his name, Miyamoto rose quickly. The mission site had been devoid of any enemies. A complete ruse devised by the foe. However, Miyamoto remained composed, as they had already conferred before the meeting. Lifting his head to gaze at Akita Masanobu, Miyamoto spoke. Commander, our mission has failed. We have analyzed the reasons. The 3 brigades were separated by the enemy's stratagem, which led to the losses of the 1st Brigade. The root of our misfortune lies in the intelligence we received. At this point, Miyamoto turned his attention to Suzuki Kojiro. Commander, I believe Suzuki-kun can shed some light on the inaccuracies in our intelligence. Commander, I contend that we have placed too much trust in the individuals from the Dragon Nation, particularly those purportedly from the security forces. They are utterly unreliable. I fear that the intelligence system of the Taco is now severely compromised, and the presence of those Dragon nationals has become redundant. We have lost so many brave soldiers, and all blame falls upon the intelligence apparatus. At the conference table, due to the injuries sustained by Hinata Aoi, who was responsible for the Taco and currently hospitalized, only Suzuki Kojiro from the Special Operations Team remained. Sato smirked inwardly, his gaze towards Suzuki Kojiro laden with derision, as the others pressed him, making him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 31. Suzuki Kojiro. The meeting concluded, and the discussion surrounding the intelligence system came to an end. In Akita Masanobu's office, Suzuki Kojiro stood outside the desk, silently observing Akita. Suzuki-kun, I am aware of your capabilities. However, there is growing dissatisfaction within the army regarding the intelligence system. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to reform the Taco, the security forces, and your special operations team. What purpose does your intelligence system serve? How could such critical intelligence be erroneous? Akita Masanobu's words left Suzuki Kojiro with no choice but to endure the criticism. Even though this instance of flawed intelligence had no direct relation to him, as the special operations team operated independently from the Taco, he felt unjustly implicated. Commander. Suzuki Kojiro wished to explain himself, but Akita Masanobu lifted his cup and interjected, no need to elaborate. How is the investigation into that matter progressing? Akita Masanobu interrupted Suzuki Kojiro, rendering him unable to express his thoughts, a sensation akin to swallowing a fly. Nevertheless, with Akita Masanobu's inquiry into other matters, he was compelled to respond. Report to the division commander. We have gathered some information. However, there are complications. An individual named Teranai Akawa from the Empire has raised suspicions. Suspicions regarding an Imperial individual? Akita Masanobu paused, his hand holding the cup halted, as he furrowed his brow and looked at Suzuki Kojiro. Indeed, based on my investigations over the past few days, Teranai Akawa has appeared in Harbin unexpectedly, and upon visiting his residence that morning, I sensed something amiss. What sort of issue? In the morning, his room was quite cold, clearly having had the window open for an extended period. Yet, when he opened the door for me, he appeared as though he had just awakened. Oh, what is suspicious about that? Teranai Akawa was supposed to transport medicine to the battlefield. However, intelligence indicates that the medicine was intercepted en route. Akita Masanobu rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, enveloped in silence. An indeterminate amount of time passed before he finally spoke. Teranai, this family must remain untouched. You lack absolute assurance, and it is unwise to provoke the imperial subjects, especially the members of the 5 prominent families. Moreover, these occurrences may merely be coincidental. I have heard that the commanders of the 1st Brigade maintain a good rapport with him. Your current intelligence network has already incited discontent among the soldiers. Do not take further actions at this juncture. Do not cast your gaze upon the eyes of our imperial subjects. Eliminating that individual is the true solution to our internal strife. Suzuki Kojiro opened his mouth to respond, but Akita Masanobu had already risen and exited the room. Damn it! Suzuki Kojiro felt a wave of frustration, yet he dared not voice it. He found himself shouldering the blame for the special hire police, a burden that seemed inescapable. Damn it all. The guard. A bunch of worthless trash, await your demise. At the previous checkpoint of the 1st Brigade in Harbin, a scene of lively chaos unfolded. A platform had been erected at the center of the intersection, where traitorous members of the guard were being dragged forth by the Japanese soldiers. Fire. A series of gunshots rang out, accompanied by anguished cries, sending the crowd into a panicked retreat. Zhang Yang, confined to a wheelchair, struggled to discern the unfolding events. Just then, an individual squeezed through the throng, and Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to inquire, "Brother, what transpired within? Who has been shot?" "Brother, let me tell you. The Japanese have gone mad, executing a whole bunch of those guard dogs. The death of Wang Wang was shocking enough, but to witness another massacre today is beyond belief. Although I do not understand why the Japanese are slaying them, it is quite satisfying to behold." The news of the guard's demise momentarily stunned Zhang Yang. Yet he did not dwell on it. Chen Ning wheeled him toward a nearby tavern, where Zhang De was already standing at the entrance. Gazing up at the sign, it appeared to have once been a venerable establishment, now fallen into disrepair for reasons unknown. "Ah, my dear brother, Teranai." Before Zhang De could finish his sentence, Chen Ning stepped on his foot with considerable force, grinding his heel into it painfully, causing Zhang Da's face to turn a shade of purple, though he stifled his discomfort. "Teranai, does this place meet your satisfaction?" Observing Zhang Da's expression, Zhang Yang suppressed a chuckle but nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I am quite pleased, Mr. Zhang. When might we expect to commence operations? I understand your eagerness, Taranai. Over the past few days, I have procured all the necessary ingredients for our 2 imperial chefs, and I have also hired a dozen assistants. We need only select an auspicious day to tidy up, and we shall be ready to open." Zhang Yang nodded, discreetly giving Zhang a thumbs up, just as a jeep approached their group. As it drew near, Sato emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by a chef who bore a striking resemblance to a well-known figure. "I summoned the chef of the Empire to call upon Lord Sato." Yoshi nodded. Sato naturally took the wheelchair from Chun Ning's hands. "Mr. Sato, shall we proceed inside?" "Certainly, Mr. Taranai." Sato pushed Zhang Yang into the establishment, where the main hall featured around 20 tables, while the upper floors housed several private rooms, with the highest floor reserved for the most prestigious suite. "Quite impressive, isn't it? What do you think, Mr. Sato?" "Indeed. However, Mr. Taranai, do you think we might incur losses by operating such a large establishment?" Zhang Yang glanced at Sato and chuckled. "The venue is not ours. We are merely providing 2 chefs. How could there be any losses?" He continued, "Now, let us discuss our business strategy." Zhang, Chun Ning, along with the 2 chefs and 4 assistants, gathered around, eager to hear about the so-called business policy. "Our establishment will cater to both high-end and low-end clientele. However, the high-end services will be membership-based, with the 3rd and 4th floors designated for exclusive members' rooms. Membership will be divided into 3 tiers, each granting access to different types of rooms. Naturally, members will enjoy corresponding benefits. For instance, 1st-tier members may receive discounts, 2nd-tier members can have additional dishes, and 3rd-tier members will benefit from waived fees and priority service. Memberships will be priced at 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000. Before we open, we will spread the word to affluent individuals in Harbin. Anyone who dares to disregard us will face consequences. I dare say, on the very first day of business, Mr. Sato, you could earn 2 gold bars." Zhang Yang's straightforwardness left the group bewildered, yet upon hearing that Sato might earn 2 gold bars in a single day, their eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 gold bars? Sato gasped. "And this is just a rough estimate. We intend to attract the wealth of the affluent in Long Country, while also charging a fee to the Empire's citizens. Soldiers must miss the taste of home, and we can provide them with dishes that will entice them to spend their pay here. This could yield substantial income. Do you understand, Mr. Sato?" With a smirk, Zhang Yang noted that the policy effectively targeted 2 groups, collaborators and the occupying forces, while he had no intention of profiting from the common people of Long Country. After all, who among the respectable would indulge in island cuisine? Was it that sweet and sour pork was no longer delightful, or that the fire of the stir-fried meat was insufficient? Chapter 32. A generous offer, 100,000. 4 days later, Jia Rini, with his arm in a sling, appeared exceedingly irate. The cause of his ire stemmed from Zhang Yang's notification the previous day, instructing him to liaise with various upstanding citizens, ensuring their presence at the opening of his tavern. "Damn it, that insufferable wretch. Lower your voice. We don't want outsiders to hear." Jia Rini's wife hurriedly secured the window, her eyes scanning the surroundings, fearful that others might overhear his words. "What is this, you dead scoundrel? This is not an invitation for me to extend to others. It is clearly a summons for them to bring money. He won't go himself, but expects me to do it. Isn't this setting me up to be resented by others?" With a sigh, Jia Rini raised his arm and, in a fit of anger, sank into a chair, grasping the teacup on the table and drinking it down in one go. "As for the others, shall we still send out invitations?" Mrs. Jia bent down, placing her right hand on his shoulder. "Send them. How could we not? Go on. I'm already troubled. And you want me to send out invitations?" Jia Rini swatted away Mrs. Jia's hand from his shoulder, seized the coat hanging on the rack, and strode out without looking back. Mrs. Jia glared at his retreating figure, muttering, "What a cowardly creature. If you weren't a traitor, marrying you would surely be a stroke of misfortune." After venting her frustration, she swayed away. By noon, Zhang Yang sat cheerfully in a wheelchair outside the tavern, where cars and luxurious rickshaws continuously pulled up, bringing notable citizens of Harbin. "Come," Zhang sang, "welcome our guests." Hearing his name, Zhang De hurriedly approached a distinguished gentleman who had just alighted from a car, notebook in hand. "Oh, isn't this Boss Huang? Your presence at our humble establishment truly elevates its status. No need for such formalities. Is this Captain Sato I see before me? And could this gentleman be Captain Tarachi?" Boss Huang, discerning as ever, inquired, "What level of membership card are we preparing today?" Membership card? You see, our tavern operates on a membership basis. Without one, patrons are confined to the main hall. I trust that someone of your stature would not wish to share a table with others?" Oh, of course. I must have one. Please provide me with your highest tier membership. I, Huang, will certainly support the business of Captains Tarachi and Sato. The highest gold membership? Zhang De's eyes lit up at Boss Huang's words. Without asking about the cost, Boss Huang simply smiled at Zhang Yang and Captain Sato, believing that establishing connections with the Japanese was worth any expense. Such generosity, Boss Huang. Please welcome our esteemed guest. Boss Huang is acquiring a gold membership. A generous $10,000. No need for such pleasantries. How much exactly? Boss Huang's previously jovial expression abruptly stiffened. Zhang De chuckled, but at that moment, Captain Sato stepped forward, eyeing Huang with narrowed eyes. Huang-san, is there a problem with $10,000? Upon hearing Sato's words, Boss Huang nearly leaped up to kick him in the knee. Damn it, ISNT $10,000 akin to highway robbery. Although the current currency is deemed worthless, a sum of 100,000 could procure 3 Western-style villas and a few lovely companions in Harbin. 100,000. Just like that, it vanished. Boss Huang was on the verge of tears, yet before him stood Sato, his expression grave, leaving Huang no room for reconsideration. Who could predict whether the foreign devil would eliminate him with a single bullet upon showing any signs of regret? Ultimately, Boss Huang could only wipe away his tears and surrender the 100,000. Make sure to write clearly, he urged, observing that his money had been spent on a tattered ledger that merely bore the title gold member, with a scrawl so illegible it was almost an eyesore. Rest assured, Boss Huang. This 100,000 was spent with great flair. By the way, as a gold member, you are entitled to our most generous discount, 30% off your meal prices. You stand to gain significantly. With a forced smile, Boss Huang replied, thank you. Not at all, Boss Huang. Please proceed to the private dining area on the 3rd floor. Just as Boss Huang was about to ascend, a familiar voice echoed from outside, causing him to clench his teeth in frustration. The voice belonged to none other than Jiaorini. Had Jiaorini not delivered the invitation, he would never have squandered 100,000 to purchase 3 illegible scrawls. He cursed inwardly, vowing that the traitor must share in the losses. He could not bear the entirety of the burden alone. Inside, many others had also heard Jiaorini's voice and were descending from upstairs. They were all in financial distress. Those with lesser losses had incurred a deficit of 20,000 as bronze members, while others, like Boss Huang, had suffered a loss of 100,000. The architect of their misfortune was none other than Jiaorini. Damn it, that scoundrel Jiaorini has arrived. At that moment, Jiaorini stood before Zhang Yang and Sato, ingratiating himself, bowing and scraping, a far cry from his earlier bravado at home. Madame Jia's disdain for him was palpable. ISNT this Boss Jia? How have the past couple of days treated you? You seem to be looking quite sprightly. Jiaorini was momentarily taken aback, as a throng of notable individuals emerged from the building, greeting him warmly, a scene he had never encountered before. Though he couldn't fathom the reason for this unexpected reception, he seized the moment to bask in the spotlight. Greetings, everyone. It seems I have been a step behind you all. My sincerest apologies for the delay. I was held up at home. Thank you for welcoming me at the door. I am truly humbled. Allow me to arrange 3 private rooms for a meal together. Jiaorini beamed, and at that juncture, Boss Huang stepped forward, his recent expenditures still fresh in his mind. Eager to witness Jiaorini's expression as he faced his own financial ruin. May I inquire, Captain Sato and Captain Tarachi, individuals like Boss Jia undoubtedly hold a higher status than ourselves. It is indeed an honor for me, Huang, to attain the rank of a gold member, a privilege bestowed upon me by the 2 esteemed captains. However, in comparison to Boss Jia, I find myself somewhat lacking. Perhaps it would be more fitting to elevate Boss Jia to a higher membership tier? Such an action would not only reflect his distinguished stature, but also provide me, as a gold member, with a sense of comfort. The phrase "a sense of comfort" particularly resonates with me. What do my fellow peers think? Indeed, I believe a figure like Brother Rennie deserves to be ranked 2, 3, or even 4 tiers above us. His invitation to us naturally implies a superior standing. Otherwise I, as a silver member, would feel somewhat embarrassed. The inadequacy of Boss Jia's rank leaves me restless. At this moment, a chorus of flattery surrounds Jiaorini, and he is left wondering what has stirred such sentiments. Yet, he feels a certain buoyancy in his steps, unsure whether it is due to a romantic affair or the current atmosphere. Indeed, he feels elevated, as if he might soar to the heavens. Chapter 33. If you all hold me in such high regard, I shall not decline. The atmosphere is light, and Jiaorini's words flow effortlessly. Since you all offer such esteem, I shall accept graciously. Captain Sato, might I inquire if it is possible for me to obtain a more prestigious membership? A more prestigious membership? Captain Sato, unsure of the possibilities, recalls that Zhang Yang had previously mentioned the highest tier as the gold membership. Whether Zhao Rini can attain a higher rank depends on Zhang Yang's decision, as he orchestrates this business endeavor. Since accompanying Zhang Yang at the entrance today, Captain Sato has already pocketed no less than 500,000. A bountiful harvest indeed. Tarachi, what are your thoughts? Although Captain Sato's question seems directed at Zhang Yang, it is clear to all present that Zhang Yang holds the authority here. Of course, Boss Jia is our old friend. He can certainly be elevated to diamond membership. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhao Rini felt a sweetness akin to honey in his heart. Initially harboring some disdain for Zhang Yang, he now perceives a glimmer of merit in the young man. And how much does the diamond membership cost, Captain Tarachi? Huang inquired hastily. The diamond membership grants us a 50% discount on our menu prices, Captain Tarachi replied. Hearing this, Zhao Rini stood a bit taller, surveying the room with an air of superiority. The more he observed Zhang Yang, the more agreeable he appeared. In terms of price, let it be 500,000. Zhang Yang stated. 500,000. Huang questioned, puzzled, as he had anticipated a cost of at least 1 million. However, since Zhang Yang had spoken, he felt no objection. The others soon began to congratulate Zhao Rini, praising him for his generosity and affluence. Truly, Boss Jia is a man of substantial means. Boss Jia, the eminent figure among us. Boss Jia, it must be this. Zhang De took a blank notebook from the hands of the other and said to Zhao Rini, Boss Jia, a generous offer, 500,000. 500,000. Yes, diamond membership, 500,000. Zhang De squinted his eyes, grinning at Zhao Rini. At this moment, the atmosphere became somewhat hushed, and Zhao Rini felt all eyes in the room fixated upon him, especially the murderous gaze from Sato, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and his legs to tremble, prompting him to stagger back a couple of steps. Jia sang, Boss Jia, have you been lingering too long at the Yichuan Tower? Surely, you can afford it? The taunts came swiftly. Zhao Rini finally comprehended why this group awaited him. It was pure retaliation, a trap of mockery. Jia sang, you wouldn't want to backtrack, would you? Ah, Sato-kun, you mustn't say that. Jia Sang has a pharmaceutical factory. How could he possibly be unable to produce 500,000 if he lacks liquidity? He could use the factory as collateral. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rini nearly sprang up to thrash Zhang Yang. Using the factory as collateral was akin to jeopardizing his very lifeblood. He currently owned a pharmaceutical factory, a textile mill, a dyeing factory, and a coal mine, with the pharmaceutical factory being the most profitable. Of course, Your Excellency Sinai, I can certainly manage it. Otherwise, I would simply return home to fetch it. At this moment, Boss Huang stood up and spoke. Boss Jia, isn't your wife here? Why not have her retrieve it? Just now, Boss Jia mentioned reserving a table. Shall we proceed inside? I, Huang, have brought a fine bottle of wine for you to savor. Indeed, Boss Jia, please lead the way. It has been far too long since we last met. We must share a drink. Ultimately, Zhao Rini, wearing a face as pale as a pig's liver, was ushered inside by the crowd. Just as Zhao Rini had taken a few steps, Zhang Yang glanced towards the street, where a familiar figure emerged. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow before discreetly casting a glance at Sato and said, Sato-kun, do check in on Jia Sang and the others. After all, as hosts, we must share a drink with them. My foot is injured. I must trouble you to assist. Sinai-kun, this is my duty. Zhang Sang, please help support Sinai-kun. Zhang De quickly took Zhang Yang from Sato's grasp. Once Sato departed, two weary individuals clad in simple attire appeared before Zhang Yang. One of them spoke, Boss, may we trouble you for a sip of water? Shoo, who is your boss? Zhang De waved his hand, attempting to shoo the two beggars away. However, Zhang Yang gestured for him to stop and said, Zhang Sang, these are good citizens of our empire. Please take them to the back to have some water. Thank you. Esteemed one, thank you. The guide nodded and bowed, hastily beckoning his companion to enter the premises. Brother, stay here. I'll step inside for a moment. Little brother? Zhang De opened his mouth and exclaimed, there's a bit of a situation. Just as Zhang Yang intended to maneuver his wheelchair, a dusty yellow jeep came to a halt at the entrance. Suzuki Kojuro emerged from the vehicle and, with a respectful gesture, addressed Zhang Yang. Mr. Teranai, congratulations. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised that Suzuki Kojuro would pay a visit. Surely, Kojuro had come to savor the flavors of his homeland at our establishment. Indeed, Mr. Teranai, I have longed for the taste of home, Kojuro replied. What tier of membership do you plan to acquire to express your fondness for your homeland? Membership? Zhang De interjected. I believe Captain Suzuki should undoubtedly be a gold member. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if other citizens of the Dragon Country held higher memberships than him. Very well. Then, I shall opt for a gold membership, Suzuki Kojiro responded with an air of grandeur. Zhang smiled with narrowed eyes. Excellent choice, Captain Suzuki. The fee for a gold membership is 100,000 yuan. Huh, what did you say? Suzuki Kojiro's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the price. Indeed. 100,000 yuan. Zhang reiterated. Baka, this is a black shop, a black shop. Oh, my establishment operates transparently. How could it possibly be a black shop? Surely, you aren't suggesting that Captain Kojiro is unable to come up with 100,000 yuan? Surely not. A captain of your rank cannot be without such funds. Zhang remarked. As Suzuki Kojiro's face flushed with embarrassment, passers-by on the street turned their gazes towards the unfolding scene. Among them were soldiers from the enemy. And as a jeep drove by, 5 individuals disembarked, revealing several captains from the Akita Brigade. Upon exiting the vehicle, they witnessed this spectacle. One of the enemy soldiers called out to Zhang Yang, then turned to Suzuki Kojiro. Surely you're not hoping for a free meal, are you? Absolutely not. Suzuki Kojiro shouted, his face reddening. Oh, so, it's true that you're simply too impoverished to pay? No worries, Zhang-san. Just charge the fee to my account and grant Kojiro a gold membership. We are all comrades of the Empire. How could we allow the captain of our special operations team to sit with mere soldiers? Laughter erupted from the captains standing nearby. While Suzuki Kojiro was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. I have 100,000 yuan, he declared, rummaging through the jeep before producing the money and tossing it to Zhang to open the bag, counted the bills meticulously, and then turned to Zhang Yang. Your Excellency Taranai, Captain Suzuki, the total is exactly 100,000 yuan. Zhang-san, Kojiro has sufficient funds. Why are you still dawdling? Please, lead him inside. Yes, yes. Your Excellency Taranai, how could I forget? Captain Suzuki, please, do come in. Suzuki Kojiro let out a cold snort before striding into the tavern. Fully aware of his purpose for visiting, he intended to install listening devices within this establishment, hoping to uncover some incriminating evidence against Zhang Yang. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard Zhang Yang's voice. Mr. Ben, we are all colleagues here. In a foreign land, what need is there for money? Zhang sang. All the captains present are golden members. With a thud, Suzuki Kojiro stomped his foot in frustration, barely able to contain his impending explosion of rage. The others turned to look, seemingly amused by Kojiro's agitation. Chapter 34. The highly perceptive Zhao Si experiences emotional ups and downs inside the tavern. The political commissar sat at a table with the soldiers, observing the Japanese soldiers passing by the entrance. One soldier whispered, Commissar, if we could eliminate that wheelchair-bound Japanese soldier, I believe it would be worth my life. Just now, 5 or 6 captains greeted him. He is definitely a big fish. The commissar glanced at the soldier, a smile on his lips, yet he remained silent. Commissar, what's wrong? Do you think it's impossible? Allow me to explain. If we kill this Japanese soldier, chaos will surely ensue in Harbin. Their focus will shift from besieging our troops, and we can finally breathe easy. Concentrate on your intelligence work. The commissar chided, tapping the young soldier's head with a chopstick. Whether Harbin descends into chaos after Zhang Yang's death is uncertain, but I can assure you that I would go mad if that were to happen. Who would have thought that this month's remarkable lone wolf would fall to his own people? If this word reaches Director Yang, he would likely be infuriated. I was merely suggesting, the young soldier muttered. Zhao Si, listen carefully. Since you have been assigned intelligence work by the organization, you must understand the essence of intelligence operations. The crux of intelligence work is not merely to eliminate certain individuals, but to ensure the information reaches the organization, allowing it to wield greater influence. This is the true task of an intelligence officer. Assassination is the domain of assassins. Intelligence work requires finesse. Zhao Si nodded, the commissar's words echoing in his mind. It indeed seemed true. If he could not eliminate the wheelchair-bound Japanese soldier, perhaps he could leverage his connections instead. Would that not mean he becomes the Japanese? And the Japanese become him? Commissar, I understand. Clinging to the wheelchair-bound Japanese soldier's influence is the rightful path. The commissar widened his eyes at Zhao Si's revelation, impressed by his insight. Commissar, look, there's even a Japanese major general. A major general? The commissar momentarily lost his train of thought, turning to observe outside. There stood Zhang Yang, rising from his wheelchair to engage in conversation with a Japanese soldier, who, astonishingly, bore stars on his shoulders. At this sight, the commissar's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. If no one were around, he would genuinely consider kneeling before Zhang Yang. By heavens, could it be that this lad is not truly a Japanese? In just a few days, he has established connections with a Japanese major general. Goodness, this has utterly shattered his worldview. The political commissar's mind raced, his gaze fixated on the Japanese Major General. Should he eliminate the general, chaos would surely ensue in Harbin. If only he had a firearm, he would not hesitate to shoot the general in the back. Zhao Si also watched Zhang Yang ascend the stairs. And once the latter had entered the room, he lowered his voice to say, "Commissar, I increasingly feel that if we could ally ourselves with this wheelchair-bound Japanese, our intelligence concerns would be alleviated. How about I work here as a waiter?" Upon hearing Zhao Si's proposition, the commissar pondered for a moment. It indeed presented a viable option. He had initially intended for Zhao Si to remain in Harbin, gradually funneling talent into the city to reconstruct their intelligence network. The very core of this network was none other than Zhang Yang, the lone wolf. Following directives from their superiors, they resolved to ensure that this solitary wolf would no longer be alone. "Very well," Zhao Si responded with excitement, just as a waiter brought forth 2 plates of dishes. "Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. Commissar, did you order this? How much did it cost?" Zhao Si, unfamiliar with such Japanese cuisine, picked up a piece of sushi with his fingers and placed it in his mouth. "What does it taste like?" the commissar inquired. "This Japanese is trying to harm us. It's raw." On the 3rd floor in the private room, Zhang Yang sat in his wheelchair, flanked by several Japanese squad leaders, who were surprised to see the division's chief of staff in this establishment. "Senpai, I have long yearned for the delicacies of my homeland. You have done well to fulfill my wish," Zhang Yang expressed. "Lord Takahashi, I am honored that you have graced us with your presence," the host responded. "Please, everyone, take a seat." With a wave of his hand, Takahashi Lingu signaled for everyone to sit down. After they were seated, he savored a piece of salmon sushi, visibly relishing the experience. "I heard that Senpai ventured to procure medicine for Shin-no-suk before his demise. This deeply moved me." "Indeed, Chief of Staff. Senpai even transported medicine for our Imperial Army, but was ambushed by the enemy en route. Fortunately, Senpai is a person favored by fate and emerged unscathed," added Sato, one of the Japanese. Takahashi Lingu acknowledged this with an O and began conversing with Zhang Yang. After a time of dining, Takahashi Lingu, the Japanese Chief of Staff, eventually rose to depart. The reasons for his visit lingered in the minds of the surrounding squad leaders. Once Takahashi Lingu had left, a throng of Japanese gathered around Zhang Yang once more. "Sato-kun, here is your share for today," Zhang Yang declared before producing 2 gold bars and placing them before Sato. The moment the gold bars were set before him, an electric silence enveloped the room, the light reflecting off the gold, casting a shimmering glow that danced in the eyes of the Japanese. What an incredible fortune, they all thought fervently. The land of the 3 eastern provinces was the first to fall under the occupation of the invaders, who thoroughly drained its resources. By the time the Akita division arrived to assume defensive duties, there was not left for them. When they ventured out to raid, they encountered only the impoverished. The collective wealth of these destitute individuals scarcely amounted to the value of a mere fingertip of gold. Though the atmosphere was tranquil, the breaths of the invaders grew increasingly frantic. "Sato-kun, what are you gazing at? Is it insufficient?" Zhang Yang inquired, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the Japanese officer. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Sato quickly gestured in surprise. No, this is merely 1 day's haul. It is quite abundant." "Teranai-kun, is it much?" Zhang Yang continued. "Let me tell you, just today, individuals like Jia Rini have yielded us a staggering 1,500,000. Nanny." The officers within the room were visibly agitated. These good citizens possessed far too much wealth. The prospect of seizing it ignited their spirits. Zhang Yang silently chuckled, while he appeared to engage in casual banter with Sato. His words were intended for the other officers present, knowing well that such wealth would entice any invader. However, the riches of Jia Rini and his ilk were beyond their grasp. After all, they were respectable citizens. Hearing Zhang's remarks, the mood of the officers plummeted once more. What could they do if they could not seize it? Yet, as long as we establish numerous storefronts, surely they would be compelled to bring us their money? Zhang's words rekindled the officers' enthusiasm. There was still a chance to acquire wealth. However, we are soldiers, far less versed in the art of commerce than Teranai-kun. Finally, Binhe could no longer contain himself and spoke up, recalling how Zhang had once invited him to engage in business on the battlefield. Now, seeing 2 gold bars, he was practically beside himself with eagerness. Upon hearing Binhe's words, the spirits of the other officers once again sank. They were not like Teranai or Ikawa, equipped to handle business matters. Zhang seized upon Binhe's comment and replied, "What does it matter? We are friends gathered here, are we not? Business is merely a means of friendship. My pursuit of profit is but a pastime. Earning money with friends is my true passion." Indeed, Teranai-kun speaks wisely. Sato was the first to leap forward, rallying support for Zhang. 2 gold bars felt heavy in hand. Yet he could manage even 10. Zhang's words stirred the officers once more. Taranai would lead them to prosperity. After all, what worth is wealth if not shared with friends? Cheers. Zhang raised his cup and drank deeply. The officers present, seeing Zhang lift his cup, hurriedly grasped their own, eager not to lag behind. Outside, the heartbroken Jiaorini watched as his wife handed 5 small goldfish to Zhang De. His heart ached deeply, especially since the group inside feasted on his hospitality. The more he pondered, the more furious he became. Cursed that temple master and his minions. Jiaorini would never coexist peacefully with them. At that moment, Suzuki, with unwavering focus on his purpose, emerged from the private room and discreetly placed a listening device in an appropriate location. It was then that the two men crossed paths in the corridor. Jiaorini, you are Captain Suzuki? Both recognized each other instantly. A smile graced Jiaorini's face as he extended his hand to grasp Suzuki Kojiro's, greeting him warmly. Captain Suzuki, are you here to congratulate Lord Temple Master on his prosperous opening? Why aren't you dining inside? Hearing Jiaorini's words, Suzuki Kojiro's expression soured. The wound of having spent 100,000 was freshly reopened by Jiaorini's insinuation. Humph, why isn't he just eaten? Taken aback momentarily by Suzuki Kojiro's reaction, Jiaorini's mind raced with thoughts. He then cautiously ventured, I spent 500,000 to become a diamond member. Alas, Captain Suzuki, I feel a bit, well, you spent 500,000. Suzuki Kojiro scrutinized Jiaorini, astonished by his wealth. And how much did you spend, Captain Suzuki? Humph, merely 100,000. Nothing compared to your sum. Upon hearing Suzuki Kojiro's tone, Jiaorini quickly discerned that the captain's relationship with the temple master was fraught with tension. Captain Suzuki, why don't we share a drink? After a moment's contemplation, Suzuki Kojiro nodded. Jiaorini's eyes brightened as he promptly declared, Captain Suzuki, please, allow me to summon the waiter. Waiter, come here, and prepare a private room for us. Turning his gaze downward, Jiaorini suddenly fixated on a table where a familiar face lingered. Though he couldn't immediately place it. Jia-san, what are you looking at? Oh, Captain Suzuki, I will be right there. Jiaorini turned back, glanced once more below, and then approached Suzuki Kojiro. Chapter 35. Hinata always blush after engaging in extensive conversation with Suzuki Kojiro. Jiaorini felt a surge of excitement. He had finally found an ally to resist Zhang Yang's oppression. Captain Suzuki, I too find Tamura Akawa to be exceedingly suspicious. However, I have yet to grasp any incriminating evidence against him. Suzuki Kojiro swirled the wine in his glass and chuckled. He may not be from the island nation. What? Captain Suzuki, are you suggesting that Tamura Akawa is not from the Empire? Could he possibly be from the Dragon Kingdom? Have you uncovered something? Jiaorini stammered, his words tumbling forth in confusion. Suzuki Kojiro drained his cup of wine in one swift motion, then turned to Jiaorini and said, I harbor suspicions. Yet I am not certain. This is where I require your assistance, Mr. Jia, to uncover any potential clues. Together, we shall eliminate him, and the business shall return to you. Upon hearing Suzuki Kojiro's words, Jiaorini felt a surge of excitement. He held little interest in the tavern's business, but was more eager to eliminate Zhang Yang. In less than half a month, he had suffered significant losses, including the severance of an arm. Captain Suzuki, rest assured, I will ensure that I uncover some clues for you. Jiaorini, in high spirits, called for the waiter and ordered 2 dishes. Once they had consumed enough food and drink, he departed the tavern alongside Suzuki Kojiro. However, upon reaching the ground floor, the individuals they had seen earlier had vanished. After contemplating for a moment, Jiaorini followed Suzuki Kojiro out. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhang De appeared behind Zhang Yang, who pointed at Zhang De and introduced him to several Japanese men within the room. This is a good citizen of our empire, here to assist me. In such a vast place as Harbin, establishing a tavern in the northern district could yield some market potential in the southern district as well. How about this? Aside from Mr. Sato, I will sponsor the rest of you to open another tavern in the southern district. The Japanese men, who had received such generosity, were elated, eager to open the tavern that very night, especially with the allure of the 2 gold bars gleaming before them. Thank you, Lord Taranai. We are all friends. No need for formality. If any other friends wish to profit, they may simply seek me out later. In Harbin, there are numerous lucrative ventures, Zhang Yang added, subsequently requesting Zhang De to escort him to a single-stall restroom under the guise of needing privacy. Outside, Zhang De whispered that Jiaorini fellow has allied with Suzuki Kojiro. Be vigilant, for I fear they may conspire against us. They've formed an alliance? Zhang Yang pondered, noting that both the political commissar and his companion had already departed from the corridor. Suzuki Kojiro was indeed repugnant, ever since he had set his sights on him. He had clung to him like an adhesive plaster. However, now that Jia Rini had allied with him, it would be best to orchestrate his demise. If he behaved himself, he might be granted a bit more time to live. Yet, it appeared he was courting death now. Nevertheless, Jia Rini could not be dispatched so swiftly. After all, Zhang Yang had refrained from killing him on the battlefield precisely because he had yet to grasp the full extent of his enterprises. In the hospital, Suzuki Kojiro entered the room where Hinata always sat on the bed, holding a book in one hand. Miss Hinata. What brings you here, Suzuki-kun? Miss Hinata. Through my analyses, I have grown increasingly suspicious of Teranayakawa. I have come to inquire whether you possess any additional leads. Leads? Hinata Aoi pondered for a moment and recalled the distinct footprint, yet she refrained from voicing it directly. Instead, she smiled and remarked, since you harbor suspicions about him, Suzuki-kun, you ought to seek out clues. Asking me serves little purpose. I believe Miss Hinata possesses information of great value. Suzuki Kojiro responded with a smile. However, Hinata Aoi shifted the conversation to another matter, gazing intently at Suzuki Kojiro as she stated, you are aware, Suzuki-kun, that the erroneous intelligence provided by the Special High Command led to the demise of the 1st Division's commander, are you not? Upon hearing her words, Suzuki Kojiro furrowed his brow. Was this not an issue pertaining to her Special High Command? Why inquire of him? He was already incensed by the backlash stemming from their misleading intelligence during the meeting. Understand, Miss Hinata, I believe this matter falls squarely on your Special High Command. Hinata Aoi cast a fleeting glance at Suzuki Kojiro and continued, I happen to have an intriguing lead, but I require your assistance in eliminating Hinata Mura. Excuse me? Suzuki Kojiro frowned. Hinata Mura served as the deputy within the Special High Command, operating under Hinata Aoi's oversight. The last intelligence was submitted under my name by him. As she spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent sparkled in her eyes. Neither she nor Hinata Mura were the biological offspring of Akita Masanari, as Akita had a romantic involvement with their mother in his youth. However, due to various circumstances, they did not unite. Following their mother's death, Akita Masanari, upon learning of this, adopted both her and Hinata Mura. Consequently, Hinata Mura co-managed the Special High Command alongside her. Miss Hinata, I cannot comply with that request. Oh, but Suzuki-kun, the information I possess is rather compelling. If leveraged appropriately, it could lead to incriminating evidence against Teranayakawa. Moreover, the division commander favors me, as I bear a resemblance to my mother. Should the Special High Command fall under my complete control, our combined efforts could effectively eliminate other adversaries from the Dragon Kingdom. That fellow, Hinata Mura, merely resorts to scheming. The reason he did not attend the last meeting was to divert attention towards you. If he truly had control over the Special High Command, it is highly likely your Special Operations team would become his next target. Suzuki Kojiro, upon digesting Hinata Aoi's words, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief pause, he raised his head and declared, if he betrays the Empire, I shall take action. Hinata Aoi locked her gaze with Suzuki Kojiro's eyes, and after a moment, she spoke. Suzuki-kun, you are indeed a striking man. You evoke a flutter in my heart. I hope you soon uncover the evidence of his treachery against the Empire. The items you seek are located in the second drawer of my office. Suzuki Kojiro stared at Hinata Aoi, momentarily entranced, and after a while, he slowly rose to his feet. After Suzuki Kojiro departed, Hinata Aoi's eyes sparkled with fervor. She suddenly realized that merely controlling a Special High Department was not enough. If she could also oversee Suzuki Kojiro's Special Operations team, it would be simply marvelous. At this thought, a flush of excitement graced Hinata Aoi's cheeks. Akita-kun, you only need me, she mused. Chapter 36. Practicing for 2.5 years in the room at Daily, Zhang Yang addressed the political commissar, saying, the organization should extend warmth to this lone wolf of mine. Just send over a little white rabbit directly. No need to concoct some wolf pack. That name is utterly embarrassing. Humph, you're quite the dreamer. If you want that girl Ziching to come over, you'd better manage the underground intelligence system well. Then I might consider it, the political commissar replied. Zhang Yang stared wide-eyed at the political commissar, his tone laced with confusion. Commissar, isn't it you who is seeking my assistance? Is it usual to request favors in such a manner? Unfazed by Zhang Yang's words, the political commissar retorted. Comrade Zhang Yang, this is the organization's expectation of you. It is a task assigned to you. How can you say it's a favor? He continued. When it's known that Comrade Ziching's husband is the leader of the wolf pack, just imagine how proud she would be in the army. Goodness, Commissar, this is akin to banditry. Our organization cannot condone such tactics. How can you use Comrade Ziching's feelings as leverage? We advocate for women's freedom. Zhang Yang warned. I advise you not to err. Regardless of Zhang Yang's protests, the political commissar maintained a confident demeanor, digging into his ear and firmly stating, as Ziqing's family, "I suggest you think this through." With that, he declared, "I must take my leave. A certain individual, codenamed Wolf 4, will be applying for a position at your establishment in a couple of days. Ensure he gets in. You can contact him through the dead letterbox beneath the third red brick at number 18 daily. He will visit every 3 days. I have faith in you. When we achieve victory, you will undoubtedly rise to prominence. I'm merely advocating for your rights. Enough of that. No need to see me off. I'm leaving." The political commissar took his hat, waved at Zhang Yang, and exited. Once the political commissar was gone, Zhang Yang sighed. If only he could have someone from the former special forces, he would gladly welcome an entire team. Yet, the individuals available to him now were lacking in overall strength. "What makes you fall for such a young girl?" Zhang Yang remarked softly. "It's not as if you've been with your left hand for 30 years. It's just how it is," he replied. Rising to his feet, he found that a day's time had not hindered him much, though walking remained somewhat inconvenient. Donning his coat, he stepped outside to find snowflakes drifting down from the sky. This weather is rather unusual, he thought, adjusting his gloves before hailing a rickshaw driver. "Where to, sir?" the driver asked. "To the izakaya," Zhang Yang responded. "All right, please make yourself comfortable. I have heard that this izakaya is owned by a prominent figure, and it serves exquisite cuisine from the islands. For someone like me, I wonder when I will ever have the chance to dine there." Zhang Yang chuckled and replied, "There are indeed dishes within that you can enjoy. Even if we had the opportunity, we wouldn't dare to enter. After all, it would be disastrous to offend someone. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall hasten our journey." After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Yang opened his eyes as the driver brought the carriage to a halt. He casually extracted 2 notes from his bag and handed them to the driver. Upon seeing this, the driver bowed in gratitude. The attendant outside the izakaya promptly approached Zhang Yang, exclaiming, "Sir, sure, NEI." Hearing several individuals address Zhang Yang as Major, the driver was momentarily startled, relieved that he had not uttered anything inappropriate. Otherwise, he might have jeopardized his very life, for those young devils spoke the Dragon Kingdom's language remarkably well. "Take me inside and find Zhang Sang." "Certainly, Sir, sure, NEI. Please follow me. The manager is already awaiting your arrival." The attendant guided Zhang Yang inside, where Zhang De was seated comfortably in a large chair, holding a cigarette with an air of contentment. "Now this is the essence of a true life. Ah, brother, you have arrived. My dear brother, your quality of life has evidently improved." Zhang De quickly stood and offered Zhang Yang a cigar, which Zhang Yang declined. As smoking leaves traces, since arriving in Harbin, he had refrained from tobacco. How did the matter proceed? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's inquiry, Zhang De ceased his jovial banter and replied, "The arrangements have been made." "Where is he?" Zhang De moved towards the back of the table, reaching down, and soon after, 2 attendants entered, leading a man whose head was shrouded in a black hood. Inside, the muffled sounds indicated it was a man, though his mouth was gagged, producing only incoherent whimpers. "All right, you 2 may leave. Be sharp about it." "Yes." Once the attendants exited, Zhang De glanced at Zhang Yang and then delivered a sharp kick to the man's abdomen on the floor, causing him to curl up in pain, writhing like a shrimp. Zhang Yang crouched down and removed the hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. One that could easily have debuted after merely 2.5 years of training in the 20th century. "Do you know who I am?" The man on the ground shook his head vigorously. "Do you understand why I am seeking you?" Again, the man shook his head frantically. "Huh, do you realize that I could end your life with a mere pull of the trigger?" Zhang Yang produced a handgun and pressed it against the man's head, who immediately began nodding furiously, his eyes reflecting desperation. "I ask you, can you assist me with a matter?" The man nodded fervently. Zhang Yang smiled, holstered his firearm, and removed the gag, revealing a foul stench emanating from what appeared to be a makeshift bandage. Brother, I haven't done anything." "If you truly hadn't done anything, you wouldn't be lying here. You must understand the reason." The man's face displayed a look of terror as Zhang Yang continued. "If you perform well, our empire will not treat you poorly." You are from the empire?" The man swallowed hard, his body instinctively recoiling. "Now tell me, when did you first become involved with Madame Jia? When did you meet?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the man's pupils constricted, and he shrank back further. But his back pressed against Zhang Da's foot. Zhang Da crouched down, holding a knife against the man's abdomen, and then slid it downward. "We've managed to catch you. Do you think we wouldn't know about your affair with Madame Jia? I just told you to cooperate. You aren't clinging to a sense of loyalty, are you? If so, I must commend you, but I regret to inform you that your life will be forfeit. However, you may live for a while longer, after all. How could we let you die so easily before our business is concluded? Wouldn't you agree, brother?" As his words fell, Zhang Da's knife halted at the man's third leg, its sharp edge eliciting a shiver of cold against the man lying on the ground. I'll talk. Brother, please don't move. Chapter 37. Is your play with Madame Jia more extravagant? That's better. Now tell me, is your play with Madame Jia more extravagant than this? The man on the ground wore a face of despair, gazing at Zhang Da, his mouth opening. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to respond to such a question. Playing in bed could hardly compare to this. At least he wasn't being threatened with a knife pressed against his leg. Brother, I truly do not know how to answer. Very well. When the time comes, you shall perform for us. Make him stand up, Zhang Yang commanded. Zhang Da supported the man's shoulder and abruptly pulled him up from the ground. But as soon as Zhang Da let go, the man nearly collapsed, his legs shaking like a sieve. Look at you. Zhang Da wiped the knife clean and then stood beside Zhang Yang. Tell me your name, and how did you come to know Madame Jia? Brother, my name is Yang Yuntian, and I met Madame Jia at a ballroom. Oh, was it she who pursued you, or you who pursued her? Brother, it was a mutual attraction between us. Zhang Yang, with a frown, interrupted Zhang Da's inquiry and asked, where do you and Madame Jia usually meet? Brother, Madame Jia bought me an apartment on Changning Street. Whenever she has time, she comes to find me there. Oh, when does she usually go? Brother, it's always Madame Jia who notifies me first. I wait for her there, but the timing is uncertain. Upon hearing Yang Yuntian's words, Zhang Yang stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. He then turned to Yang Yuntian and inquired, do you possess any means to arrange a meeting with her? Yang Yuntian appeared troubled, but when he noticed Zhang Yang producing a handgun and placing it on the table, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the floor. Big brother, I can. But I require someone to deliver a message to Lady Jia's maid, he said. Zhang Yang cast a disdainful glance at Yang Yuntian and remarked, it seems you have been played by her too much. How utterly ridiculous. Zhang Yang nodded, then addressed Zhang Da. Make arrangements to find someone from outside to deliver the message and procure a camera. We shall witness a scene of intimacy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Da's face lit up with excitement. Isn't that far more appealing than those lifeless images? He exclaimed, what do you say, can you cooperate? As Zhang Da gazed at him with a mischievous grin, Yang Yuntian couldn't help but shudder, hastily nodding in agreement. This was indeed his line of work, and he had no fear of being photographed. At the entrance of the Jia residence, a coachman was peering inside. Just then, Jia Rini emerged from the courtyard, and the coachman intercepted him, stating, Sir, I am the son of Xia Chui's third grandfather, and I have a letter from her mother to deliver. Would you kindly announce my presence? Jia Rini furrowed his brow and glanced at the servant beside him before responding, Let him in. Do not delay my affairs. Yes. Sir, the servant replied. Jia Rini then hurriedly boarded a small automobile and drove towards the east. Inside the house, Xia Chui, your mother has sent you a letter. Upon hearing this, Xia Chui hurried over, observing a servant entering with a coachman. The coachman addressed Xia Chui, I am the son of your third grandfather. And here is a letter from your mother that I have brought for you. Son of the third grandfather? Xia Chui suddenly recalled something, took the letter, handed the coachman a small amount of money, and dismissed him. After the coachman departed, Xia Chui hurried into the house. Pushing open the door, she looked at Lady Jia and exclaimed, Madam, a letter has arrived from Yang Yuntian. A letter from Yang Yuntian? What could he possibly want? Where's the letter? Let me see it, Lady Jia demanded. Xia Chui promptly handed the letter to Lady Jia, who opened the envelope to find the following words penned within, My beloved Xia Yuan. Last night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Gazing at the stars above, I felt as if you were smiling down upon me. It has been 3 days since we last met, yet these days have felt like an eternity. Shall we meet today? You can rest your head upon my chest, allowing me to savor the warmth of your being. Yours lovingly, Yuntian. Upon reading the letter, Lady Jia could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Turning to Xia Chui, she asked, Where has Jia Rini gone? Madam, the master took a car eastward, likely heading towards the direction of the Japanese troops. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Jia spoke. Please prepare a bucket of water for me. I wish to bathe, and do remember to add plenty of flowers. Yes, madam, came the reply. Outside, the innkeeper, having squatted for quite some time, looked at the coachman and inquired, Are you certain that you delivered the letter into Xia Chui's hands? The coachman nodded vigorously. Confused, the innkeeper murmured, Does this mean they are not going? If they are not going, someone ought to inform him. Just then, the coachman pointed ahead and exclaimed, Brother, look, Madame Jia has come out. The innkeeper turned around and urged the coachman, Quickly, go and pick up Madame Jia. But remember to drive slowly. With that, he dashed away. Meanwhile, on Changning Street, Zhang Yang and his companions were fully prepared. Zhao Ming, upon hearing of this delightful event, insisted on being included, for he had grown weary of merely gazing at the beauties from the islands. Take plenty of pictures. Make them look good, he instructed. Patting his chest, Zhao Ming declared, rest assured, my skills are of a masterful caliber. Yang Yuntian sat on the bed, wiping away sweat, clutching a cup filled with a yellowish liquid. Are you really going to drink that? He lamented, turning to Zhang De brother. I fear that in your presence, I won't perform well if I drink alcohol. Zhang De smacked his lips and queried, what does this liquor taste like? What have you steeped in that bucket? Taking a deep breath, Yang Yuntian downed the medicinal wine in one gulp and replied, I procured this from an old traditional Chinese doctor, who informed me that it contains ginseng, reishi mushrooms, tiger whip, deer whip, bull whip, along with herbs like mao, xianlingpi, yankashi, and honeycomb. Goodness, does it really work? Zhang De asked, intrigued. Yang Yuntian, invigorated by this question, poured another cup and handed it to Zhang De brother. Take this cup. If you don't use it tonight, you might regret it. 7 times in a night is no problem. Really? Zhang De was incredulous. Indeed, I seldom drink, but when I do, I find it hard to stop. At that moment, Zhang De and Yang Yuntian appeared as if they were brothers, engaging in a lively discussion, devoid of any semblance of coercion. Zhang De seized the medicinal wine and drank it down eagerly. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Boss, the guests have arrived. Chapter 38. Such open revelry. Hurry, hurry, hide quickly, Zhao Ming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Such an opportunity would rarely present itself, and as the designated photographer, he was eager to begin. The 3 of them concealed themselves in a prearranged spot, directly opposite the grand bed, having even carved a small opening for the purpose of photography. Inside, Yang Yuntian fidgeted restlessly, and soon the sound of high heels echoed, followed by the creaking of the door. Darling, how I've missed you. Madame Jia feigned a delicate demeanor, embodying the essence of a coy woman, which left Yang Yuntian feeling somewhat uneasy. How is it that today, after consuming 2 cups, you wish for me to remain bedridden? Lady Jia tightened her legs and lightly brushed her hand across Yang Yuntian's chest, sending a waft of fragrance through the air. Yang Yuntian glanced in the direction of Zhang and the others, feeling an intense heat igniting within him, the medicinal wine he had just imbibed taking effect. Without further ado, he pushed Lady Jia down onto the bed. Instantly, her cries echoed throughout the room. Let me see, let me see. Zhang Daba pushed Zhao Ming aside and peered through the opening. At that moment, Yang Yuntian had shed all his garments, and the sight of Lady Jia in such a state stirred Zhang De's blood to a boiling point. By heavens, and their essay whip. Zhang De observed as Lady Jia retrieved a black leather whip from the drawer at the head of the bed, striking Yang Yuntian with a resounding crack. Let me see. Allow me to take a few photographs. Zhao Ming shoved Zhang De out of the way, producing his camera and snapping a couple of shots, capturing Lady Jia at her most fervent. Time slipped by, and Zhang Yang felt as though Lady Jia's voice might soon grow hoarse, while beside him, Zhang De seemed to have fire in his eyes, and Zhao Ming had also crossed his legs, leaving only himself, resembling Lu Xiahui in his restraint. However, it was unbearably taxing. At long last, silence enveloped the room, with only the labored breaths of Yang Yuntian and Zhang De echoing in response. How many did you take? Zhao Ming turned to Zhang Yang and asked. Well, perhaps just over 100. Over 100? So many? You must know that capturing 100 consecutive shots with today's cameras is no small feat. Aren't there too many poses? Heh. Make sure to develop a couple for me later. Zhao Ming winked at Zhang Yang. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Yang deemed the time appropriate and proceeded to enter. Not bad. Lady Jia is quite spirited. I wonder if she exhibits the same fervor at the Jia residence with Jia Sang? Suddenly, someone pushed the door open, startling Lady Jia into a shriek as she hastily covered herself with the duvet. Upon recognizing the visitor, her disbelief was palpable. Your Excellency, in the temple? Zhang Yang raised his hands and addressed Lady Jia. Surprised, are we? I have been waiting outside for quite some time and couldn't help but commend you, Lady Jia. Your Excellency, what do you mean by this? Lady Jia's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and indignation. Zhang Yang pulled a chair from the side and seated himself, gazing at Lady Jia as he spoke. As you can see, I have come to observe and document a few things. If I recall correctly, your name is Zhao Ningxue. Yes, the Zhao family in Harbin is quite prominent. Lady Jia, no fool, understood Zhang Yang's insinuation. He clearly intended to use the photographs as leverage against her. Realizing this, her complexion darkened considerably. Your Excellency, I have done nothing to provoke you, have I? Of course, I merely wish to collaborate with Madame Jia. Perhaps you may refer to yourself as Zhao Ningxue. Once our partnership is established, the title of Madame Jia shall cease to exist. I believe that Madame Jia possesses a strong willingness to engage in this collaboration. What do you propose? You intend to eliminate Jiarini. At this thought, Madame Jia felt an involuntary chill envelop her. Indeed, Madame Jia is astute. What harm could there be in eliminating Jiarini? For you and for me. His demise would undoubtedly be a most advantageous choice. Consequently, you would be free to associate with whomever you desire. However, I must clarify, Madame Jia, that I am not here to negotiate terms, but rather to inform you that should you choose not to ally with me, the photographs taken tomorrow will be seen by the prominent figures of Harbin. Oh, by the way, Zhao, how many photographs are there? Over 100, Zhao Ming replied, flashing a bright smile. Furthermore, they capture a myriad of conventional and unconventional moments. If Madame Jia wishes to view them, I shall develop the photos and deliver them to the Jia residence tomorrow. No, Madame Jia exclaimed. Zhang Yang chuckled softly and rose to his feet. As he reached the door, he turned back to Madame Jia and said, I could eliminate Jiarini at any moment. However, the complexity arises from my desire for the assets he possesses. You should be aware that his death would significantly enhance your circumstances. By the way, should you come to a realization, seek me out at the tavern. I believe you will manage just fine. Zhang Yang donned his hat and departed, leaving Madame Jia and Yang Yuntian alone in the room. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, and Yang Yuntian embraced Madame Jia, declaring, Yuan, I support you in all your endeavors. I fear not the exposure of our love, which is genuine. Though I remain unaware of the circumstances, I am certain that my affection for you remains unwavering. Madame Jia gazed at Yang Yuntian, her eyes filled with emotion. She was oblivious to the fact that all of this was connected to Yang Yuntian, mistakenly believing she was being followed, while Yang Yuntian remained uninformed. Yuan, I believe that for our happiness, Jiarini must perish. Did you not mention that he maintains numerous mistresses? This presents us with an opportunity. Yang Yuntian whispered in her ear, fully aware that this was a chance. Should Jiarini be eliminated, he could advance further in his ambitions. Madame Jia pondered in silence for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement, at which point Yang Yuntian took her in his arms, swaying gently. Meanwhile, Jiarini remained blissfully unaware of his wife's machinations. Jia, I possess a lead for you. Oh, Colonel Suzuki, is it regarding Teranayakawa? Suzuki Kojiro nodded and addressed Jiarini, stating, I have a footprint left by an agent who previously attacked the 1st Brigade. If Teranayakawa's footprint matches, we shall be able to ascertain his identity with greater certainty. At that moment, Jiarini's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Colonel Teranai, I believe I have a solution. At that time, I planned to craft a pair of shoes in the style of his footprints under the pretext of gifting him shoes, thus allowing us to ascertain his foot size and create an identical pair for him. Even if he were not the same, the matching shoe prints could serve as a means of framing him. Ah, splendid. Jia sang, you possess a remarkable aptitude for espionage. Chapter 39. The political commissar is captured in the afternoon. Jiarini had just parted ways with Suzuki Kojiro and was returning home in his automobile. Upon alighting, he noticed his butler approaching. Sir, the person you instructed me to find truly exists. I have conveyed your orders within the household, and guess what? We have indeed located such an individual at the grain shop in the West Market. Found him? Let us go. Gather a few capable men and take me to see him. Upon hearing the servant's words, Jiarini was momentarily taken aback, but then elation spread across his face. The servant dashed into the courtyard, summoned a few strong men, and then led Jiarini towards the West Market. Not long after Jiarini's departure, Madame Jia arrived at Jia Manor in a rickshaw, disembarking with a slight awkwardness in her stride. Upon seeing Madame Jia's return, Xia Chui hurried out, exclaiming, Madam, you frightened me to death. I thought you had been captured. What happened? Xia Chui glanced around and ushered Madame Jia inside, recounting how Jiarini had just returned and how he had set off with a group of people. Madame Jia furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Jiarini, accompanied by his butler, had arrived at the West Market. He waved to the man on watch, who approached him quickly. Sir. Yes, where is he now? And what is the situation? Sir, he just entered a rice shop. My brothers and I searched for him for quite some time, finally locating him here in the West Market. He hasn't ventured elsewhere, only inquiring at various rice shops, yet he hasn't purchased a single grain. Look, is that him? Following the direction of the finger, Jiarini spotted a man emerging from the rice shop, though he wore a hat and dark sunglasses. Jiarini recognized him immediately as the individual he had seen at the izakaya. Seize him, Jiarini commanded with a fierce tone, gritting his teeth. The servants, unsure of the reason but loyal to their master, complied without hesitation. In Harbin, aside from the Japanese, they truly feared no one. As the political commissar stepped out of the rice shop, he sensed he was being followed. Casually glancing back, he then blended into the crowd. However, Just as he passed an alleyway, 3 burly men suddenly emerged, blocking his path. "Brother, someone wishes to speak with you." The commissar remained silent, retaliating with a punch to one man and a kick to another. "Damn it, charge. Let him understand why the flowers are so red." 3 individuals managed to subdue one. Yet soon a few more encircled them. Observing this, others hastily retreated, leaving a wide berth, fearful of provoking an unwarranted presence. Ultimately, the political commissar could not escape the onslaught of several assailants, being firmly restrained by the 3. As Zhang noted that the individual had been captured, he emerged from the crowd, crouched down, and removed the commissar's glasses, an unexpected wave of familiarity crashing into his mind. Red Army. Zhang suddenly recalled that it was this very individual who had led the ambush that day. To his astonishment, this person had fallen into his grasp. A malevolent expression crossed Zhang's face as he hurled the sunglasses to the ground, crushing them beneath his foot, and commanded the attendants, "Take him away." Throughout this ordeal, the commissar remained silent, contemplating whether Zhang Yang's identity had been compromised. In the Jia residence, Madame Jia sat within when a cacophony erupted from the backyard. She stepped outside to witness Zhang dragging someone in. "What is happening? Bring him inside," she ordered, gesturing emphatically. Zhang entered the room, where a servant hastily poured a bowl of tea, which he downed in one gulp before leaning back in his chair, eyes closed in deep thought. He pondered whether to send a message to Suzuki Kojiro, aware that their so-called collaboration was merely a facade. In Suzuki's eyes, he was nothing more than a dog. If he could extract some intelligence and deliver it directly to the division commander, it was likely that Zhang would prosper. "Do not share any information." Zhang opened his eyes to find Madame Jia seated beside him. "Where have you been?" she inquired, wiping her hands with a handkerchief and inspecting her reflection in a mirror. "At the beauty salon." "Who was that person earlier?" she pressed. "Humph. This individual might elevate my status in front of the Empire," Zhang replied, striding purposefully towards the backyard. Observing this, Madame Jia lingered in her seat for a moment, then rose gracefully, gathering some items before making her way outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had returned to the tavern, where he fortuitously encountered Zhao Si, the very individual the commissar had referred to as Wolf Si. My lord," Zhang Yang observed Zhao Si's obsequious demeanor, which could easily mislead one into believing he was a traitor, for his behavior was not even feigned. "What business do you pursue?" "My lord, do you not recognize me? You permitted me to dine with you yesterday. I noticed the tavern of our empire is quite expansive, and I seek to secure a means of livelihood. My lord, I am a loyal citizen. Might you allow me to work at the tavern?" The patrons within had never before witnessed anyone bold enough to approach the enemy in search of employment, while passers-by on the street turned their gazes towards Zhao Si. At that moment, Zhao Si dared not meet the eyes of those on the street, fearing that a single glance might compel him to recklessly end his own life. It seemed he had overestimated his own resilience. As a traitor, his skin was still far too thin. Insufficient audacity and improvisation in acting, at least superficially. The performance is flawless. "Oh, how do you prove your status as a law-abiding citizen?" Zhang Yang's inquiry momentarily left Zhao Si speechless. But the quick-witted lad swiftly devised a pretext. "Your Excellency, as we reside in Manchuria, which is part of the Empire, does that not render me a law-abiding citizen on imperial soil? Furthermore, Your Excellency, if I were not a good citizen, how could I dare to seek employment from you? If my father were to learn that I am working in your establishment, he would surely be overjoyed." Zhao Si spoke these words, yet internally he fervently repeated, "Father, this is all an act. Please do not emerge to confront me. Once I have vanquished the invaders, I shall ensure to burn ample paper money in your honor." Zhang Yang chuckled. Had he not been aware of Zhao Si's true identity, he might have shot the lad on the spot. "Indeed, you present a valid argument. A most exemplary citizen you are," Zhang sang. "Assign him a task, so that the citizens of Longwood can witness our empire's treatment of law-abiding individuals." As Zhang Yang concluded, Zhao Si felt a chill run down his spine, the gaze of the Longwood citizens nearly piercing him with dread. "Damn it, traitors must perish." As he entered the establishment, these thoughts echoed in his mind. Chapter 40. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for being a traitor? Zhao Si did not anticipate that the first guest would be Mrs. Jiaorini. Observing her anxious demeanor, Zhao Si's thoughts took a turn. "Shopkeeper, Mrs. Jia seeks your counsel regarding a matter." Zhao Si approached the visibly fatigued Zhang De, who had rushed home after his meeting with Yang Yintian. It was not long after Zhang De returned to the shop that Mrs. Jia arrived. "Mrs. Jia, it seems you have come to a decision." Zhang De led her towards Zhang Yang's office. "Mrs. Jia, have you come to a conclusion?" Zhang Yang set down his white porcelain cup, smiling as he rose to greet her. "Please, take a seat." Mrs. Jia glanced at Zhang Yang. Then, holding a small bag, sat in the chair he had pulled out for her. Her first words were, "Colonel, may I have the camera?" "The camera?" "Of course. Though the photographs have yet to be developed, it is not the opportune moment." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's response, Mrs. Jia refrained from further comments and instead retrieved a piece of paper from her handbag. The handwritten document appeared freshly inked, detailing a list of properties. Colonel Jiarini currently possesses a wide array of assets. He owns a pharmaceutical factory, a textile factory, a dyeing factory, granaries, and mines. However, all these enterprises are linked to the Hardened Heavy Industries Corporation, which holds a 60% stake, while Jiarini also holds a 60% share. Consequently, even if we were to acquire his properties, complete domination would remain unattainable. Hardened Heavy Industries Corporation? Zhang Yang pondered internally, yet did not reveal his thoughts outwardly. There is no need for Lady Jia to worry. As long as the shares of Jiarini are transferred to me, the rest of the matters will not trouble her. Upon hearing this, Lady Jia glanced once more at the list and spoke. A portion of the share certificates is securely stored in a vault at Citibank, and I am unable to access them. However, I am aware of the location of another portion. Zhang Yang tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. At this juncture, Lady Jia began to articulate her demands. "I can assist you in obtaining the remaining shares. But I have conditions. A portion must be allocated to me, and my safety must be assured. More importantly, those photographs." Zhang Yang smiled, gestured an okay sign, and remarked to Lady Jia, "We, the people of the Empire, are always principled in our dealings. You and your Yang Sang shall surely enjoy a blissful life." Observing this, Lady Jia fell silent for a moment before attempting to rise and leave. However, upon reaching the door, she suddenly halted and said, "I am unaware of whom Jiarini has captured, but it seems to me that he places considerable importance on this matter." Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, and upon hearing Lady Jia's words, his mind immediately conjured the image of the political commissar. Could it be that the commissar has been apprehended by Jiarini? "I need you to take Jiarini to a certain location, and then your involvement will conclude." Initially, Zhang Yang had intended to delay his plan until the following day, but it appeared that additional uncertainties necessitated an earlier approach. Jiarini, this grasshopper, could no longer leap about. "Very well. Take him to Dao Li No. 2. 8 o'clock tonight. You shall oversee the arrangements." Lady Jia nodded in agreement. Once she departed, Zhang De turned to Zhang Yang and inquired, "Brother, who has Jiarini captured?" Zhang Yang rubbed his temples, feeling an unsettling notion that the political commissar shouldn't fall into the hands of such an inferior character as Jiarini. Yet, the thought of the commissar's capture lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. "We shall know by nightfall. By the way, have those devils sought me out?" Zhang De nodded and replied, "Earlier today, that riverbank devil has already visited twice. They scouted a prime location this morning. It seems these devils are quite eager." Zhang Yang chuckled, lifting his cup as he looked at Zhang De, saying, "Before their very eyes, I presented the Sato devil with 2 gold bars, followed by a watch and a gem-encrusted dagger. Do you think these devils could remain calm? When dealing with people, the mind is the best weapon. There's no rush. Let them wait a while longer." Zhang De nodded, observing Zhang Yang as he sat in contemplation. Suddenly Zhang Yang lifted his head and remarked, "Wait." Lady Jia raised an issue. "What issue?" Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Zhang De glanced at Zhang Yang and said, "Come in." It was Zhao Si, leading Yang Yuntian into the room. "Elder brother, Madame Jia informed me to prepare for an evening journey to the city of Shun." Zhang stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yang, who had been present at the scene as well. How had he failed to notice anything peculiar about Madame Jia? "Brother, I kneel before you." Zhang Yang gestured dismissively and declared, "Gather the others. Keep a watch over the Jia residence tonight." Yang Yuntian, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiarini had confined the political commissar to a cell in the basement. Descending the stairs, Jiarini approached with ill intent. Seizing the whip from a servant, he lashed out violently at the commissar. "Damn it! You were the one who ambushed me, weren't you? You nearly beat me to death. My arm was shattered because of you." He raged while swinging the whip. By the time Jiarini grew weary, the commissar was covered in grotesque wounds, his white shirt torn to shreds, devoid of any semblance of its original color. Jiarini, you resemble a dog, a rabid one at that, beyond your impotent barking. What else can you do? Is this your wild nature, unleashed after being kicked by your master?" The commissar's words ignited Jiarini's fury, conjuring an image of Zhang Yang in his mind, his chest heaving with anger as he seized the commissar's hair and rained down blows upon him. After landing only 2 punches, Jiarini emitted a cry of pain. The commissar grinned, spitting blood onto Jiarini's face. Ha ha ha, Jiarini. If you have the strength to kill me, do it. If you cannot, it is you who will perish. Enraged, Jiarini was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood, staring at his own injured fist, where a piece of flesh had been torn away by the commissar's teeth. Blood oozing forth. Strike me hard. I tell you, that fellow Ichuan in the temple has already been targeted. You all shall meet your end. With that, Jiarini turned to leave, intent on treating his wounds, which pained him greatly. Just as he had ascended a few steps, he heard the commissar's voice call from below. Jiarini, dog traitor, you will undoubtedly be scorned by future generations. Once in the underworld, your brethren will tear you to shreds, and the multitude of the dragon nation will make traitors like you understand the cost of betrayal. Dog traitor. Jiarini was driven to madness by the commissar's taunts. Losing his footing, he fell hard, knocking out a front tooth. Strike me hard. Jiarini left the cell, covering his mouth. The remaining servants exchanged glances, all seemingly infected by the man before them, none willing to lift a hand. Except for one devoted lackey of Jiarini, who boldly picked up the whip and struck at the commissar. However, under the gaze of the political commissar, the sycophant felt a twinge of fear and instinctively attempted to bolster his own morale. I dare you to speak defiantly. I'll end you. The commissar grinned. And although the whip cracked against his body, drawing forth droplets of blood, he remained silent, merely mocking the traitor before him, with a slight parting of his lips. His words, though softly uttered, pierced the very soul. Being a traitor, do you not fear divine retribution? Chapter 41. Let me inform you beforehand. Do not call out. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the northern lands had already begun to dim. Zhang Yang had donned a more casual attire, reminiscent of that fateful day with the infamous Wang. He stealthily scaled the back wall of the Jia residence. Yet as he took a step, he heard footsteps approaching nearby. His movement faltered, and the footsteps ceased. Who goes there? The servant, puzzled, called out towards the corner. Just as he turned, a powerful hand seized his throat, yanking him forward with brutal force. I ask you, do not scream, understand? The servant fervently nodded, straining against Zhang Yang's grip, who momentarily loosened his hold to allow him a breath. Is Jiarini at home? Yes, my elder brother is here. Is Lady Jia at home? Lady Jia is also here. Please, do not kill me. I have elders above and young ones below. I am merely doing some small tasks for the Jia family. I am not a traitor, I swear. I will not betray you. I only wish to earn my daily bread. The servant sank to his knees, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly, terrified that Zhang Yang would end his life. Where are they? I know. I will lead you to them. That is unnecessary. Just tell me. Turn at this alley, then take a right. There is a rockery outside, and the room facing it is Jiarini's. They are inside. Please. I am not a traitor. I beg you, do not kill me. Zhang Yang cast a glance before raising his hand and striking the servant's neck, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Following the directions given, Zhang Yang effortlessly found the specified room. Inside, a lamp had been lit, and from outside, he could discern two figures engaged in conversation. As he drew closer, he overheard Lady Jia's voice. What I have done is already beyond the bounds of duty. Jiarini, from this day forth, we shall have no further ties. You walk your own path, and I shall tread mine. You wretched woman. Do you think to intimidate me with such threats? That monk in the temple will not last long. I have known of your dalliance outside. What? Is your little lover growing anxious? Creak. Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, the tightly shut door suddenly opened a crack, abruptly silencing the voices within. Jiarini shouted towards the outside. Who is it? Who the hell is out there? Did I not say no one is allowed in this courtyard? Jiarini roared furiously, swinging his bandaged arm as he approached the door. He grasped the doorknob and yanked it open, only to discover there was no one outside. Damn it, just the wind. Madame Jia furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at Jiarini. She felt an unsettling certainty that she had erred in summoning this treacherous scoundrel. Once she departed, what did his life or death matter to her? With a loud crash, Jiarini slammed the door, but his excessive force caused it to swing back open. Suddenly, he turned sharply to see a figure clad in black, standing silently outside. A dark barrel of a gun was aimed directly at Jiarini's head. In a raspy voice, the figure commanded, do not move, do not make a sound. I cannot guarantee your survival. Understand? Jiarini swallowed hard and nodded slightly. In an instant, a handgun was aimed at Madame Jia. You too, do not move. I fear if I grip the gun too tightly, I may accidentally shoot you. Raise your hands above your head, and do not even think of escaping. Who are you? Jiarini stammered, swallowing again as he spoke. Did I permit you to speak? Without warning, a knee struck Jiarini in the abdomen. causing his eyes to bulge and saliva to spray from his mouth. Only bark when commanded, the assailant stated as he lifted his foot and stomped down on Jia Ren's head. He then turned to Madame Jia and instructed, bring a stool, place it on him, and then sit down. Use your hands to restrain his arm. Do you comprehend my meaning? Madame Jia nodded, retrieving a chair and placing it atop Jia Ren before crouching down to grasp his arm. It hurts. Be gentler, Jia Ren cried out. The assailant kicked him squarely in the face. I told you to be silent. The room fell into a hushed stillness as the assailant regarded Jia Ren sprawled on the floor. Now, tell me what Suzuki Kojiro wants from you, and be clear. Brother, I do not understand what you are saying, Jia Ren stammered. Ignoring his words, the assailant looked at Madame Jia and ordered, release one of his hands and step on it with your high heel. Trembling at the command, Madame Jia hesitated, while Jia Ren, upon hearing this, yanked his arm away from her grasp and exclaimed, brother, I know. No, do you? Ha, too late. Let me warn you, do not scream. The assailant crouched down, placing Jia Ren's arm on the floor and positioning Madame Jia's shoe atop his hand. Apply pressure, my grip may falter. A chill ran down Jia Ren's spine as he gazed at the figure before him, exuding a devilish aura with a voice so cold it sent shivers through Madame Jia. 3, 2. Madame Jia cried out, and with a sudden force, she drove her heel directly through Jia Ren's palm. A resounding slap struck Madame Jia's face as the assailant coldly warned, silence is your best choice. Do not utter another word before I speak again. Instantly, Lady Jia and Jia Ren fell silent, their gazes towards Zhang Yang filled with trepidation. Now speak up. What did Suzuki Kojiro instruct you to do? Elder brother. He provided me with a shoe print and asked me to verify if it belonged to Tarachi Ikawa. Furthermore, he requested that I craft a pair of shoes identical to the print and deliver them to him. Oh, a shoe print? Zhang Yang suddenly recalled that he might have left a print at the location on the night of his first visit to the Japanese regiment. I also heard that you captured someone. Is that true? Elder brother, I bang. Before Jia Ren could finish his sentence, Zhang Yang fired a shot into his other hand, causing him to howl in agony. Speak quickly. You will kill me. You will kill me. I won't tell you anything. The pain radiating from both hands shattered Jia Ren's resolve. Kill you? How could I possibly do that now? However, I can certainly break your wrist, crush your kneecap, and then sever your lifeline. Zhang Yang growled, kicking Lady Jia aside. In a swift motion, he struck her with a knife hand blow, rendering her unconscious, while he dragged one of them along. As they passed a woodshed, Zhang Yang suddenly heard a commotion inside. He opened the shed doors to find the area, once filled with firewood, cleared, with a wooden plank lying on the ground. Is the political commissar here? A thought flashed through his mind as he approached the wall and called out, Zhang Sang? Yes, Lord Tarachi, I am here. Take them both away. Zhang De received the command, grabbed a ladder, and scaled the wall to carry the two limp bodies outside. There, Zhang De instructed to gag them tightly and place them in a rickshaw, heading towards the izakaya. Chapter 42. How could I possibly let you die? Outside the woodshed, Zhang Yang took a glance, then used a nearby fire poker to slightly lift the wooden plank. As it was raised, nothing unexpected occurred. A dim yellow light seeped through the gap, mingled with the low murmurs and the sounds of two coughs. The friction of the plank against the ground produced a creaking sound, causing the three individuals inside to look up in unison. The thin monkey grasped a stick with both hands, panting heavily, appearing utterly spent. Hearing the commotion above, he called out, Wang Kai, why have you been gone for so long? Was it just to relieve yourself? After uttering this, he was met with silence. Wang Kai? Noticing the lack of response, the thin monkey quickly shouted again, my lord. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, resonating like a drumbeat, and paired with the dim light. The atmosphere in the basement turned eerily strange. Hearing the thin monkey's loud call, the instructor also raised his head, glancing towards the staircase with a mocking tone. So, has the traitor been bandaged up? A pair of leather shoes first came into view before the gathered crowd. The master is indeed a man of refinement. Having changed into a new pair of leather shoes. Shortly thereafter, a pair of black trousers appeared before the crowd. The slender monkey hurriedly stepped forward, stooping slightly as he inquired, Master, do you think I should continue to fight? Fight? Who should I fight? Him or you? As the newcomers fully revealed themselves, a chilling voice accompanied their arrival. Who are you? The slender monkey abruptly straightened, brandishing the stick he held across his chest. The instructor, with great effort, lifted his eyelids to regard the person before him, momentarily sluggish, before breaking into a grin. I understand. He is here to take your life. I was wondering when you would come to rescue me. I feel as if I cannot hold on much longer. The slender monkey felt the muscles in his back tighten and took 2 steps back. while the other two individuals behind him hastily grasped the bloody tools they had left nearby, clearly having been used recently. "Who are you? Damn it, speak!" The slender monkey bellowed, and with a swift motion, he swung the stick towards Zhang Yang's head with a fierce gust of wind. The malice in his eyes was unmistakable. "What are you pretending to be in front of me? Do you look down upon me, the slender monkey?" A dull thud resonated. Yet Zhang Yang did not collapse in a splatter of blood as anticipated. The slender monkey's eyes widened in horror, realizing that the stick he wielded remained utterly immovable, no matter how he strained. "Damn it, you all come at him. Kill the bastard." The other two, having just grasped their weapons, hesitated, frozen in place. Suddenly, the slender monkey lunged forward, the stick he had been holding flung away, and he found himself seized by the throat, lifted off the ground with one hand. Though slender, he weighed over 100 pounds. Over 100 pounds, effortlessly raised by a single individual, left the two others trembling, exchanging frightened glances as they retreated towards the corner of the wall. Crack! The slender monkey's neck was crushed by Zhang Yang, who then discarded him like refuse, the remnants of his life escaping in ragged gasps. Zhang Yang raised his foot and pressed it down upon the fallen figure's chest, the heel driving forcefully, resulting in a splatter of blood. "You all shall perish." His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated as he approached the remaining two individuals, who, upon witnessing this, fell to their knees. "Brother, we did not lay a hand on him. We did not lay a hand. Brother, spare me." The two trembled uncontrollably, cowering in the corner as they felt the encroaching darkness envelop them, the stench of urine wafting from their bodies. "Brother!" Crack! Without further ado, Zhang Yang snapped the neck of one, then turned to the instructor beside him. "How careless of you to have been captured by Jiarini. Damn it, I was negligent. I sensed I was being followed, but time was tight. Fortunately, I did not fall into the hands of the enemy." The instructor, with a feeble voice, cursed under his breath. "Where is that scoundrel Jiarini? Did you kill him?" Zhang Yang untied the instructor from the pillar, and as his legs buckled, he leaned against Zhang Yang to regain his composure. "Killing him would only be a favor. There is still much to extract from him. After I have drained him dry, I shall grant him a noble demise." Zhang Yang smirked coldly. "Send my regards to that scoundrel Jiarini. Inform him that I have triumphed." The instructor smiled broadly. "Take me to Yangchang Street. I have a place to stay there. Summon Zhao Si back here." Outside the tavern, Zhang Yang watched as the coachman called Zhao Si, who, upon hearing a few words, changed color and hurried inside. Noticing this, the coachman jogged back to Zhang Yang. "Brother, I told him that his father is gravely ill. He looked utterly distressed, truly a filial son," he reported. Zhang Yang nodded and handed the coachman 2 bills before lingering at the entrance for a moment before stepping inside. "Back again," Zhang Yang said, wiping his hands and tossing the handkerchief into the nearby brazier. "How did Jia fare?" "It took 30 knives, and he confessed everything," Zhang De remarked. "Hee. Have him prepare 3 documents, 2 denunciation letters accusing Suzuki Kojiro of colluding with the Blue Army, and 1 handwritten note instructing him to withdraw his stocks from Citibank tomorrow, along with Mrs. Jia. Once completed, have him call for me. Oh, and remember to have Yang Yuntian properly comfort Mrs. Jia, buy her some cosmetics. Otherwise, she might look unseemly when she goes out tomorrow." Zhang Yang tossed his blood-stained shoes into the flames, burning his trousers and coat alongside them. Sitting on a chair, he closed his eyes in contemplation, and soon, a somewhat crooked handwritten note appeared before him. "This won't do. Inform Jia that for a calligrapher of his stature, if he cannot write properly, I shall have his hands chopped off." Moments later, a neatly written note emerged from Zhang Yang's hands. He chuckled and approached Jiarini, saying, "Jia, you truly are a master of calligraphy." At that moment, Jiarini was in tears, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Your Excellency, I was wrong. Please spare me." Zhang Yang patted Jiarini on the shoulder and calmly replied, "Fear not, Jia. As long as you cooperate, everything will be fine. Why would I wish for your demise? You do not doubt my intentions, do you?" Chapter 43. Had I known this would be the case. Why did I act thus in the beginning? The following evening, Jiarini lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, while Yang Yuntian stood beside Zhang Yang with Mrs. Jia. Zhang Yang gazed at the ownership documents he had retrieved from Citibank and could not help but smile. "Indeed, Jia, you have quite the acumen. With so many assets, how much must you earn in a month? Why, I wonder, did you choose to oppose me?" "Your Excellency, I was wrong. I was deceived by that scoundrel Suzuki Kojiro. I truly repent. In your magnanimity, please spare me and allow me to follow you faithfully from now on." Jiarini staggered towards Zhang Yang, exerting himself so much that the scab on his recently injured hand burst open. Yet, at this moment, Jiarini would not cry out in pain over such a trivial matter. Over the past 2 days, He had endured nearly every form of torture he could imagine. With his bloodied hand, Jia Rini attempted to lift himself to embrace Zhang Yang's leg. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yang raised his foot and kicked Jia Rini to the ground, a mocking expression on his face. "Had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently?" Jia sang. "Does this sentiment truly reflect your current predicament? I detest those who scheme against me from behind." Zhang Yang spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Madame Jia trembled, and Yang Yuntian quickly patted her shoulder to reassure her. Glancing at his watch, Zhang Yang turned to Zhang De and said, "Come, let us prepare a final meal for Jia Sang. Send him on his way." Lingxi. Upon uttering the words, Zhang Yang proceeded towards the door. Soon, Jia Rini's anguished cries would echo again. He had slept little recently and could not bear such sorrowful sounds. Jia Rini suddenly lifted his head, fixating on Zhang Yang, and shouted, "You cannot kill me. Without me, you cannot seize these shares. You cannot kill me." As Zhang Yang reached the doorway, he turned back to Jia Rini and said, "But there's still Madame Jia." Yang Yintian, hearing Zhang Yang call for him, nodded vigorously and encouraged Madame Jia to respond as well. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's intent, Jia Rini immediately grasped the situation. Zhang Yang wished to eliminate him so that Madame Jia could inherit his shares and subsequently transfer them to Zhang Yang. "You wretched fiends! You scoundrels! May you all meet a miserable end." Jia Rini descended into a frenzy. Zhang De called for two men, who promptly gagged Jia Rini and dragged him into a room. 30 minutes later, a knock resonated at Zhang Yang's office door. Looking up, he saw Zhang De enter with Yang Yuntian and Madame Jia. "Your Excellency, 1,000 cuts, each penetrating 3 inches. Jia Rini still clings to life," Zhang De reported. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile and turned to Madame Jia, asking, "Are you prepared to mourn tomorrow?" Madame Jia quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang chuckled and added, "Do not be so reserved. Yang Sang is now my subordinate, and you are his. How could I possibly harm you?" Upon hearing this, Madame Jia's mind was flooded with the haunting cries of Jia Rini. During those 30 minutes, she and Yang Yuntian stood unwaveringly at the door. From the beginning to the end, the 1,000 cuts inflicted upon Jia Rini also etched deep wounds into their psyches. Zhang Yang is a ruthless fiend, a veritable demon. "Let us proceed, adorn Jia Rini, and make our way to the city gate," Zhang Yang proposed. It was already past 10 o'clock in the frigid northern night, the streets devoid of any souls. Yet, atop the tallest clock tower in Harbin, 4 figures emerged. "Halt! Cast Jia Rini out." Zhang called softly to the 2 individuals behind him. Responding to his command, they hastily extricated Jia Rini from the burlap sack. "Put this on him." They then secured a hemp rope to the clock tower and fastened it around Jia Rini's neck. Once everything was in place, Zhang crouched down. Observing that Jia Rini still clung to life, he gently patted Jia's face, urging him to open his eyes, and whispered in a tone audible only to Jia Rini, "Jia-san, someone has entrusted me to convey a message to you. He claims victory." Jia Rini's previously feeble gaze suddenly widened with malice, fixing a venomous stare upon Zhang Yang. Woo woo, damn it, what are you howling about?" Zhang cursed, then delivered a fierce kick to Jia Rini's abdomen, instantly deflating his fervor. With the resounding chimes of 11, a shadow materialized atop the clock tower, peering down the rope, revealing the bulging-eyed Jia Rini, his limbs flailing in midair before ultimately falling limp. "Captain, intelligence has arrived. It's from Madame Jia. The Special Operations Unit, already settled for the night." Roused Suzuki Kojiro from slumber, a subordinate handed him a note. Upon opening it, he read, "Captain Suzuki, Tarachi Ikawa urgently requested a batch of pharmaceuticals from me. Located in the East District, 3rd Street, 3rd row, 1st courtyard. I suspect he may act today. I am engaging him in the courtyard. And my wife has come to inform you, Captain Suzuki. Please respond swiftly." Upon finishing the note, a glimmer ignited in Suzuki Kojiro's eyes as he inquired of his subordinate. "Where's Madame Jia?" "Captain, she is outside." Another accompanies her, and judging by her expression, it seems to be a matter of great urgency. "Yoshi, Jia-san has bestowed upon me a grand gift. Assemble the team, we are moving out." Simultaneously, the 1st unit, comprising Sato and Hinata Aoi, received alarming news. Suzuki Kojiro was colluding with foreign enemies. "Yoshi, Suzuki Kojiro, you are courting death." "Moshi Moshi, Hinata-kun, this is Sato Asaka. We are facing an urgent situation. Suzuki Kojiro is in league with foreign adversaries. We must apprehend him." "Nanny?" "Hinata-kun, Suzuki Kojiro has been secretly investigating Tarachi," Sato remarked meaningfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hinata's expression shifted in shock. "Sato-kun, I comprehend." Hanging up the phone, Hinagawa swiftly dialed again. "Tung Chong-kun, there is an urgent matter. Taranai-kun requires assistance." "What?" Tungchongkuan. There is an ancient saying in Longwa, it is far better to send coal in the snow than to adorn with flowers in the spring. I am uncertain if I have quoted it correctly, but this is our opportunity. Aiding a friend will encourage them to aid us in return. Upon hearing Hinagawa's words, Tungchongkuan was instantly awakened. Huh, Tungchongkuan, assemble here at once. I shall also summon Miyamoto-kuan. Chapter 44. The misfortunate night of Suzuki Kojuro. What began as a tranquil evening was suddenly ignited, with the instigators, Zhang Yang and Zhang Da, standing atop the opposing high-rise. Surveying tonight's stage, the third house in the third row of street number 3. My brother, at times, I ponder how your mind operates, conjuring such brilliant schemes. However, I have a query. Even if they capture Suzuki Kojuro tonight, will they not harbor suspicions upon discovering Jiaorani's corpse tomorrow? Zhang Yang chuckled softly. Jiaorani bore a note. I inscribed upon it that Suzuki Kojuro's betrayal was merely a warning to Jiaorani. He must be cautious, for he is the next to perish. Tell me, upon seeing this note, what suspicions will they harbor? They will only suspect that in their attempt to apprehend Suzuki Kojuro, they have inadvertently startled the snake, causing the deal to flee, and the parties involved will believe it was Suzuki Kojuro who orchestrated a trap to ensnare them. What do you think the enemy will conclude? Hee, let us not forget we have several captains at our disposal. The other tavern has yet to open. They have not seen the money, and I suspect Sato has already given the signal. As for the role Suzuki Kojuro is playing, I believe they have been informed. To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Do you think they might ultimately eliminate Suzuki Kojuro? Quite clever indeed. Zhang Da's eyes widened as he gave a thumbs up to Zhang Yang, increasingly admiring his meticulous strategies and exceptional skills. Look, the protagonist has arrived. As Zhang Yang spoke, Suzuki Kojuro, flanked by a squad of black-clad soldiers, slowly encircled the courtyard. After pausing at the entrance for a moment, he forcefully kicked open the door, and the soldiers swiftly surged inside. Capture him alive, Suzuki Kojuro shouted. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, not far from the courtyard, Sato and several captains hastened towards the site, having heard Suzuki Kojuro's call from a distance. Sato shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Charge! We must not allow Suzuki Kojuro to escape. Hinagawa, keep up!" Inside the courtyard, Suzuki Kojuro angrily kicked open the door of the house, only to find the yard completely empty. He had been deceived. "Where's that woman?" Suzuki Kojuro called out loudly to his subordinate behind him. "Captain, the woman has vanished." "Baka! Foolish pig, we have been deceived." The soldiers, though silent, bore expressions of grievance, for it was he who had summoned them, only to receive a slap in return. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. "Baka, there's an ambush. Conceal yourselves," Suzuki Kojuro shouted, and the special operations team swiftly sought refuge, hiding themselves away. Outside the courtyard, Sato's soldiers noticed the sudden stillness within and halted their advance. He turned to his companion, Himi River, and remarked, "Himi-kun, do you see? I believe they have concealed themselves, planning to launch a surprise attack on us. Miyamoto-kun, Tungchongkuan, please secure the northeast." Sato instructed, "Let us throw grenades and catch them like fish in a barrel." Yoshi, with swift movements, Miyamoto and Tungchong led their men to encircle the northeast corners of the courtyard. Sato gestured to two soldiers, who removed grenades from their belts, disengaged the safety pins, struck them against their helmets, and hurled them into the courtyard. Inside, Suzuki Kojuro listened intently to the sounds from outside, but suddenly, a grenade landed with a clang. Baka! Boom! The explosion obliterated the southern wall of the courtyard. "Open fire!" Suzuki Kojuro bellowed in rage, and the concealed soldiers emerged, firing their weapons towards the outside. Bang! 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 Sato watched in shock as two of his men were struck down. Enraged, he shouted, "Himi-kun, Suzuki Kojuro has betrayed us. Eliminate him. Attack!" Instantly, gunfire erupted throughout the courtyard. Though Sato's side had the numerical advantage, they found themselves at a disadvantage against Suzuki Kojuro's more skilled team, leading to a fierce stalemate. Suddenly, Sato heard more footsteps approaching from a distance and called out to his men, "Reinforcements have arrived. Charge!" Attacks ensued from all sides of the courtyard. "Ceasefire! Advance!" On one side of the alley, a special high-pressure team, led by Hinata Village, joined the fray. Time passed, and gradually the gunfire subsided. Zhang Yang sighed, stroking his chin as he reflected, "This Suzuki Kojuro, he has survived. What a fortunate man. Very well, it is our turn to make an entrance." The once quaint courtyard now lay in ruins, with Sato's men surrounding Suzuki Kojuro's special operations team, while the special high-pressure team stood by. "Baka! Sato Asaka, why did you open fire on us? Baka! How dare you betray the Empire?" and still question my motives. Sato, the fierce warrior, charged towards Suzuki Kojiro with great determination. He swiftly raised his hand, aiming a strike at Suzuki's face. However, Suzuki was no novice. He deftly tilted his head, evading Sato's palm, and retaliated with a kick aimed squarely at Sato. The impact was resounding. Caught off guard, Sato was struck directly, stumbling backward until he was steadied by Hama River's aid, barely regaining his balance. Baka, Hamakuin, let us unite and subdue this traitor. Seeking death, Suzuki Kojiro's fury ignited instantly. Ignoring the fact that Sato was an ally, he unleashed a lethal strike, employing a special forces technique. Die! With a scream, Sato's arm was brutally broken by Suzuki's assault, while Hama River's aid charged from behind, delivering a kick to Sato's groin. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the sound of a car engine echoed from the alley. Stop! The group turned to see Zhang Yang, disheveled, clad in a long black coat over a haphazard ensemble of sleepwear. Sato-kun. Zhang dashed to Sato's side, grasping his injured arm. Sato-kun, what has transpired? Tara Uchi-kun, be cautious. Suzuki Kojiro has betrayed the empire. What? Zhang-san, take Sato-kun to the hospital. Bakayuru. Anger surged within Zhang, who immediately retaliated against Suzuki Kojiro. Enraged by Zhang's approach, Suzuki kicked Hama River's aid aside and delivered a powerful blow directly to Zhang's chest. Ah! Zhang cried out, collapsing to the ground, his head tilting lifelessly. Tara Uchi-kun. The captains, witnessing Zhang's fall, glared in outrage. Their benefactor could not be harmed. Baka. Suzuki Kojiro, astonished by Zhang's vulnerability, was struck by an epiphany. Zhang has set a trap for me. He vividly recalled the first time Zhang had struck him. Realizing he had failed to react, logically, Zhang should have evaded that punch. He is acting. He is feigning. With these words, Suzuki ignited chaos among the onlookers. Hama River's aide shouted and charged at Suzuki Kojiro with his men. Meanwhile, Zhang, lying on the ground, slightly opened his eyes, reassured by Suzuki's response. Chapter 45. Traitors, Tremble. The following day, the battle of the previous night extended until the early hours of 5. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang lay in bed, drifting in and out of consciousness. After about 3 hours, the commotion outside began to escalate. Zhang opened his eyes, noticing that Sato had already sat up, gazing outside. Zhang, feigning ignorance, inquired of Sato, Sato-kun, what is happening outside? Sato frowned and turned to Zhang Yang, exclaiming, Tarachi, Jia Rini is dead. What? Jia is dead? Zhang Yang's face reflected shock as he swiftly rose from his bed and dashed to the window. Despite the fresh snowfall outside, the crowd below swelled, nearing thousands and still growing. The throng buzzed with hushed whispers, a melons of individuals from various backgrounds. A few older men stood at the back, craning their necks to glimpse the unfolding events. Dogsy, come here, lift me up, I want to see what is going on. Quickly. Dogsy, though reluctant, was aflame with curiosity and could only crouch down and address Tiniu. Next time, you lift me. All right, hurry up. Slowly, Dogsy rose, granting Tiniu a clear view toward the heart of the crowd. There, amidst the chaos, lay a frozen figure, a man with a purple hue, a noose around his neck. Bloodied and with bulging eyes, his tongue had frozen to his lips in the biting cold. My God, Jiarini is dead, Tiniu shouted upon witnessing the scene. What? Jiarini is dead. Those around, bewildered by the situation, widened their eyes. Just recently, Wang had met his end, and now this notorious traitor was also gone. Indeed, Jiarini has perished, and in a most gruesome manner. What happened? How did this treacherous scoundrel die? Tiniu's words struck like a stone cast into water, rippling through the crowd as the news traveled both forward and backward, culminating in an eruption of excitement. He was hanged after being dismembered. My word. Is this divine retribution for these traitors? The front lines buzzed with the latest revelations. Ha! The heavens have eyes. Such vile creatures deserve their fate. I reckon the other traitors in Harbin are not far from their doom. Chui, can you see from above? The traitors are falling. They are all perishing. An elder, suddenly overtaken with fervor, knelt on the ground, laughing maniacally toward the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. Those who bring about their own demise shall not survive. Boss Wang, be cautious. You may be the next to meet your end. Someone in the crowd recognized Boss Huang, the respectable citizen who had recently obtained a gold membership from Zhang Yang. Now, singled out in the crowd, had this been earlier, his lackeys would have swiftly dealt with him, but upon witnessing Jia Rini's horrific demise, Boss Huang's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing uncontrollably. Amidst this turmoil, a nursery rhyme began to echo from an unknown source. Railways were sabotaged, bullets intercepted, bridges dismantled, and wires cut. Traitors and enemies alike faced their demise. Enough of the singing, let us depart. Boss Huang clutched his heart and cursed under his breath before hastily instructing his lackeys to escort him home. Ha ha ha, splendid singing. The traitors trembled. They were terrified. Their end was nigh. Damn it, those treacherous bastards. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, someone shouted, and an egg soared through the air, striking Huang's left eye with pinpoint accuracy. Huang let out a cry and was instantly filled with rage. Who threw that? I will make them pay. Bring them to me. His lackeys shielded him, their eyes wide with fury, as they glared at the throng of 100 or so people, their expressions seething with a desire to rend flesh and drink blood. It was uncertain who would meet their end first. Boss, perhaps we should leave. There are too many of them, one of the lackeys stammered. Who do you intend to kill? Who do you wish to kill? Brothers, let us eliminate him. Let us eradicate this traitor. These words unleashed pent-up emotions, igniting the crowd with fury. A wave of people surged forward, and several lackeys collapsed to the ground, wailing for mercy. Please, do not strike me. Where is Huang Shuren? Where is he? Damn it, traitorous dog, you are my target. I will end you. The crowd was ignited. Huang Shuren's declaration was akin to lighting a fuse in an armory, inadvertently triggering a catastrophic explosion. The populace, oppressed not only by the enemy but also by traitors, reached a breaking point, unleashing a formidable force. He is dead. We have slain Huang Shuren. Ha ha. There are still traitors among us. Let us finish them off. The traitors, mixed within the crowd, trembled upon hearing this triumphant shout, desperately wrapping themselves in their garments, attempting to flee the throng. Yet, how could such filth escape the piercing gaze of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 righteous eyes? One by one, the traitors, regardless of stature, were dragged from the masses, and not a single one could survive. Observing from above, Zhang Yang heard Sato beside him swallow hard. Suddenly, a contingent of guards burst onto the scene. Following closely was the heroine orchestrated by Zhang Yang, as Lady Jia, supported by Yang Yuntian, stumbled and knelt before Jia Rini. Lady Jia, upon witnessing Jia Rini's lifeless form, trembled uncontrollably. The ashen visage, marked by prominent features and the lingering scent of congealed blood, once again delivered a profound shock to Lady Jia. Jia Yangyun observed her trembling in silence, his grip on her arm tightening abruptly. Startled, Lady Jia burst into tears, her body shaking uncontrollably, embodying a scene of indescribable sorrow. My lord, who has taken your life? Your demise is so tragic. My lord, why did you not heed my words and venture out with Suzuki Kojiro? Why, my lord, you are gone. How am I to survive? My lord, I cannot bear to live without you. Chapter 46. The insecurity of Sato-Kun. We must descend as well. Although Jia Sang may be likened to a mere dog, he possesses numerous profitable ventures that we must seize. Sato-Kun. Ah, Taranai-Kun, what did you say? I did not quite catch that. Sato, still reeling from the overwhelming display of power just exhibited by the Dragon Kingdom, found himself grappling with an absurd thought. Could the Empire truly emerge victorious? Sato-Kun. Jia Sang holds many lucrative opportunities. We must secure them. Profitable ventures? Very well, Taranai-Kun. Sato hastily donned his garments and rushed outside, while Zhangde remained seated in the corridor, promptly following suit as Sato emerged. Sato-Kun, contact your troops via telephone and instruct them to mobilize. We must capture Lady Jia. Also, please inform Hinagawa-Kun and the others. The cake in Jia Sang's possession is substantial enough for my associates to profit handsomely. Understood, Taranai-Kun. I shall notify them immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Sato complied with Zhang's directive. My brother, it seems these foes have become your underlings. Zhang chuckled and replied, what I have expended is genuine wealth. I have not only bestowed 2 gold bars upon Sato, but also gifted him a sword adorned with precious gems. Moreover, I have offered tokens to the other captains as well. Previously, I had already ensnared this group of adversaries in my net. Now, with Jia Rini's demise. He chuckled softly. Now, as I tug on the line, these small fish will leap willingly into my grasp. When the time comes to harvest, all that I have given will return to me untouched. Standing in the corridor, Zhang observed Lady Jia's dramatic display outside. Once his economic net was fully cast, these adversaries would become mere fish in his pond. Taranai-Kun, I have summoned them. They will arrive shortly. Zhang Yang nodded and followed Sato downwards. Halfway through he spoke, Sato-Kun. Should we secure Jia Rini's business, your position as the team leader will be assured. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Sato's body trembled. Bakayuru. Everyone, stand clear. By the time Zhang Yang descended, Bin's men had already arrived on the scene, 100 soldiers effectively taking control of the situation. The atmosphere fell into silence, leaving only Mrs. Jia weeping heart-wrenchingly amidst the crowd. "My lord, who has brought this upon you? Did you not promise to return after delivering goods to Suzuki Kojiro? My lord, please wake up." It seemed that Zhang Yang's approach intensified her cries. Suddenly, Mrs. Jia clutched Zhang Yang's leg, pleading, "Your Excellency, my lord cannot die like this. I implore you to help me." Zhang Yang crouched down, gently patting her shoulder. "Rest assured, Mrs. Jia Sang is my friend. I cannot bear to witness my friend perish in such a manner. I will certainly capture the murderer. We cannot allow virtuous citizens like Jia Sang to fall victim in vain. Sato-kun, please send 2 soldiers to retrieve Jia Sang's body." "Understood, Taranai-kun." The 2 soldiers nodded to Sato, who instructed them to carry the body to the vehicle and transport it to the Jia residence. "Hurry." Zhang Yang then assisted Mrs. Jia to her feet and turned to Zhang De. "Fetch the car. We must take Mrs. Jia back." Zhang De nodded eagerly, and a dazzling sedan approached from afar. Due to the darkness of the previous night, they had overlooked Zhang Yang's vehicle, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a Cadillac. One must recognize that this car could be deemed the finest of its kind at present. "Sato-kun, Bin-kun, let us go together." Bin and Sato exchanged glances, then entered the vehicle. Once inside, Bin touched the luxurious decor and adjusted his seating to relish the exquisite comfort. "This car is remarkable. I wish to possess one." "Mrs. Jia, what caused Jia Sang's demise? I overheard you mention he was delivering goods to Suzuki-kun. What were these goods?" Following the script he had prepared, Zhang Yang inquired. "Your Excellency, my lord informed me that he had a shipment of pharmaceuticals ordered by Lord Suzuki, which was to be delivered last night. However, he has not returned since he left. Today he has met his end." Mrs. Jia implored, "Your Excellency, you must seek justice for my lord." She began to sob once more. Zhang Yang reached out to comfort her, but as soon as his hand made contact, Mrs. Jia trembled, for the man before her had instilled an indelible fear within her. "He is a devil. Sato-kun, I am still unaware of the reasons behind your altercation with Suzuki-kun yesterday. It was only after hearing the gunfire that I made my way there." "Humph. Someone reported that Suzuki Kojiro was communicating with external enemies, supplying them with medicine." Sato let out a cold snort. Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully. Before long, Zhang Yang and his companions found themselves in a private room. As he took his seat, Zhang Yang turned to Madame Jia and inquired, "Madame Jia, do you know why Suzuki-kun requires this batch of medicine?" I do not know. I only know that a couple of days ago, my husband went out to meet His Excellency Suzuki in the afternoon, and upon his return, he mentioned the need for this batch of medicine," replied Madame Jia. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. "However, there may be reasons behind Suzuki-kun's request. After all, he is a person summoned directly by the regiment commander, and his loyalty to the Empire is beyond question. Sir Taranai, you must assist me. I could offer all the shares of the Jia family to you." Madame Jia's face displayed a sense of urgency. Upon hearing her words, Sato nearly agreed on behalf of Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang waved his hand and spoke. "Though I am a merchant of the Empire, I hold great respect for its soldiers. I trust that Suzuki-kun is not such a person. Madame Jia should await the conclusion of the military meeting before making any decisions." At this moment, Binhai, seated next to Sato, felt utterly perplexed. This was clearly an opportune moment to eliminate Suzuki Kojiro. How could they let it slip away? The pain from his chest after the fight with Suzuki yesterday still lingered. "Sato-kun, what does Taranai-kun mean by this?" Binhai asked. Sato was equally bewildered. Recalling how Zhang Yang had mentioned seizing Jiarani's business, why was he now reluctant to proceed? Yet, he could not voice his thoughts aloud and could only whisper to Binhai. Taranai-kun is a man of integrity. He believes in a fair trial. Binhai's eyes lit up with admiration at these words. Chapter 47, A Rabid Dog Biting Recklessly. At noon, Zhang Yang instructed Zhang De to drive the Cadillac, transporting Sato and Binhai to the Japanese brigade headquarters, while he returned to the private room where he had been, retrieving a listening device from the chair. As he gazed at the device, a smile crept upon his lips. At the Japanese brigade headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Akita Masao sat at the head of the table, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. "Bring Kojiro to me," Akita Masao commanded in a low tone. Shortly after, 2 soldiers escorted Suzuki Kojiro into the room. "I wish to understand what transpired. Why did Kojiro engage in a fight with you brigade leaders? What exactly happened yesterday?" Suddenly, Akita Masao stood up from his seat, striking the table with his hand. Sato glanced at the brigade leaders, slightly lifting his chin in their direction, prompting them to rise from their seats and address Akita Masao. "We report to the regiment commander." Yesterday, we received alarming news. Suzuki Kojiro has colluded with the enemy, providing them with pharmaceuticals. Upon the utterance of this statement, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted, as the Japanese officers began to murmur amongst themselves. Stepping forward, Suzuki Kojiro slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "This is a conspiracy, a scheme directed against me. My loyalty to the Empire is beyond reproach. It is Teraichi Ikawa who seeks to incriminate me. Impossible. This morning, Jiaorini, who betrayed us alongside you, was found dead in the bell tower. I discovered a secret letter on his person." Sato produced a piece of paper from his pocket and began to read aloud. "Suzuki Kojiro, you are treacherous. Jiaorini was merely an appetizer, and you shall be the next to perish. Baka, this is a complete frame-up. Teraichi Ikawa is the true traitor. He is no loyal subject of the Empire." At the mention of Teraichi Ikawa, the officers resumed their hushed discussions, as many had received word that Akita Zusiai was poised to assume command of the division. Thanks to the Teraichi family, the audacity of a special operations team under the brigade commander's orders to speak ill of the Teraichi family was nothing short of provocative. Silence. Akita Zusiai barked at Suzuki Kojiro, his expression darkening further. Beside him, Chief of Staff Takahashi Lingyu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze shifting between Suzuki Kojiro and the captains, Sato and others. "Brigade Commander, I recall that Hinata-kun was also present. Perhaps we should hear his perspective." Upon hearing Takahashi's suggestion, Akita nodded slightly, turning his attention to Hinata Village, who rose from his seat, bowed to Akita, and spoke. "Brigade Commander, I too received intelligence regarding Suzuki Kojiro's betrayal yesterday, though the information remains unverified. However, I have just obtained a recording from the Special Operations Team. It concerns Lord Teraichi." "A recording? What sort of recording? Let it be heard," Akita ordered. Hinata then brought forth a large recording device and connected the power. Initially, there was a crackling noise, but after a moment, voices began to emerge clearly. "Lord Teraichi, my master informed me that Lord Suzuki had ordered a shipment of pharmaceuticals to be delivered last night. However, he has not returned since he left. Today he is dead. Sato-kun, I still do not comprehend why you engaged in conflict with Lord Suzuki yesterday. There are reports that Suzuki Kojiro has been communicating with foreign enemies, supplying them with medicines. Lord Teraichi, you must assist me. I am willing to offer all of Jia's shares to you. Though I am a merchant of the Empire, I hold great respect for its soldiers. I believe that Lord Suzuki is not the kind of person to engage in such treachery. Madame Jia should wait until the military meeting concludes before taking a look." Upon hearing the first sentence, Sato's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that their conversation had been eavesdropped on by Suzuki Kojiro. This meant that the listening device had been installed long ago. "Baka," Sato muttered under his breath. The recording device emitted a crackle, indicating that the recording had ended. The remaining officers cast disdainful glances at Suzuki Kojiro, unable to fathom how Teranai Ikawa could utter such words without prior knowledge of the situation. How could he be the person Suzuki Kojiro claimed he was? After listening, Suzuki Kojiro's face turned ashen, his chest heaving with suppressed emotion. It was all an act. I truly wonder what grievances Teranai has caused Lord Suzuki to warrant such persistent targeting. The comment from Hinokawa struck a nerve. Could it be that Lord Suzuki has an interest in Jiaorini's stocks? The taunt was unrelenting. One officer spoke too loudly, and his insult directed at Suzuki Kojiro was heard clearly. Enough. This was the third time Akita Masao had lost his temper, his expression dark as he surveyed the faces in the meeting room, finally resting on Suzuki Kojiro. "The meeting is adjourned. Kojiro, come with me." With that, Akita Masao pushed open the door and strode outside, while Sato and a few others approached Suzuki Kojiro. Sato sneered, "You are nothing but a rabid dog. A dog that bites indiscriminately." "Baka," Suzuki Kojiro retorted, but the seasoned captains, having learned from their previous encounter with him the night before, swiftly retaliated, launching an attack on him. Others stood back, coldly observing, their disdain for Suzuki Kojiro palpable. Meanwhile, Takahashi Lingyu remained seated, tapping his fingers on the table and regarding Sato and the others with a smile. If these captains supported him, then once Akita Masao departed, the position would be his. After a considerable time, Sato and his companions straightened their attire and exited the meeting room, leaving Suzuki Kojiro to slowly rise from the floor. "Kojiro, I never imagined you were this kind of person." A captain, who had previously been on friendly terms with Suzuki Kojiro, approached him, casting a look of disdain before striding past without a backward glance. The others echoed this sentiment, their expressions filled with loathing. Ultimately, Suzuki Kojiro was left alone in the meeting room, his face contorted with madness and impotent rage. Bakayuru. Chapter 48. The death of Suzuki Kojiro in the office. Akita Masao sat motionless in his chair, his gaze fixed ahead. Brigade Commander. The creaking of the door heralded the entrance of Suzuki Kojiro, who stepped inside and cast a glance at Akita Masanori, seated silently in a chair. Bowing slightly, he addressed him. Akita Masanori slowly shifted his gaze to Suzuki Kojiro, scrutinizing him thoroughly before rasping, "Kojiro, do you not understand the reason I summoned you back? Captain, the leader instructed me to dismantle the underground intelligence organization of the Dragon Kingdom." Akita Masanori remained silent for a moment before rising from his chair and approaching Suzuki Kojiro. Standing slightly taller, Suzuki Kojiro lowered his head, meeting Akita Masanori's gaze as he raised his own. With a swift motion, Akita Masanori struck Suzuki Kojiro across the face. Before Kojiro could react, he heard Akita's furious voice booming. "Are you a fool? Do you not comprehend what I am currently engaged in? I commanded you to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence network. Yet what are you doing?" "Captain, I am eliminating the Dragon Kingdom's agents." "Fool." Suzuki Kojiro dared to retort, prompting another slap from Akita Masanori. "Teranai Akawa is one of our own. You think I am naive? The Teranai family supported my rise to power. And you dare lay a hand on their kin? What are you attempting to achieve? Are you trying to impede my ascension to division commander? Kojiro, have you betrayed me to Yamano Taro?" "Silence." Akita Masanori bellowed again, delivering another blow to Suzuki Kojiro's face. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the room. Akita Masanori glanced at Suzuki Kojiro before striding towards the door. Upon opening it, he found Hinata Aoi being shoved inside by someone from outside. "Captain." Akita Masanori acknowledged Hinata Aoi with a nod before turning back to Suzuki Kojiro. "Kojiro, draw your weapon and stand at attention." Suzuki Kojiro, bewildered, complied with Akita Masanori's command. However, just as he drew his gun, a gunshot rang out, causing his body to tremble in disbelief as he lifted his gaze. Hinata always stood before him, a handgun raised, smoke still curling from the barrel. "Why?" Akita Masanori's cold gaze fixed on Suzuki Kojiro as he spoke. "Because I no longer trust you, Kojiro." With that, Suzuki Kojiro's eyes shut forever. Night fell. A bold figure appeared at the place where the political officer was recuperating, surveying the surroundings before rapping on the door. "Who goes there?" Zhao Ci's cautious voice echoed from within the courtyard. Under the bright moon, startled magpies take flight. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ci responded. "In the cool breeze, the cicadas sing at midnight. You are the lone wolf." Zhao Ci concealed himself behind the door, inquiring softly, yet no reply came from outside. He cautiously opened a crack in the door. What he beheld startled him profoundly. He glimpsed the enemy, specifically a formidable adversary, in a wheelchair. A cascade of cold sweat instantly drenched him. With a swift motion, he slammed the door shut and hastily grabbed 2 wooden sticks, wedging them against the door latch before rushing into the room. Once inside, Zhao Ci urgently called out to the political commissar, "Commissar, we are in grave danger. The enemy has discovered us." The commissar's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his brow furrowing as he questioned, "What transpired?" "The enemy. Our presence has been compromised. Commissar, I can carry you away." The officer's brow knitted into a tight furrow. "It is that wheelchair-bound foe. He is aware of our code. Lone Wolf has been exposed. We must depart at once. If we delay any longer, this courtyard will surely be surrounded." No sooner had Zhao Ci spoken than a loud crash echoed from the courtyard, followed by the creaking of the old wooden door. "We're doomed. By heavens, Commissar, we shall confront the enemy." The adversary in the courtyard uttered a curse. Zhao Ci promptly seized a long bench from within the room, hiding behind the door, ready to deliver a surprise strike. Enough of this intimidation. The commissar suddenly interjected. Zhao Ci, bewildered, turned to him, asking in a tone of confusion, "You mean me? What are you saying? Come inside, but tread cautiously. A long bench awaits you at the door," the commissar urged. Zhao Ci, incredulous, cast a glance at the commissar before stepping back. The door creaked open, revealing the wheelchair-bound adversary entering. Zhao Ci's gaze flitted between the commissar's face and that of the enemy. As realization dawned upon him, the wheelchair-bound foe was indeed a member of their own ranks. Zhang Yang smiled warmly at him, remarking, "This lad is not without wit." "What on earth?" Zhao Ci exclaimed, dropping the bench to the ground, circling Zhang Yang in disbelief. "Such a formidable enemy is one of us. Commissar, you are truly remarkable. Managing to sway such a formidable foe." The commissar cleared his throat and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I was concerned for your safety, and there are matters I wish to discuss with you." Zhao Ci, quick to catch on, promptly lifted the bench from the floor, placing it behind Zhang Yang. "Lone Wolf, please take a seat. I have an idea, though I am uncertain if the organization will approve." What is your proposal? He asked. The situation in the three eastern provinces is dire. The Guangdong army has commenced a vigorous offensive against our troops, continually reinforcing their numbers in the region. The battle has reached a fever pitch, and I sense that we are nearing a pivotal moment in this conflict. I believe the organization should avoid direct confrontation, instead entering Russian territory to recuperate and regroup. By employing guerrilla tactics, we can gradually deplete the enemy's forces, while I serve as an informant, providing crucial intelligence. This strategy will allow me to better execute my plans. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the political commissar remained silent for a prolonged moment, fixated on him. Before finally speaking, "You haven't attended a meeting, have you?" "What meeting?" Zhang Yang replied. "Before your arrival, a meeting was held. In that meeting, General Zhou decided to establish contact with the Russians and move our troops into their territory. If you did not attend, then your perspective must align with General Zhou." Zhang Yang scoffed internally, thinking that if only they could speak as freely as in the 20th century. Clearly, the organization's circumstances are dire. Otherwise, General Zhou would not entertain such thoughts of moving into Russia. Although we have made contact with them, the enemy has established a blockade along the border, making it difficult for our forces to penetrate. Moreover, the enemy is likely anticipating our actions. Zhang Yang stroked his chin, smiling as he mused. Is it time for my grand entrance? The enemy division commander has just been appointed as Akatake Masanobu. If the organization wishes to break through the blockade, what could be more effective than eliminating Akatake Masanobu to incite chaos in the entire Black Province? The two individuals listening were taken aback. Brother Lone Wolf, what are you saying? You want to kill Akatake Masanobu, the brigade commander? Zhang Yang, please remain calm. The troops will find a way to breach the blockade, one cautioned. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. He had practiced with his Mosin Nagant for a month, and if he didn't use it soon, he would surely wither from anticipation. Chapter 49. The death of Akatake Masanobu that evening. Upon returning home, Zhang Yang received news from the Japanese, Sato. Suzuki Kojiro has been killed. Masamoshi, this is Sato Asaka, came the voice. Sato Koen, this is Tarachi Ikawa. When did Suzuki Kojiro die? Zhang Yang inquired. After the meeting concluded, the news came that Suzuki Kojiro attempted to assassinate the brigade commander, but Hinata Aoi bravely intervened, killing the traitor. Zhang Yang nodded. He was aware of Suzuki Kojiro's fate, yet he did not expect it to be at the hands of the woman, Hinata Aoi. Based on what Zhang and his spouse had discussed regarding Akatake Masanobu, he had anticipated that Masanobu would eliminate Suzuki Kojiro. However, what role did Hinata Aoi truly play in this? Akatake Masanobu, Hinata Aoi. This situation is becoming increasingly convoluted, Zhang Yang thought, scratching his head. However, once Akatake Masanobu is dead, the nature of Hinata Aoi's involvement will become clear. Rising, Zhang Yang made his way to the bedroom and retrieved the Mosin Nagant from beneath the bed. Opening the case, he found the rifle resting quietly within, accompanied by 3 scopes, a 2-power, a 3, 5-power, and a 6-power. Moreover, this Mosin Nagant rifle has been specially modified for sniping purposes. Throughout the past month, Zhang Yang has expended 100 rounds of ammunition, successfully hitting targets a kilometer away with a 6-power scope. Thus, as Akita Masanobu embarks on his journey to Shunsher tomorrow, it will mark his day of reckoning. Leaning against the bed, Zhang Yang caressed the sniper rifle resting on his leg, gazing at the moon outside, which evoked a fleeting sense of solitude amidst the 21st century. Yet, he was not truly alone. Along his path were the pioneers who had paved the way, companions who accompanied him, and successors who followed closely behind. The night felt both long and fleeting. In the morning, atop a 3-story building in Harbin, snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, large yet serene in their descent. Zhang Yang lay on the ground, his breathing gradually slowing until it approached stillness. His arms were extended evenly, the hand gripping the rifle remaining utterly motionless. Even the physiological tremors had vanished. At that moment, on the main thoroughfare of Harbin, a convoy belonging to Akita Masanobu appeared. Through the scope, it was clear to see Akita seated inside a jeep, with a military vehicle leading the way, flanked by 2 guards. In the passenger seat was that woman, Hinata Aoi. The target had emerged. Wind speed, 800 meters, correction, 40 centimeters. The target was in sight. Speed of the vehicle, 40 miles per hour. Adjust the aim. Fire. Bang. As Zhang Yang softly uttered these 2 words, a searing bullet erupted from the Mosin Nagant, shattering the snowflakes at the muzzle and conjuring a whirlwind. Yet, the traveling convoy remained blissfully unaware of any impending threat. Suddenly, the glass of Akita Masanobu's jeep shattered, a bullet inexplicably embedding itself within the glass. Everything transpired in an instant, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Hinata always stared in terror at the bullet lodged in the windshield, her mind racing. Stop the car. The brigade commander is under attack. The alarm blared. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At that moment, at the intersection, the political commissar and Zhao Si stood nearby, witnessing the bullet embedded in the glass, yet not shattering it. Instead, penetrating the head of the enemy. Damn it. What do we do, commissar? Zhao Si cursed. The enemy's skull is truly thick. How could he survive that? The commissar furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Zhang Yang. Let us retreat for now. Meanwhile, atop the building. As Zhang Yang noted that the bullet had not shattered the glass, he re-aimed almost instantaneously. In the split second that Hinata Aoi reacted, another bullet was unleashed. Bang! Protect the brigade commander. Hinata Aoi's warning was still on her lips when the sound of shattering glass echoed. One bullet struck its intended target. While the bullet previously embedded in the glass was propelled forward with newfound force, racing towards its original mark. PFF. Hinata Aoi only heard a piercing scream from Akita Masaru behind her. Before she could turn around, she heard the enemy soldiers shout, "Not good. The brigade commander has been shot in the head. Medic." The implication of the brigade commander being shot in the head was all too clear to Hinata Aoi. Akita Masaru was dead. The man she admired had perished. The city was sealed off, and all soldiers were mobilized to search for the enemy. Extra! Extra! Brigade Commander Akita Masaru has been killed. A bullet to the head. Beep. 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 Reports. News from Harbin indicates that the commander of the 2nd Brigade of the Kanto Army, Akita Masaru, has been slain. Chief. We intercepted a telegram from the enemy. Inside, a man studying a map turned without looking back and said, "Read it. Brigade Commander Akita has been assassinated by Harbin's intelligence personnel. All units are to be on alert." What? The man turned abruptly. Are you saying Akita Masaru has been killed? Joe, it hurts. A soldier clutched his arm tightly, wincing in pain. Relay my orders. Assemble the entire army and prepare to breach the enemy's defenses and head towards Russia. Committee Chairman. Intelligence from Harbin. What intelligence? Beneath the bright blue sky, a bald man sat in a chair, addressing the officer before him. Our intelligence personnel successfully assassinated the enemy brigade commander. Akita Masaru was killed on the spot. What? Harbin? Section Chief Dai, what are you saying? Our intelligence personnel killed a brigade commander? Dai Li repeated with emphasis. Good. Send a telegram to Command Harbin. Kanto Army. Command Headquarters. Your Excellency, news has arrived from Harbin. What news? Is there progress in Akita Masaru's sweep? No, Your Excellency. We have received the grim news that Brigade Commander Akita has died for the Empire. What? The news of Akita Masaru's death sent the entire Northeast into chaos. Meanwhile, the party involved, Zhang Yang, sat in an izakaya and made a phone call to Sato Kojiro. Sato-kun, what are you doing? Teranai-kun, something terrible has happened. The brigade commander has been assassinated, and now Harbin is under martial law. What? Who dares assassinate the brigade commander? Zhang Yang expressed his shock. It is still unclear. Be cautious, Teranai-kun. The assassin used a sniper rifle and may be a Russian agent infiltrating Harbin. Is it related to Jarani's death? Cannot be certain. Zhang Yang chuckled, gave a few more reminders to Sato, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 50 Brother, did you kill Akita Masaru? Knock. Just as Zhang Yang hung up the phone, the door was suddenly knocked on, and Zhang De rushed in, panting heavily. He looked at Zhang Yang and said, Brother, something big has happened. Do you know? Akita Masanobu met his demise on the road, struck down by a single gunshot to the head. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, and soon after, Chen Ning entered, placing her bag upon the sofa and casting a glance towards Zhang De. Did you kill Akita Masanobu? Zhang De exclaimed, his voice rising in shock as he stared incredulously at Zhang Yang. Lower your voice. Chen Ning chided him. And only then did Zhang De realize his volume had been excessive. He quickly lowered his tone, asking, Brother, was it you who killed Akita Masanobu? Is it true? Zhang Yang, toying with a steel pen, looked at Zhang De and chuckled. Does it truly matter who did it? What we need to focus on now is seizing Jarani's business while the Japanese are distracted. He tossed the pen onto the table and raised his gaze to Chen Ning. Sister-in-law, are you familiar with the Japanese trading company? What are you planning? Chen Ning inquired. Jarani currently holds only a portion of the shares. The remainder lies with the Japanese company. To take over Jarani's business, I must gather more information. Zhang Yang explained. After a moment of silence, Chen Ning replied, I have no intelligence on that matter. Zhang Yang nodded, unfazed. Let us proceed to the Jia residence to take over the business. It seems you will have much to occupy you, sister-in-law. Zhang De interjected, Brother, your sister-in-law must not be overworked. Zhang Yang turned to scrutinize Chen Ning, then asked Zhang De, is she expecting? Zhang De chuckled, puffing out his chest, of course. Your elder brother has been quite productive. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp twist at his waist, followed by Chen Ning's voice interjecting. There's another crucial matter to discuss. The news of Akita Masanobu's death has reached Yinqing, and the chairman has expressed his commendation. Huh. Old Cheng truly lives up to his reputation, Zhang Yang remarked, amused. However, news from Yinqing revealed that biochemical weapons had been discovered on the front lines, with their origin traced back to Harbin. Biochemical weapons? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately thought of the infamous Unit 731. Are you suggesting that Jia Reni's pharmaceutical factory may harbor chemical weapons? Zhang Yang queried Chen Ning. That is uncertain. We must investigate personally, she replied. Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully and then addressed the two. This evening, I will go and secure the equity certificates at the Jia residence. The lanterns outside had been changed to red. Originally planned for a funeral today, the situation had worsened with Akita Masanobu's death, bringing disgrace to Jia Reni. Just as Zhang Yang's Cadillac came to a halt outside, two individuals rushed out from the Jia residence. Yang Yuntian promptly opened the door for Zhang Yang, bowing respectfully as he said, Your Excellency, you have arrived. Please, come in. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Yang Yuntian, who seemed to regard the Jia residence as his own. Let us proceed, he declared, leading his entourage into the Jia household. Upon reaching the morning hall, Zhang Yang glanced at the coffin and coolly addressed Madame Jia. Does he truly deserve a place in the coffin after death? Tomorrow, let us cast him into the wilderness to feed the wolves. At Zhang Yang's words, Madame Jia shivered, taken aback by the cruelty of this fiend. Very well, Your Excellency. Please present the stock certificates and draft a transfer agreement. Hearing Zhang Yang's command, Yang Yuntian hastily exited, returning shortly with a paper bag, which he respectfully handed to Zhang Yang. Your Excellency, everything belonging to Jia Reni is accounted for, not a single piece is missing. As for the gold bars, what do you think? Zhang Yang accepted the bag, lifting his gaze to meet Yang Yuntian's. What is your opinion? Cold sweat trickled down Yang Yuntian's back as he quickly explained, I have prepared everything for you, Your Excellency, and will have it brought up immediately. Standing nearby, Zhang De let out a chilling laugh and approached Yang Yuntian. Position yourself correctly. Otherwise, Jia Reni's fate will be yours. Do you understand? Terrified, Yang Yuntian nodded vigorously, while Zhang Yang meticulously examined the various contracts in his hands, ultimately retaining the last document, the mineral stock certificate. The Liang family mine, he noted. Your Excellency, the Liang family mine is located at the northernmost part of Harbin. It is a large coal mine. To the north? Zhang Yang pondered. He placed the stock certificate into his pocket and received the stock transfer certificate from Yang Yuntian, signing it before rising. Zhang San, take Madame Jia and Yang Sang to the tavern for a while. Remember to dispose of Jia Reni's corpse to feed the dogs. Your Excellency, Yang Yuntian exclaimed, realizing that sending the two of them to the tavern amounted to house arrest. Wasn't all his effort aimed at securing his place in the Jia residence and becoming its master? What? Does Yang Sang wish to court death? Zhang Yang's icy gaze scrutinized Yang Yuntian, who, like a mere dog, was in danger of being dispatched at any moment. He was merely kept alive to placate Madame Jia's emotions. The terrifying look from Zhang Yang sent a shiver down Yang Yuntian's spine, causing him to step back, inadvertently tripping over the threshold and tumbling backward. Ah! He screamed, rolling down the steps. Madame Jia watched in despair, her disappointment palpable. She was not foolish. She could see that Yang Yuntian had betrayed her, yet she had entrusted herself to such a man. What a grave misjudgment. Zhang Yang frowned, addressing Zhang De, Zhang San. I believe Yang Sang wishes to retire. Though his tone was flat, it was laden with an unsettling chill. And let us eliminate the other dogs of the Jia family as well. Madame Jia felt an icy chill enveloping her as she gazed at Zhang Yang's retreating silhouette, her heart brimming with trepidation. Yet, an unusual emotion began to burgeon within her. Late into the night, at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, a jeep appeared unexpectedly. Zhang Yang alighted from the vehicle, and the sentinels, upon seeing two sergeants disembark, promptly rendered a salute. Let me inside. One of the sentries, hearing Zhang Yang's command, hurriedly jogged ahead to guide him. Meanwhile, the factory's overseer, Yang Wanli, received word of Zhang Yang's arrival and rushed out of the building, exclaiming, Ah, Your Excellency. I did not anticipate your visit at this late hour. I was informed and thought you would come tomorrow. Yang Wanli wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. Chapter 51, 731. Observing Yang Wanli's demeanor, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, surmising what the man had been engaged in moments ago. It appeared that this scoundrel was living quite comfortably. However, now that Zhang Yang had arrived, he could not allow such a wretch to continue in ease. For the traitors must perish. Zhang Yang contemplated how to eliminate Yang Wanli while feigning nonchalance, gesturing for him to speak. Tell me about the factory situation and give me a tour as well. Certainly, Your Excellency. The pharmaceutical factory is divided into 3 sections. Please follow me, Yang Wanli said, extending his hand towards the left. This area is the tablet section, where most of our tablets are produced, including those for colds and various powders. Behold, this is the production workshop. Yang Wanli led Zhang Yang to a large glass window, where several workers busily transported items, and on the assembly line, machines churned out the finished products. Your Excellency, if you proceed further inside, you will find our liquid medicine production workshop. Liquid medicines constitute our factory's primary output, with the highly prized penicillin being manufactured on this very line. Ahead are the workshops for gauze and bandages. Notably, penicillin production is paramount, accounting for 70% of our factory's profits. As Yang Wanli elaborated, Zhang Yang merely nodded, his gaze wandering in search of something else until he finally spotted a door. Pointing to the iron door, he inquired, "What lies beyond that?" Upon hearing the question, Yang Wanli hesitated momentarily. "Well, Your Excellency, I'm not entirely certain. I've heard it is a military secret. You would know better than I." "A military secret?" Zhang Yang regarded the iron door with a knowing glance before continuing his exploration of the factory. "What is outside the factory?" "Outside, there is merely an expanse of open land, and we have guards stationed here. Rest assured, Your Excellency, there will be no issues." Zhang Yang observed Yang Wanli's bravado, a silent scoff echoing within him. He reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Ah, Yang-san, you are truly a talent, running the pharmaceutical factory so well. You are indeed a commendable citizen. Your Excellency, it is my honor to serve the Empire, and I thank you for your kind words." Yang Wanli quickly bowed to Zhang Yang. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's remark, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. After all, Jia Ren's demise was shrouded in mystery. And soon after, news came that Madame Jia had transferred all her shares to this esteemed figure before him. Who could fathom the intricacies behind that? What if the esteemed one thought he was merely Jia Ren's lackey and decided to eliminate him as well? That would be disastrous. Yang Wanli had long since resolved that whoever fed him would be his master. With Jia Ren gone, it was only natural for him to seek a new patron. "Oh, by the way, Yang Yintian, what is your relationship to Yang-san?" "Yang Yintian, Your Excellency, have you met my nephew?" "Your nephew?" "Ah." Zhang Yang fixed his gaze on Yang Wanli for a moment before patting his shoulder. "I have complete confidence in your management of the pharmaceutical factory. From now on, you shall be responsible for delivering the profits to me monthly, and I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs here. The burden now rests upon your shoulders." Yang Wanli was taken aback by Zhang Yang's words. The esteemed one was relinquishing control of the factory, granting him full authority? Even Jia Ren had never entrusted him with such power. This esteemed one was simply magnificent. "Your Excellency, you are like a reborn parent to me. No one has ever placed such trust in Yang Wanli. You are the first. Allow me to bow before you." With that, Yang Wanli knelt on the ground, knocking his head 3 times in reverence. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of admiration for this traitor before him. Many had chosen the path of treachery, but few had reached such a level of servitude. Yet, this act of homage could not absolve him of the sins of his betrayal. A cold glint flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. After escorting Zhang Yang out of the pharmaceutical factory, Yang Wanli remained outside, passionately devoted, until the vehicle was no longer in sight. In the dead of night, Zhang Yang's silhouette re-emerged outside the factory. After shaking off the enemy in the city, he hurried back to the pharmaceutical factory, for his previous visit had merely been to survey the terrain. Donning a Sun Wukong mask, Zhang Yang circled the factory and scaled the wall from the westernmost side. This was the nearest point to the iron gate. Above, a half-open window glowed with light. With a powerful leap, Zhang Yang grasped the edge of the window. Who is at the window? Inside, a Japanese soldier clad in a white coat abruptly looked up and shouted towards the window. Yet, there was no response. "Kitano-kun, you have been resting too little. Perhaps you are hallucinating," said another voice. "There is no one at the window. It is already 1 in the morning. We should retire for the night. Tomorrow, someone will come to collect the goods." "Nato-kun, did you not hear that sound?" Kitano inquired, perplexed. "Sound? Is it the squeak of a mouse? The pleas of the people from the Dragon Kingdom, or the moans of those women?" "Ha! Kitano-kun, it seems you are yearning for women, isn't it?" Nato laughed heartily. "Could it be that I have misheard? The pharmaceutical factory has not encountered any issues for 3 years. It must be you who is mistaken, Kitano-kun. In a couple of days, once we deliver some test samples, you shall have some relief." The two men shared lewd smiles, extinguished the light, and departed. Little did they know, outside the window, Zhang Yang hung onto the ledge with one hand, while the other clenched into a tight fist. These scoundrels deserve to perish. Listening to their words, this is indeed the infamous Unit 731. Once the lights were extinguished, Zhang Yang swung his other hand onto the windowsill, exerting force to flip himself into the room. Though the light was absent, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the interior sufficiently. The green flicker of light within created an eerie atmosphere. When Zhang Yang raised his head, fury ignited within him at the sight before him. Towering vessels stood in front, filled to the brim with liquid. Within the liquid, faces of all ages twisted in agony. They had been drowned alive. The room was eerily silent. Yet Zhang Yang's breathing grew increasingly labored. He stood rooted, fixated on a jar containing an infant not yet a year old, fully submerged in the liquid. With a gash across its chest, its insides hollowed out. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang closed his eyes, a sudden pang of anguish gripping his chest. He inhaled deeply and shifted his gaze elsewhere, fearful that if he looked any longer, he would succumb to despair. Their suffering was unimaginable. The cruelty of these demons was beyond comprehension. Indeed, both the devils and their collaborators must meet their end. Chapter 52. Let them perish. Endure, endure. There are still things to be found. Once the mission is complete, these fiends shall not survive the night. They must taste the bitterness of extinguished hope. Taking another deep breath, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, stepped forward, and approached the first glass barrel. He touched the cold glass and murmured, "Rest assured. They shall not endure for long. Just wait a moment. Let me find some items, and I will send them to join you shortly. When they descend into hell, do not forget to let them feel your pain." Suppressing his fury, Zhang Yang began to rummage through the laboratory. Before long, he discovered 3 or 4 wooden boxes in a corner. Using an iron rod to pry open a corner, he found bottles of colorless liquid within, each tightly sealed, adorned with labels depicting black skulls. In the upper left corner of the box, a white paper with black lettering bore some Japanese text. He read it softly. Highly toxic. Explosive, emitting toxic gas, with an attack range of 100 square meters. Users must wear gas masks. The weapon is fragile. Avoid collision. Recommending a method, the airdrop. Zhang Yang crouched down, meticulously counting the 4 wooden boxes before him. To be precise, there were 3.5 boxes, as one was only half filled. Taking a deep breath, he gently set the boxes down and then tied them securely with a rope before lowering them outside. With everything prepared, Zhang Yang returned to the laboratory. The night was deep and tranquil. Bei Gizi felt a slight dizziness, yet his feet were icy cold. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with darkness, though a faint glimmer of light seeped into his vision. Muffled sounds escaped his lips, as if he were bound, but his limbs felt as though they had been severed, rendering him utterly motionless. Where was he? Was he dreaming? This was indeed a peculiar dream. He never anticipated that one day he would find himself in such an absurd scenario, absurdly dreaming of becoming a subject of experimentation. What a ludicrous dream it was. Bei Gizi chuckled to himself and gradually closed his eyes once more, hoping that soon the dream would shift. He wished to succumb to sleep, and when morning arrived, he would still be himself, the doctor who held the fate of Longwo in his hands. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, and a look of confusion crossed Bei Gizi's face. Was this dream truly so vivid? He turned his head with exertion, and under the moonlight, he beheld a figure adorned with a monkey mask and clad in black, standing behind him, partially obscuring the moonlight. Yet, this did not hinder him from discerning the 6 whiskers on the monkey mask. He also noticed a bucket of liquid in the man's hand. That container was strikingly familiar. Having spent 3 years in this laboratory, Bei Gizi instinctively recognized the contents of that bucket. The liquid was wondrous, preserving his creations from decay. It seemed that the next step was to pour it into the tank. Bei Gizi involuntarily closed his eyes, pondering this, feeling drowsy and lightheaded, utterly drained. The sound of a cap being unscrewed echoed in the silence. The delightful sound of formaldehyde pouring into the immersion tank resonated, a melody to his ears. Just as Bei Gizi became increasingly entranced, a sudden chill enveloped him, as liquid trickled down his forehead, entering his mouth with an intensely bitter taste. Abruptly, Bei Gizi opened his eyes. Everything was so clear. The icy sensation continued to pour over him, soaking him completely. He realized he was submerged in the immersion tank, as someone was pouring formaldehyde into it. Despite his utmost effort to control his body, he felt as though only his head was moving erratically, and the more it swayed, the dizzier he became. The sound of another bucket of formaldehyde being opened resounded. The ominous sound echoed once more. And Kitayama's eyes widened as he gazed upon the masked man before him, who resembled a demon. Oh, are you anxious? No need to worry. Soon it will be full. Others are already on their way. So hurry and run if you wish to catch up. The gentle words floated into Kitayama's ears. Yet that soothing tone felt more akin to a knife poised to deliver a fatal blow. As the last echo resounded, the man in black suddenly ceased his actions. Kitayama's head emerged from the shadows, wondering if this was merely a cruel jest. However, the next moment revealed the truth. The man held a vial of colorless liquid. Oh, are you worried? Kitayama sensed, beneath the gas mask, that the man was smiling. Yet he knew what the man possessed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the man smashed the vial against his head, and with a resounding thud, swiftly sealed the lid. In the face of life and death, perhaps one's potential is ignited. Kitayama felt as if he regained control of his body. Without hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the formaldehyde. The shattered vial released a toxic atmosphere within the tank. One small inhalation would lead to a swift demise within 10 seconds. Zhang Yang stood before the tank, observing as Kitayama struggled within the formaldehyde, refusing to take a breath of air. But how long could he endure? Ultimately, Kitayama's eyes widened in a grotesque expression, filled with pleading as he gazed at Zhang Yang. However, as Zhang Yang turned and took a step forward, his vision suddenly cleared. In an instant, the light revealed that all the tanks were filled with their comrades. All were members of the Empire. They all bore expressions of agony, their eyes wide in horror. They could not find peace in death, each suffering excruciatingly, their fates mirroring his own. No, it was he who was destined to share their grim fate, to perish in anguish and torment. Lost in thought, Kitayama's mind fractured. The room fell silent once more, devoid of sound as Zhang Yang tossed a lighter onto the black cloth that concealed the tormented lives beneath. The flames flickered, casting a yellow glow upon Kitayama's face, rendering him even more grotesque. Once everything extinguished, tranquility enveloped the scene. The night remained unchanged, save for the fact that the containers now held a dozen soldiers. Chapter 53. Old Gung, your half-bottle of sweet potato liquor burns in my room. Moshi Moshi. This is Sato Asaka. Sato-kun, I have secured all of Jiaorani's business. Now I wish to inspect these ventures. Would you care to accompany me? Is the entire business secured? On the other end of the line, Sato's breath was noticeably heavier. Indeed, it is all secured. I wish to traverse the distant Liangjia mine to assess the business thoroughly. Would you accompany me to Liangjia mine? Liangjia mine. Please hold on, Taranai-kun. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang heard Sato speaking to his subordinates, instructing them to ascertain the location of Liangjia mine. After a brief interval, Sato resumed, Taranai-kun, is Liangjia mine not too far? I cannot venture out now. The murderer of the brigade leader has yet to be apprehended. That poses a dilemma. I fear the trading company may take action. After a moment of silence, Sato suggested, Taranai-kun, how about I speak with the other captains and arrange for 2 squads to escort you? A smile crept across Zhang Yang's face as he replied, I believe that would be agreeable. Perhaps this evening I could present an analysis of our business to everyone and offer a small token of appreciation. It won't take up much of anyone's time. Upon hearing this, Sato immediately grew excited. Excellent. Taranai-kun, I will promptly inform Hama River-kun and the others. By the way, Sato-kun, other colleagues are welcome to join as well. I relish making new friends, and the captains of the 3rd Brigade could also benefit from some exchange. Colleagues, I express my sincere condolences regarding the brigade leader's demise. However, sorrow is fleeting. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to share some good news. Friends, we are on the brink of significant profits. Zhang Yang stood before the table, extracting a stack of stocks and waving them in front of the various captains. Sato-kun, do you know what these are? Stocks? No. Hama River-kun, do you know what this is? Paper? No. This is money. This is substantial wealth. He then tucked the stock certificates back into his pocket and regarded a few captains before continuing. However, while we seek to profit, certain obstacles remain. Firstly, each business requires careful organization. Secondly, what is the second point, Taranai-kun? Secondly, it pertains to the trading company. Although we hold the stock certificates of Jiaorani, the trading company retains a portion, and I fear they may hinder our business endeavors. While I enjoy sharing with friends, I cannot be certain about those from the trading company. Zhang Yang's expression grew troubled. At that moment, Sato turned to the other captains and declared, since Taranai-kun has resolved to go to Liangjia mine, we cannot let him shoulder the burden alone. As for the trading company, we shall intervene. I have long found them distasteful. Why should they luxuriate indoors with fine wine while we toil outside, only for the profits to fill their coffers? It is unjust. Indeed, the trading company should share their spoils with us. Hama River concurred. Zhang Yang surveyed the assembly, nodding solemnly in agreement. Given this situation, I am reassured. I feared that by the time I returned, the Merchant Association would have seized other businesses. Now, esteemed colleagues, lend me your ears for some delightful news. Outside the city of Harbin, Zhang Yang sat within an armored vehicle, a precautionary measure orchestrated by Sato due to the demise of Akita Zhengxing. To ensure Zhang Yang's safety, a tightly sealed armored car had been specifically arranged, as if any mishap were to occur. 3 jeeps led the way, while 2 trucks laden with soldiers followed closely behind. The spectacle rivaled that of a royal procession. Inside the armored vehicle, the political commissar sat beside Zhang Yang, and apart from him, the car was filled entirely with soldiers. When had he ever shared a vehicle with the enemy, and to have those soldiers treating him with such reverence? It was as if they regarded him as a paternal figure. What a sensation of comfort. Zhang Yang glanced at the political commissar and spoke, Li Sang. You know how to contact the Liang family mine, correct? Murakami, bring over the radio. The political commissar, seated nearby, soon summoned a soldier to bring forth a mobile radio. Li Sang, please establish the connection. The political commissar felt his heart racing. He understood Zhang Yang's implication. This was exhilarating beyond belief. To communicate with the troops from within the enemy's armored vehicle using their radio. Who would dare even conceive of such a notion, let alone execute it? This was truly thrilling. Sir, shall I proceed with the contact? Yes, do so, but remember to inquire thoroughly. The political commissar mimicked the soldier's mannerisms, and upon receiving Zhang Yang's affirmation, promptly activated the radio. After sending a series of beeps, he glanced at Zhang Yang, his excitement palpable. This is immensely thrilling. What if the enemy intercepts it? Li Sang, what are you afraid of? I am here. At that moment, a battalion was preparing to depart their encampment for the border. A soldier rushed in, flustered. Commander, there are ghosts. Ghosts. Commander Gung, taking a drag from his cigarette, nearly choked in disbelief. What nonsense. Speak clearly. Why the commotion? Commander, the political commissar has sent a telegram. The soldier exclaimed, elated. Damn it. Isn't it normal for the political commissar to send a telegram if he is alive? Commander Gung cursed. No, Commander. The political commissar sent the message using the enemy's channel. What? Commander Gung nearly leaped from his seat, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze on the soldier. You mean the political commissar used the enemy's telegraph to send you a message claiming to be the political commissar? Yes. You fool. Just because the enemy claims he is the political commissar, does that make him one? I could send a telegram to the enemy claiming to be the emperor. And would they believe me? Commander. Another soldier rushed in, breathless. Commander, the political officer wishes to report. Go away. Have you all lost your wits? The enemy surely intends to use the political officer's status to extract our intelligence. No, Commander. The report mentioned, Old Gung, don't be so agitated. I am indeed Old Li. You remember the half bottle of sweet potato liquor you hid? I found it in my cabinet. What? Commander Gung widened his eyes in disbelief. He rushed into the political officer's quarters and, after rummaging through the drawers, indeed found the remaining half bottle of sweet potato liquor. The 2 soldiers gazed at the commander in astonishment. Commander, is this political officer really an enemy? Gung Commander looked at the liquor in his hand, muttering. What on earth happened to Old Li? Has he become a Japanese colonel, or even their emperor? So, the enemy's lair is actually his home? Chapter 54. What? Have you started to act all high and mighty? Beep. In the communications room of the 1st Regiment, 2 soldiers donned headsets, intently listening to the telegram. Their pencils swiftly dancing across the paper. Beep. Commander, the political officer has finished speaking. What is going on? Read it to me. Old Gung, currently. Comrade Lone Wolf and I are heading to Liangjia Mine. Lone Wolf has learned that our troops intend to break through the blockade to reach Russia. At dawn the day after tomorrow, we can break through 10 miles north of Liangjia Mine. Upon hearing this, Commander Gung exclaimed, Quick, connect me to General Yang. Ringing. Hello. General Yang, this is Gung Sheng. I have urgent news to report. Commander Gung straightened his posture, looking quite pleased. Speak. Hey, General Yang, at dawn the day after tomorrow, we can break through 10 miles north of Liangjia Mine. What? Gung Sheng, do you know where you got this information? Why can we break through 10 miles north of Liangjia Mine? Yang's voice on the other end was filled with confusion. Hey, General Yang, I have my sources. I guarantee this information is accurate. Are you itching for trouble? Hurry up and tell me. Hearing Yang's impatience, Commander Gung decided to drop the pretense and cheerfully replied, Well, it's our regiment's Lone Wolf. He discovered our troops' intention to break through the enemy's blockade to reach Russia, and he sent us the breakthrough point from afar, even kindly informing us of the timing. Just look how considerate our lone wolf is. On the other end of the line, General Yang sensed the commander's smugness. After a moment of silence, he cursed, "You rascal, if the intelligence is wrong, I'll make you regret it. Come to headquarters for a meeting." "Hey, General Yang. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Our comrade Lone Wolf can certainly handle it." And then he hung up. At headquarters, several commanders had been present for quite some time. Due to the enemy's sweep, only 7 regiments could be contacted, which together totaled merely over 3,000 men. The audacity of that old gung to act so grand. "Let us wait here for him." Who could have anticipated that a lone wolf would emerge from our ranks? "You certainly did not hold back on the supplies last time." "Very well, we shall wait a moment longer." Just as several leaders were engaged in a discussion about the shortcomings of their manpower, the door swung open, and Commander Gung swaggered in, shaking his shoulders. One might mistake him for a bandit if they were unaware of his esteemed position as our Red Army commander. "What's the matter, Gao? After taking so many supplies from me, is this how you treat me?" Commander Gung regarded Commander Gao with a disdainful glance. "Gung Sheng, what's this? Have you begun to put on airs? If you don't arrive shortly, I shall have to send a litter to fetch you." At that moment, a man in military attire, albeit patched with several repairs, and sporting a hat with a hole, stepped out from within. Upon seeing him, Commander Gung quickly suppressed his jesting demeanor and turned to General Yang, saying, "General Yang, what is this about? I would never dare to trouble you." "Humph, have a seat. Now let us discuss what is truly happening." "Very well." Commander Gung sat down and surveyed the room, then began, "Here's the situation. Today, our regiment received a telegram from the Japanese radio. He claims to be Old Li." "What? Old Gung, you haven't revealed our position, have you?" Commander Gao exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm. "Enough, Gao? Stop stirring trouble. I haven't finished yet. Do not interrupt me." Although I received news from the Japanese, I am not one to easily trust their words. But guess what? The Old Li on their side actually disclosed where I had hidden the remaining half bottle of sweet potato liquor. Surely, this cannot be a trick from the Japanese? Believe it or not, I actually found it. The commanders exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the implications of this revelation. Can the Japanese be trusted? It must be the lone wolf comrade. It seems that General Yang is on the same wavelength as me. The lone wolf managed to infiltrate the Japanese troops. I must say, the ability to relay such information through a Japanese telegram suggests that the lone wolf holds considerable standing among them. The others gazed at Commander Gung with envious admiration. By heavens, he has outsmarted them. How is it that this lone wolf is not part of their regiment? Such a stubborn individual. As night fell, Zhang Yang and his entourage arrived at the Liangjiao mine, only to find that those in charge, having waited long enough, had retreated indoors to rest. Just as Zhang Yang stepped down from the vehicle, the traitor rushed out from the house in a flurry. "Your Excellency, you have arrived." Zhang Yang cast a glance at the traitor, then swiftly drew his pistol, catching him unawares with a shot that shattered his skull. Bang! Suddenly, the traitors from the Liang family mine were left dumbfounded. What was happening? How could their leader be executed in the blink of an eye? "Baka, I come. And you do not come out to greet me? Take them all out and execute them." Zhang Yang barked, and several soldiers immediately surged forward, seizing the traitors and executing them on the spot. "Humph, are there any others?" Zhang Yang shouted, yet no one responded. Taijun, I am the cook. I am the cook. I make delicious food." Zhang Yang glanced at the cook, beckoning him over, and then inquired, "How many people are here?" Taijun, counting the laborers. "There are a total of 70. At this hour, they are all underground mining coal." Zhang Yang nodded and then looked at the cook, saying, "Prepare something delectable for me, and stew 20 chickens for the laborers. Let them know I am exceedingly generous to the good citizens." The cook repeatedly acknowledged, though cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Exceedingly generous to the good citizens? Just moments ago, those so-called good citizens were executed without a hint of hesitation. Good citizens, exceedingly generous. He echoed nervously. "Oh, and make extra roast chickens. Tomorrow I wish to commend the soldiers at the front. As the festival approaches, though our imperial soldiers have not returned home, we must let them know that the empire is still thinking of them." Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind him felt a stir of emotion. His Excellency is truly a benevolent leader. By the way, any soldiers accompanying me can enjoy a meal at the izakaya for free. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' initial emotions turned into overwhelming joy. His Excellency, this is wonderful. Chapter 55. We should proclaim "Long live the Emperor." The next day, a truck made its way toward the border, with Zhang Yang seated in the passenger seat, quietly gazing ahead. After about 15 minutes, a bunker came into view. "Taijun, the first bunker has arrived," the Japanese driver quickly announced. "Stop the vehicle." Inside the bunker, A group of soldiers heard the sound of the truck, and a sergeant hurriedly ran out, coming to attention before the truck with his legs together, saluting. Taijun. Noticing Zhang Yang's intent to disembark, the sergeant promptly opened the door. Zhang Yang patted him on the shoulder and said, "You, go summon everyone." "Hi." The sergeant dashed back inside, and soon a commotion arose within the bunker. Shortly after, a neatly uniformed squad marched out in perfect formation, resembling a ceremonial unit. "Taijun," the soldiers called out in unison. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand toward the rear. A soldier brought forth a prepared gift box, which, while not large, still held some weight. "Today marks the festival of my hometown. It is indeed a challenge for all of you to remain here, and I have brought forth some delicacies and fine spirits from my native land. I hope everyone enjoys a splendid celebration. Bring forth the wine." Zhang Yang signaled, and another soldier emerged, carrying a gift box, which he placed before Zhang Yang. Upon opening it, he gently extracted a bottle of white liquor and extended it towards the squad leader. "Long live the emperor." The squad leader's eyes widened as he involuntarily read aloud the inscription on the bottle. "For the emperor's longevity." Zhang Yang raised his fist and shouted. Throughout the morning, Zhang Yang traversed the vicinity, delivering a bottle of the emperor's liquor to each of the enemy strongholds within a 5-kilometer radius. Only one location remained to be visited. "Sir Nei, let us proceed. You may rest in the vehicle." Zhang Yang waved his hand, and, once the truck came to a halt, he opened the door and stepped out. "Sir Nei." A line of soldiers awaited outside, quickly forming a row to greet Zhang Yang as his truck approached. "Bring it here." Zhang Yang gestured, presenting the familiar offerings, a box of frozen delicacies and a bottle of the emperor's liquor. "What?" Just as Zhang Yang retrieved the bottle from the box, one soldier in the line exhibited a look of confusion, as if he had seen this bottle before. However, the moment was not opportune for him to voice his thoughts, yet this fleeting observation heightened his scrutiny of the liquor bottle. "Why is this liquor not clear?" he murmured. And at that moment, Zhang Yang raised his head, locking eyes with the soldier. Noting the soldier's murmuring, Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. "You there, come here." The soldier, taken aback by the call, appeared momentarily stunned, while the squad leader displayed an anxious expression. "You dolt. The officer is calling you." The soldier, dubbed Dolt, hurried over. And as he approached, his curiosity about the liquor in Zhang Yang's hands only intensified. "What are you mumbling about?" Zhang Yang inquired with a smile. The soldier did not conceal his thoughts, but rather expressed his confusion candidly, saluting Zhang Yang before speaking. "Sir, I merely thought I recognized the shape of this bottle. Additionally, the color of this liquor seems different from the sake I have previously tasted." "Oh." Zhang Yang arched an eyebrow, surprised by the soldier's keen observation. Yet he maintained a smile, patting the soldier on the shoulder. "Your observation is indeed meticulous. However, this is the emperor's liquor, distinct from what you usually consume." The squad leader, upon hearing the soldier dare to question the officer, felt a surge of frustration. "What a fool. Open this bottle of wine, will you?" The fool was momentarily taken aback, but a smile quickly spread across his face as he looked at Zhang Yang and exclaimed, "Hi. You must contribute more to the empire." "Indeed, Commander. I have participated in 2 battles and have slain 3 Dragon Kingdom soldiers. I assure you, I shall eliminate even more in the future." Upon hearing the fool's words, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised him from head to toe. You are quite the promising recruit. It is only fitting that this bottle is entrusted to you." Zhang Yang patted him on the shoulder and subsequently assigned another soldier to the garrison, aptly named the Emperor's Guardian, tasked with retrieving the Emperor's wine bottles. Glancing at the time, Zhang Yang did not linger, calling to the other soldiers as he drove away slowly under the watchful gaze of the enemy soldiers. If he overstayed, would the enemy compel him to partake in a meal? He had no desire to meet the enemy's emperor. As time passed, it was now midday. All enemy strongholds within a 5-kilometer radius were gathered around tables, a bottle of wine prominently displayed before them. Once they completed their unique dining ritual, the Emperor's Guardian, appointed by Zhang Yang, seized the bottle, ready to uncork the Emperor's wine. However, the individual holding the bottle at the last stronghold was the fool who had slain 3 Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The squad leader shot a glare at the fool and coldly commanded, "Fool, proceed." "Hi." Just as the fool prepared to remove the seal in front of the many enemy soldiers, a hand interrupted his action. The crowd turned to see the Emperor's Guardian, assigned by Zhang Yang, halting the fool's movement. "I believe we should first proclaim long live the Emperor." "Yes, we must shout long live the Emperor." The squad leader seemed to awaken from a daze, realizing that the city-dwelling enemies were indeed more knowledgeable. "Kono, Matsushita, Honda. Let us shout long live the Emperor." Exchanging glances, the crowd raised their hands in unison, calling out, "Long live the Emperor." With a resounding pop, the bottle cap was removed, and the squad leader once again shouted, "Long live the Emperor." The soldiers cheered, "Long live the Emperor." However, a sudden wave of suffocation enveloped the squad leader's mind, and the fool, having just uncorked the bottle, was the first to succumb. His eyes rolled back, foam escaping his lips. With a thud, the fool collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "It's poisonous." This scene unfolded simultaneously across the entire defensive line. Chapter 56. At last, we meet Comrade Lone Wolf. The night was deep, and in the frigid wilderness, everything was eerily quiet. Yet, not far from the enemy stronghold, a multitude of figures lay low in the snow, silent and vigilant, observing their surroundings. Among them, several commanders gathered around General Yang, who looked at him and inquired, "General Yang, should we go take a look?" General Yang remained silent, merely observing Commander Gung. Commander Gung glanced at his watch and spoke, "There are still 10 minutes. Oldly mentioned he would come by, and Lone Wolf is also on his way." No sooner had Commander Gung finished his sentence than a soldier hurriedly approached, followed by 2 others. At the forefront was the somewhat unsteady political commissar, followed closely by Zhang Yang. "Report. Political Commissar Li has arrived." The crowd naturally noticed Old Li behind the soldier. Yet their gaze did not linger on the commissar. Instead, it fixated entirely on the individual behind him. "Is that Lone Wolf? Goodness, I finally see the real person." Upon seeing Zhang Yang, Commander Gung's face lit up with excitement as he strode forward and seized Zhang Yang. "You, young man, are unexpectedly impressive. I, Old Gung, truly misjudged you. Comrade Lone Wolf, I cannot believe you are so young. I have long admired Comrade Lone Wolf, although I have never met him. His actions inspire our utmost respect." Several commanders rushed forward, with Zhang Yang now the center of attention. Meanwhile, the commissar jested, "Well, Zhang Yang has arrived, and I have become invisible. What are you saying, Old Li? Would I forget you?" As he spoke, Commander Gung raised his hand and clapped it down on the commissar's shoulder, instantly causing the commissar's expression to change as he inhaled sharply. "What is wrong, Old Li? Are you injured?" "You big oaf, Gung. You nearly knocked me out. I wasn't paying attention and sustained a minor injury, but it's nothing serious." At that moment, General Yang approached, surveying Zhang Yang from head to toe and complimented, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. With comrades like you in our ranks, we shall surely drive the invaders away." Zhang Yang regarded General Yang, reflecting that the general should be around 45 years old, yet his face was lined with wrinkles, and the moonlight illuminated his snow-white hair. "General Yang, what are you saying? Driving out the invaders is a shared aspiration of all Huaxiao sons and daughters. This fertile land could do without me, but it cannot do without you. Without you, there would be no such force behind enemy lines." "Oh, our comrade Lone Wolf is indeed engaging in mutual flattery." General Yang patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, choosing not to pursue that topic further. Changing the subject, he inquired, "Comrade Lone Wolf, what is the current situation? Are we ready for a breakout?" Zhang Yang smiled and replied, "We can act at any moment." "And the enemy? There is a stronghold ahead. Are we to charge through?" Zhang Yang, with an enigmatic smile, responded, "There is no need to charge. We can simply stride forward. And we may even gather some supplies from the enemy." "What? Are you serious?" Zhang Yang chuckled, offering no rebuttal as he strode purposefully towards the enemy stronghold. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he approached the enemy's base, nonchalantly picked up a stone, and thrust it into the gap designed for firing a weapon. The sound echoed loudly, reverberating in the air. "What the hell? Is this kid insane?" Colonel Gung exclaimed, bewildered. "Are the enemy soldiers asleep? But even if they were, could they remain oblivious to this? Just observe. If you're not smart enough, keep your mouth shut, Gung." Colonel Gao muttered. "Hey, silence." General Yang interjected, halting any further objections from Colonel Gung as everyone turned their attention back to the front. Zhang Yang, seemingly retrieving a stick from nowhere, approached the heavy iron door of the enemy's stronghold and struck it thrice with a resounding clang. Yet, there was no response from within. Without hesitation, he swung open the massive door and strode boldly inside. "Goodness, have all the enemy soldiers perished? I haven't heard a single gunshot. Have they retreated? Is this outpost abandoned?" General Yang pondered, observing Zhang Yang beckoning them forward. He commanded his troops to advance, and as they reached the enemy stronghold, an eerie silence enveloped the area, broken only by the soldiers' breathing. Colonel Gung and several other commanders craned their necks to peer into the inky darkness within. However, illuminated by the moonlight, they discerned that all the enemy soldiers lay sprawled across the ground, lifeless. "What the hell? Are they all dead? How did this happen? Why was I not aware?" "Zhang Yang, you rascal, do you possess some secret weapon?" It works wonders. You must share it with me. Colonel Gung exclaimed, grabbing Zhang Yang's arm without a hint of shame. If he could wield such a weapon, what could he possibly fear? Perhaps he would pay a visit to the lair of that formidable enemy commander, Nagumo, to teach him a lesson. Comrade Lone Wolf, could you possibly spare me some of this weapon? Colonel Gao, equally brazen, inquired. General Yang, filled with curiosity, turned to Zhang Yang and asked, how did these soldiers meet their demise? Did you poison them? Aside from poisoning, General Yang could conceive of no other means to cause such silent and orderly deaths. It is neither poison nor a mere weapon. It is a heinous creation. The enemy has been clandestinely developing biochemical weapons in Harbin, and I stumbled upon their laboratory. What lies before us is their biochemical weapon. Biochemical weapon. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the enemy was secretly concocting such inhumane devices. Damn these wretches. I will eventually bring them to justice. Colonel Gao suddenly realized. Could their continuous capture of our people be for their experiments? Curse it. Damn these scoundrels. What has become of that group of devils? General Yang inquired. Surely they cannot still be alive. Alive? Huh. That group of devils has already been sent to meet their emperor in the same manner. Zhang Yang scoffed. A silence enveloped the room. After a moment, General Yang spoke again. Let us first clear the battlefield, strip the devils of their clothing, and take away all the usable supplies. Then we will set this place ablaze. The night was deep, yet along the border, several flames suddenly soared into the sky. Chapter 57. Visitors from the mountain city. The next day, Zhang Yang returned to Harbin. As for the dead devils, not a single soul had noticed them the previous night. Tera Uchikuin. When the truck entered the city, Sato, the devil, was surprisingly waiting for Zhang Yang at the city gate. Sato-kun, what is the matter? Sato hurried over, whispering to Zhang Yang. In the coming days, the division headquarters will be sending someone to investigate the cause of the brigade commander's death. Oh, what issue could that present? Seeing that Zhang Yang did not comprehend, Sato quickly added, the position of the regimental commander is still vacant. Only then did Zhang Yang grasp the reason for Sato's enthusiasm. It was a concern that the arrival of higher-ups would impact his prospects for promotion. Patting Sato's shoulder, Zhang Yang smiled. Do not worry. Why don't we invite Chief of Staff Takahashi out? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang nodded. The reason Zhang Yang agreed to Sato's invitation to Takahashi Hayabusa was that during the last business opening, Takahashi's visit was surely motivated by some purpose. And his presence to congratulate the inauguration indicated a favorable attitude towards Zhang Yang. With Akita Masaru deceased, it was likely that another devil would take his position. Thus, why not support Takahashi Hayabusa? With this thought, Zhang Yang smiled. By the way, how is the matter with the Chamber of Commerce progressing? Sato chuckled, replying, Tera Uchikuin. We brigade leaders have dined with the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and he now understands our intentions. Zhang Yang cast a knowing glance at Sato and refrained from further response. At noon, in the izakaya, Zhang Yang stood alongside Sato. Tera Uchikuin. I have heard you have been out and about these past few days. Lord Takahashi, you flatter me. I was merely occupied with business, endeavoring to earn a little for everyone. Takahashi Hayabusa smiled at Zhang Yang and then gestured for him to sit with Sato. I have heard that Tera Uchikuin has come from Tokyo. Indeed, I arrived by ship from Tokyo 2 months ago, coinciding with the brigade commander's birthday banquet, where I made the acquaintance of Sato-kun. However, the death of Brigade Commander Akita for the Empire fills me with sorrow. Takahashi Hayabusa nodded and said, the death of Brigade Commander Akita for the Empire also deeply saddens me. The brigade commander devoted himself tirelessly for the Empire, pouring his heart and soul into the campaign, only to fall victim to assassination. It is indeed a tragedy. Zhang Yang shook his head in sorrow. 3 individuals sat within the confines of a room, feigning sorrow for the deceased Akita Zhengxing for a brief moment before raising their glasses to commence the clinking of toasts. Speaking of the vacant position of the brigade commander, who would the division appoint to fill this role? At the mention of this matter, Takahashi Ringu paused with his chopsticks, lifting his glass in contemplation. Meanwhile, Sato Oniko raised his glass and addressed Takahashi Ringu, asserting, I believe the chief of staff would be the most suitable candidate to assume the position of brigade commander. After all, the chief of staff has consistently collaborated with the brigade commander and possesses an unparalleled understanding of the brigade. I deem him the best choice. Oh. Takahashi Ringu did not turn his gaze towards Sato Oniko, but instead fixed his eyes upon Zhang Yang, staring intently as he inquired, do you share the same sentiment, Teranai-kun? Zhang Yang lifted his glass and replied, indeed, I believe the chief of staff is the most fitting candidate. Should the chief of staff have the opportunity, I, along with the other captains, would undoubtedly offer our unwavering support. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Takahashi Ringu's eyes. His intention to connect with Zhang Yang stemmed from the recognition of his amicable relations with most of the captains. To date, aside from a captain from the 3rd Combined Brigade, every other captain had shared a meal with Zhang Yang. Furthermore, the rapport between Zhang Yang and these captains was rapidly intensifying. While he certainly faced competitors within the brigade, if the mid-level captains rallied behind him wholeheartedly, the position of brigade commander would be secured. With Zhang Yang extending an olive branch, how could he possibly refuse? Takahashi Ringu rose, placed a hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder, and proclaimed, "Taranai-kun, you truly are a source of joy. If I were to ascend to the position of brigade commander, it would be entirely due to your contributions." Zhang Yang let out a hearty laugh, responding, "You flatter me too much. I, Taranai Ikawa, am merely a merchant who enjoys assisting friends. We are all friends here. When a friend is in need, it gives my life purpose." With a smile, he raised his glass. At the Oniko Brigade headquarters, Takahashi Ringu returned to his office, slightly inebriated. Mere minutes after settling in, a knock echoed from the door. Hinata Mura entered, standing nearby as he spoke. "Chief of Staff, Aoi Hinata wishes to continue her investigation into Taranai Ikawa. She suspects him to be the murderer of the brigade commander." "Huh, that madwoman. She even believes I am the one who killed Akita." Takahashi Ringu loosened his tie and replied coldly. "Should we not intervene?" Hinata Mura asked. Takahashi Ringu did not respond to his question. Instead, he tapped his fingers on the desk. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Let her proceed with her investigation. In due time, we shall take action. Taranai Ikawa must be under my control." Meanwhile, Zhang Yang sat in his own office. "Brother, was it you who killed that pharmaceutical factory's Oniko?" Zhang inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. Such occurrences no longer astonish him. Zhang Yang had been in Harbin for less than 2 months and had already eliminated 2 notorious traitors, most notably dispatching the infamous Qiutian Zheng Sheng with a single shot. If this act were not attributed to Zhang Yang, he would find it truly perplexing. "By the way, my dear brother, how did your visit to the Liang family mine fare? What profits can one expect from operating a mining site? And regarding the coal mine, where do we procure our supplies?" Zhang was not preoccupied with whether Zhang Yang was indeed responsible for the demise of the Japanese. His primary concern was the financial gain following Jiarani's death. At that moment, Chun Ning entered the room, her expression slightly perturbed. "Wife, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? I shall confront them. They must not know I am the foremost aide to the esteemed Sir Nation. How dare anyone bully my wife? Off you go, stay put. You seem to be addicted to being a traitor." Chun Ning shot a glare at Zhang De. Zhang De managed a sheepish smile and promptly moved behind Chun Ning, urging her to take a seat on the sofa while he began to massage her shoulders. Chun Ning produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Yang. Upon unfolding it, he read, "Following the decision of the bureau chief, the military intelligence will dispatch 3 agents to Harbin to augment your department. They shall arrive tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Code phrase: when shall the spring river flowers and moonlight cease? How many moments remain with the moon at the treetop?" Zhang Yang tossed the paper into the fire and turned to Chun Ning, inquiring, "Sister-in-law, do you wish for them to come? If not, I could assist you in eliminating them." Chapter 58. Is there someone inside? A hot classification. The mountain city intends to send personnel over? It would be best to eradicate those corrupt scoundrels. Zhang De was infuriated upon hearing the news, muttering curses under his breath. "They seem to have forgotten us. Just the other day, we sent them a telegram to boast about our achievements. Are they coming here to gain credentials? Or do they believe we haven't received military funding in years and think we have something to offer? If they arrive, I shall ensure their demise." Chun Ning shot Zhang De a look and remarked, "If you possess such capability, I would have long been a wealthy lady." Ignoring Zhang De, she turned to Chun Ning and stated, "At present, we are unaware of their intentions. If they pose no threat to us, let them remain. However, should they seek to claim a share of our resources, I shall oppose that. Let us wait for their arrival and discern their motives." Zhang Yang nodded, understanding Chun Ning's perspective. Given his current status, eliminating 2 agents would not pose significant repercussions. Before long, the moon hung high in the sky. This night was particularly tranquil for Zhang Yang, as he finally returned to the house after a week's absence. Approaching the door, he was about to retrieve his key when a sudden noise emanated from within, resembling the sound of someone inadvertently kicking a sofa, the legs scraping against the floor. Zhang Yang halted his actions, holding his breath in silence. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from within the room once more. Zhang's brow furrowed even tighter. He sensed that the individual inside was now standing at the door, poised to strike him down the instant he unlocked it. After standing in place for a while, Zhang retrieved his key and inserted it into the lock. Just as he was about to turn the key, his hand abruptly halted. He swiftly locked the door again. Standing outside, he murmured to himself, "What on earth is happening? I seem to have left something at the tavern. It appears I must return to retrieve it." The sound of Zhang's footsteps resonated in the corridor, gradually receding from the door. Meanwhile, hiding behind the door, Hinata Aoi and another enemy agent furrowed their brows, their grip on the sharp knife loosening. The soldier turned to Hinata Aoi and inquired, "Miss Hinata, what should we do next?" Hinata Aoi surveyed the room. Having infiltrated through the window, she found no evidence to implicate Zhang as the assassin of Akita Masanobu. Yet her instincts hinted at his guilt. And in the wake of Akita's demise, everyone appeared suspicious to her. Nevertheless, the remnants of her sanity allowed her to maintain a facade of normalcy. Within, however, she teetered on the brink of madness, a rabid dog yearning to bite anyone in her path. The soldier, noticing the shadows in Hinata Aoi's gaze, swallowed hard. But the fear in his eyes gradually diminished. With Akita Masanobu gone, Hinata Aoi had lost her backing. If he could toy with her for a while, the thought ignited a fervent intensity in his eyes. He resolved to play with her. Ultimately, Hinata Aoi refrained from rushing out, and instead opted to return through the window. Just as the two emerged from the alley, she abruptly turned her head, fixating on a corner nearby. Signaling to the soldier, they approached cautiously. Upon reaching the corner, Hinata Aoi halted, and moments later, she leaped out, her gun aimed into the darkness. Yet, the alley remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. "Miss Hinata, perhaps we should return?" the soldier suggested. Hinata Aoi frowned, an uneasy feeling that someone was watching gnawing at her. After observing for a while, without discovering anything, she finally turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, every movement was under Zhang's watchful eye. Perched atop the roof, Zhang observed Hinata Aoi depart, contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow her. Allowing this madwoman to meet her end near the enemy's encampment seemed the wisest choice. As Hinata Aoi investigated him, he mused that Takahashi Ringu could not possibly be unaware of her inquiries. Was he tacitly permitting her to investigate, hoping to ensnare him and keep him under his control? A cold smile crept across Zhang's lips. It appears that a shift in perspective is necessary. If an individual lacking foundation were to infiltrate a Japanese brigade, his adept manipulation of the commanding officers might paradoxically facilitate his alignment with them. As for Takahashi Ringu, he would merely engage in a facade of cordiality while plotting his demise behind the scenes. Zhang Yang, agile and elusive, awaited the opportune moment as Hinata Aoi approached the periphery of the enemy camp. Just as he was about to draw his firearm, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astounded. A Japanese soldier produced a handkerchief and, from behind Hinata Aoi, swiftly covered her nose. Before she could muster a struggle, she succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. The soldier's actions bewildered Zhang Yang. He had forgotten that the phenomenon of bosenyokan was indeed a notorious category in this region. Seizing the chance to witness firsthand what he had only previously observed on screen, Zhang Yang adopted a patient demeanor, shadowing the soldier with unwavering resolve. The soldier exhibited a degree of caution, pausing intermittently to scan the surroundings. Yet he failed to detect Zhang Yang's presence. Eventually, they arrived at a corridor, where Zhang Yang was taken aback to discover that the soldier had entered the very next room. In that instant, Zhang Yang comprehended the soldier's ulterior motive. He intended to engage in nefarious acts and subsequently frame Zhang Yang for them. The absurdity of the situation elicited a mixture of amusement and frustration within him. The soldier's furtive demeanor was amusingly meticulous, but he was oblivious to the fact that he had been followed from the outset. In the realm of tracking and counter-tracking, Zhang Yang's prowess far surpassed theirs by an immeasurable margin. On the rooftop, Zhang Yang unveiled his specially designed equipment. He first secured the iron door to the rooftop passage, then affixed a rope to the steel reinforcement, positioning himself on the eaves. A profound sense of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of a past life. As the rope descended, he swiftly glided down the wall, arriving at the threshold of the enemy's chamber in no time. The room remained dark, yet the moonlight illuminated the scene within. It was unclear what the soldier intended, whether to transfer Hinata Aoi to his quarters after his indulgence or to facilitate his own escape. Nonetheless, the window stood ajar. Easing Zhang Yang's anxiety, the soldier carelessly tossed Hinata Aoi onto the bed, binding her in what he believed to be an exceptionally secure manner, inadvertently accentuating her alluring figure. With a satisfied nod, the soldier retreated into the bathroom, displaying an unexpected sense of refinement. Chapter 59. With a resounding crash, Nagasaki ceased to exist. Zhang Yang lingered outside the window, and upon hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, he quietly opened the window and climbed inside. At that moment, Hinata Apoy lay motionless on the bed. Zhang Yang cautiously approached her, a peculiar sensation washing over him, as if he were the protagonist of a clandestine film. As he pondered, Hinata Aoi on the bed suddenly stirred, gradually opening her eyes. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was the sedative truly that ineffective? Observing Hinata Aoi as she slowly regained consciousness, he chose not to depart, but instead sat at the bedside, gently shaking her. Noticing her dazed expression, Zhang Yang, adhering to the principle of seeing it through to the end, raised his hand and delivered a light slap to her face. The sound was not loud, yet Zhang Yang felt a sting in his palm. Lying on the bed, Hinata Aoi, already in a hazy state, was momentarily stunned by the slap. Her eyes wide open yet immobile, as if a flock of birds floated by in her bewilderment. Her head throbbed painfully, her face ached, as her cognitive faculties slowly returned. The sensation of pain quickly reclaimed her awareness. Hinata, Zhang Yang called, but she remained unresponsive. He then raised his hand for another slap, and this time, Hinata Aoi finally registered his presence, glaring at him. Seeing her response, Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief. Shoo, do not cry out. You are currently being held captive, and I am here to rescue you. Just look. Hinata Aoi's eyes widened in anger, and then she lifted her head to comprehend her predicament. A look of confusion washed over her. Hadn't she already returned home? See how securely you are tied. Zhang Yang tugged at a rope and then released it. The rope snapped against her skin with a sharp sound, causing Zhang Yang to wince in sympathy. Shoo, do not speak. Just wait a moment. Once your loyal subordinates finish their task, I will come to your rescue. Zhang Yang heard the sound of running water in the room cease, and quickly concealed himself in the wardrobe, peering through a crack to observe everything outside, including Hinata Aoi, who was still writhing on the bed. Creaking, a soldier emerged from the restroom, his gaze landing on the now-awake Hinata Aoi. Draped in a bathrobe, he approached the bedside. Hee, Miss Hinata, I have long admired you. With the death of Commander Akita, you must feel quite lonely and empty. Allow me to alleviate your solitude. The soldier licked his lips as if anticipating a delectable treat, and witnessing Hinata Aoi's continuous struggles only fueled his excitement. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Miss Hinata, you are destined to be my woman. Ha! Zhang Yang, hidden in the wardrobe, found the soldier's demeanor unbearable, reminiscent of a middle school villain who had never encountered a woman. Scream all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Once I am done with you, I will end your life and dispose of you next door. What a pity it would be if you were willing to stay with me. The soldier paused suddenly, lost in thought for a moment. Miss Hinata, let us unite as one. The villainous laughter of the enemy soldier echoed ominously. In an instant, he unfastened his robe and lunged toward Hinata Aoi. Zhang Yang peered through the crack, witnessing the scene unfold, a diminutive figure, writhing like a worm. How utterly disgraceful. He thought of his own situation and turned away. The atmosphere had escalated to a fever pitch. Hinata Aoi's garments were torn away by the enemy soldier. Just as he sought to achieve his nefarious goal, Zhang Yang bravely intervened. With a flying kick, he sent the soldier hurtling against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Filth. Zhang Yang crouched beside the bed, gazing at Hinata Aoi, surveying her from head to toe. Alas, what a pity. Such a splendid figure. Yet she is one of those wretched foes. Zhang Yang murmured, then removed the undergarment that obstructed Hinata Aoi's mouth. Baka! She exclaimed in anger. With a resounding slap, Zhang Yang struck her face, showing no leniency towards the enemy, for he remembered that their first encounter had cost the life of a comrade, despite never having met him. What do you say to that? Do you recognize where you are now? Do you know who I am? Dare to investigate me in my own home, and you must be prepared for the consequences. Hinata Aoi, have you ever considered how your tiny island nation possesses the audacity to claim dominion over 9.6 million square kilometers? The march of history is inevitable. Even if I do not kill Akita Masanobu, he would meet his end regardless. So if he is destined to die, what wrong is there in me hastening his demise? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Hinata Aoi's eyes first widened in shock, then filled with confusion, ultimately igniting with fury. Yet, when their gazes locked, a chill coursed through her, freezing her in place. The coldness in Zhang Yang's eyes was something she had never encountered before. Why the silence? Do you find yourself in agreement with my assertions? I have never shared this with anyone, but I have traversed through time. However, you would likely dismiss it as nonsense. But what does it matter? You were born in this era, and now that you have crossed paths with me, you are doomed never to return to your little island nation. Not even your ashes will make the journey back. Do you comprehend my meaning, little foe? Zhang Yang drew a knife from his boot and let it glide over Hinata Aoi's body, finally resting at her throat. Why the silence? Are you contemplating how to kill me, seeking revenge for Akita Masanobu? Once you were as mad as a lunatic, do you now find yourself afraid? Hinata always shivered upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. Fear coursed through her veins, for she too knew the terror of a blade poised at her throat. Yet in her current frenzy, how could she succumb to fear? Strangely, amidst her madness, a calmness enveloped her. Gazing at Zhang Yang, she inquired about his claims of being from the future. What will our empire become? What will it look like? I yearn to know. Zhang Yang responded with a smile, while a glimmer of hope flickered in Aoi's eyes. She longed to hear of the empire's glorious future, of cherry blossoms blooming across the mountains. Allow me to enlighten you. He began. In the future, your island nation shall face dire straits. 2 grand fireworks displays will unfold, and with a thunderous roar, your Nagasaki will vanish. Boom. Hiroshima shall follow suit. Fear not, for the rest of the invaders will join you in your demise. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed Aoi's throat. Observing the confusion and refusal in her gaze, a sense of relief washed over him. How could he allow the invaders to depart unscathed? Chapter 60. Ah Yang, you are indeed a model citizen. Once matters were settled, Zhang Yang clapped his hands, surveying the 2 lifeless bodies upon the blood-stained white sheets. A scene he deemed nearly perfect. He closed the window and erased all traces of his presence before stepping outside and returning home. It had been an exhausting night. The following day, Zhang Yang arrived at the izakaya, as usual. As he entered, Zhang De approached him eagerly. Brother, the money has arrived. Which family sent it? Zhang Yang was taken aback, not expecting such promptness after taking over Jiarani's enterprises. The pharmaceutical company sent it. Their people are still waiting inside. Perhaps due to the recent demise of their personnel. Zhang Yang understood. Though Yang Wanli's response was rather slow, it had taken him 2 or 3 days to catch on. Upon entering the room, Zhang Yang found Yang Wanli pacing anxiously. Upon hearing the door, he rushed forward. Taijun, it's bad news. Our pharmaceutical factory is in trouble. Oh, what trouble? Zhang Yang feigned ignorance, adopting a skeptical expression. Taijun, it's… As Yang Wanli began to speak, he noticed Zhang De behind Zhang Yang, silently questioning whether to dismiss him. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Taijun, all the station personnel at the pharmaceutical factory have perished. They were placed in containers. Gruesome to behold. What shall we do? Yang Wanli's heart raced with anxiety. Zhang Yang, however, secretly chuckled. What shall we do? Shift the blame onto you, and then eliminate you. That seems quite straightforward. However, what one contemplates internally is often a different matter from what is expressed outwardly. Zhang Yang patted Yang Wanli's shoulder and said, Do not worry, yet this matter is rather challenging. Ah, Your Excellency, this matter is challenging. How can I possibly feel at ease? Upon hearing the initial words, Yang Wanli felt a sense of relief, but Zhang Yang's subsequent remarks cast a pall over him, leaving him despondent. Zhang Yang shifted his tone. However, if we can secure this, everything else will fall into place. He gestured with his hand, mimicking the act of counting money. Yang Wanli, noticing this, exhaled deeply. Issues that could be resolved with money were indeed not issues at all. Your Excellency, how much is required to resolve this? Zhang Yang glanced at the gold on the table but remained silent, instead directing a look at Yang Wanli. Yang Wanli swallowed hard and ventured, Your Excellency, will this amount of gold suffice? Zhang Yang remained silent, merely observing him. Yang Wanli swallowed again, feeling a pang in his heart, and said, Your Excellency, would an additional 10 gold bars suffice? Yang-san, how much do you believe your life is worth? Is this all? Ah, then, Your Excellency, please provide a figure. I, Yang, will manage to gather it. 150 gold bars. What? Yang Wanli nearly leaped from his seat. 150 gold bars. It felt as though his very life was being demanded. Yang-san, you must understand. The individuals in the pharmaceutical empire are no ordinary folk. Do you comprehend their weight? Yang Wanli's lips began to tremble. Having spent considerable time in the pharmaceutical facility, he had gleaned some understanding of those sinister figures. Each time the Dragon Country citizens were sent, he oversaw them, and ultimately, they all ended up in those dreadful barrels. He had even sought blessings at temples, praying fervently that the deities would protect him, making it clear that this matter had nothing to do with him. It was solely the sin of the invaders and traitors. From the deceased Dragon Country citizens, Yang Wanli surmised that the invaders seemed to be studying some ailment, intending to utilize it on the battlefields of the Dragon Country. Observing Yang Wanli's trembling lips, which soon turned to a shuddering frame, Zhang Yang understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared that all the details were known to this wretched fellow. Thus, his demise was inevitable. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he inquired, Yang-san, do you comprehend? Your Excellency, I understand. I will gather the gold bars immediately. You must assist me. You must help me. Yang Wanli stammered in fear. Not a problem, Yang-san. The following day, upon arriving at the tavern, Zhang Yang found Yang Wanli already awaiting him in his office, the table laden with gold bars. This was Zhang Yang's first experience of witnessing a room aglow with golden brilliance. The radiance was truly dazzling. As Yang Wanli saw Zhang Yang arrive, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, I have gathered all the gold bars for you. Please take a look." Zhang Yang picked up a gold bar, weighed it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he picked up the phone and dialed. "Moshi Moshi, this is Asaka Sato. Sato-kun, I have uncovered crucial intelligence. The Imperial soldiers stationed at the pharmaceutical factory have unfortunately met their demise. The suspect is currently with me. Please report this immediately and come over." Zhang Yang spoke these chilling words with a demeanor that appeared amiable. However, since he was conversing in Japanese, Yang Wanli could not comprehend the words. Yet, from Zhang Yang's expression, he gathered that the situation was under control. "Taikuan, how is it?" As soon as Zhang Yang hung up the phone, Yang Wanli eagerly inquired. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and replied, "Yang-san, you need not worry about my affairs. Everything has been resolved. You shall soon find relief. Now, take me to the pharmaceutical factory. I need to assess the situation first." Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Yang Wanli's eyes brightened. But when he glanced back at the gold bars on the table, the excitement in his gaze dissipated. So much money had nearly drained his resources. Nevertheless, living was paramount. As long as he remained affiliated with the pharmaceutical factory, wealth would inevitably follow. Perhaps he could indulge a little more. "Zhang-san, please summon Zhao-san to accompany me to the pharmaceutical factory and collect these items. They are too conspicuous. Also, send them some invitations to inform them of their share." Zhang nodded, fully comprehending Zhang Yang's intent, yet he felt discomfort at the idea of giving money to the enemy. Thus, he posed a question to Zhang Yang, "Taikuan, when shall we establish a bank?" Understanding Zhang Da's implication, Zhang Yang responded, "Upon my return, I shall discuss this with them. Our bank will be the safest of havens." Meanwhile, Yang Wanli quickly chimed in with flattery, saying with a smile, "Taikuan, rest assured, I shall be the first to deposit my savings in your bank. I have utmost confidence in the security of Taikuan's bank." Zhang Yang glanced at Yang Wanli, chuckling as he patted his shoulder. "Yoshi, Yang-san, you are a true citizen." Chapter 61. The Takahashi soldiers are a bit cautious. Zhao Ming surveyed the pharmaceutical factory. A look of confusion etched on his face as he questioned, "I say, Zhang Yang, are you suggesting that I take over this pharmaceutical factory? What? Is that not feasible?" Zhao Ming swallowed hard, glancing around before whispering, "I'm being serious. I have never managed such a large establishment. Perhaps you should have Dajia come. I fear I might ruin it. It could end up affecting you." Zhang Yang patted Zhao Ming's shoulder and reassured him, "What are you worried about? I will have Dajia assist you. Even someone like Yang Wanli can handle it. Why can't you? One must have confidence in oneself. Besides, you're not going to be producing medicine. The factory is under our control, which brings me peace of mind. By the way, have the 3 individuals from Shanxing arrived?" "They have." Upon hearing Zhang Yang inquire about the visitors from the mountain city, Zhao Ming's expression visibly soured. Little did you know, the appetite of those from the mountain city is rather insatiable, and they wish to exchange our genuine gold and silver for mere illusions. Can you guess what they brought? Zhang Yang cast a glance at Zhao Ming, urging him to continue. With a clap of his hands, Zhao Ming spat forth with fervor. He produced a commendation and proclaimed to the elder sister and her companions that the intelligence outpost in Harbin was under their joint responsibility. "Have you ever encountered such shamelessness?" Zhang Yang chuckled, recognizing this as sheer audacity, merely a standard operation from the military intelligence. Wherever it is difficult to procure items, the warlord families will insert their own agents to reap the rewards. However, to wrest a profit from the mouths of the elder sister and her group, these two were not worthy contenders. Standing to the side, Yang Wanli observed as Zhang Yang and Zhao Ming conversed in hushed tones. They had lingered at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory for quite some time without entering. Although Zhang Yang had reassured him, the matter remained unresolved. And now they awaited someone, making him feel as though he were perched on a hot stove. "Commander, shall we sit inside for a while? I can wait here," Yang Wanli suggested. No sooner had he spoken than the roar of a jeep echoed down the road. In the distance, a convoy of Japanese vehicles approached the pharmaceutical factory, causing Yang Wanli's heart to race. This display did not bode well for him. It seemed less about solving his issues and more about addressing him directly. "Commander, Commander." Yang Wanli stammered. Yang sang, "I told you, it will be fine shortly." Yang Wanli was not foolish, given the current circumstances. He naturally suspected that the incoming individuals might be there to apprehend him and questioned whether the Japanese soldier before him was deceitful. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yang Wanli cursed Zhang Yang in his heart and uttered, "Commander, I urgently need to relieve myself. I must go to the factory." Yang sang, "Why are you rushing so fast if you need to go?" Zhang Yang noticed Yang Wanli's hurried pace, then turned his gaze back to the approaching jeep, which would soon be upon them. "Zhao Ming, eliminate him." Zhao Ming momentarily paused at Zhang Yang's command, but swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at Yang Wanli's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced through Yang Wanli's chest. Staggering, he managed to turn around with great effort, glaring venomously at Zhang Yang. His lips moved silently, yet it was clear from his expression that this traitor was cursing him. However, Zhang Yang paid no mind. What did it matter to him if a traitor cursed the Japanese? He was not one of them. The jeep kicked up a cloud of dust as it halted before Zhang Yang, and the first to alight was none other than the Japanese soldier, Sato. After disembarking, Sato hurried to the passenger side to open the door for Takahashi. Yet Takahashi, clearly displeased, exited the vehicle before Sato could reach him. "Sir, inside. What is happening?" Takahashi's expression darkened as he inquired of Zhang Yang. At that moment, Sato rushed to Takahashi's side, stating, "Commander, this matter has no connection to Tarachi. He merely received information to notify us." Zhang Yang then stepped forward, addressing Takahashi, "Commander, this incident was uncovered by Zhao. He specifically went to the izakaya to convey the message. Just now, Commander, you must have seen it. The individual named Yang is the source of this issue. Upon noticing your arrival, he attempted to flee but was shot dead by Zhao. Upon finishing, Takahashi, in a fit of rage, stormed over to Yang Wanli's lifeless body and discharged his pistol 3 times in rapid succession. Following this, he unsheathed his katana and unleashed a frenzied assault upon Yang Wanli. Baka! 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 After a considerable time had passed, Yang Wanli was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, and Takahashi, panting heavily, came to a halt. "Tarachi, take me inside to have a look." Zhang Yang gestured slightly to Zhao Ming, who then led the way as instructed. 5 minutes later, the 4 men stood before an iron door. "Sato, did you bring the mask I instructed you to?" Sato suddenly recalled and dashed outside. Zhang Yang then turned to Takahashi, saying, "Commander, I believe this incident is linked to the assassination of the brigade commander. They are still lurking within Harbin, so please exercise caution." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Takahashi furrowed his brow, recalling the scene of Akita Masao's demise, his head blown apart by a single shot. An involuntary shiver ran down Takahashi's spine. Having rushed earlier without paying attention to his surroundings, he now surveyed the area with trepidation, spurred by Zhang Yang's warning. Given the nefarious activities undertaken by his comrades, their laboratory was concealed deep within the pharmaceutical factory. At this moment, an unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within, causing Takahashi to instinctively step back. Just then, Sato returned, urging Zhang Yang, "Tarachi, we must leave." Zhang Yang nodded, ready to push the door open, but Takahashi interjected. "Hold on, Sato. Go fetch some soldiers. We will enter shortly." Sato glanced at Zhang Yang, who nodded in affirmation. Takahashi did not linger outside the iron door. Instead, he followed Sato back outside, feeling an inexplicable sense that something awaited them within. He was acutely aware of the grim undertakings occurring behind that door, prompting him to proceed with heightened vigilance. "Tarachi, you were right. We must be exceptionally cautious now," Takahashi suddenly remarked. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming, standing nearby, recalled Takahashi's earlier demeanor and nearly burst into laughter, though he managed to suppress it, lest he jeopardize his own life. Chapter 62. A group of terrified soldiers. The soldiers appeared outside the iron gate, seemingly bracing themselves for a formidable enemy lurking within. Zhang Yang secretly laughed to himself, while Takahashi, encircled by others, felt a surge of confidence as he shouted to Sato, "Open the door! Open the door!" The 2 soldiers at the forefront responded to the command, forcefully pushing the gate open. With a creaking sound that grated on the nerves, the door swung ajar, revealing only a profound stillness within the laboratory, disturbed solely by the wind rattling against the windows. The eerie green light cast an unsettling ambience, yet with so many present, Takahashi felt a measure of courage and simply instructed his men to clear a path before advancing inside. Takahashi gestured for the 2 soldiers to proceed with a thorough search. However, it wasn't long before the 2 men trembled uncontrollably, their grip on their weapons faltering as they stumbled back in a panic. "Baka, what is happening?" Takahashi scolded, straining to see beyond the white cloth obscuring his view. The 2 soldiers, their voices quaking, exclaimed, Chief of Staff, there are ghosts inside. Demons, there are demons. Furious at their words, Takahashi raised his hand and struck each soldier across the face. Useless. Sato, Tarachi, you two take a look. Zhang Yang smirked inwardly. It was evident that Takahashi was frightened, although he tried to conceal it. Sato, observing the soldiers' distress and the surrounding environment, felt a chill. Suddenly, a bubble surged within the canister, and aside from Zhang Yang, no one else was aware of it. The sound startled Sato, rendering him hesitant to proceed. He glanced at Zhang Yang, who remained calm, his expression devoid of fear. Sato couldn't help but admire him in that moment. Tarachi truly was a reliable companion. He had chosen his friend wisely. Tarachi, what should we do? Sato inquired. Let us proceed. What is there to fear? Zhang Yang replied, stepping forward into the interior. In the astonished gaze of the two soldiers, he walked through the white curtain and through the shadows. It became apparent that Zhang Yang had placed his hand into the large barrel, the one containing the demon. Witnessing Zhang Yang's audacity, Sato chastised the two soldiers internally. They had created an atmosphere of tension over nothing. Reluctantly, he followed Tarachi, aware that others might perceive him as timid. Upon returning, he vowed to reprimand those two soldiers. As Sato Yoshiko pondered, he reached out and lifted the white curtain, only to be greeted by a grotesque visage. The eyes were wide with terror, and the skin bore an unsettling purplish hue, marred by extensive, festering wounds. A demon. A fiend. What is this? Sato Yoshiko could not suppress a startled cry, stepping back involuntarily. At that moment, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder, sending shivers coursing through him and raising goosebumps across his body. His heart raced as if it were about to leap from his chest. A ghost. With that thought, Sato Yoshiko summoned his strength and burst forth from behind the white cloth. Behind the fabric, shadows flickered. The sight of Sato Yoshiko startled Takahashi Yoshiko, who quickly raised his hand, commanding his soldiers to ready their weapons. However, after a moment of movement from the curtain, Zhang Yang emerged from within. What is the situation inside, Sir Tamura? He inquired. Oh, merely the corpses of our Imperial soldiers, came the reply. Corpses? Takahashi Yoshiko frowned, glancing at Sato Yoshiko and questioning. Sato-kun, how can you be frightened by the very corpses after having slain so many from the Dragon Kingdom? Just as Sato Yoshiko was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent directed at him, causing his hair to stand on end, a chill far colder than the horrific face he had just seen. Yet, in an instant, that ominous aura dissipated. Swallowing hard, Sato Yoshiko turned to Takahashi Yoshiko and exclaimed, Chief of Staff, the corpse is far too terrifying. Fool, Takahashi Yoshiko retorted. How can our Imperial soldiers fear corpses? With a swift motion, he struck the soldier before him, leaving the man bewildered, wondering why he was being punished instead of Sato Yoshiko. Though feeling wronged, the soldier dared not speak and merely bowed his head, covering his face. Look at you. A bunch of useless wretches. If a corpse can frighten you, how will you ever fight for the Empire? Takahashi Yoshiko shouted in fury. At those words, Sato Yoshiko felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his gaze. Gripping his katana firmly, Takahashi Yoshiko strode forward with purpose. With a resounding clang, he drew the blade with force, bellowing as he swung the katana down upon the white cloth. Although Takahashi Yoshiko did not fight on the front lines, his sword was honed to a razor's edge, and Zhang Yang suspected it served other purposes. The blade gleamed with a silvery light as it cleaved through the fabric. With a rip, the white cloth was severed, revealing barrels of medicine behind it. The terrifying visage that had startled Sato Yoshiko now loomed before Takahashi Yoshiko, their eyes locking, and he felt as if he were submerged in the very medicine barrel itself, struggling in vain. Turning his gaze, he beheld an even more grotesque face in another barrel, filled with resentment and wide, glaring eyes, as if to proclaim, I shall kill you. A shiver ran down Takahashi Yoshiko's spine. The soldiers behind Takahashi gasped in shock, and this sound served as a stark reminder to him. With so many eyes upon him, displaying fear would only invite ridicule from his subordinates. Baka! As if startled by the lifeless body, Takahashi bellowed, raising his katana high and bringing it down upon the barrel of medicine. Clang! Contrary to expectations of shattered glass scattering, the blade met the barrel's wall with no effect, rendering his vigorous attempts somewhat absurd in the eyes of the onlookers. A snicker escaped from the crowd. This only fueled Takahashi's fury. Baka! He ripped off his gas mask and hurled it to the ground, swinging his sword at the barrel once more. Clang! Baka! 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 With 4 consecutive strikes, cracks finally began to appear on the glass, spreading like a spider's web before ultimately shattering. A spray of formaldehyde erupted from the barrel, drenching Takahashi. The onlookers watched in bewilderment as he froze in place, motionless. Yet, none dared to approach. Who could tell what Takahashi was truly experiencing at that moment? Even drenched in the noxious fluid, the esteemed chief of staff remained unresponsive. Chapter 63. Takahashi is dead. Chief of staff? Takahashi stood still for a while longer, unyielding. And Zhang Yang couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had indeed met his end. What a stroke of fortune that would be. Sato called out. But there was still no reply. Just as he contemplated stepping forward, the corpse from the barrel toppled out, colliding directly with Takahashi. As a result, the onlookers witnessed Takahashi tumble backward with a thud, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Good heavens! Zhang Yang was astonished. It seemed that upon shattering the glass, gases had escaped, and he had unknowingly filled each barrel with something potent. Who would have thought Takahashi would dare to discard his gas mask? Was this not an unexpected twist of fate? At that moment, Zhang Yang began to ponder how much he might indulge that evening. Takahashi was indeed quite skilled. Seeing this turn of events, Sato dared not advance. And the other soldiers, unmasked, retreated further. Baka, you go lift the chief of staff. The two soldiers at the front trembled. Was this not a death sentence for them? Noticing their hesitation, Sato's anger flared. Did they not regard him? He drew his pistol. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, taking down the soldiers before him. At this moment, Zhao Ming approached Zhang Yang and whispered, I say, Zhang Yang, are you some sort of fortune teller? Is all of this part of your plan? Good heavens, how come I never saw this talent of yours back in military school? Zhao Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. With such a maneuver, even Zhuge Liang would be compelled to bow in respect. Zhang Yang did not respond to Zhao Ming. He could hardly confess that it was all a stroke of luck. Let him silently bear Zhao Ming's suspicions. After all, he was the protagonist. As he observed that Sato had brought 2 more Japanese soldiers forward, an idea struck Zhang Yang. He then called out to Sato, Sato-kun, do you see any movement over there? At Zhang Yang's shout, the Japanese soldiers erupted into chaos, following the direction he pointed. It was unclear who fired first, but soon, others joined in, shooting at the unexplained disturbance. Zhang Yang was uncertain if his backup plan would succeed. However, it felt as if fate were on his side today. The soldiers before him suddenly convulsed and collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Subsequently, the remaining soldiers clutched their throats, gasping for breath, which terrified Sato beyond measure. Teranai-kun. They are from the Dragon Kingdom. They have set a trap for us. We must flee. We must run. Sato yelled, panic-stricken. Please, Sato-kun, I don't want to die. Hurry. With Zhang Yang's exclamation, Sato's fear escalated. Ever since the terrifying Dragon Kingdom operative had concealed himself within Harbin, he had killed Wang and Jiarini. Moreover, the death of Suzuki Kojiro was also associated with him. The regiment commander fell to his gun, and the chief of staff perished in his trap. Would he be the next to die? In that moment, Sato's confidence in victory shattered completely. He only wished to survive. Shouting loudly, Sato dashed towards the exit office. The soldiers left outside exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was unfolding. Today, Zhang Yang felt an immense satisfaction. Those who needed to die had perished, those he wished to eliminate had met their end, and he had even claimed dozens of enemy soldiers. By heavens, fortune favored him. Zhang Yang silently cheered within. That night, Sato was hospitalized while Zhang Yang excitedly returned to the izakaya. Zhang Sang, he called out. But there was no sign of anyone in Zhang's office. Just then, Zhao Si rushed in, smiling as he reported, Big brother, Zhang Da has returned. He told me someone from the mountain city is coming, and there will be a meeting tonight. A meeting? How long has he been gone? Zhang Yang inquired. About 2 hours, I suppose, Zhao Si replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Da entered, accompanied by Chen Ning, looking furious. Damn it! Do they think they can be so arrogant just because they hail from the mountain city? As he walked, Zhang Da cursed loudly. Just around the corner, he lifted his head to see Zhang Yang standing outside his office. Little brother, you're back? Where's Zhao Ming? Zhao Ming, having heard the voice, emerged from within, looking at Zhang Da and inquired, Brother, what did those 2 from Shanqing say? Chen Ning glanced at Zhang Da and suggested, Let us discuss this inside. The 4 of them entered the room, while Zhao Si lingered outside, scratching his head, pondering whether he should join them. Though it seemed the others had no intention of inviting him in. Inside, Zhang Yang sat on a chair while Zhang Da stood at the table, vociferously venting his frustrations. I believe they're here to extort a profit. Damn it, they didn't even provide me with a single military fund. Now that things are going well for me, they think they can just waltz in here like they own the place. Sister-in-law, what did they say to make my brother so furious? Zhang Yang asked, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning, seated, bore a hint of anger on his face as he replied. Those 2 have been trying to reach you since they arrived. Upon seeing Zhang driving a nice car, they began to pressure him about whether he was defecting. They must have inquired yesterday and learned that Zhang was working for you. One of them threatened that if Zhang didn't provide them with some hush money, they would report him to Shanqing. Haha, Zhang Yang chuckled. I say, sister-in-law, you should have just had him contact me directly. Let them think I this big shot. Have money. You could send him here, take some photos, and wouldn't that intimidate them? Then I can record some audio, coaxing them into making treasonous remarks. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's proposal, Zhang De's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in approval. That's my little brother. But they have considerable backing in Shanqing. Won't this be risky for us? Backing? What backing? Zhang Yang queried. I recall that one of those men is a relative of Boss Dai, though I'm not entirely sure of the exact relation, Zhang De responded. Relative of Boss Dai? Zhang Yang laughed. That man is bound to meet his demise. Once the Japanese are driven from the 3 eastern provinces, he'll be next. What does he amount to? Trust me, we'll deal with him. If he complies, we'll just take an arm. If he doesn't, his life will be forfeit here. Zhang Yang sneered. Chapter 64. Has the Japanese Sato gone mad? The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Zhang Yang had barely rested when a loud pounding echoed from the door. Slowly, he rose and opened it to find Zhang standing outside, brimming with excitement. Little brother, great news, great news. This morning, a telegram arrived from Shanqing. Our army has begun to defeat the Japanese forces on the front lines and plans to launch a counteroffensive in 3 months. Zhang De exclaimed, his expression electrified. Although he harbored dissatisfaction towards the blue-blooded warlords of the mountain city, deep down, he remained a soldier who cherished his nation. His inherent loathing for the Japanese invaders had not diminished in the slightest. Upon receiving the news, he rushed to share it with Zhang Yang. The front lines have begun a counteroffensive? Zhang Yang momentarily fell into contemplation, wondering why the Japanese forces had yet to initiate their own retaliation. Indeed, however, Zhang hesitated for a moment before continuing. But, my brother, once the Japanese are driven away, we may find ourselves embroiled in a conflict with the Red Army. As Zhang scrutinized him with a knowing glance, Zhang Yang chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, what do the disputes between the Red and Blue armies have to do with us? Our sole objective is to expel the Japanese. As for what comes next, let us remain impartial. Zhang's earlier nonchalance faded, and he nodded, following Zhang Yang outside. On this day in Harbin, the sun shone brightly, and there was no snowfall. However, the streets were busier than usual, with throngs of people moving in a singular direction. Zhang's curiosity piqued. He stopped a passing woman and inquired, Madam, what is happening? Where is everyone headed? Initially eager to explain, the woman's demeanor shifted upon noticing her surroundings. She tugged at her sleeve and shot Zhang a disdainful glare, almost spitting in his face. Yet, she ultimately refrained from doing so. Zhang stared at her retreating figure, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. What on earth is this? Here I am, Zhang, a man of distinction, being scorned by a mere woman. He contemplated stopping another passerby, but they all seemed to avoid him. It dawned on him. He was viewed as a traitor. Cough, cough. Zhao Si, come here and find out what is going on. Zhang called for Zhao Si, who soon approached. Master, I just inquired about it. These people are all heading to the temple to burn incense, Zhao Si reported. They are honoring the heroes who killed the Japanese. Killed the Japanese heroes? Zhang echoed, intrigued. Yes. It seems there are rumors that the Japanese chief of staff has also been eliminated by this hero. Now, people are saying the Japanese are finished. That's why everyone wants to light incense and pray to the Buddha for the demise of these invaders, hoping to drive them out swiftly. Zhao Si spoke with fervor, his enthusiasm evident. Let us go and see for ourselves, Zhang declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement, thinking that the hero who vanquished the Japanese was standing right here, and the people were coming to pay their respects. Zhang Yang had not anticipated such fervent displays from the populace. Clearly, the people of the Dragon Country had endured profound oppression from the Japanese, yearning for the dawn of hope, with traitors and high-ranking Japanese officials falling one after another. Was not hope finally at hand? Everyone was contributing in their own way to the expulsion of the Japanese invaders. After walking for a while, Zhang Yang and his companions were merely 200 or 300 meters away from the small temple when, suddenly, a tumultuous wave of people surged out of the temple entrance, resembling a floodgate that had burst open. Within moments, the crowd had dissipated entirely. Goodness, it seems we have become like street mice, Zhang De remarked in a jesting tone. Though steeped in superstition, what does such belief matter in this age? Everyone is merely striving towards a common goal. The morning passed uneventfully due to this minor incident. As dusk approached, Zhang Yang set off towards the hospital in his Cadillac, as since yesterday, Sato had been confined there. One could only wonder if he had been rendered foolish by the gas. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Yang found Sato in a poor mental state. Noticing Zhang Yang's arrival, he spoke. Terachi-kun, you have come. Sato-kun, what has happened to you? Are you feeling any better? Sato merely shook his head, silently gazing at the ceiling with an expression of profound sorrow. Terachi-kun, do you think the Empire will triumph? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Sato. After a brief contemplation, he refrained from a direct response and instead inquired, Sato-kun, what troubles you? Have you lost faith in the Empire? Sato shook his head, suddenly clutching his head with both hands, beginning to murmur in anguish. That terrifying visage from yesterday lingers in my mind. They keep whispering in my ears, proclaiming the Empire's demise. That victory is unattainable. Abruptly, Sato seized Zhang Yang's arm. His eyes bloodshot as he implored, Terachi-kun, I fear the Empire cannot prevail. You cannot fathom. The news from the southern regions of Longhua has reached us, demanding our Guangdong army to engage in the Huabei and Huanan battlefields. Terachi-kun, I do not wish to die. Sato's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Yang. The horrific scene from yesterday had utterly shattered the last bastion of hope within Sato, causing the once mighty empire in his heart to collapse in ruins. Zhang Yang felt a chilling disdain. Ah, Sato, have you finally come to know fear? Yet, is it not too late? Suddenly, Zhang Yang stood, forcefully shaking off Sato's grip, and with an almost furious tone, pointed a finger at him, chastising, Sato Hina. How can you utter such words? You are a soldier of the Empire. You must fight for the Empire. In his rising fury, Zhang Yang seized Sato by the collar and struck his face with a resounding slap. Slap. Do you not yet awaken to the truth? Slap. Sato Hina. I have misjudged you. Slap. Sato Hina. 3 resounding slaps left Zhang Yang's palms stinging, while Sato, bewildered on the hospital bed, felt as though a flock of birds was flitting around his head. Glancing towards the window, he spotted his mother waving at him. Further afield, he caught sight of that grotesque visage. Ah! Sato screamed, burying his head beneath the covers. Zhang Yang blinked, wondering if he had truly been so terrified yesterday. He felt none of it. Sato seemed to tremble for quite some time before Zhang Yang gently coaxed him out from under the blankets, much like a father comforting his son. Chapter 65. Golden Iron. Outside the izakaya, Zhang Yang pulled Sato from the car, now devoid of spirit and sporting a swollen face. Sato served as a perfect example for the other soldiers, a lesson they must learn well. Terachi-kun, Zhang Yang gestured for him to remain silent. The diners in the hall froze upon seeing Sato's disheveled appearance as they entered. Zhang Yang led Sato to a private room. Due to Sato's antics at the hospital, they had arrived late, while the others had already gathered. As the door swung open, the previously vibrant atmosphere turned icy. The soldiers inside gaped in astonishment at Sato's condition. And after a brief pause, the soldier from the riverbank finally reacted, Terachi-kun, what happened to Sato-kun? Ah, Sato-kun was frightened yesterday and lost his fighting spirit. I employed a few methods to bring him back, Zhang Yang replied. Now let us dine. He gestured for everyone to sit down, although their gazes remained fixated on Sato, some soldiers' eyes darting nervously between Zhang Yang and Sato. Today, I have gathered you all because the funds from the pharmaceutical company have arrived. This evening, I wish to distribute them. Upon hearing this, Sato brightened, muttering excitedly, Money, I want money. With money, I can go home to see my mother. Terachi-kun, are you really going to give us money? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? The soldier from the riverbank hesitated. Yet his expression revealed a longing for Zhang Yang to produce the funds immediately. Zhang Yang calmed them with another gesture, then clapped his hands. The door swung open to reveal Zhang entering with a large tray covered by a red cloth, clearly bulging with valuable contents beneath. This was not mere gold and silver. Zhang had labored throughout the day to concoct his golden iron. Here is the money. But I have heard rumors that some might no longer wish to be my friends. Are they preparing to join forces with the merchants? Zhang Yang's sudden proclamation thickened the air with tension, leaving the soldiers within the room exchanging glances, none daring to speak, for the merchants had already approached them. What could they possibly say? Zhang Yang placed a gold bar before Sato and inquired, Sato-kun, what shall we do if someone obstructs our path to wealth? Sato, caressing the gold bar, rose to address Murakami, rasping, Murakami-kun, I recall you have connections with the merchants, do you not? Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room turned toward Murakami, who immediately panicked, rising to wave his hands in denial. I do not. The merchants merely invited me to dinner. I have no intentions of collaborating with them. Before Murakami could finish, Sato, in a fit of frenzy, hurled the gold bar at Murakami's head. The sound echoed like a watermelon bursting under a punch, blood gushing forth. Everyone was stunned, including Zhang Yang, who had not anticipated Sato's ferocity, capable of turning against his own. In that moment, Sato had silenced all present. Even the usually vocal Hama River remained mute. Sato, dragging a chair, spoke in a hoarse voice. All I desire is to earn money and return home. You are all aware of the horrors on the southern front of our empire. The Russian forces are stirring. There is a demon in Harbin. You cannot see it, nor will you ever understand the depths of our suffering. Our soldiers have been drowned alive. They are dead. All of them. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. Sato had completely lost his sanity. Several men restrained him, and Zhang Yang felt it imperative to escort this group to their memorial learning base for some lessons. The results would be remarkable. Hama River wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Zhang Yang, asking, Teranaikun, what is happening? Zhang Yang replied, you will understand once you see for yourself. Hamakun, go fetch a truck. We shall visit the pharmaceutical factory, and then you will comprehend. The group was eager to learn how the brigade's chief of staff had met his demise and how Sato had spiraled into madness. Some felt disdain, others harbored doubts, while a few were gripped by fear. Hama River nodded, and Zhang Yang gestured for them to board the vehicle. Before long, Zhang Yang and his entourage disembarked. Due to toxic gas, the laboratory was securely locked, and Zhang Yang allowed the other personnel at the factory to rest for the day. Let us proceed inside, he instructed, leading his tour group toward their destination, the graveyard of the enemies. Teranaikun, why is it so chilly here? Hama River shivered as he surveyed the surroundings. The abandoned factory, dimly lit at night, flickered intermittently due to faulty wiring, and the wind brought an eerie chill to the corridors. Unnaturally, the group huddled closely together. Suddenly, Zhang Yang, who was at the forefront, came to a halt, causing the few soldiers trailing behind him to perk up their ears, their small, beady eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, apprehensive of any disturbance. What is the matter, Jinaikun? Zhang Yang crouched down, wiping the dust from his shoes before standing up to address the soldiers from behind. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of dirt on my leather shoes. I'm just cleaning it off. The soldiers exchanged bemused glances, unsure of how to respond. Upon reaching the iron gates of the laboratory, a few soldiers began to express their reluctance, aware of the ominous reputation this place held, especially after the tragic demise of their commander and the madness that had befallen Sato. Gentlemen, we have arrived. Behind this door lies what our commander witnessed yesterday. If anyone feels unprepared, you may return to the vehicle and wait for us. No one dared to object. After all, fear is a universal emotion that everyone can comprehend. The soldiers glanced at one another, but none made a move to turn back. It would be absurd for the first one to flee. If nothing were amiss inside, they would be the subject of ridicule for eternity. As leaders, they were acutely aware of their pride, satisfied with the silence that followed. Zhang Yang thought to himself how splendid it would be if a few more of them went mad upon entering. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and the heart of the Benhai soldier raced uncontrollably. As the door opened, he shone his flashlight inside, revealing a horrific scene strewn with corpses. Chapter 66. Jinaikun wants us all to perish together. The sight that greeted them upon opening the door left the soldiers utterly astounded. Although they had yet to step inside, a collective gasp echoed among them. The previously chilly atmosphere now felt even more bone-chilling. What on earth has happened here, Jinaikun? The Benhai soldier took a few steps back, his voice trembling as he questioned Zhang Yang. Of course, it is the masterpiece of our empire's weaponry. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the soldiers exchanged varying expressions, falling into a heavy silence. Could it be that Sato had been driven mad by the gas? Zhang Yang shook his head and gestured for the soldiers to enter and take a look. However, everyone remained rooted to the spot, casting glances at each other, none daring to take the first step inside. With so many corpses littering the floor and the eerie ambience surrounding them, who would be brave enough to venture in first? What if that infamous killer from Harbin was lurking within? The thought sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Yang chuckled softly, stepping inside and kicking aside the body that blocked the entrance. He turned back, shining his flashlight toward the other soldiers. Let us go? Without even glancing back, he advanced, leaving the others in a state of indecision. Finally, they looked toward the Benhai soldier for guidance. Though he felt the same trepidation, Zhang Yang had already entered, and if he hesitated, he would surely become the subject of mockery. Gritting his teeth, the Benhai soldier followed suit. Let us move. As he entered, the soldier from Ben deliberately turned around to beckon the others, fearful they might stray too far from him. Upon entering the temple, he was startled to find Zhang Yang's figure had vanished, sending a jolt of unease through him, prompting him to call out softly. Yet, there was no response. Frightened, several soldiers hesitated to advance. Suddenly, A deafening crash echoed as the previously ajar iron door was slammed shut, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. What was happening? Who closed the door? Baka, who was outside? One soldier pulled out his gun, aiming at the door, yet there was no sound from the other side. A creaking noise emerged from an unknown source, sending chills down their spines. The tension escalated, and then, out of nowhere, a captain from the same unit as Ben screamed. Who? The soldiers watched in shock as he leaped forward, stumbling backward in a state of sheer terror. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder, but upon turning around, he found no one there. Changjin, what is happening? He stammered. I feel like someone is tapping me. Are you referring to me? A cold voice unexpectedly pierced the air behind Changjin, causing his hair to stand on end. In a panic, he bolted forward but stumbled over a fallen comrade's arm. Tumbling backward. With a thud, Changjin hit the ground, hearing a sound from behind him that was not overly painful. As he slowly rose and turned, he was met with a grotesque face staring up at him from the floor. Ghost! Changjin shrieked, his sanity slipping away after such a brief time in the temple. Driven mad by Zhang Yang. Emerging from behind the remaining white cloth, Zhang Yang observed the frantic Changjin with a smile gracing his lips. Senpai! Ben cried out, seeing Zhang Yang, feeling as if he had found a father figure, so reliable. The soldiers quickly surrounded Zhang Yang. Senpai, we should return. Ghost! Changjin continued to dash around the laboratory. I will kill you. I will kill you. In a fit of madness, he grabbed a chair from the ground, striking the glass violently. Zhang Yang's pupils constricted. If the glass shattered, it would release toxic gas. He was not wearing a gas mask this time. This is bad. We must flee. Changjin wants us all to perish. The jar contains poison. Upon hearing this, the soldiers panicked, disregarding one another, and bolted towards the iron door at Zhang Yang's urging. Bang! The jar shattered, and Zhang Yang held his breath, swiftly delivering a kick that toppled the foremost enemy soldier. A dead comrade matters not. My own survival is paramount, he thought. With a sudden force, he flung open the iron door, only to slam it shut again as he emerged alone. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the massive iron door was yanked open from within, revealing the second soldier of the Bin faction rushing out. Subsequently, several enemy squad leaders stumbled out, leaning against the walls, panting heavily. One clutched his waist, bewildered as to who had struck him, propelling him to flee from the chaos. Demons! They are demons! Shouted a soldier from within, followed by the sound of shattering glass. And soon after, silence enveloped the scene. Gulp! An unknown soldier swallowed hard, and the Bin soldier spoke. We should depart. Once we return, we can send someone to investigate this place. Back at the tavern, Zhang Yang wiped his hands, feeling somewhat unfulfilled by the demise of only one enemy. Yet he surmised that his intended impact had been achieved. The surviving squad leaders would undoubtedly experience profound inner turmoil. Now, he merely needed to allow their sentiments to ferment. Just as Zhang Yang contemplated reclining, the phone on the table rang incessantly, an annoyance that stirred him from his thoughts. Opening his eyes, he grasped the receiver and inquired. Who is it? Moshi, this has been Koyama. Sir, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Koyama coughed twice, perhaps from speaking too quickly. Zhang Yang's mind raced. Had the situation already begun to ferment? Koyama, the trading company just called me and wishes to meet with us tomorrow. What do you think? The remainder of his words hung in the air, awaiting Zhang Yang's direction. Oh, they invited a few of you? Indeed, all the remaining squad leaders have been invited. Koyama responded hurriedly. Oh, very well, provide me with the address. I shall also attend tomorrow to discern what benefits the trading company intends to offer you. And what do the other squad leaders think? Upon hearing this inquiry, Koyama quickly reassured him. Rest assured, sir, they all believe we should heed Koyama's counsel. Why should the trading company profit from the safety of the city while we risk our lives outside? You needn't worry, the others are not like Changjin. Zhang Yang merely acknowledged with a nonchalant before disconnecting the call. Chapter 67. The trading company. The following day, Zhang Yang arrived at the hotel agreed upon with Koyama, riding in a Cadillac. Upon disembarking, a soldier stood at the entrance, spotting Zhang Yang and hastily approaching, offering a military salute. Your Excellency, sir, he greeted. Have Miyamoto and Takasugi arrived? Both brigade leaders are already here. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. In the course of communicating with other battalion commanders, he had also requested introductions to their respective regimental leaders. However, whenever he arranged meetings with the Japanese commanders Miyamoto and Takasugi, he seldom brought along the battalion leaders. Upon entering the hotel, Zhang Yang did not proceed to the designated private room with the Bin troops, but instead chose to enter room 888. Inside, Miyamoto and Takasugi were already seated. Upon Zhang Yang's entrance, They quickly rose to greet him. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang reached into his pocket and produced 2 gold ingots wrapped in iron, thinking to himself that since he had the means, it would be a waste not to share. Presenting the hefty gold bars upon their meeting delighted both Miyamoto and Takasugi immensely. They relished Zhang Yang's lavish demeanor, which resonated splendidly with their own merciless nature. "Senpai, it's been a few days, and I must admit I've missed you," Miyamoto exclaimed. "Oh dear. To think that both Miyamoto and Takasugi would miss me. I apologize for not arranging to meet sooner. It was truly remiss of me," Zhang Yang replied, as he produced another 2 gold ingots and discreetly slipped them into the pockets of the 2 men. As the gold ingot settled into Miyamoto's left pocket, he felt the weight pulling down on his garment. However, upon receiving the second ingot in his right pocket, a sense of equilibrium returned. Gazing at Zhang Yang's face, he couldn't help but smile broadly. "Senpai, you are far too gracious. It's quite embarrassing," Takasugi remarked, as he shyly reached into his left pocket to ensure the gold bar was lying flat, lest it fall out while moving about. "Is this what you call graciousness? Then allow me to offer you another," Zhang Yang said, and with that, he produced 2 more gold bars from his coat, leaving both men utterly astonished. "This is truly extraordinary. We are thoroughly enamored," they exclaimed. "This is what I call graciousness. The previous gifts were mere tokens among friends. Should there be further matters to discuss, we will certainly rely on you, Miyamoto and Takasugi. Rest assured, we are friends with Senpai. Such reassurances are unnecessary," the 2 men replied, their eyes gleaming with delight. They adored Zhang Yang's generous and carefree nature, while he, in turn, smiled at them, hoping that some battalion commanders would soon emerge to oppose him, ensuring that both Miyamoto and Takasugi would meet their deserved fate. With mutual pleasure, they established a cooperative relationship. Zhang Yang exited room 888 and turned a corner to arrive at the designated room for the bent troops. Pushing the door open, he found that all the battalion commanders had gathered, including the now deranged Sato. However, today, Sato appeared somewhat stable. Zhang Yang greeted him with a warm smile and took a seat beside him, inquiring with genuine concern, "Sato, are you feeling all right? Why aren't you resting at home today?" Sato whispered, "I fear they may betray me." In Zhang Yang's heart, he harbored resentment, fearing their treachery. Sato, the Japanese man, was undoubtedly worried that they might ally with the merchant guild, and because he was too closely tied to Zhang Yang, he would be rejected. "Rest assured, I believe everyone here still wishes to be my friend." Upon hearing this, Sato turned to glance at the Japanese men seated a little farther away, their expressions clearly unnerving. The 2 men, feeling uncomfortable under Sato's gaze, could not help but squirm. After all, who would want the attention of a madman? The sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Growing nearer, Zhang Yang touched his nose, and simultaneously, everyone in the room directed their gaze towards the entrance. With a creak, the door lock turned. And then with an even louder creak, the door swung open. A man dressed in a black suit entered, his hair slicked back, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of a Hong Kong film. After surveying the room, his gaze lingered on Zhang Yang for a brief 2 seconds before shifting away. "Apologies for the delay. The traffic was a bit congested. Since everyone has arrived, let us begin the meal and converse as we dine," the suited man said with a smile. Zhang Yang observed him, noting that he seemed completely indifferent to his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. How utterly dismissive. Yet he paid little heed. The one who spoke first would inevitably lose the upper hand. The rest of the attendees were at a loss for words, the atmosphere in the room unusually quiet, save for the suited man who was calling for the dishes to be served. It must be said, the speed of service at this hotel was impressive. The first dish, a platter of guabao roe, was promptly presented. Coincidentally, it was placed directly in front of Zhang Yang. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward him. With a smile, Zhang Yang picked up his chopsticks and remarked, "Does this restaurant know I adore guabao roe? Well then, I shall not be polite." Cheerfully, he took the first piece, savoring the crispness of the dish, the tender meat inside, and the delightful sweet and sour sauce coating it. However, he suddenly spat it back onto the plate, wiping his mouth with a napkin, muttering, "What is this?" Yet upon raising his head, Zhang Yang changed his demeanor, gesturing, "What are you all staring at? Eat, please. Oh, Mr. Blackskin, do join us. I almost forgot you were the host. My apologies." The suited man's chest heaved in agitation. Zhang Yang's words felt like a gun pressed to his head, provoking him into angry resistance. "Bakayuru, I believe I did not invite this gentleman here, did I? Oh, have I made a mistake?" Zhang Yang questioned, turning to Sato and Hama. "Did I err in this gathering?" Sato glanced coldly at the man in the suit and spoke, "Tarachi-kun, you have not erred. When you extended the invitation, You mentioned that we could bring our relatives along. Ah, then I have made no mistake, the man in the suit retorted. Mr. Kuroki, could it be that you have misremembered? Or perhaps you have become so foolish as to forget your own words? Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. The man in the suit was momentarily thrown off balance by Zhang Yang's laughter. His chest heaved with rage, akin to Mount Fuji poised to erupt. But in the next instant, the anger vanished from his face. He sat down. I have heard that Tarachi-kun enjoys making friends. Why don't we become friends as well? Indeed, I relish making friends, Zhang Yang replied with enthusiasm. So are we friends now? This candid acceptance left the man in the suit momentarily stunned. Shouldn't Zhang Yang have stood up, pointed a finger at him, and berated him for even thinking he was worthy of friendship? Was he merely overthinking? After a moment, the man in the suit regained his composure and extended his hand toward Zhang Yang. The two distant figures, the other Japanese men, looked on with hopeful eyes. If Tarachi-kun could befriend Kagemoto-kun, it would be splendid. Zhang Yang smiled at the man in the suit, but refrained from shaking his hand, instead stating, Since we are now friends, shall we discuss the transfer of all shares related to Jiarani's business to me? Huh. The man in the suit was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Baka, he shouted. Baka Yuru. Zhang Yang sprang to his feet, gazing down at the man in the suit. Do you wish to die? He seized the man's collar and, being taller, effortlessly pulled him closer. What are you doing? I am a member of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce? You lot only know how to revel in the city, without our military. Could you sit there counting your money? I hereby formally notify you that all shares belonging to Jiarani now belong to the military. Mark my words. Do not entertain any further notions about them. Zhang Yang's grip tightened. Cough, cough, cough. Koijima-kun, Matsuo-kun, didn't you two agree to persuade everyone? Kagemoto shouted at the two Japanese captains, feeling as though he was being choked and urgently calling out to them. Tarachi-kun, release him. Kagemoto-kun is the nephew of the division's chief of staff. Let us sit down and discuss this amicably. Kagemoto-kun is willing to befriend us. Matsui interjected. Upon hearing that Kagemoto had ties to the division and was related to the chief of staff, the Japanese men in the room were taken aback. Zhang Yang observed the changing expressions of the remaining adversaries, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. However, he remained composed and said, Gentlemen, you must consider this carefully. The division headquarters is in Shunsher, and given the current state of warfare, did you forget what transpired yesterday? If we do not profit now, then what of the future? Zhang Yang did not elaborate further. The others were not foolish. If they truly collaborated with He Ben, they would only receive a meager share of the spoils. The situation was unfavorable, and their once unshakable confidence had begun to wane. At that moment, Zhang Yang glanced at the Binhai adversary and spoke. Binhai, would you kindly summon someone from room 888? Summon someone. The Binhai adversary hesitated for a moment before promptly exiting the room. Before long, the door was unlocked, and the Binhai adversary returned with two individuals in tow. Commander, Commander. The several captains inside the room sprang to their feet upon the entrance of the two newcomers, bowing respectfully to the imposing figures of Miyamoto and his companion. What is this? I heard you have not been cooperating with Teranai? The captain Matsui began, but was abruptly confronted as Miyamoto strode forward and struck him across the face. Miyamoto's expression darkened as he reprimanded Matsui. What do you think you are doing? Are you defying my orders? The embarrassment was palpable. Having entered alongside Gao Bin, it was Matsui's men who had first raised objections, leaving him in a humiliating position. Matsui lowered his head, clutching his face in silence. Then, Miyamoto commanded, Listen carefully. Teranai is our ally. Our friend requires our assistance in business. Do not complicate matters for him here. Zhang Yang nonchalantly tossed aside Daihe's objections and addressed Miyamoto and Gao Bin. Miyamoto, Gao Bin, I appreciate your intervention. Let us find a better time to engage in pleasantries. Pleasing. The captains were perplexed, yet Miyamoto and Gao Bin comprehended perfectly. Pleasantries equated to gold bars. All right, Teranai. We await your news. Gao Bin beamed, casting a warning glance at his three captains as he departed. Although the individuals had left, the matter was far from resolved. Daihe's countenance darkened. He could not fathom why these two commanders would oppose the division's chief of staff. The other captains were equally perplexed, wondering if there were underlying factors at play. Suddenly, the Binhai adversary had a realization. Teranai family. So that's it, he exclaimed, a glint of understanding in his eyes as he whispered to his colleagues. You must support Teranai. In the future, the business of Jiarani will no longer concern your association. Do you understand? Zhang Yang chuckled lightly as he addressed Sato and Hinagawa, suggesting they head out for a meal at an izakaya. With that, he made his way outside. Sato and Hinagawa hastily followed suit. accompanied by a member of the Hinagawa team. Although Zhang Yang had not extended an invitation to them, their audacity knew no bounds. As for the two captains from the Miyamoto team, they found themselves in a predicament. Leaving was not an option, nor could they remain idle. They mustered the courage to approach Zhang Yang and remarked, "Zhang, with your flourishing business, you have little to lose. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to step back. Shall we escort you home?" Zhang Yang, seething with anger, glared at the two captains and retorted, "You worthless fools." The insult stung, and the faces of Kojiro and Matsui darkened. What was Zhang Yang, after all, but a mere businessman? How dare he speak to them in such a manner? Yet, having received their payment, they refrained from retaliating, merely delivering a chilling warning. "Zhang Yang, think carefully. I advise you against opposing Teranai. To stand against him is to stand against our military. The consequences will not be pleasant." Upon hearing Matsui's words, Zhang Yang nearly choked with rage. When he had accepted their money, they had assured him of their unwavering support. Now, a cadre of imbeciles, a bunch of useless wretches. Fury surged within him. Once Matsui and his companion departed, Zhang Yang kicked over a chair in frustration, the sound echoing through the room. He had been warned not to interfere with Jiaoren's business, yet the majority of transactions in Harbin's commerce were intertwined with Jiaoren. Bakayuru. Damn soldiers. Zhang Yang cursed vehemently. When the division headquarters sends someone, I wonder if you will still be so arrogant. After sitting for a while, Zhang Yang suddenly sensed that there was something amiss. He had never met the two captains before, which meant they might not even be aware of his identity. Realizing this, a smile crept across his face. He had nearly been deceived. Chapter 69. A massive watermelon. Upon returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Yang promptly contacted the division headquarters. The chief of staff was incensed upon hearing the news. "Baka, I suspect the 1st Division is undoubtedly colluding with the enemy. Zhang, we will arrive in Harbin tomorrow." Hearing this, a smile involuntarily graced Zhang Yang's lips. "Dare to oppose me, Zhang Yang? You shall pay dearly. Teranai Ichikawa, seeking your own demise." When the personnel from the division headquarters arrived, he envisioned them kneeling at his feet, licking his toes. The thought infuriated him. Reflecting on the events of that day at the hotel, he continued to seethe, cursing for a while before loosening his tie and sinking into his chair. Closing his eyes for a brief respite, Okawashita suddenly opened them wide. "I intend to make Teranai Ikawa experience the same taste as I have," he commanded. "Bring me 2 battalion commanders to join me for dinner. Inform them that someone from the division headquarters will be present, as I wish to engage in preliminary discussions with them." Okawashita shouted towards the outside. In the tavern, Zhao Si conveyed the news to Zhang Yang, and, as Zhang had anticipated, the situation unfolded as expected. At times, possessing intelligence is not necessarily advantageous. Zhang Yang rubbed his temples. It should not have been difficult for someone like Okawashita, who has spent years in commerce, to discern the behavior of the 2 prominent Japanese officers. A slight deduction would reveal his course of action. Zhang Yang was not concerned that Okawashita might overlook this, if he could not see it. Zhang would regard him with even less esteem. Removing his long coat, Zhang Yang noted that as Harbin gradually warmed over the past month, he had donned lighter attire. He exchanged it for a thin trench coat and slipped out through the back door of the tavern, vanishing silently into the night. At the Japanese brigade headquarters, Miyamoto and Takasuji met at the entrance. "Miyamoto-kun, it seems we have been ensnared by Teranai Ikawa," Takasuji remarked. Having learned from the 3 battalion commanders upon his return that Okawashita was, in fact, a relative of the division's chief of staff, Miyamoto, having received similar news, wore a lingering expression of anger as he looked at Takasuji and said, "Humph. Fortunately, Okawashita bears no grudges. We have yet to err. Once the personnel from the division headquarters arrive tomorrow, we shall align ourselves with Okawashita. I am certain Teranai Ikawa will not be pleased." Takasuji and Miyamoto exchanged knowing smiles. Money can forge friendships, yet if someone offers more, the adversaries of friends may become allies. A few gold bars were merely a gesture of respect from Teranai Ikawa. All of their conversation fell within Zhang Yang's observation. Through the scope, he noted that the heads of Miyamoto and Takasuji seemed as large as the watermelons before him. Even with his eyes closed, he could have easily dispatched them. Yet, Zhang Yang refrained from firing. From his position, he had a clear view of the Japanese brigade headquarters and the Okawashita Commercial Association. He watched as the 2 Japanese officers boarded their vehicle, then repositioned himself, lying flat once more, continuing to observe them until they arrived at the Commercial Association. Alas, it was regrettable to miss the opportunity to seize some gold. Perhaps after this affair, he could ransack the homes of those 2 Japanese officers? This thought flickered through his mind. Why had he not considered it before? Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yang quickly wrapped up his current task and resolved to visit the homes of the two Japanese officers for a lucrative haul. Through the scope, he saw Okawashita emerge from the building, laughing and talking as he welcomed the two Japanese officers inside. Zhang Yang raised his sniper rifle, aiming at Miyamoto's head. What a grand watermelon. I wonder if Okawashita enjoys watermelon juice. Zhang Yang's lips curled slightly as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A bullet sliced through the air and, in the blink of an eye, penetrated the skull of the Japanese soldier, Miyamoto. Before the bullet had even exited, his head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, scattering brain matter and blood in a gory spray that splattered all over Takahashi. Takahashi was momentarily stunned, standing frozen with his weapon still raised, bewildered by the sudden eruption of what resembled watermelon juice. Meanwhile, Takahashi, having rolled off the battlefield, reacted more swiftly than the dazed soldier. As soon as his comrade Miyamoto's head burst open, he darted to the right, where an unoccupied vehicle awaited. He thought that if he could take cover behind it, the murderous fiend would be unable to reach him. However, before he could even shift his toes, a bullet magnified in his vision and struck him between the eyes. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the remnants of watermelon juice splattered across Takahashi's head. At that moment, someone shouted, "It's the killer! Baka! Kono, wake up! It's the killer! Do you want to die?" A nearby soldier slapped his comrade across the face, realizing he had almost foolishly charged out with his weapon, practically delivering himself to the murderer. The chastised soldier suddenly came to his senses and sprinted home without a backward glance. In an instant, only Takahashi remained at the entrance of the trading house, standing motionless. After a considerable time, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and he collapsed to his knees, supporting himself with his hands. As he finally registered the shock, his first reaction was one of disgust rather than fear. He knelt there, nearly retching his stomach's contents. "Takahashi! Takahashi!" A traitor called from within the building. Zhang Yang raised his hand and fired a shot, swiftly dealing with him. As for Takahashi, he still had some utility, should he perish. The Japanese chief of staff might not arrive, and Zhang Yang had not yet quenched his thirst for blood. After tidying up, Zhang Yang set off. To be honest, she had never encountered a Japanese home before. Her only experience with Japanese women was with Hinata Aoi, who hardly counted as one. Surely, a true Japanese woman would bear some resemblance to those depicted in adult films, wouldn't she? With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yang stealthily climbed over the wall into the 2nd Regiment's territory. She had previously been escorted through the area by several Japanese captains, and she remembered the surroundings vividly. After traversing the Japanese conference room and scaling 2 more walls, she finally arrived at Miyamoto's old residence. Invincibility is tinged with a hint of melancholic nostalgia. Zhang Yang suddenly thought of this as she slipped through an open window. She heard movements inside and, securing her weapon behind her, prepared to eliminate the threat before scavenging. However, as she took a step, she accidentally kicked a metal pipe at her feet. Instantly, the sounds within the room ceased. Zhang Yang withdrew a pistol from his chest, pressing himself against the wall, holding his breath and ready to eliminate any intruders. Chapter 70. Women of the Island Nation. Gongbin-kun, have you returned? A Japanese woman's voice emanated from within the room, but Zhang Yang remained silent, still pressed against the wall. Yamamoto-kun, are you trying to play hide and seek with me again? Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, this Japanese woman was quite audacious. It hadn't been long since Gongbin had left, yet she had already found another companion? Yamamoto-kun, why aren't you coming out? The Japanese woman inside the room sounded increasingly anxious. Zhang Yang swallowed hard and stealthily made his way inside. Peering into the room, he was met with an even more shocking sight. The Japanese woman had covered her eyes. At this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but reflect that reality was far more restrained than what was depicted in films. He took a couple of steps forward, retrieved a length of rope, and bound the woman's hands, securing her blindfold and tightening the bindings around her feet. She offered no resistance. Gazing at the bound woman on the bed, Zhang Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction before rummaging through the room. Yamamoto-kun, are you looking for something? I've hidden everything. Come up here, and I will tell you where it is. Zhang Yang, his mind clouded with confusion, ignored her and continued his search. Upon reaching the bedside table, he opened the bottom drawer, revealing a stash of gold bars. Astonishingly, the Japanese were indeed wealthy, adhering to the principle of not wasting. Zhang Yang stuffed all the gold into his bag. Meanwhile, the woman on the bed began to squirm, calling out, Yamamoto-kun, come here. The seductive tone of her voice sent chills down Zhang Yang's spine. Did you find it? Hurry, come. Strangely compelled, instead of rising, Zhang Yang moved the bedside table aside, uncovering a hidden latch beneath it. Lifting the latch revealed some peculiar items. Yamamoto-kun, come. The Japanese woman on the bed cooed. Zhang Yang glanced back at her, hesitating on whether to indulge her request. Would it be an act of charity? Yamamoto-kun, hurry. As he stood there in mental conflict, the door suddenly swung open, and an enemy soldier stealthily entered, whispering, "Kanako, be quiet." As the man identified as Yamamoto stepped into the bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of Kanako writhing on the bed, and next to her stood another man. Upon seeing him, Yamamoto was taken aback. It was over. It was over. He was caught in an affair. When Captain Miyamoto returns, will he not kill him? Flee. A thought flashed through Yamamoto's mind, and he swiftly put it into action. Upon seeing himself, he still wished to escape. Zhang Yang took a determined stride forward, brandishing his long weapon which ensnared Yamamoto's neck. Before Yamamoto could utter a sound, Zhang Yang crushed his throat with a decisive grip. Who is there? Zhang Yang hurled Yamamoto onto the bed, causing Kanako to let out a startled cry. Zhang Yan swiftly silenced Kanako by covering her mouth with a piece of black cloth, finally bringing an end to the commotion. Zhang Yang couldn't help but reflect, "Comrade Zhang, once again I have resisted temptation for you. Damn, how bothersome." Upon returning home today, I must insist that the political commissar send Comrade Zhang to me. With this couple perpetually separated by distance, how can their relationship possibly flourish? While lost in thought, Zhang Yang continued to rummage through the place. It was not until dawn that he emerged from Takasuji's residence, weary as he made his way back to the izakaya, burdened by the weight of his spoils. Just as he entered the izakaya, Zhang De hurriedly rushed in. "Brother, where have you been at this late hour? I thought you had returned after killing 2 division commanders." Zhang De scrutinized Zhang Yang up and down, bewildered. "Brother, you aren't heading back to the brothel, are you? Have you succumbed? What brothel nonsense?" Zhang Yang retorted, while Zhang De, with a sycophantic smile, patted Zhang Yang's arm in a gesture of appeasement, saying, "Brother, news has arrived from Yamashiro. The 1st Division's forces will be arriving in Hardened tomorrow." "So soon? The Dajia River is mobilizing troops overnight?" Zhang Yang was taken aback. "Where did you get this information?" "It came through our intelligence network." Zhang Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought, when Zhang De interjected, "Brother, I believe it would be better not to kill this enemy commander." "Oh, you can discern my intentions?" Zhang De chuckled, saying, "I fear you might actually go through with it." "Brother, do you truly intend to eliminate this division commander? If you do, the 1st Division will likely be reassigned, and other divisions will be dispatched in their place. Our hard-earned influence would be lost. What other intelligence do you have?" Zhang De settled into a seat across from Zhang Yang, preparing to elaborate. "On the front lines, certain areas have already begun counterattacks, and the enemy is being held back in the Pacific Theater. Therefore, reinforcements are needed in the 3 provinces for both South and North China. In our region, many of the enemy's units are too fragmented to form a proper structure. They are now preparing to consolidate these units into a mixed division, which will then head to the South China front. It seems our military intelligence is quite effective," Zhang Yang remarked, somewhat surprised by this information. Zhang De waved his hand dismissively. "Half of the intelligence comes from our military, while the rest is provided by our allies, all aimed at hastening the enemy's demise. Although the majority of the senior leadership of the 1st Legion has been eliminated by you, dear brother, the foundational structure of their entire brigade remains intact. However, I believe that if the personnel from the enemy's division perish here, this brigade will likely be discarded as refuse. After all, in the eyes of the enemy, the 1st Brigade is deemed an uncontrollable variable." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, glancing at Zhang De as he remarked, "I didn't expect you, elder brother, to analyze the situation so astutely." Upon hearing this compliment, Zhang De chuckled heartily, unabashedly declaring, "Back in military school, my intelligence analysis often ranked 2nd. And who was 1st? It wouldn't be my sister-in-law, would it?" Zhang De responded with a grin, "You're spot on, little brother." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and retorted, "The quality of your cohort is truly lacking if even you can come in 2nd. Huh, you and Zhao Ming are bottom dwellers. One in last place and the other 2nd to last, yet you still dare to critique me? Fine. Since sister-in-law has analyzed the situation so thoroughly, I shall eliminate the enemy division's personnel tomorrow, hastening their demise. I've been waiting for this day for quite some time." "What?" Zhang Da's eyes widened in disbelief. "After saying all that, are we to let it go to waste? Little brother, if other enemy units arrive, we'll be in for a struggle." Zhang Yang rose, stretching lazily, and remarked with significance, "Are we not capable of preventing them from advancing?" Zhang De remained speechless, his eyes wide in astonishment. Chapter 71. Ambush at Liangjia Mine. The political commissar gazed at the urgent telegram received late at night, feeling both amused and exasperated. Zhang Yang, using a pleading tone, was articulating firm demands. This lad, having achieved much, was becoming increasingly arrogant. He decided to send Li Ziqing to Harbin. This matter should be addressed. Initially, he had intended for Zhang Yang to establish the Wolf Brigade, but due to his injuries, that had not materialized. Now, Zhang Yang lacked the time to pursue this endeavor. So assistance was necessary. As for whether Li Ziqing was capable, the commissar rubbed his temples, fully aware of Zhang Yang's ulterior motives. First, he would contact General Yang and the others to proceed with the ambush against the enemy. Sitting before the microtelegraph, he began to send a message to General Yang stationed at the border. General Yang, a telegram has arrived from the front. In the dead of night, General Yang stood in front of a large map, smoke curling from his hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the map, pondering when they could drive the invaders from their land. Just then, a telegram operator burst in, and the last of Yang's cigarette burned out. "Oh, what news do we have?" From Liangjiamine. Hearing this, General Yang's spirits were instantly lifted, shaking off his earlier fatigue. "Read it. Urgent intelligence. The enemy division's personnel en route to Harbin will pass through the mine gorge. According to the Lone Wolf's telegram, we are to ambush the enemy, ensuring their annihilation. Additionally, supplies have arrived at Liangjiamine." "Excellent. Excellent." General Yang called out cheerfully, twice. Ever since the enemy's sweep began, they had been living in a perpetual state of evasion, akin to frightened mice. Now, being compelled to retreat to the border, he felt an overwhelming frustration. "Summon them all to me." "Yes, sir." Observing General Yang's buoyant demeanor, the telegraph operator was likewise inspired, standing stiffly before him and saluting with precision before exiting. Suddenly, in the deep of night, the wake-up call echoed throughout the camp. Colonel Gung had just settled into bed, his eyes yet to close when the sharp sound of a horn pierced through the stillness, jolting him upright. What on earth is happening? Enemy attack. Grabbing the pistol from the table in a frenzy, his holster snagged on the corner, nearly causing him to stumble. With a decisive tug, Colonel Gung hurriedly dashed outside. Chaos reigned outside. Everyone from various regiments rushed out, some clutching firearms, others in disheveled attire, hats askew. "Where are the men? Where is the enemy?" Colonel Gung craned his neck, bellowing. "Report, Colonel. It is General Yang who has summoned us." "Summoned?" Colonel Gung furrowed his brow. "Could there be an urgent situation at hand? Quickly, gather our regiment in the courtyard. General Yang must have something important to convey." "Yes, sir." In less than 10 minutes, over 2,000 men stood rigidly in the sunlit area, not a sound escaping their lips, all eyes fixed on General Yang at the forefront. "Comrade Lone Wolf has transmitted urgent news. We must ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy heading to Harbin." As General Yang's words resonated, Colonel Gao stepped forward, addressing him, saying, "General Yang, issue your orders. I have felt restless during these past 2 weeks and am eager to engage the enemy. Indeed, it feels disgraceful. If we had the same strength as the enemy, they would have fled long ago. In this place, I feel perpetually uneasy. You have not seen the disdainful glances from those Russian officers. It infuriates me just to think about it." General Yang surveyed the crowd, signaling for silence. "According to our intelligence, the enemy heading to Harbin comprises their elite division, and this battle will undoubtedly be fierce. However, I hope that no matter how tough the opposition, we shall prevail. We must depart now and reach the ambush site before dawn. Let the enemy witness our prowess." With General Yang's command, they set out, fully equipped. The following morning, Zhang Yang was not idle either. The enemy's intelligence network in Harbin had collapsed, allowing him to move without fear of detection, all while operating under the guise of restoring the pharmaceutical factory. Departing Harbin with the groggy Zhao Ming, Zhang Yang headed towards the factory. Due to the fatalities, the factory had ceased operations for a time, but Zhang Yang had no intention of letting it fall into disuse. After all, in wartime, medicine holds far greater value than gold. "Where have you been loitering all day?" Zhang Yang observed Zhao Ming's pronounced dark circles after a few days of absence. His previously plump visage had sharpened into a defined jawline. What could he possibly be doing to lose weight so rapidly? "I must tell you, the Russian women are quite formidable. These past few days, my back has been aching terribly." Zhao Ming clenched his fist and pretended to pound his back, feigning weakness. "Russian? When did you start associating with them? Didn't I mention before that the women from the island lack charm? It was just that day when I stumbled upon a club on the street. This week, I've made contact with a Russian beauty." Zhao Ming raised his eyebrows at Zhang Yang's reaction. "Are you envious? Would you like me to introduce you?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Zhao Ming. Russians still held a certain status in Harbin, despite the current tensions between Russia and the island nation, as neither side wished to provoke a conflict. With fierce battles raging in the west for Russia and dire circumstances for the island nation in both the Dragon Kingdom and the Pacific, he said, "Take me along next time." Zhao Ming appeared somewhat astonished at Zhang Yang's words. I didn't realize you had an interest in this sort of thing? Zhang Yang shot him another glare. If you could discern that, how could I possibly be a spy? I have encountered more Russian beauties than you have had meals. Zhao Ming wore a look of disdain. Who do you think you're fooling? You've seen more Russian beauties than I've had meals. Tell me, do you even know what a Russian looks like without their clothes on? Zhang Yang scoffed, finding Zhao Ming's audacity laughable, daring to flaunt his scant knowledge. Leaning closer to Zhao Ming's ear, Zhang Yang began to fervently impart information. Initially, Zhao Ming wore a look of indifference, but as Zhang Yang's insights grew more profound, that disdain transformed into astonishment, which soon turned into utter capitulation. Brother, you are my elder brother. Forgive me for my ignorance. Brother, please accept me as your disciple. I do not aspire to match your vast knowledge, but I merely wish to learn a fraction of what you know. Zhang Yang cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ming, transferring the disdain that had adorned Zhao Ming's face to his own. Mockery. Zhang Yang was mocking him, Zhao Ming thought. Chapter 72. Wasn't he that my doing? Upon arriving at the pharmacy, Zhang Yang concocted an excuse to slip away. After about half an hour, he found a suitable vantage point, from which, through the scope, he could clearly see Commander Zhang gesticulating wildly. Conversely, Commander Gao appeared to disagree vehemently with Zhang's assertions, raising his pinky finger in protest. The two nearly erupted into a full-blown brawl on the battlefield, only to be restrained by General Yang moments later. Before long, a convoy of enemies appeared from the northeast. 2 trucks led the way, followed by 3 more trucks, with a jeep evidently carrying high-ranking officials from the enemy. The enemy's equipment is quite formidable. They even mounted a heavy machine gun on their truck. In the trench, Commander Yang lay low, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching foe. Do not rush. Wait until they enter the ambush zone before we strike. He instructed the messenger. Pass the word. Do not engage the enemy head-on. We shall intercept in waves, and then surround them from both fronts. Before long, the enemy breached the first encirclement. Commander Zhang drew his pistol and fired at the enemy truck driver's head, followed by a cacophony of gunfire that erupted across the position. Brothers, let us annihilate this group of invaders. Let them understand that even a cornered rat will bite. They have pursued us for too long. Strike them hard. The sound of gunfire intensified at Commander Zhang's order, and another commander, positioned behind to prevent any retreat, shouted, Fire. Strike fiercely. Do not allow the enemy to establish a position. Yang's strategy proved exceedingly effective. The enemy could not find a suitable spot to mount a counterattack. Flanked by assaults on both sides while the rear closed in, nullifying any tactical response from the enemy relying on their truck. Thus, they could only push forward with their heavy machine gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out as the enemy machine gunner was suddenly struck down. Upon witnessing this, Commander Yang exclaimed in delight, What sharpshooter could achieve such precision from 100 meters away? I must reward them handsomely upon my return. With the machine gunner eliminated, the 3rd and 4th regiments surged forward. Following Yang's command, they unleashed a fierce barrage from the hillsides, while Commander Zhang joined forces with the 2nd Regiment, rapidly pushing the enemy back. Where did these men come from? Why have the enemy forces around Harbin not been eradicated? Grumbled villager Tai Long, crouching behind a gap in the jeep. He recalled that Xiao Tian Zhengsheng had reported to the division headquarters that the enemy's guerrilla forces in the north had been completely annihilated. Curse you! Xiao Tian Zhengsheng, Chief of Staff, the enemy is closing in. Tai Long's adjutant exclaimed, peering out the window. The silhouettes of the Red Army soldiers were converging on the hillside, ultimately forming a torrent charging toward their convoy. Advance with me. Let the rear squad hold them back. The expression on Tai Long's face twisted into a snarl. He longed to drag the deceased Xiao Tian Zhengsheng from his grave and deliver a couple of resounding slaps. Had it not been for Qiu's assurance that the area was secure, he would never have dared to bring just 2 squads to Harbin. Blast it! Tai Long cursed, when suddenly an explosion echoed ahead. An enemy soldier rushed toward them, shouting, Chief of Staff, our vehicle has been destroyed. We cannot advance. Damn it! Despite the immense fury of the enemy, they found themselves with no alternative at this juncture. Raise the flag. We shall engage them in close combat. We shall challenge them to a duel. An ambush is contrary to the spirit of the samurai, these despicable individuals from the Dragon Nation. On the hillside, General Yang observed a pole erected atop the enemy's jeep, adorned with a white object resembling a triangle, yet 2-sided. Have the little devils surrendered? In the next moment, a loudspeaker emerged, and the enemy, in their clumsy Mandarin, proclaimed, Attention, Dragon Nation troops. An ambush is not honorable. As soldiers, we ought to engage in a fair duel. The chief of staff from the village believed that the Dragon Nation forces should not descend to such dishonor. We propose a close combat engagement. You may choose to refuse, but your victory attained in this manner will be met with disdain. The faces of those on the battlefield exhibited shock. How brazen must the enemy be to utter such words? Have they forgotten that tens of thousands have surrounded their mere thousands on this dark land? To speak of dishonor? Truly, the enemy is shameless. Damn these devils. I shall fell them with a single strike. They have witnessed shamelessness, yet nothing compares to this. They are more audacious than the most brazen of fools. I spit. You foolish Gung. General Yang, I demand a duel. Watch as I take down that enemy soldier with one blow. Damn it, a bunch of cowardly fools, all talk and no action. Commander Gung cursed vehemently. General Yang merely glanced at his watch. This skirmish had already lasted 10 minutes, and if it dragged on, the surrounding enemy forces would likely respond. At that moment, a messenger rushed over. General Yang, a comrade wishes to see you. Who? Just as General Yang finished speaking, Zhang Yang, carrying a large firearm, bent down and approached the trench. Zhang Yang, when did you arrive? What kind of gun is that? Without wasting time, Zhang Yang recounted to General Yang the recent ambush he had executed. Good heavens, so you were the sharpshooter. General Yang's expression shifted to one of realization. What sharpshooter? Commander Gung inquired, leaning closer. Did you not see the enemy machine gunner's head blown off by a single shot? That was not my doing. Commander Gung's eyes widened in disbelief. The moment these words were uttered, they drew peculiar glances from everyone. Commander Gung, wielding a Type 38 rifle, likely lacked the effective range to reach the enemy machine gunner, and his marksmanship had not yet reached such heights. Unable to bear the weight of their scrutiny, Commander Gung managed an awkward smile. I fired a shot at him, thinking I had hit him. From such a distance, who could see clearly? Humph. Commander Gao scoffed dismissively. You foolish and arrogant individual, believing yourself to be superior. Had I the audacity you possess, tsk. Colonel Gung refrained from elaborating further. Yet his intent was abundantly clear. Colonel Gung widened his eyes, adopting a stance as if prepared to engage in combat. Chapter 73. The Way of the Warrior Zhang Yang. What is your perspective? Mr. Yang chose not to address the two comical figures, instead directing his attention towards Zhang Yang, eager to hear his thoughts on the Japanese soldiers' desire to engage the Red Army in close combat. Indeed, I find it feasible. Currently, the Japanese forces in the northeast are persistently reallocating troops to the southern and northern battlefields. I perceive this as a prime opportunity to capture live prisoners, Zhang Yang articulated. Mr. Yang nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Zhang Yang brimming with admiration. He shared the same sentiment. Just moments ago, he pondered how to capture a high-ranking Japanese officer alive, and now, with the Japanese presenting an opportunity, could he afford to let it slip away? Let us convey a message to them, urging them to lay down their arms. We shall engage in close combat. The messenger received the command, and a trumpet-shaped iron container emerged from the position. You little devils, your forefathers believe that assaulting their descendants is a matter of course. However, the descendants have demands that must be met by their forefathers. Thus, we consent to engage in close combat with you morally bankrupt mad dogs and bottom feeders. Now, surrender your weapons. I shall say this only once. Lay down your arms, and we shall indulge you in a little game. Otherwise, we shall resume fire. The Japanese soldiers in the jeep turned pale, incessantly shouting, Baka, Baka, Baka Yuru. Chief of Staff, we must retaliate. They dare to insult our warrior spirit. The aide exclaimed. Fury etched across his face. Yet, in an abrupt moment, the village commander struck him across the face with a sharp slap. Baka, foolish pig. If we resist, one tea we be playing into their hands. Foolish pig, this is all your fault. Otherwise, we would not have been ambushed. The aide was left bewildered. Order everyone to lay down their arms. The village commander shouted in exasperation. The aide, clutching his face, descended from the vehicle. On the hillside, Mr. Yang observed as the Japanese soldiers relinquished their weapons. With a wave of his hand, he summoned everyone to gather around. Outside the jeep, a dozen Japanese soldiers raised their hands, encircling the village commander. Upon seeing Mr. Yang and his companions, the village commander recognized them as high-ranking officials. As they approached, the village commander spoke. Your ambush against us is unbecoming of a soldier. Colonel Gung, known for his fiery temper, could hardly contain himself upon hearing this. He unsheathed his machete and charged forward with a fierce shout. The aide, witnessing this, drew his own blade and began to shout in a frenzied mixture of Japanese, engaging in a fierce clash with Colonel Gung. Clang! The clash of steel echoed, a resounding sound of metal meeting metal. You little devils, may your ancestors be cursed. Colonel Gung bellowed, withdrawing his blade. only to swiftly advance once more. The Japanese aide, undeterred, gripped his sword tightly, standing resolute against Colonel Gung's onslaught. Clang! The clash of steel reverberated through the air as the enemy sought to withdraw his blade, intent on striking Commander Gung. Yet, Gung lifted his left foot and delivered a swift kick to the enemy officer's abdomen. With a flash of steel, a single stroke severed the head from its body, painting the ground with crimson. Bravo! Zhang Yang could not contain his exclamation. However, to his astonishment, an enemy soldier from the village stealthily raised his arm, aiming a dark muzzle at General Yang. Seeking death, Zhang Yang shouted in fury, and in the instant that followed, the enemy soldier screamed in agony. A dagger embedded deep in his left arm, while a compact pistol lay forgotten on the ground. Damn it! A pack of beasts, let us annihilate them. Zhang Yang seized a machete from a nearby comrade and charged forward, the scent of blood thick in the air. His blade cleaved through an enemy soldier, severing him in half. Without pause, he executed a horizontal slash, bisecting another foe. The remaining enemies, witnessing Zhang Yang's ferocity, began to retreat. Zhang Yang advanced slowly towards the remaining enemy soldiers, who, trembling, declared, "You lack honor. You violate the spirit of Bushido." Bushido? What utter nonsense! On this sacred land of Dragon Country, do not dare to present your trivial ideals. Have you forgotten how you once bowed before us, you insignificant islanders? At Zhang Yang's words, the enemy's face turned ashen, and he drew his blade, fixating a fierce gaze upon Zhang Yang. I challenge you. I will make you understand that the honor of the Empire's Bushido cannot be tarnished. Zhang Yang merely regarded him silently, the remnants of blood still glistening on his lowered blade. You are oblivious to reality. I possess a firearm. Who would be foolish enough to engage in a duel with a sword? The crowd fell silent as they witnessed Zhang Yang draw his pistol, aiming directly at the enemy. With a disdainful smile, Zhang Yang taunted, "Come, let me see if your Bushido grants you the courage to strike me." The enemy's chest heaved as he seethed. This Dragon Country man is despicable. Despicable. Bang. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang fired, shattering the enemy's grip on his sword, and in a flash, the enemy's right arm flew away. General Yang, stop wasting words with them. The lesser foes are slain, and the leaders are all captured. General Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhang Yang's command. As his words echoed, the soldiers surged forward, overwhelming the enemies with sheer numbers, nearly 10 warriors encircling each foe. Damn. Let me kick one. Let me kick one. Who's holding me back? I haven't had my fill yet. The scene was momentarily chaotic, yet it was evident that the soldiers were seething with pent-up frustration. A natural reaction as they found an outlet for their emotions. General Yang, we need to recruit more personnel for the troops. I have a foreboding that the enemy is nearing their demise. We must assemble our forces before they fall. As for weapons and provisions, I shall procure them. General Yang, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Zhang Yang and inquired, "How do you know the enemy is on the brink of collapse?" Intuition. If our troops can swiftly grow stronger, we can strike a decisive blow behind enemy lines, hastening their defeat. General Yang nodded in agreement. Excellent. I will gather the men. I will rely on you for weapons, provisions, clothing, and other supplies. Rest assured, General Yang, I currently have access to pharmaceuticals, grain, dye, clothing, and mining resources. Moreover, there are few enemy outposts near Lianjia Mine, which can serve as our supply point. I suspect the political commissar has already begun rallying some personnel. Having just vented his frustration, Commander Gung approached Zhang Yang and overheard his conversation. You've become quite the landowner. Do you have any channels to procure some cigarettes for me? Zhang Yang chuckled. Next time, I'll arrange for some cigars. Those foreign contrivances are rather intriguing. Commander Gung's eyes widened with delight as he patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder. You're a good chap. Chapter 74. The Traitor Within the Temple. With the battle concluded, the defeated enemy was brought back to the base like a beaten hound, and Zhang Yang returned to the pharmaceutical factory. Zhang Yang, the personnel at the factory have been cleared out. We can commence work tomorrow. Zhang Yang nodded. If you have time at your Russian club, seek out some avenues. Russia will also be one of our channels. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. Everything was prepared. Zhang Yang signaled for the Japanese troops to board the vehicle, and they set off towards Harbin. At the gates of Harbin, Dehi Xiazhua, who had been splattered with blood the previous day, stood outside, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the division headquarters. The atmosphere in Harbin was fraught with tension, and after last night's events, he no longer wished to oversee the Chamber of Commerce. He feared he might meet an untimely end. What time is it? Dehi Xiazhua asked, agitated. Chairman, it's already 12 o'clock. What is going on? Wasn't he supposed to arrive by 11:30? Return to the chamber and send a telegram to inquire. Pacing back and forth at the city gate, De Xia's anxiety was palpable. Why had the murderer spared him? Was he waiting for today? He glanced around anxiously, then towards the road outside the city. Just then, the distant roar of engines echoed from beyond the city, causing De Xia's expression to shift as he rushed to the city gate, poised to receive the anticipated arrival. As the jeep approached, accompanied by 2 trucks, Yang knew at once that his awaited guests had arrived. Quick, welcome His Excellency Yamamoto. Yang directed several members of the merchant associations to line up, preparing to extend a warm reception upon Yamamoto's disembarkation. Beside him, the members of the Bin faction began to follow suit, yet their expressions were devoid of enthusiasm, appearing rather listless and indifferent to the occasion. The meeting held the previous night had concluded with the death of the brigade commander. Who would be the next to perish? The upper echelons of the brigade were rapidly diminishing, with those remaining shrinking back like turtles, hesitant to emerge. Though there had been a few high-ranking officials within the brigade, it was he, a mere captain, who was summoned to greet the guests. Did this not clearly indicate their fear of being shot? While managing the arrangements, the members of the Bin faction discreetly observed their surroundings, intentionally seeking refuge behind cover to mitigate their exposure to potential danger. The jeep halted at the entrance, prompting Yang to step forward eagerly. However, after taking only a couple of steps, he froze in disbelief. Through the window, he recognized that sitting in the passenger seat was Sanayakawa. How could this be? If it isn't Yang Zhua. Bin-kun, are you here to welcome me? Zhang Yang alighted from the vehicle, a broad smile on his face. The expression on Bin's face turned awkward, having failed to greet the esteemed guest. He felt humiliated under Zhang Yang's gaze. Step aside, Yang Zhua shouted. Why the sudden chill, Bin-kun? Just a moment ago, you were all smiles to welcome me. Zhang Yang remarked playfully. Bin-kun, are you also looking to join a merchant association? Caught off guard by Zhang Yang's words, Bin found himself momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Zhang Yang approached him, gently patting his shoulder and calmly stating, aligning with me is never a misstep. Continue your work, Bin-kun. By the time Bin had gathered his thoughts, Zhang Yang's jeep had already driven away, leaving him to ponder the implications of Zhang Yang's words as he watched the convoy depart. After standing at the entrance for another hour without sight of the division's vehicles, Bin's mind wandered back to Zhang Yang's earlier comments. Did Sanai possess some foreknowledge? Furrowing his brow, Bin turned to Yang Zhua, his tone now devoid of emotion. Yang Zhua, are the personnel from the division supposed to arrive today? Why ask? Didn't I inform you earlier? Yang Zhua replied, his face etched with anxiety. The convoy was over an hour late, and with no communication from them, his impatience grew. Upon hearing Bin's inquiry, without a moment's thought, he retorted sharply. Upon hearing his words, Bin Gizi felt a surge of fury within, sensing that he had erred in his allegiance to Dawaxia. Humph, you wait here if you wish. I shall not squander my time in your company. With that declaration, Bin Gizi waved his hand dismissively and turned away, heading back towards the regiment. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside, halting Bin Gizi in his tracks. A soldier on a motorcycle sped into the city, ignoring Dawaxia and coming to a stop directly in front of him. Captain Bin, trouble. We have discovered signs of combat around our stronghold. A convoy from our empire has fallen into an enemy ambush. All personnel are lost. What? Bin Gizi's eyes widened in disbelief, but his shock was not solely due to the fate of the convoy. It was Zhang Yang's earlier words that haunted him. Could it be that Sinai-kun was already aware of this? However, Bin Gizi did not dwell on that thought, as Dawaxia rushed over, fuming. What is happening? What transpired? Bin Gizi glanced at Dawaxia, and without further contemplation, gestured for 2 soldiers to approach. Seize him. He is colluding with the enemy. Suspected of treachery and murder of the division's personnel. Capture him. Dawaxia, bewildered, watched as the 2 soldiers lunged toward him. Bin Xiaoya, what are you doing? You are spouting nonsense. How could I conspire with the enemy? Bin Gizi stepped forward and delivered a punch to Dawaxia's abdomen. The division's personnel are lost. You must have leaked our whereabouts. Dawaxia's eyes widened in shock as he saw the soldiers preparing to subdue him. Without waiting, he drew his pistol and aimed it at Bin Xiaoya. Step aside. It is you who has divulged the information. You are the traitor. Seeing Dawaxia pointing a gun at him, Bin Gizi merely laughed, unfazed. Seize him. Then, unexpectedly, Bin Gizi drew his own pistol and shot Dawaxia in the forehead. In his final moments, Dawaxia pondered, weren't they supposed to capture him? Why did he shoot me instead? What of the division's convoy? In the last second, Zhang Yang's face flashed in his mind. Sinai Ichikawa is the traitor. Chapter 75. The enemy's departure in the blink of an eye. Nearly a month had passed. Now, Sato and Bin had both ascended to the rank of regiment commander, while the commander of the 1st Brigade was dispatched anew from the enemy headquarters. Despite their newfound positions, neither Sato nor Bin exhibited even a hint of joy. The other commanders shared a similarly somber demeanor as they sat in the izakaya, each with a bottle of sake before them. I do not wish to go to North China. Why? Why must we continue to wage war? I have had enough. Bin, in his drunken stupor, murmured discontentedly. Although the past month has been fraught with anxiety, life at the rear has been exceedingly comfortable, filled with revelry and card games. Now, however, orders have been issued for them to depart in a week for the battlefield in North China. Sato, will we return from this mission? Sato remained silent, merely indulging in his drink. At that moment, Zhang Yang entered, greeted by the welcoming faces of several soldiers. Sato, Bin, congratulations. Tarachi, upon seeing Zhang Yang, Bin quickly rose and pulled him to the table, pouring him a full cup of sake. Tarachi, I fear we may never meet again. Bin lamented. Oh, Tarachi, you are unaware that we are about to depart for the North China front. The situation in the empire is tense, and the entire Guangdong army has been dispatched, leaving behind only the frail and the weak, and the cowardly corrupt officials. The words were uttered casually, but Zhang Yang understood their implication. The opportunity he had awaited for so long had finally arrived. Then, Sato, who will defend Harbin after your departure? No one knows the city and its northern situation better than you. Humph. Those in power will surely send someone after we leave. Bin, having drunk significantly more than usual, revealed his reluctance about heading to North China. Sigh, I still have to manage the bank in a couple of days. A bank? Zhang Yang expressed his regret. Yet the soldiers around him perked up, for while they were indeed heading to North China, they had considerable assets in Harbin. Since their association with Zhang Yang, their fortunes had multiplied. Departing for North China, they could not possibly take all their assets with them, not to mention the feasibility of transporting them. They wondered how much they would retain in the event of failure. A bank was undoubtedly a prudent choice, and they preferred Zhang Yang's establishment above all others. Originally, I had prepared a 2% interest for you, but it seems it will not be necessary now. 2%. One soldier exclaimed, wide-eyed. The interest was indeed exceedingly generous. Yes, I intend to utilize your funds to open 2 more factories. Consider this borrowing from you all. Hence the desire to offer more interest. Tarachi, although we are heading to North China, we currently have nowhere to secure our assets. Once your bank opens, we shall deposit everything there. Moreover, if you require funds, how could we stand idly by? The riverbank demon spoke with a facade of nonchalance. Yet his eyes sparkled with the glimmer of gold. He possessed 300 to 400 gold bars, and if deposited in Zhang Yang's bank, wouldn't he find himself with dozens more after a year? Master Temple, we are all eager to support your enterprise, exclaimed the onlookers. Zhang Yang's face reflected astonishment. I am grateful for your support and assure you that I will not neglect any of you. Once the empire triumphs, I shall host a grand banquet in Harbin to welcome you all. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang's bank was inaugurated. Beneath the grand sign, he surveyed the throng of eager patrons, his smile stretching from ear to ear. To his surprise, the word spread among the soldiers, compelling them to deposit their funds at his establishment. Zhang Yang felt an unexpected fondness for these soldiers, who seemed intent on entrusting their wealth to him before their demise. Please, do not rush. The Flowering Family Bank will soon commence operations. We are open 24 hours a day for the next 3 days, so rest assured. Everyone will have the opportunity to deposit their money. Outside, patrons crowded the entrance, anxious to secure their funds before it was too late. Open the doors. With Zhang Yang's command, the crowd surged forward like fish released from a pond, blissfully unaware that they were merely entering a larger enclosure. As night descended, the Flowering Family Bank remained ablaze with light, while a lengthy queue formed outside. At the rear of the line, a man donned a top hat, observing the bank from a distance. Is this the notorious Zhang Da's demon? He murmured. Join the queue. We must find an opportunity to probe further, he instructed. Zhang Da has kept his lips tightly sealed, reluctant to allow us access to this demon. However, we need only drop this note, and Zhang Da's identity will be revealed to him, resulting in quite the spectacle. These 2 men were none other than those who had come from the mountain city. They had been cautious, opting not to heed Zhang Yang's advice, instead choosing to seek a location of their own. Since their relocation, Zhang Da had ignored them completely. If there was intelligence to share, they would convene. Otherwise, he would not acknowledge them for weeks, which had finally riled them. Now, they had found their chance to approach the formidable Zhang Yang. Let us proceed. At this moment, Zhang Yang remained oblivious to the events outside. Yet as he gazed upon the shimmering mountain of gold in the underground vault, he could hardly contain his excitement. He had seen gold bars before, many, in fact, but never had he encountered such a vast quantity. This was a scene that could only be witnessed on television. Today was extraordinary. With so many gold bars laid out before him. Zhao Ming, have you made contact with the Russians yet? Zhao Ming sat beside, his head nearly buried in his lap. Startled by Zhang Yang's sudden call. What do you want from me? Observing Zhao Ming's dark circles, Zhang Yang felt speechless. Wake up. Control yourself. The foreign devils haven't been driven away yet. Be cautious, lest you find yourself at the mercy of the foreign women's whims. Surely not. Zhao Ming replied. What did you just say? Zhang Yang shot him a disdainful glance. I asked if you've made contact with the Russians. Surely you're not solely preoccupied with their women? How can you say that? I've been in touch with them for quite some time. A batch of AK-47s can be ours. Just say the word. And they'll arrive by tomorrow. Just then, Zhao Si hurried in, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon noticing Zhao Ming, his eyes flickered with apprehension. Zhang Yang scrutinized Zhao Si, then glanced at the paper he clutched tightly, extending his hand. Zhao Si promptly handed over the note. Within the temple, each one, Zhang De, Chen Ning, and Zhao Ming are operatives of the Dragon Kingdom's Blue Army. Exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing Zhang Yang read the message, Zhao Ming sprang to his feet, leaning closer to scrutinize the writing. Who penned this? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Who else could it be but those fellows from Shanqing? Zhang De has kept them waiting for a month. It seems they could no longer contain themselves. Look at this insidious plot. If you were truly a foreign devil, we likely wouldn't survive the night. Zhao Ming grimaced, his disdain for the visitors from Shanqing intensifying. Initially intrigued by one of the women, he now believed it would not be unjust to eliminate them altogether. What audacity! Their greed knows no bounds. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Zhao Si. Have the sentries kept a close watch? Zhao Si nodded affirmatively. Gather a few brothers, apprehend them, give them a good beating, and confine them for a few days. And refrain from feeding them. After speaking, he turned to Zhao Ming. Let us go? Time to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yang and Zhao Ming ascended to the loft of the Hua family bank, where the view was perfect, allowing them to see their brothers rush into an alley, seizing two men and promptly pummeling them into submission. It's all thanks to you, Boss Zhang. I sense you have the best grasp of things here in Harbin. Zhang Yang shot Zhao Ming a disapproving look and remarked, Tomorrow, introduce me to the Russians. How are preparations for the pharmaceutical shipment? The goods are ready. Are you planning to trade with the Russians? Indeed. The following day, Zhao Ming entered a private club with Zhang Yang, where the patrons were predominantly Russian. As soon as Zhao Ming stepped inside, several Russian women cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Some even approached him, linking their arms with his and resting their chins on his shoulder, whispering in a breezy manner, Zhao Ming, what tricks are you planning to play with me this time? Just as Zhao Ming intended to respond playfully, Zhang Yang, who stood behind, cleared his throat. Instantly, Zhao Ming pushed the woman's face away and addressed her Louis. I'm here for serious business today. Take me to Maslow. You wish to meet Maslow? Louis took a step back, scrutinizing Zhang Yang before glancing at Zhao Ming, and replied, You arrived at the perfect time. Maslow has just arrived. Louis then led the way, and Zhao Ming glanced back at Zhang Yang, signaling him to follow. As Zhang Yang passed by a Russian man, a large hand suddenly grasped his shoulder. Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before? The intoxicated Russian, his face flushed from drink, scrutinized Zhang Yang's features, finding them oddly infuriating. Kirov, let go. Zhang Yang protested. Louis, I have a feeling he is not a good person. Kirov's eyes widened as he shouted, I remember now. He is Japanese. Upon hearing this, the entire club turned their attention to Zhang Yang. It was their first encounter with someone from the island nation. Did this islander not realize the historical animosity Russians harbored towards his kind? After all, without the islanders, the northeastern territory of Longwo would rightfully belong to Russia, and their presence was deeply resented. If not for the tense situation on the Western Front, they would have long since invaded the Northeast, leaving no room for such a diminutive nation to flaunt its might. Louis, upon discovering Zhang Yang's nationality, refrained from intervening further, merely standing by and observing. Louis, you need to speak to Kirov. Zhao Ming, sensing the precariousness of the situation, urgently sought Louis's assistance. Zhao Ming, you should not have brought an islander in here. Come over. They might harm you, Louis warned. Before Zhao Ming could finish, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Turning, he found Kirov's breath reeking of alcohol. Zhao, you have crossed the line. Kirov, already displeased with Zhao Ming, resented the notion that a Longwa man could entertain so many of their women. However, under Louis's watchful gaze, Kirov refrained from assaulting Zhao Ming, merely pushing him aside before turning his attention to Zhang Yang. Zhao Ming was still speaking when Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Frustration mounted in Zhao Ming as he realized his companion was being silenced. Zhang Yang lifted his gaze to Kirov and smiled, suddenly delivering a swift kick to Kirov's abdomen. The onlookers were utterly astonished. An islander had dared to strike within their Russian domain. It appears that an immense force was exerted. Kirov lay on the ground, straining to rise, but failing repeatedly. This clearly demonstrated the tremendous power behind Zhang Yang's recent kick. "Get him!" someone shouted, possibly one of Kirov's close friends, prompting a horde of Russians to rush towards Zhang Yang. Standing nearby, Zhao Ming was utterly bewildered, while Louis observed Zhang Yang, who remained remarkably composed, exuding an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, she was not mistaken. Zhang Yang was invigorated. The sensation of being swarmed echoed memories of his time in the military, teaching a group of inexperienced recruits a lesson. "Come on." With a punch for each and a kick for each, Zhang Yang employed no second technique against any of them. Moments later, everyone lay incapacitated on the ground, groans resonating throughout the venue. Zhao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, stammering, "Zhang, have you taken something? You're so fierce." The women in the room gazed at Zhang Yang with eyes sparkling with peculiar admiration. This man was formidable. Just then, the door within suddenly swung open. A man clad in leather boots emerged, his face adorned with a bushy beard and a prominent scar across his forehead. Without needing to guess, Zhang Yang knew this was the individual he was meant to meet. He spread his hands and, speaking in Russian, remarked, "Is this how you treat your guests? Or do you wish to avenge them?" A blatant provocation. Everyone in the room shared this sentiment, even Zhao Ming, wondering what Zhang Yang intended to do next. Chapter 77. A greater shock. As you wish. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Maslow charged at Zhang Yang like a battlefield tank. Zhang Yang stood his ground, motionless. Zhao Ming, watching from the side, felt his heart leap to his throat. Seeing Zhang Yang not flinch, he thought, if Maslow, with his mountain-like stature, were to collide with Zhang Yang, he would either be killed or severely injured. Dodge. Just as Zhao Ming's words fell, Zhang Yang surged forward, advancing rather than retreating. Surprise flickered in Maslow's eyes. Yet he did not abandon his assault. Instead, he roared and launched himself into the air. Bang! The two collided, producing a tremendous sound. However, silence enveloped the air. When astonishment surpasses a threshold, it can transform into another extreme. Everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the two standing in the center. Shock. An even greater shock. Zhang Yang's fist struck Maslow's chest, while Maslow effortlessly evaded Zhang Yang's incoming punch. The two men stood like sculptures, their bodies frozen for approximately 3 seconds. Cough, cough, cough. Maslow suddenly coughed, staggering back a couple of steps, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Zhang Yang. If Zhang had intended to kill him moments ago, he would surely be dead by now. Where did this man come from? He could be considered a half-warrior among the Russian forces, yet in front of Zhang Yang, he had been effortlessly defeated in one move. Even their legendary warrior could not achieve such a feat. It could be said that Zhang Yang was truly terrifying. Was this the same Zhang Yang he knew? Had the young man been possessed? How had he become so formidable? Could abstinence truly lead to such results? At this moment, Zhao Ming's mind was in turmoil, recalling Zhang Yan's admonition for him to exercise restraint. Was this a manifestation of youthful vigor? Yet, during their time at military school, he had never witnessed Zhang Yang's prowess. Zhao Ming was baffled and considered whether he should attempt abstinence himself. Inside the room, everyone wore varied expressions, while Zhang Yang remained calm, retracting his fist and lightly shaking it, feeling a bit of pain. Suddenly, someone sprayed out their drink, and Maslow's complexion darkened further. What did Zhang Yang mean by hitting him and then complaining about his hand hurting? Damn it, this was intolerable. Yet, he realized he could not fight back. Maslow suddenly recalled a saying from the Dragon Kingdom. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Yes. However, his chest truly ached. Maslow thought to himself, taking a deep breath, but outwardly, he maintained an impassive demeanor, casting a cold glance at Zhang Yang before looking at Zhao Ming and saying, "Let us go inside and talk." Zhang Yang said nothing and simply followed. Zhao Si glanced at Zhang Yang, then at Louis, and playfully remarked, "Darling, wait for me tonight." With that, he dashed towards Zhang Yang. Inside the room, Zhang Yang sat back in a chair, crossing his legs, and addressed Maslow. "I won't say much else. I came here primarily to discuss business. The altercation outside was instigated by your side first. I trust that Mr. Maslow does not mind?" Maslow's lips twitched, but he remained silent, tossing a cigar onto the table before Zhang Yang. "I am aware that your Western Front is under considerable strain. Medical supplies are scarce. If possible, I would like to exchange medicine with you." "Medicine?" Maslow's cigar, yet unlit, hung from his mouth as he processed Zhang Yang's statement. How did Zhang Yang know about their current predicament on the Western Front? Although they could delay a blitzkrieg, it was undeniable that the enemy's strikes against their forces were severe. The situation had changed. He understood better than anyone the value of sufficient medical supplies and how many lives it could save. After a moment of silence, Maslow spoke. Go ahead. What do you desire? Zhang Yang smiled, lighting a cigar and gently exhaling a smoke ring before speaking. Various weapons, and what else? Various industrial machinery. As long as you possess them, I can exchange them for pharmaceuticals. Maslow furrowed his brow. While he could supply weapons, he questioned the utility of industrial machinery for Zhang Yang. Observing Maslow's expression, Zhang Yang realized he needed to present a more enticing offer to secure Maslow's agreement. I have 7,000 vials of penicillin. If you consent, I can provide them all at once. 5 vials for 1 gun, along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Maslow's frown deepened as he regarded Zhang Yang, extending 3 fingers and stating, add 3 more vials, and I will give you a gun and 150 rounds. With a flick of ash, Zhang Yang rose and declared, it's a deal. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming stood by, speechless. Was this how transactions were made? Noticing Zhang Yang's movement, he hurried to follow. Don't we have 10,000 vials of medicine? Why not give them all? Zhang Yang cast a glance at Zhao Ming and replied, guess. Zhao Ming remained rooted, pondering Zhang Yang's intentions, utterly clueless about his plans for the pharmaceuticals. Just then, Louis approached with several Russian women. Zhao Ming, may I ask you a question? Will that islander return? Are you seeking him for something? Zhao Ming glanced at the Russian women, quickly grasping the insinuation. Contacting him might prove difficult. After all, he's a practitioner of abstinence. However, I could take the plunge. Why not accompany a gentleman to his demise? The Russian women shot Zhao Ming disdainful looks, appraising his almost emaciated physique before scoffing and dispersing. Hey, Louis, are we still on for tonight? Louis waved him off without turning, replying, sorry, Zhao Ming, I have other matters to attend to tonight. Zhao Ming was taken aback. Is Zhang Yang truly that charming? He glanced at his reflection in a nearby mirror, tracing his jawline, pondering if one day he might indeed meet his end at the hands of a woman's allure. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. No, I must return and brew some goji berries for my health. Outside the izakaya, a girl in a school uniform stood at the entrance, scanning the area until she spotted someone emerging to greet her. Is this Miss Ziching? She is indeed graceful. Please, come inside. Chapter 78. Ziching Li Ziching sat in Zhang Yang's office, noticing he was taking a while to return, and began to peruse her surroundings, examining various intriguing items that captivated her as a girl from the mountains. Despite the biting cold, Li Ziching's delicate face remained smooth and fair. After a brief turn, she settled into Zhang Yang's executive chair, closing her eyes as the distinct aura of Zhang Yang gradually enveloped her. Memories of their time together in the military began to surface in her mind, eliciting a smile on Li Ziching's delicate face. It was well known within the team that her relationship with him was exceptional. Even the aunt would often tease her, proclaiming that she had found a remarkable partner. The thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lost in her reverie, Li Ziching instinctively covered her face. Zhang Yang entered, and upon seeing Li Ziching giggling behind her hands, he paused, then approached her from behind. Ziching, suddenly startled by his voice, Li Ziching sprang upright from the chair and shot him a glare. Why didn't you announce your presence? Zhang Yang chuckled and gently pressed her back into the chair. I must say, little Ziching, this is hardly my fault. I came in quite loudly, yet you were completely oblivious. What delightful thoughts were you entertaining that made you cover your face and laugh so sneakily? Caught in the act, Li Ziching's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully swatted at his chest. The sound of the impact echoed slightly, causing Zhang Yang to wince. This girl has quite the strength. Observing his pained expression, Li Ziching hurried forward, concern etched on her face. She was aware that she had struck too hard, but Zhang Yang had irked her. Are you all right? Zhang Yang discreetly opened one eye to glance at her, then began to feign groans of discomfort. Oh dear. I just had a sparring session today, and my chest is injured. Your strike was rather fierce. What? At his words, Li Ziching became flustered, standing beside him, unsure of what to do. After a moment of panic, she began to unfasten his shirt. Her unexpected action startled Zhang Yang. But then he realized that this innocent girl wouldn't know how to handle such situations. Ugh, he continued to moan. Don't move. Let me see. What kind of terrible garment is this? Why can't it be unfastened? Underneath, he wore a bulletproof vest secured tightly with ropes, bound thrice around and finally tied at the left rear. Hearing her exclamation, Zhang Yang shifted to his right side, revealing the fastening. Oblivious to the peculiarities, Li Ziqing hurriedly fumbled to untie the buckle. After much effort, she managed to loosen the vest but discovered further bindings. What a ridiculous garment! Zhang Yang groaned again as he tilted to the left. Li Ziqing felt a sense of oddity but failed to pinpoint the strangeness. In a fluster, she continued her efforts. Ultimately, she succeeded in removing the cumbersome vest, which felt weighty in her hands. As she unfastened the remaining straps, the edge of his shirt lifted slightly, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles. As Zhang Yang's breath quickened, his abdominal muscles tensed in response. Li Ziqing, observing him, felt her cheeks flush. She had never experienced such a sensation while tending to other warriors. What was happening? It was quite embarrassing, but she brushed it aside. Oh dear, Ziqing, it hurts so much, Zhang Yang exclaimed, noticing Li Ziqing standing still, seemingly frozen in place. This simply wouldn't he do, so he decided to stoke the flames further. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Li Ziqing removed his shirt entirely, only to discover that there were no visible injuries on his chest. He was deceiving her. How dare you trick me? She retorted, delivering a swift punch to his chest. Zhang Yang's groan intensified. Ziqing, I have internal injuries. In a scuffle with a Russian, I was struck in the chest by 2 of his punches. I sustained these injuries for the sake of our team's weaponry, and you treat me this way? It hurts terribly. He clutched his chest, writhing in agony on the sofa. Hearing his words, Li Ziqing's face reddened even more, but she couldn't discern any visible wounds. Nor could she assess internal injuries. Should I call someone to take you to the hospital? She suggested, starting to move toward the door. But how could they go to a hospital? Wouldn't that expose them? Ziqing, no. You can't leave. I fear I might faint from the pain. What should we do then? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Ziqing, listen to my heartbeat. Is it still steady? I feel as though my heart is injured. Li Ziqing gazed at Zhang Yang's chest, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhang Yang, feeling impatient, urged, if my heartbeat is too rapid, that indicates a problem. Ziqing, I feel as though I can't breathe. Zhang Yang. Li Ziqing knelt beside him, her shyness forgotten, her small face pressed against his chest, straining to listen intently. As her cheek made contact with his skin, she felt a chill, followed by a soothing sensation. This experience only heightened Zhang Yang's inner turmoil, akin to being scratched by a cat. He was a vigorous young man, just having escaped from the clutches of the Russians, surrounded by countless alluring Russian women. Had he not departed hastily, he would likely have been overwhelmed by them. Now, with his beloved woman resting upon him, Zhang Yang's thoughts grew bolder. Ziqing, my chest also aches. Feel it. He guided her hand to his other pectoral muscle. Ziqing, shoo, don't speak. I need to listen to my heartbeat more carefully. Zhang Yang suppressed a chuckle, his hand finding its way to Li Ziqing's head, stroking her smooth hair. Despite her humble origins, her hair was remarkably silky. Zhang Yang, your heartbeat is far too rapid. This is truly abnormal. After listening for a minute, Li Ziqing concluded that Zhang Yang was indeed injured. As he lay there with such a quickened pulse, in this moment, a damaged heart signified a dire prognosis with no hope for recovery. Zhang Yang suddenly realized how forcefully he had acted just moments ago, and an involuntary pang of guilt washed over him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Ziqing, why are you crying? He murmured. I truly had no idea you were hurt. Wait here, I shall go find someone. As Ziqing attempted to leave, Zhang Yang grasped her hand firmly, pulling her into an embrace. Ziqing, I have harbored a thought for quite some time. I am unsure if I should voice it. What thought? Speak. Ziqing urged, wiping her tears away. At that moment, Zhang Yang hesitated, questioning the morality of deceiving the innocent girl. Nevertheless, he resolved, life is fleeting. One must seize the day. May I kiss you? A sharp intake of breath escaped him. What? Ziqing exclaimed, her heart racing at the implication of his words. Is it permissible? She replied, her voice barely a whisper, yet in Zhang Yang's ears, it resonated like thunder. Then what are we waiting for? Let us kiss. Zhang Yang pouted, leaning towards Ziqing's lips as she closed her eyes in bashful anticipation. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden crash. The door swung open unexpectedly, freezing the moment in an icy silence. Zhang Yang and Ziqing were mere centimeters apart, suspended in time. Old Zhang, having just pushed the door open, was taken aback by the scene before him. Perhaps I should not be here, he thought. Noticing Zhang standing at the threshold, Chen Ning nudged him, prompting Zhang to leap into the room. Chen Ning's head followed closely behind, his instincts sharp as he seized Zhang's arm, attempting to pull him away. Meanwhile, Ziqing, her cheeks flushed crimson, hurriedly tried to rise and explain the situation. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed the spectacle. Zhang Yang's distinct brows were furrowed. and she recognized herself reflected in his gaze, flushed and astonished. Had she truly been kissed? Had they shared a moment of intimacy? Would there be a child? Would it be a boy or a girl? Would Zhang Yang marry her? An avalanche of thoughts cascaded through her mind, and in a sudden burst, she pushed Zhang Yang away, standing frozen, hand pressed to her chest, gasping for breath. Zhang Yang, he may be in distress. What? Little brother, what is wrong? Upon hearing that Zhang Yang was in trouble, old Zhang rushed back into the room, gripping Zhang Yang's arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe. This physique. Those abs, how envious I am. Little brother, what ails you? Are you ill or injured? Zhang Yang scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Ning swiftly discerned Zhang Yang's cunning ploy. After casting a disdainful glance his way, she pulled Li Ziqing closer and cautioned her, Sister, you must remain vigilant in the future. These deceitful men are quite treacherous. Before they win you over, they will shower you with sweet words and false promises. But once they have you, they will soon turn their attention to younger prey. All men are alike. Zhang Yang, observing this exchange, shot a look at Zhang Da, who appeared to be caught in a predicament. Zhang Da, scratching his nose, cast his gaze down at his toes and then up at the ceiling, choosing silence. Li Ziqing, not one to be easily fooled, grasped the underlying message in Ning's words. Her earlier concern for Zhang Yang now seemed misplaced, especially after realizing his theatrical performance had deceived her. No wonder it felt a bit off. Zhang Yang had turned to the side, making it easier for her to undress him, hadn't he? What a charlatan. Puffing up her cheeks in indignation, Li Ziqing stormed towards Zhang Yang, her fists clenched, ready to strike his chest. Ziqing. Zhang Yang seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Let go of me, she protested, her anger palpable. Observing the situation, Zhang De quickly ushered his wife out, recognizing that their presence was an impediment to the couple's progress. Let go of me, she insisted. I won't, he retorted. Since I left the army, I've only seen you once. If it weren't for those wretched islanders, I would have been cozy with my wife by now. Let go of me, she repeated, her voice now softer, her struggles weakening. Zhang Yang's eyes brightened. This was promising. Ziqing, look at me. Do you understand what I mean? Do you grasp my intentions? Li Ziqing remained silent, merely gazing at him. Ziqing, I genuinely like you. Will you promise to be my wife? Her eyes flickered, and she thought of discussing this with her mother and father, as well as the political commissar. I cannot agree to this so easily, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Ha. So, you mean you do agree? Zhang Yang pressed on, excitement overtaking him, leaning in to kiss her. No. You are being ridiculous. Do not touch me until we are wed. Li Ziqing broke free from his grasp and retreated to a safe distance. Zhang Yang wore a devilish grin. Ziqing, just surrender to me, and I will treat you well. After a while, Zhang De cautiously opened the door again and, upon seeing Zhang Yang and Li Ziqing seated inside, stepped in, casting Zhang Yang a knowing look. Brother, I heard you caught those two? Zhang Yang nodded. You didn't kill them, did you? Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's reaction, Zhang De felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that no harm had come. This morning, the woman who had accompanied them arrived, expressing intentions of reporting their activities. As you are aware, the current circumstances in the island nation are rather precarious. At such a time, I harbor fears. Fears of what? Zhang Yang rose with a smile and addressed Zhang Da, saying, Did I not assure you that following me will only lead to greater fortunes? Everything you are unaware of, I am fully cognizant of. For instance, next year, Dai Li will meet his demise. What? Zhang Da's face registered shock. Ning also stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Zhang Yang would assert that Dai Li would perish the following day. Was he privy to some information? Zhang Yang was always enigmatic. Come, brother. How are the preparations I requested? Zhang Du inquired. They are ready. Is this for the anti-Japanese United Army? Zhang Yang merely glanced at Zhang Da, nodding in affirmation. He bore no apprehension about revealing his connection to the Red Army, for their couple was already tied to his ship. Tonight, have the brothers transport it to the Liang family's mine. There will naturally be someone to receive it. We have another matter of utmost importance. Gather a few sharp-minded brothers. We need to venture out. Zhang Da nodded and then proceeded to exit. Zhang Yang's fearlessness about their identities suggested that they had become akin to family. In recent days, the couple had been somewhat restless, fearing that Zhang Yang might discard them. However, it now appeared that they could finally find some solace. Before long, behind the izakaya, 6 or 7 robust young men stood before him. These were individuals Zhang Da had recruited for underground work during this period. Hence, they were not apprehensive about Zhang Yang's identity. Yet, they remained unaware of it for the moment. Let us go. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and the group climbed into the car. The driver started the engine and headed toward the largest train station in Harbin. Inside the vehicle, Zhang De turned to Zhang Yang, asking, "Where are we headed? What is our purpose? Our old friends have departed. We must bestow upon them some gifts. Otherwise, it would be rather dull for them on the road tomorrow." Chapter 80. The Gun God Brother. Where are we heading? Zhang De inquired again as the car continued its journey outside the city, with no indication of their destination. "We are going to arrange a few things. Tonight, the Japanese will arrive in Harbin under the cover of darkness." "The Japanese? You mean the reinforcements are coming in the dead of night?" Zhang Da's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, the Japanese have suffered considerable setbacks in this region, which is why they have chosen to travel at night to avoid ambushes. Little do they know, we have already ensnared their entire regiment." Zhang Yang scoffed. "As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. Then where are we going? How can such a small number contend with the Japanese?" Zhang Yang retrieved a package of explosives from beneath his seat, shaking it toward Zhang De. Each vehicle contained 10 explosive packages. "Our goal is not to annihilate the enemy, but to compel them to disembark from their vehicles. Naturally, others will deal with them afterward." "Who do you refer to?" Zhang Da's inquiry was left unfinished as Zhang Yang merely shook his head, leaving Zhang De perplexed. If they were not from the Red Army, could it be that there were forces from the Blue Army collaborating with Zhang Yang to subdue this group of enemies? That seemed unlikely. Zhang De was thoroughly bewildered. An hour later, Zhang Yang's 2 vehicles arrived at an arch bridge, which had been constructed by the enemy for railway transport, facilitating the movement of troops and supplies across the vast expanse of the northeast. "You two head to the bridgehead. You two place explosives in the middle of the bridge. As for the others, position yourselves at both ends of the bridge, placing an explosive package every 20 meters. Zhang De inquired, "Why not place them all on the bridge? By blowing up the bridge, we can deal with the tail and using explosives, thus minimizing the enemy's escape." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Zhang Da's expression shifted to one of clarity. However, he remained curious about the ambushing forces. He had been observing them intently. Under the enemy's control, it was only the resolute Red Army soldiers who persisted, while other resistance forces had been largely decimated. What kind of army could halt the advance of nearly a regiment of enemy troops? Surely, even a regiment from the Blue Army could not possess such strength. After the arrangements were complete, they lingered in a secure location for half an hour. During this time, Zhang De incessantly inquired about various matters, yet Zhang Yang revealed nothing, leaving him in a state of eager anticipation. "Shoo! The enemy's troops are approaching." In the distance, the sound of a train colliding with the tracks echoed, but as it neared the bridge, the train gradually slowed down. By the time it reached the edge of the bridge, it had come to a complete halt. A small squad of enemy soldiers jumped from the train, beginning to clear the way ahead. It appeared that the enemy was indeed fearful. After all, they had been retreating steadily on the main battlefield. If these remaining forces were to be annihilated by the enemy, it would spell their ultimate defeat. They still clung to a glimmer of hope for victory, as no one wished to abandon such vast territory and retreat to a mere island. They aspired to conquer the Dragon Kingdom, utilizing its fertile lands to expand further west, north, and south, ultimately casting their shadow across the entire world under the rising sun. Yet, all of this was merely a delusion. As the enemy squad drew closer to the bridge, Zhang De felt a surge of urgency. For one of the explosive packages lay directly on the bridge. "What shall we do? Our explosives will be discovered by the enemy." Zhang Yang smiled, remaining unflustered. He had anticipated that the enemy might send someone to investigate. However, what if there were a sudden assault from behind? Just then, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from behind them. Then, the enemy's train rumbled to life, and several soldiers, caught unawares, leapt aboard without a moment's hesitation, following the train as it surged forward. "Are your men on the other side of the bridge?" The train thundered ominously, racing towards the bridge, but the moment it approached, Zhang Yang detonated the explosives planted on it. Boom! The entire structure collapsed instantly, and 3 carriages of the train were obliterated, plummeting into the ravine below. The enemy soldiers in front hastily disembarked, weapons in hand, seeking refuge behind the sides of the train. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the opposing mountain. How many assailants could there possibly be? Zhang De pondered in bewilderment. He was somewhat aware of the Red Army's situation, despite Zhang Yang's assistance. The sheer number of opponents exceeded his expectations. "Let us move. We should join in." Zhang Yang retrieved a rifle from his pack, leaving Zhang De momentarily speechless. He had never encountered such a weapon before, having only seen the American submachine guns wielded by the brigade commander's guard in the military camp. "What kind of gun is this?" "AK-47, Zhang Yang replied, shouldering the weapon and aiming ahead before pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Initially a burst, then a sweeping barrage. The enemy soldiers to the left fell to the ground like chaff, demonstrating the devastating power of the AK-47. AK-47. Goodness. At that moment, a few enemy soldiers from the train, taking cover, unleashed a heavy machine gun towards Zhang Yang's direction. The rapid-fire bullets pinned down several men, making it difficult for them to lift their heads. Brother, do you have another one of those guns? Lend me one. Their firepower is overwhelming, and our handguns cannot match them. Zhang Yang handed the AK-47 to Zhang Da, who was overjoyed. Brother, allow me to demonstrate my marksmanship. Watch me take down that heavy machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before Zhang Da could even poke his head up, a volley of bullets kicked up a cloud of dust in front of him. Damn, Zhang Da cursed, ducking down as Zhang Yang produced another black bag. The same one Zhang Da had seen him retrieve from the train. As Zhang Yang opened the bag, a rifle longer than a standard one emerged, complete with a scope. Although Zhang Da had attended military school, his knowledge of firearms was limited to intelligence work. He was familiar with assessing marksmanship, but mostly dealt with rifles and handguns. Yet, he recognized the weapon at once. Is that a sniper rifle? Is this the very gun you used to eliminate Akita Masanobu? Zhang Da inquired, yet Zhang Yang remained silent. Lifting the Mosin Nagant to his eyes, the enemy machine gunner's head vividly visible through the scope. Bang! Zhang Da felt a tremor by his ear, and the gunfire that had swept before him abruptly ceased. Zhang Yang had eliminated a target 300 meters away, a marksman of unparalleled skill. Chapter 81. The enemy's strategy. Little brother, take over, let me have a go. Zhang Da's eyes glimmered with envy. Zhang Yang possessed an array of exceptional weaponry. As a man, how could he remain indifferent to such long, sturdy, and masculine arms? This is not something you can master. Zhang Yang did not yield the weapon to Zhang Da. Instead, he continued to aim at the adversaries before him. With each enemy he felled, he diminished the casualties of his own troops. Indeed, the forces across from him were not Red Army soldiers, but rather the very troops Zhang Yang had rallied. At the Liangjiao mine, the political commissar had been stubbornly retained by Zhang Yang, with the purpose of assembling a force there. For a man devoted to ideological pursuits, this was his area of expertise. Yesterday, Zhang Yang had brokered a deal with the Russians, and by the afternoon, the weapons had already arrived. Thus, they were perfectly timed to ambush the enemy. Moreover, most of Zhang Yang's contingent comprised local armed forces who had previously clashed with the enemy on the black soil, alleviating concerns over their proficiency with firearms. The convergence of favorable elements had facilitated this ambush. As the gunfire gradually subsided, Zhang Yang rose from the ground and called for Zhang Da. At this moment, the train had been encircled by a group clad in camouflage, the military uniforms crafted by Zhang Yang's clothing factory. As they approached, the political commissar emerged from the throng, smiling at Zhang Yang and saying, "You rascal, hoarding such fine equipment. Why didn't you bring it out sooner for the troops?" "Well, it's just a fortunate coincidence. I have already prepared 1,000 cotton uniforms for the troops, and as for these weapons, I've made arrangements with the Russians. They will deliver another 300 rifles to the Liangjiao mine the day after tomorrow, and they will all be sent to the team." "Humph. At least you have a modicum of conscience. It's not in vain that I lead your troops. We now have 1,800 men. However, these weapons are truly formidable. An 1,800-strong force can muster the might of 10,000. After this engagement, it was estimated that they would expend 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Yang, does that weigh on your conscience?" Initially, Zhang Yang smiled, but upon hearing the commissar mention the expenditure of 10,000 rounds, a chill ran through him. Yet, upon reflection, he thought, why should he fear spending his wealth? The enemy's riches were in his grasp. Why should he spare them? Fire. Shoot with all your might. I am not short on funds. Oh, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy man. With such riches, let us supply the troops with an additional 5,000 rounds. The political commissar chuckled, and Zhang Yang felt the pinch. Behind Zhang Yang, Zhang Da looked incredulously at the line of soldiers before him, all brandishing AK-47s. Where on earth did these weapons come from? Brother, this is truly impressive, Zhang Da exclaimed, giving Zhang Yang a thumbs up. His gaze then shifted to the political commissar, standing nearby. The commissar, well aware of Zhang Da's identity, merely smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Greetings. Your work in intelligence must be arduous." Zhang Da momentarily froze, having assumed that the Red Army held a strong animosity towards their Blue Army counterparts. After all, the Blue Army had been closely monitoring the Red Army's movements, especially as the situation became increasingly clear. If the invaders were indeed driven away, conflict between the two factions was inevitable. "Hello," Zhang Da quickly regained his composure. "I heard from Zhang Yang that you Blue Army forces are still valiantly holding out in Harbin. We are all part of Dragon Nation, united in our efforts to expel the islanders. I believe the day when the islanders are driven away is not far off. Together, We will transform Dragon Nation into the world's most powerful country, and we have every confidence in this." Upon hearing the commissar's words, Zhang found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder and turned to the commissar, asking, "Why are we surrounding this train car? Is there a high-ranking official inside?" "Yes, a lieutenant general," the commissar replied. "A lieutenant general?" Another big fish. Just as Zhang Yang was about to enter the car, a soldier rushed over, out of breath, shouting, "Report! Report! It's bad. There is a group of invaders approaching us from 5 kilometers away." "What?" The commissar's voice rose significantly. "Is this merely a decoy?" The group instinctively glanced at the train. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that the number of people aboard the train was indeed suspiciously low. How could an entire brigade be dealt with so swiftly? Furthermore, the absence of heavy weaponry was illogical. "Let us go inside," Zhang Yang urged, swiftly leading his men into the car. Upon entering, they encountered a Japanese lieutenant general clad in military attire, wielding a katana. He laughed mockingly, declaring, "The Empire has long seen through your little tricks. The great rat hiding in Harbin must be among you. Harbin is now completely sealed off, and once the search begins, you will not escape. Haha, this game is over. Long live the Emperor." With that, the lieutenant general plunged the blade into his own abdomen and fell backward. He understood that escape from Zhang Yang was impossible. Dying was a better option. "What shall we do? Do they suspect your identity?" the commissar inquired. "Not likely, but I must return to Harbin swiftly. However, the invaders are about to encircle us," Zhang Yang mused, his mind racing. Suddenly, he recalled a location, the tailor shop where he had first sent Chen Feng and the others away from Harbin. Within that place lies a hidden passage, known only to the deceased. He could return to Harbin through this route. Our squad possesses formidable firepower, enabling us to draw attention from this location. I shall traverse the adjacent gorge to breach the blockade and enter Harbin. Let us not forget Chen Feng and his companions." The political commissar's eyes brightened as he gazed at Zhang Yang, saying, "You should return first. I will lead the squad to the left to divert fire. This way, we can swiftly retreat and ultimately return to Lianjia Mine. You must exercise utmost caution." Zhang Yang nodded and gestured to Zhang De. "Let us return." Zhang De rallied a few comrades to follow Zhang Yang, and the group stealthily advanced towards Harbin. "Keep up, keep up." Sato and his troops departed from within Harbin, feigning departure to lure out the assassin hidden in the city. The assassin, it seemed, was about to reveal himself. However, this held little significance for him. His sole desire was to amass wealth and return home to his mother. Chapter 82. The Fate of the Innocent Within Harbin. The Binghe troops sped through the streets with a small squad of soldiers. The fighting had erupted outside Harbin, with the intensity of the firepower exceeding their expectations, compelling the troops to venture out for reinforcements. Quickly, a Binghe soldier forcefully kicked open the door of an innocent civilian's home, and the soldiers surged inside. The civilian, startled from his slumber, was paralyzed with fear, scrambling and rolling out of the room. Upon witnessing the soldiers invade his home, he nearly lost his wits. "What is the meaning of this? Are they here to ransack my home? Taikoen, Taikoen, I am a civilian. I am a civilian. Taikoen, look, here is our civilian certificate. I have seen you at the izakaya." The Binghe soldier glanced at the certificate, but with a dismissive grip, he cast it aside. With a cold smirk, he commanded his comrades, "Kill. There is something amiss here." The soldier's words sent the civilian into a panic as he clung to the soldier's leg, crying out, "Taikoen, Taikoen, we are all innocent, devoted to the Empire." "Baka." The soldier spat, raising his pistol and aiming at the weeping man. Without hesitation, he fired, the bullet piercing through the man's head. "Search everything. Take all valuables, kill all the men, and as for the women, ha ha ha, my favorite flower girls." Chaos erupted within the civilian's home, and simultaneously, this scene unfolded across various regions of Harbin. Yet, the soldiers primarily targeted smaller, less significant civilians. They were not foolish, but their greed overwhelmed them. Having seized this opportunity, they were determined to extract whatever gains they could. Moreover, the current state of warfare is dire. The likelihood of their empire's defeat looms large. Given this, should they suffer a loss and return to their island nation, they possess scant resources. They are eager to seize whatever they can while the opportunity presents itself, for they certainly do not wish to retreat in disgrace. Search. Quickly, complete the search, and then proceed to the next location. At this moment, Zhang Yang lay on the ground, spotting the enemy's silhouettes in the distance. On the crucial path leading to Harbin, Japanese soldiers emerged from within the city, effectively barricading the entire road. Suddenly, a formidable team appeared behind them. The enemy would never allow their escape. "Brother, which way shall we go? The route back has already been sealed off by the enemy." Zhang's anxiety was palpable. If chaos erupted within Harbin, his wife, Chen Ning, would undoubtedly be in peril. Even if they failed to capture Zhang, they could easily seize Chen Ning, who was with child. The fate of women at the hands of the Japanese was invariably tragic. Brother, we must charge forward and break through. I am deeply concerned for your sister-in-law. Zhang Yang raised his Mosin Nagant and aimed at the enemy's heavy machine gunner, pulling the trigger with precision, resulting in a direct headshot. Instantly, chaos erupted among the enemy ranks, for it seemed the notorious killer was indeed trapped among them. The killer is inside. Open fire, shouted a Japanese squad leader, brandishing his katana and calling out, for if he were to eliminate the infamous slayer, a reward would surely follow, perhaps even a promotion to captain. However, in his eagerness, he carelessly exposed half his head, the gleaming katana marking his position. With a single shot, Zhang Yang delivered another fatal blow. Calmness enveloped him. He understood the gravity of the situation. If the enemy sought him out now, his identity would inevitably be compromised. Furthermore, Li Ziqing remained in Harbin. His heart raced with urgency, but he knew that panic would not yield solutions. Only composure could unveil a path to escape. Stay calm. Take the gun and fire off 2 magazines to the right, then swiftly come closer to me. Once we navigate that narrow path, we can return to Harbin. Zhang Yang directed with poise, tossing an AK-47 to Zhang De, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Zhang De said nothing. Recognizing the gravity of the task, firing off a couple of magazines was hardly a daunting challenge. Taking a deep breath, Zhang De lifted the AK-47, which lay on the ground. His head tucked beneath a mound of earth. He did not aim, merely unleashing a barrage toward the outside just as the enemy prepared to charge. Miraculously, his random fire claimed the lives of 3 soldiers. The vitality of the AK-47 rivaled that of a heavy machine gun, and in many respects, it surpassed it, given its superior mobility and adaptability to shifting positions. Zhang De retrieved a magazine from his pocket and affixed it to his firearm. However, this time he did not unleash all the bullets in a single breath. Instead, he opted for a methodical approach, firing in bursts to afford Zhang Yang a bit more time. Upon hearing the gunfire, Zhang Yang was not idle. He swiftly maneuvered to the side, eliminating an approaching enemy soldier on the road, and quickly ascended another small mound of earth, now only 20 meters away from the enemy's position. He extracted a grenade from his pocket, combining 2 into 1, pulled the pin, and after a brief but exquisite pause, hurled them away. Boom! 1 grenade detonated. And before the enemy could bury their heads in the ground, the second grenade exploded in tandem, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang crawled to the other side of the small hill, a location perilously close to the dirt path he had just discussed with Zhang De. He positioned himself to the left of the path, while Zhang De was stationed to the right. Removing the scope from his Mosin Nagant, he acknowledged that at this range, the magnification was unnecessary, as it would only hinder his speed. Bang! Another shot rang out as Zhang Yang obliterated the head of a machine gunner, swiftly cycling the bolt with remarkable speed and achieving perfect accuracy. With each bullet discharged, an enemy soldier was dispatched. The enemy's position was suddenly enveloped in fear. None dared to expose themselves again, for to do so would be tantamount to signing their own death warrant, let alone charge forward to provoke the relentless killer. Yet, Zhang Yang did not relent. He shifted his position once more, and the gunfire echoed once again. Zhang De had finally exhausted both magazines, and soon, all the enemy soldiers in the position had vanished, none daring to show their faces. Could it be that he had eliminated them all? Was his marksmanship truly that impeccable? Could he now slay foes even with his eyes closed? Was he a sharpshooter of divine caliber? As Zhang De pondered these thoughts, a sudden bang echoed, and a steel helmet soared from the trench, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 82. The Relentless Killer on the Battlefield. On the dirt path, Zhang De crouched amidst the withered grass for a considerable time, yet Zhang Yang did not appear. Just as impatience began to brew within him, footsteps emerged from the left side of the path. He remained silent, and soon heard Zhang Yang calling for him, prompting him to rise from the grass. Brother, where have you been? We must hasten our departure. Let us go. I just left a little gift for the enemy at their position. Otherwise, they would soon be hot on our trail. A gift? We need to move quickly. It's getting late, and I fear for their safety. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhang De ceased to question further, bending low and using the butt of his rifle to push aside the dry grass as he advanced toward the direction of Harbin. Captain, our second squad seems to have encountered the enemy's relentless killer. We now request fire support. What? Listen to my command. First squad, third squad. Swiftly support the second squad, and simultaneously notify the battalion commander. We have identified the target. The captain of the enemy squadron hurriedly led his men to encircle Zhang Yang. However, upon arriving at the designated position, one of the soldiers stumbled over something and, as he attempted to rise, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Halt! There's an ambush. The enemy captain immediately ordered his troops to stop. At that moment, the once thriving position of the second squad was devoid of any signs of life. The sheer terror of the relentless killer was palpable. One individual had managed to eliminate an entire squad, which consisted of 55 soldiers. The ability of a single person to vanquish such a multitude attested to the killer's fearsome reputation. "Captain, shall we continue the pursuit?" Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the captain was filled with rage. Chasing after the relentless killer would merely serve to deliver them a meal. What difference did it make between 150? It would only prolong the inevitable. Regret washed over him. He wished he had never ventured into Hardened to hunt for assassins. Baka. This matter must be reported to the battalion commander, and let him decide. In Hardened, a group of enemies had searched until only the sake shop owner, Teranai Ikawa, remained unexamined. Initially, the troops from Benhai had no intention of searching, but a new brigade commander sent from the division insisted on investigating Teranai Ikawa's tavern. "Let us go. I suspect Teranai Ikawa has connections with the enemy." Koike Tepe had been assigned to the 1st Brigade as its commander, a position he had not anticipated receiving, as he had been rather unpopular at the division headquarters. Yet, to his surprise, the division commander had granted him this opportunity, and he found the role of brigade commander far more enjoyable than his previous position. However, someone had pulled strings for him to target an individual named Teranai Ikawa, which brought him to the tavern. "Commander, I believe there is no need to inspect Teranai's establishment." Benhai Kono stepped forward to defend Zhang Yang. They had initially deceived Zhang Yang into believing they would leave, but guilt gnawed at them, as Zhang Yang considered them friends, and their actions were a betrayal of that friendship. Koike raised his hand, signaling Benhai Kono to refrain from speaking, and then he stepped inside. Zhao Si noticed Benhai Kono's entrance, accompanied by an enemy soldier who appeared to be of some significance. Zhao Si quickly grasped the situation. "Commander Kono, what would you like to eat today?" Koike shot a glance at Zhao Si, furrowing his brow before delivering a sharp slap to him. "Baka, who permitted you to come here?" The slap left Zhao Si momentarily stunned, while Benhai Kono, standing nearby, glanced at Zhao Si and inquired, "Is Teranai here?" "Commander Kono, Teranai is not at the tavern at the moment." "Where is he?" "Have him come to see me." Koike's demeanor was somewhat arrogant, yet it was underpinned by a sense of triumph. He felt as though he was riding a wave of success. The brigade leader remarked that since Teranai Koen was absent, he must have been preoccupied with business. Perhaps it would be more prudent to wait for his return, at which point he could accompany him to meet you. However, upon learning of his absence, a suspicion arose that he might indeed be the assassin. "Seize them all," he commanded, eager to uncover the truth behind Teranai Ikawa's potential culpability. In a sudden act of aggression, Koike seized Zhao Si by the collar, his eyes bulging in disbelief. When Zhao Si remained silent, Koike delivered a swift kick, toppling him to the ground. Where else could he possibly be? "I must see him today. If he cannot be found, it is certain he is the assassin." With a wave of his hand, Koike departed, instructing the soldiers to seal off the izakaya, permitting no one to exit. "Hinokawa, take me to his other residences." Hinokawa hesitated momentarily, harboring a distaste for this arrogant and self-important brigade leader, who spoke without an ounce of respect. It was no wonder he was not well regarded at the division headquarters. Yet, under the current circumstances, Hinokawa had no choice but to comply, ultimately leading him to Zhang Yang's abode along the alley. At that moment, Zhang Yang and Zhang Da had just emerged from the underground passage of the tailor's shop. "Brother, I'll return home first to check on your sister-in-law." Zhang Da called out to Zhang Yang before hastening back to his former residence. Despite their newfound wealth, they chose to maintain a low profile and did not relocate. Zhang Yang lowered his hat and proceeded toward the izakaya. However, as he approached within several meters, he noticed a contingent of soldiers surrounding the establishment, rendering it impenetrable. Frowning, Zhang Yang swiftly retraced his steps back to the tailor's shop, discreetly slinging a Mosin nagant over his shoulder before darting toward the building opposite the tavern. With agility, he scaled the roof, and through the scope, he discerned a piece of cloth protruding from the second floor. Upon closer inspection, he read the words inscribed. "The soldiers are heading toward the alley. Comrade Zhang is in peril." With a sudden surge of urgency, Zhang Yang sprang to his feet and hastened towards the alley. Meanwhile, within the izakaya, Zhao Si felt a swell of anxiety. He was uncertain whether Zhang Yang had seen the cloth he had sent out. The soldiers had already embarked towards the alley, and given their nature, It was inevitable they would succumb to their baser instincts upon encountering such a beautiful woman as Comrade Zhang. Should he attempt to slip away stealthily? As this thought crossed his mind, he hastily removed his clothing and cautiously made his way to the second floor at the rear of the tavern. Peering out at the soldiers below, Zhao Si sighed in resignation. There was no way he could escape now. All he could do was hope that Zhang Yang would discover the message and return in time to the alley. Yet, such hope felt tenuous, particularly since he had heard that the soldiers had already sealed all exits. Damn those wretched soldiers. If anything happens to Comrade Zhang, I will ensure that not a single one of you survives. Chapter 84, The Flower Girl. The alley. Before departing, Zhang Yang took the time to escort Li Ziqing to this location. After all, it was a territory belonging to the Russians, deemed safer than Zhang Yang's izakaya, which was practically under the control of the islanders. Zhang Yang was well aware of the islanders' conduct, and the thought of placing a girl like Li Ziqing in the izakaya left him feeling quite uneasy. However, he miscalculated. The newly appointed brigade commander audaciously led a group into Russian territory to apprehend individuals. During Akita Masao's tenure as brigade commander, he would avoid the area whenever possible, exercising great caution over any friction that may arise, particularly given the formidable Russian military presence stationed at the border. If tensions were to escalate, it could lead to a situation akin to the Russian army advancing from the northern border into the three eastern provinces, with their mechanized divisions potentially causing significant trouble. Under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous Russians, the Japanese troops, led by Koike, marched boldly into Daily. Glancing back at the Bin unit, Koike inquired, "Where to?" "Lead the way." The Bin soldiers appeared uneasy, although they had brought a considerable number of troops and could likely retreat unscathed should the Russians engage. Provoking a conflict with them was simply out of the question. Koike's incursion into Daily was nothing short of a provocation against the Russians. Should this incident invite the Russian military's attention, they would likely be treated as expendable pawns. Yet, opposing Koike was not an option. "Commander, this is Daily. Should we not consider retreating?" Bin questioned. Bin Kuan, are you shielding traitors?" "Daily, what is reason? The entirety of Longhua is on the verge of becoming our empire's domain. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing Koike's declaration, the nearby Russian soldiers cast disapproving glances, yet none dared to act, restrained by the presence of Koike's men. However, Bin could perceive that someone had slipped away, likely to summon reinforcements. "Commander, Bin Kono, I command you to lead the way immediately. Otherwise, I shall take you down myself." Koike spat vehemently. With no other choice, Bin reluctantly took the lead, recalling previous encounters that left him hopeful Zhang Yang would emerge to clarify matters with Koike, allowing them to depart swiftly. He could not fathom why Taranai chose to reside here, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was Russian territory. Before long, Bin halted before Zhang Yang's residence. Through the crack of the door, a faint light was visible, indicating the presence of someone inside. He raised his gloved hand and gently knocked twice on the door. "Taranai Kuan, are you there?" Inside, upon hearing footsteps, Li Ziqing concealed herself behind the sofa, sensing the approach of individuals directed towards their home. Then, Bin's voice resonated from outside. Listening to the incomprehensible dialect of the islanders, Li Ziqing found herself at a loss, hoping that the intruder outside would depart without uttering a word. However, her hopes were in vain. Shortly thereafter, the outsider knocked on the door once more. "Senpai? Senpai?" Though Li Ziqing could not grasp the meaning, the emotions conveyed in the words were unmistakable. She realized that if she remained silent any longer, the intruder would likely force the door open, placing her in even greater peril. Taking a deep breath, she approached the door, placing her left hand on the lock. With another deep inhale, she gently opened the door. Upon seeing the door ajar, the intruder's face lit up with delight, perhaps thinking that the brigade commander would not suspect Senpai of being a threat. Yet, as the door opened slightly, a woman emerged from within. The intruder did not rush in. Who could ascertain whether she was Senpai's wife? After all, even in their own territory, they were bound by a code of decorum. A rather nauseating one at that. The intruder contemplated this, while the other one, Xiao Qi, gazed at Li Ziqing with unabashed fascination. "Flower girl, beautiful flower girl," he exclaimed. At the brigade commander's words, the first intruder felt a jolt of realization. This was not the flower girl, but Senpai's wife. "Where is Senpai Ichikawa? Bring him out to see me." Xiao Qi glared at the first intruder, his face contorted with anger as he stormed inside. However, as his gaze passed over Li Ziqing, the lewd glimmer in his eyes was unmistakable. "Flower girl, greetings. Is Senpai at home?" Li Ziqing did not comprehend his words and instinctively stepped back. This only intensified the lascivious look in Xiao Qi's eyes, for the woman before him was not an islander, but a woman from the Dragon Kingdom. The thought of a Dragon Kingdom woman filled him with a predatory excitement. As he licked his lips, he cast aside the purpose of his visit. Meanwhile, the first intruder was determined to prevent Xiao Qi from harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards Senpai's wife, despite her being from the Dragon Kingdom. He knew that all his wealth was securely stored in Zhang Yang's bank. The order for them to leave Harbin for the North China battlefield had indeed been a command. It was only when the new brigade commander arrived discreetly in Harbin with documents that the unit leaders realized it had merely been a ploy orchestrated by the division headquarters. Although he felt secure with his funds in Senpai's bank, he understood that if Senpai's wife were to be disrespected in his presence, it would spell trouble. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to intervene with the brigade commander, even if it meant incurring his wrath. Brigade commander, Senpai may not be home. He could be at the bank. Shall we go there to find him? Xiao Qi, consumed by his thoughts, found it difficult to focus on anything else. He had just scrutinized Li Ziqing from head to toe, her fair complexion, exquisite features, and that slender waist that could easily be grasped. This woman was undeniably enticing him. Xiao Qi raised his hand to silence Binhai, who was about to speak, and then circled around Li Ziqing. "Ah, such a splendid flower," he exclaimed. Li Ziqing, acutely aware of Xiao Qi's attention, was taken aback when he reached out towards her. She instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding his touch. Despite her layers of clothing, the mere thought of his hands on her made her feel sullied. After all, he was a revolting creature. Seeing Li Ziqing evade him and noticing her expression of disgust ignited Xiao Qi's fury. The petite figure of the little fool, barely 5 feet tall, attempted to slap her. But even jumping, he couldn't reach a single hair on her head. The situation became rather embarrassing. Chapter 85. A shot without hesitation. Fool. Xiao Qi's anger escalated, and Binhai, standing behind him, could hardly suppress his laughter. Their brigade leader was utterly delusional, gazing up at her while attempting to impress her. Yet, he knew he had to intervene. If this continued, Xiao Qi might truly inflict harm upon Li Ziqing. "Commander, Sanai controls the finances of our entire brigade. If we provoke him, the entire brigade will bear the consequences." In a fit of rage, Xiao Qi spun around and slapped Binhai. Though Binhai was only about 5 feet tall, Xiao Qi's jump was sufficient to strike him, as Binhai dared not evade. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang did not rush to enter. He found a 2-story building, laying low to observe the situation within his own room. He noted Binhai's position and felt reassured. He knew Binhai would protect Li Ziqing, not for any other reason, but for the 300 gold bars he had entrusted to him. "Ah, clandestine maneuver? Another big fool has arrived? If you seek your demise, I shall gladly oblige." Zhang Yang focused his gaze through the scope, his peripheral vision catching a familiar silhouette, the man he had encountered during the arms deal in Russia. As the bald man approached the enemy's direction, Zhang Yang's heart quickened. He adjusted his aim to Xiao Qi's vulnerable spot and smirked before pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed as Zhang Yang swiftly descended the building. Bang! By the time Binhai heard the gunfire, Xiao Qi lay on the ground, screaming and clutching his groin, a pool of blood spreading beneath him, signaling that his fate was sealed. However, at that moment, the riverbank demon did not first consider observing the condition of the little pool demon. Instead, he swiftly pulled Li Ziqing aside and concealed her behind the wall, subsequently hiding himself there as well. Li Ziqing had anticipated that the demon would press a pistol against her head, using her as a hostage. Yet, to her astonishment, it seemed the demon was actually protecting her. "You stay hidden here and do your work. I am great friends with Inoue." Li Ziqing was somewhat bewildered. This demon was truly a remarkable character, even speaking to her in Mandarin, fearing she might not comprehend. After conversing with Li Ziqing, the riverbank demon summoned 2 soldiers to bring the regiment commander to a safer location. He certainly did not wish to venture out, for who knew if that murderous fiend was still lurking, seeking an opportunity. "The dead commander is of no consequence, but the living captain matters," the riverbank demon mused inwardly. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, soon accompanied by the clamor of soldiers outside. The riverbank demon recognized the voices of the Russians, but dared not venture out. Who could tell if that murderous fiend was still out there? His gaze fell upon the regiment commander, who lay on the ground, barking in panic, and the riverbank demon felt a twinge of conflict. If they remained motionless, it was likely that the regiment commander would meet the same fate as his exploded comrade. "Who?" The riverbank demon charged out. There stood Maslow, accompanied by around 50 men, many of whom could not fit in the corridor and were fixated on the riverbank demon from the staircase. Faced with such a multitude of Russians, all armed, the riverbank demon swallowed hard. The foremost Russian appeared formidable, nearly matching the size of 2 of him. "Baka, what do you intend to do?" Yet, the riverbank demon realized that yielding would serve no purpose. The more pliable he became, the more the Russians would relish it. Maslow, upon hearing the riverbank demon's words, furrowed his brow slightly. Although he could not comprehend the island language, the insult was unmistakable. Ignoring the riverbank demon, he boldly approached, seized his collar, and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Dazed, the riverbank demon felt as though the world was spinning, engulfed in a ringing in his ears. What is this, you little trash? Strike him. Anyone who dares to shoot, I will have them killed. With a wave of his hand, the Russians surged forward, many of whom had previously been knocked down by Zhang Yang at the Russian club, their pent-up frustration now finding an outlet. Though they could not contend with that demon, how could they not deal with these soldiers? Among them, Kirov unleashed his fury directly upon the demon before him, landing a punch squarely on the demon's face, causing blood to spatter and knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Below, Zhang Yang did not rush forward. He hesitated to engage with the enemy, finding it preferable to have someone else act as his enforcer. He was content to let the Russians delay a little longer, intending to intervene once the old enemy was sufficiently weakened, perhaps even to the point of succumbing to blood loss before reaching the hospital. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned against the wall, exhaling smoke in thoughtful puffs. After a duration equivalent to that of a cigarette, the commotion above had diminished significantly. Specifically, the anguished cries of the adversaries had ceased, replaced by the raucous shouts of the Russians, likely still venting their frustrations. Discarding the cigarette but onto the ground, Zhang Yang nudged it with his foot before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the upper level, he found that the battle among the Russians had just concluded. Zhang Yang's presence immediately drew the attention of the assembled Russians, many of whom recognized him at once, their eyes betraying a hint of animosity. Maslow stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Take on 50 of us?" Zhang Yang chuckled softly, approaching Maslow and replying, "The goods are satisfactory. I would like 500 more, along with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Same location, please ensure delivery." His voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Maslow, who had discerned Zhang Yang's true nature from their previous encounter. However, Maslow chose to remain silent about it. As Zhang Yang passed by Maslow, 2 Russians attempted to intercept him, but Maslow swiftly halted them. Zhang Yang proceeded into the room. Inside, he found only Li Ziqing crouched in the corner. Hearing the noise, Li Ziqing looked up and, upon recognizing Zhang Yang, sprang to his feet, throwing himself into Zhang Yang's embrace. "You scared me to death." Zhang Yang soothingly patted Li Ziqing's back, reassuring him, "It's all right, nothing happened." After comforting him for a while, Zhang Yang approached the barely conscious figure of the small enemy, whose lips still twitched, indicating he was not yet deceased. Zhang Yang, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to witness another's suffering. He tore a tablecloth from the table and draped it over the enemy's body, delivering a kick to his groin. Ugh! The small enemy suddenly opened his eyes wide, his head lolling, presumably lifeless. Chapter 86. Let Zhang Yang become the brigade commander. Hinagawa-kun. Lying on the ground, Hinagawa Koyo felt someone calling him, yet he found himself in a daze, unable to open his eyes. Zhang Yang crouched down, patting Hinagawa's swollen face. "Hinagawa-kun, are you dead? If not, make a sound." The feeble response came. "Not dead, did you save me?" Hinagawa Koyo managed to utter. Instead of replying, Zhang Yang posed his own question. "Hinagawa-kun, what transpired? Why did you bring people to my home? Why did my wife experience such fright? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, humph." What greeted the Binhe ghost was not the subtle whispers of subtlety, but rather a roar akin to thunder. The Binhe ghost, just rising from the ground, nearly lost his footing. Zhang Yang's words had sent tremors through his mind, leaving him muttering incoherently. At a loss for how to explain. "Lord Tsunuchi, please do not be angry. Is it the brigade commander? Is it truly him?" Following Zhang Yang's gesture, the Binhe ghost beheld the lifeless form of the deceased Kokei ghost, sprawled upon the floor, his lower body drenched in blood, inducing a cold sweat to cascade down the Binhe ghost's brow. How could it be that the brigade commander, who had only arrived 2 days prior, had met such a grim fate? "Lord Tsunuchi, what has transpired?" "What transpired?" Zhang Yang retorted. "When I entered, the Russian forces were all barricaded outside. Were it not for my steadfast reasoning, they would not have retreated. Yet upon entering, I encountered this horrific scene. Furthermore, my woman is cowering in a corner. Some deserve to perish, daring to provoke me. Binhe-kun, do you perceive me as someone easily bullied?" Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the Binhe ghost swallowed hard. For it was the first time he had witnessed such a countenance on Zhang Yang. Previously amiable, Zhang Yang now emanated an aura that made the Binhe ghost feel as though he stood before an officer of far superior rank. A presence of authority radiated from Zhang Yang, a testament to his position of power. Lord Tsunuchi, hear me out. I attempted to dissuade the brigade commander, but he insisted on coming, and I tried to prevent him from laying a hand on your lady. It is entirely the brigade commander's fault. Please, do not be angry. It is his error. Huh. I am indeed furious now, and the consequences shall be dire. The Binhe ghost wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He cared little for the brigade commander's death at this moment. His primary concern was how to extinguish Zhang Yang's wrath. He understood the gravity of the situation. Their fortunes lay firmly in Zhang Yang's grasp. Even if he offered monetary reparations, what of the other ghost officers? The other ghost soldiers? If Zhang Yang were to take financial action against them, they would be utterly powerless. Lord Tsunuchi, please, do not be angry. How can I not be enraged? Can the personnel from their division act against my people in Harbin? Does Binhe-kun, your faction, not regard me seriously? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the Binhe ghost hastily waved his hands and sat beside Zhang Yang, steeling himself with determination. Given that the brigade commander was already deceased, he thought it prudent to take decisive action, for he had brought numerous personnel from the division, which would certainly pose a future complication. Lord Tsunuchi, I have a proposal that may alleviate your anger. Indeed, the Binhe ghost glanced around, kicked the ghost lying within the room, and leaned closer to Zhang Yang, whispering, Koike brought a contingent from the division. Why not eliminate them all? In this way, the entire brigade would rest within the grasp of the three of us, the regimental commanders. Oh, Zhang Yang was taken aback. He never anticipated that the riverbank ghosts could utter such words. Could it be that they would turn against their own? The riverbank ghost glanced at Zhang Yang and spoke softly, Sir Taranai, you are aware that the situation is dire. If we remain without a brigade commander for too long, the headquarters may seize control, and in the worst-case scenario, we could be divided. However, if there is unanimous agreement within the brigade, we could recommend you, Sir Taranai. As the brigade commander, Zhang Yang stood momentarily stunned. Could he truly become the brigade commander? To assume such a position, utilizing the enemy's military funds to support his own troops, and then, under the guise of incorporating the puppet army, draw his forces into the city. This was indeed a serendipitous opportunity. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of indifference and replied, I have no interest in becoming the brigade commander, but I am quite eager to eliminate those individuals. I want it known that no one may lay a hand on my people from Taranai Kuchin. The riverbank ghost harbored aspirations of becoming the brigade commander himself. Nevertheless, the camaraderie shared among Sato and another ghostly regiment commander belied their fierce competition for the position. Although certain members of the brigade still held aspirations, those wielding military power naturally had greater opportunities. Yet, who among the three could ascend to the brigade command without inciting dissatisfaction among the others? If the position remained vacant, the next candidate might be even more foolish than Koike. However, should Zhang Yang assume the role, none of the three regiment commanders would object. In fact, they would be more inclined to support him, as they had already shown some willingness to heed his commands. Sir Taranai, what shall we do? The riverbank ghost inquired. Zhang Yang glanced at him and instructed, tell them that the brigade commander is in peril and needs immediate assistance. Remember, bring your men for the rescue. This will facilitate our actions. The riverbank ghost nodded, hastily seizing one of his soldiers and delivering 2 sharp slaps to his face. You swiftly informed the chief of staff at headquarters and the others to come and rescue the brigade commander. Ensure you rally another squad as well. The soldier, dazed by the sudden orders, understood that he must obey his commander's directive and, albeit unsteadily, made his way outside. Moments later, the staircase echoed with the hurried sounds of soldiers rolling down in their haste. Zhang, could this pose a danger? Li Ziqing whispered. Zhang Yang patted her hand and exchanged a glance with the riverbank ghost. Perceptively, the riverbank ghost recognized their need for privacy and discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. There is no danger. Rather, there are numerous advantages. In due time, the commanders will gain entry into the city with authority. Li Ziqing's eyes widened as she swiftly grasped Zhang Yang's intent. You mean to say, we should turn the commanders into traitors? Traitors? If the commanders were to hear of this, they would be furious. Zhang Yang replied, bemused. Li Ziqing flushed with embarrassment, looking at Zhang Yang and saying, as long as the meaning is conveyed, that suffices. In chapter 87, let us slay more enemies. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang heard footsteps approaching from outside. With a creak, a soldier from the Binhe unit poked his head inside, addressing Zhang Yang. Sir, they have arrived. Zhang Yang patted Li Ziqing, urging her to hide within the room, and then rose to stand by the window. The footsteps outside grew increasingly frantic, and suddenly the door was kicked open, with a soldier clad in immaculate military attire bursting in. Noticing the insignia on his shoulder, Zhang Yang recognized him as the chief of staff. Having already dispatched one, he was familiar with the method. The chief of staff entered, momentarily taken aback by the scene within the room. One person lay on the ground while another stood. The figure on the floor seemed strangely familiar. Baka, the brigade commander. The chief of staff was fiercely loyal to the junior officer, Koike, as they were often overlooked at the divisional headquarters. Now, under Koike's command, they had ascended to the ranks of the highest officers, and their gratitude towards Koike was unwavering. The chief of staff shouted, drawing his weapon to fire at Zhang Yang, prompting the soldiers following him to also draw their guns. They were all uniformed officers. Just then, soldiers from the Binghe unit rushed into the room. The chief of staff yelled at them, "Binghe Koyan, what are you doing? How could the brigade commander sustain such severe injuries?" Unfazed, the Binghe soldier approached the chief of staff directly, standing still before him, and then delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed in the room, leaving everyone in shock, especially those who had entered alongside the chief of staff. One officer, regaining his composure, aimed his weapon at Binghe Koyan. However, a gunshot rang out, and the officer turned to see Zhang Yang holding a smoking pistol. "What is this? It is disrespectful to point a gun at someone." Baka. The chief of staff aimed his pistol at Zhang Yang once more, but in the next instant, a gunshot resounded, and a gaping wound appeared on the chief of staff's forehead, blood gushing forth, mingled with grayish-white matter. The chief of staff was dead. "Binghe Koyan, what are you doing? Are you betraying the empire?" Chuckling nonchalantly, the Binghe soldier, sporting a grotesque visage, approached the officer who had just spoken, looking up at him. "Zhu Sang, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation?" The officer known as Zhu Sang glared furiously at him. "You are a traitor to the empire." Bang! Binhe delivered a powerful kick to the belly of the Japanese officer, then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You fail to comprehend that your lives are now in our hands. Blame that rascal Koji for provoking Lord Taranai. You, from the division headquarters, seem to believe yourselves superior, oblivious to the current predicament. You send us out to face death while you remain comfortably within the city. Ha. Well then, Binhe, escort them on their final journey, and summon Sato and the others back. Our priority is not to wage war. We are here to amass wealth." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Binhe nodded in agreement and, without hesitation, shot the Japanese officer before him, while the others were swiftly dispatched by the Japanese soldiers. "Commissar, a telegram has arrived." In the trench, despite the superior weaponry of Zhang Yang's forces, their resources were scant, leaving them at a significant disadvantage compared to the Japanese. Such protracted positional warfare was daunting. Within just 3 hours, their AK-47 ammunition was nearly depleted, and they lacked heavy firepower, making resistance increasingly difficult. Where did the telegram come from? I don't know. It states that the Japanese in Harbin are about to retreat, and we can break through from that direction. Upon hearing the messenger's words, the commissar immediately thought of Zhang Yang. Relay the orders, assemble the troops, and break through towards the southeast. The Japanese in the southwest suddenly sensed that the Dragon Country forces across from them were retreating southeastward. Inside the command post, a Japanese officer frantically shook the telephone, standing beside a battalion commander. "What is happening? Why are they moving southeast?" The Japanese battalion commander bellowed. "Get me in contact. What is going on with the Harbin troops? Hello, may I ask what is happening with your unit? Why aren't you stopping them? Apologies. Our brigade commander has perished. We must retreat." "What?" Before the Japanese soldier could finish, the Sato unit on the other end hung up. "Commander, they say their brigade commander is dead." "What?" The Japanese battalion commander's eyes widened. He was well aware that the Harbin brigade commander was newly appointed. How could he have met his end within mere days of arriving? The term murderous demon suddenly flashed in the battalion commander's mind. Their mission was to eliminate the remnants of the Dragon Country forces and eradicate any spies within Harbin. Yet, they encountered a Dragon Country unit with overwhelming firepower. And instead of eliminating the spies, they had lost a brigade commander. Could that spy be truly formidable? The thought made the battalion commander shudder. Continue the pursuit. At that moment, Zhang Yang had managed to shake off Binhe, escorting Liziking to a secure location before returning to the spot where he had been sniping. He retrieved the Mosin Nagant and, under the cover of night, stealthily slipped back into the tailor's yard. Fortunately, the tunnel in the courtyard remained undiscovered by that female enemy soldier. Hinata Aoi. Zhang Yang stealthily crawled out through the passage. Once outside, sporadic gunfire echoed in the distance, though it was intermittent. Yet, amidst the darkness, the flickering lights of the enemy were still visible. Zhang Yang cautiously advanced forward and soon spotted a squad of enemy soldiers approaching. He crouched low, gripping his Mosin Nagant tightly. And with a single shot, he struck down the highest-ranking enemy officer, instantly eliminating the squad leader. "Enemies. We have enemies," shouted one of the soldiers. But Zhang Yang chose not to press his attack. Instead, he relocated to a different position. The surrounded enemy company commander, hearing the warning, swiftly stripped off his uniform. He sensed that a ruthless killer had arrived on the battlefield. "What is happening?" he inquired of his aide nearby. In response, the aide, witnessing the commander undressing, hurriedly began to remove his own clothing, realizing that without the commander, he would assume command. Was he not the next target of that merciless killer? Chapter 88, Framed. In the izakaya, Zhang Yang had already eliminated the company commander on the battlefield and returned home to conclude his work. Inside, the troops from Bin and Sato, along with another company commander, had arrived early. "Mr. Taranai," the Bin soldier greeted him eagerly. "I have already discussed everything with Mr. Sato and Mr. Chifuku. Both have voiced no objections and are, in fact, quite supportive." Zhang Yang nodded, then turned his gaze towards Sato and Chifuku. "Mr. Sato, I must confess, I am not particularly keen on becoming the regiment leader, as we are friends. However, it appears that if we from Harbin do not take up the mantle, the headquarters may send someone less competent. I believe Mr. Taranai is the most suitable candidate. Not only do the three of us support him, but the soldiers of the regiment will also rally behind him." Chifuku quickly chimed in, realizing that if Zhang Yang were to genuinely compete for the position of regiment leader, his chances would be considerable. After all, the izakaya had greatly benefited the Imperial soldiers, offering them a generous discount. It allowed the soldiers to savor a taste of home and even established a bank, effectively binding the soldiers of Harbin to Zhang Yang. However, there were still a few individuals within the regiment that needed addressing. After all, that scoundrel Koike was in cahoots with them, originally intending to replace us once Koike had solidified his position in the regiment. "Humph. Oh, there are such individuals within the regiment? Mr. Taranai, you may be unaware that since the demise of Commander Akita, the faction aligned with the Chief of Staff has gradually gained strength. Yet, following the Chief of Staff's death, they now find themselves leaderless. Nevertheless, they continue to stir trouble. If it weren't for the three of us maintaining our military strength, we would have been ousted long ago. The perennial uniformed soldier possesses the most tenuous foundation, for the damned members of the 3rd Regiment have all perished, leaving only him as the sole remaining individual of any notable rank. Consequently, the leadership of the 3rd Regiment has fallen upon his shoulders. Thus, the uniformed soldier is in dire need of a formidable ally, yet he is unfamiliar with anyone at the division headquarters. If Zhang Yang could successfully ascend to the position of brigade commander, his stability would be assured. The riverbank soldier nodded in agreement with the uniformed soldier's sentiments. However, at that moment, Zhang Yang laughed. "What is it that amuses you, Sir Tarachi?" inquired Sato, whose mind had grown more composed after a previous bout of madness. "I laugh because this presents a splendid opportunity, a chance to eliminate them while maintaining a righteous justification. We could even receive commendations from the division headquarters." "Sir Tarachi, what do you mean by that? How do we eliminate them? Furthermore, how do we secure commendations from the division headquarters?" Zhang Yang, with a mysterious smile, took a seat, lifted a cup of tea to his lips, and gently raised his eyelids as he spoke. "Did not Koike perish?" "Koike was slain by a murderous fiend," came the reply. "Indeed, Mr. Benhara, do you know who this fiend is? Can you track them down?" Benhara hesitated, but suddenly realized that without knowledge of the identity of the murderer, they could not apprehend him. If they were unaware, how could anyone else know? It was as if they could assert anything without consequence. If they could eliminate the murderous fiend, would that not earn them accolades from the division headquarters? "I understand," exclaimed Benhara, "Sir Tarachi. Your implication is that we frame them as the murderous fiends who killed Koike." "Ah, Mr. Benhara, one must not speak so," cautioned the uniformed soldier as he rose to his feet. "How could we accuse them of being the murderous fiends? Were they not absent when the brigade commander fell? Is it not true that anyone who was not present could potentially be the murderer?" The uniformed soldier meticulously reasoned through this logic, pinpointing the identities of the suspects, prompting Sato to give him a thumbs up in admiration. "Sir Chifuku, ingenious. Where does your lineage hail from?" "I am unworthy of such praise, Sir Tarachi. My family is from Tokyo. My grandfather was known as Muri Kagoro, the so-called sleeping detective." Zhang Yang erupted in laughter, spitting tea as he exclaimed, "Good heavens. You truly do have a Muri Kagoro. But do you know Idagawa Konan?" he asked tentatively, pondering if such coincidences could exist, or if the tale of the child detective was based on true events. "Idagawa Konan? Is he also a detective?" The uniformed soldier's face betrayed his bewilderment. Clearly unfamiliar with the name, Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively, urging him not to dwell on it. and proceeded to discuss how to facilitate Zhang Yang's rise to brigade commander. Sir Tarachi, I shall summon those individuals immediately. Binhi Gizi sprinted towards the outside. At the headquarters of the Gizi Brigade, nearly all the surviving officers were present. Zhang Yang sat in an inconspicuous position, while Binhi Gizi's expression was grim. Already prepared to confront a few individuals, the three of us called for a meeting due to a matter of great significance. Yesterday, the newly appointed brigade commander Koji sacrificed himself for the Empire. Our Harbin has fallen under the dominion of a Dragon Kingdom agent known as the Killing Maniac. Both Commander Koji and Commander Akita have perished at his hands. How could he possibly know our whereabouts? Binhi Gizi spoke in a low voice. Pausing to scan the room, the implication in his gaze was unmistakable. There is a traitor among us. A murmur erupted among the gathered Gizi, as they had long suspected this turn of events, yet none had dared to voice it openly. Now, with Binhi Gizi bringing it to light at the meeting, had they not unearthed a lead, or perhaps confirmed a suspect? A captain stood up and directed a question at Binhi Gizi. Binhi Brigade Commander, please reveal who it is. We cannot allow traitors to exist within our empire. This captain, a subordinate of Changfu Gizi, echoed Binhi Gizi's sentiments, escalating the tension in the room. Binhi Gizi retrieved a stack of letters from a file and placed them on the table. Zhongjing-san, do you wish to continue hiding? You traitor! How dare you betray the empire? The Gizi named Zhongjing, called out by Binhi Gizi, sprang up from his seat, initially in shock, but fury soon overtook his face. He slammed his hands on the table and shouted at Binhi Gizi, Baka! Binhi Koyan, you are slandering me. What evidence do you have? Chapter 89, Unanimous Agreement. Zhongjing-san, do not attempt to feign innocence any longer. Is this not a telegram sent by your orders? Binhi Gizi pulled out a telegram and recited it before everyone, declaring that all preparations were complete and the net would be cast in 2 days. Is this not your telegram? Indeed. It was Zhongjing Gizi who had sent the telegram, which is why Binhi Gizi spoke so confidently, for it was a message Zhongjing had dispatched to Koyan Gizi. However, it bore no signature, allowing Binhi Gizi to manipulate the situation. Before Zhongjing Gizi could offer an explanation, Binhi Gizi summoned another individual into the room. The newcomer was none other than Zhongjing Gizi's adjutant, who had spent the previous night engaging in friendly conversation with his wife alongside Binhi Gizi and his companions, resulting in the adjutant's compliance. Is this not the telegram you sent? Binhi Gizi questioned the adjutant. The adjutant dared not disagree and could only nod repeatedly. Baka! Zhongjing Gizi was infuriated, his mind clouded with rage, shocked that his subordinate had turned against him overnight. The murmurs of the others seated in the room gradually intensified. Yet no one heeded Zhongjing's attempts to explain himself. The atmosphere was charged with suspicion towards him, especially considering the presence of the actors arranged by Zhang Yang. The crowd was fervent. They could twist the truth, turning white into black and black into white. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhang Yang rose to his feet. And at that instant, the Binghe soldier bellowed for silence. Zhongjing, do you have anything to say? The matter at hand had become quite straightforward. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone turned to look. Not a single person present was unfamiliar with Zhang Yang. His izakaya was frequented by all, and his recent success in banking had further solidified his influence in the room. Although there were actors among them, it seemed everyone awaited Zhang Yang to elucidate the situation. From luring Captain Koike to his demise, it appeared that Zhongjing had been absent throughout the ordeal. However, this absence only served to amplify Zhongjing's suspicions. I recall last night when Captain Koike summoned everyone to the street. Why, then, did Zhongjing not attend? It was well known that Captain Koike was in close contact with Zhongjing. Yet this too was a flaw, for Zhongjing's trap was rather rudimentary. Although Zhang Yang felt he was rambling, the assembled actors began to create a charged atmosphere. And in such a context, all the soldiers found Zhang Yang's assertions compelling. No wonder Zhongjing insisted on sending someone from the division. It was evidently a ploy to lure them into a deadly ambush. Furthermore, the ferocious unit that had unexpectedly attacked yesterday must have received clandestine support from Zhongjing. But why would Zhongjing betray the empire? Zhongjing could no longer contain his fury. It was apparent he intended to eliminate Zhang Yang. Baka, you seek death. He brandished his sidearm, the ominous barrel aimed directly at Binghe. Zhang Yang had anticipated this moment. After all, how else could he justify eliminating him? Without hesitation, Zhang Yang swiftly aimed his weapon at Zhongjing's back and executed him with a single, precise shot. A cry escaped as Zhongjing's head erupted, showering the nearby soldiers in a gruesome spray of warm, sticky blood mixed with grayish matter. Zhongjing was indeed a traitor. Zhang Yang casually lowered his pistol. The individuals in the room exchanged bewildered glances, while Zhongjing's associates appeared as if their chairs had sprouted spikes. They could not remain seated, swaying nervously. Who among you is still Zhongjing's accomplice? Binghe inquired coldly, addressing his aide. The aide, still shaken by Zhang Yang's decisive shot that had felled Zhongjing, trembled as he pointed at several soldiers. No, we are not traitors. We did not know that Zhongjing was a traitor to Longhua. Binghe, please refrain from such behavior. Although Zhongjing may be a traitor, it does not imply that everyone else shares his sentiments. The majority are dedicated to the empire, momentarily misled by Zhongjing's influence. Initially, several individuals on Zhongjing's side were on the verge of tears upon hearing Zhang Yang's words. Indeed, Sinai is truly commendable. Binghe merely regarded the group coldly for a moment before lowering his firearm. As you are aware, the position of brigade commander can be appointed by the division commander or recommended internally within our brigade. Currently, the division headquarters is quite displeased with us, and it is likely that we will be dispatched to the northern front soon. Upon Binghe's statement, the meeting room erupted into chatter. No one wished to venture to the northern battlefield, as the chances of returning alive were slim. What shall we do? One soldier inquired. What to do? Naturally, we must recommend a brigade commander. Only a capable commander can ensure our continued stationing in Harbin. But who shall take on the role of brigade commander? I believe it should be Binghe. In that moment, the soldiers began to deliberate anew, as this matter was of great significance. Ahem. I do not believe I am a suitable candidate for brigade commander. After discussions among the three of us brigade leaders, we unanimously agree that Sinai is the most fitting choice. Sinai? The soldiers turned to look, and those who had narrowly escaped death immediately voiced their agreement. As for the others, who dared to oppose, the tide had turned in favor of Zhang Yang, who was elected brigade commander unanimously. Once the soldiers signed and departed, Zhang Yang gazed at the recommendation letter in his hand, his mind gradually awakening to possibilities. Once he assumed the mantle of brigade commander, he would drape a facade of a puppet army over General Yang and his men, allowing them to station openly. Then, he would utilize the resources of the enemy to combat them, and more importantly, this would enable them to evade the enemy's scrutiny. They could gradually develop around Harbin, expanding outward from the central hub. The people laboring on this land were finally poised to seize a new opportunity. Sinai, I believe we ought to prepare a token of appreciation. That would indeed be beneficial. Zhang Yang nodded, pondering what gift would be appropriate. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Binghe with a smile. I will make the necessary preparations. When the time comes, you can accompany me to present it to the division headquarters. Once I become brigade commander, I will ensure everyone is duly rewarded. Zhang Yang chuckled as he patted Binghe on the back. Chapter 90. The enraged Yamazaki. Due to the presence of personnel from the Binghe division headquarters, the mission to the headquarters was entrusted to Binghe. Upon arrival, he was welcomed, and, seeing his uncle approaching, Binghe quickly stepped forward, producing 2 gold bars from his pocket and discreetly slipping them into his uncle's pocket. Binghe's uncle was momentarily taken aback, then realized that his nephew seemed to be doing quite well. Xiao Yi, once we enter, act according to my cues. At this moment, within the confines of the division headquarters, the commander of the 1st Division seethed with fury, and not a soul in the meeting room dared to meet his gaze. Speak. Why is there silence? An agent from the Dragon Kingdom has audaciously taken the lives of our 2 brigade commanders, and now Harbin is nearly under their dominion. Did you not repeatedly assert that Koike's strategy would surely eliminate her? Yamazaki, in a fit of rage, bellowed as his division's stronghold faced the grim reality of losing 2 brigade commanders in quick succession. He had hoped to ascend the ranks, but the death of Akita Masao thrust him back into his previous position. The command headquarters was undoubtedly reveling in his embarrassment. Another brigade commander has perished. Isn't that a resounding slap to his face? How could he possibly face the command headquarters in the next meeting? Hasn't this merely provided his rivals with more ammunition against him? The more Yamazaki contemplated, the more incensed he became, ultimately drawing his pistol and slamming it onto the table. He glared at the division's chief of staff and roared, "What did you tell me back then?" The chief of staff, though deferential, could not hide the glimmer of delight in his eyes. Yamazaki was oblivious to the nature of Koike. Yet he had worked under Koike for 2 years and was well aware of his capabilities. Sending Koike to Harbin was akin to sentencing him to death. After all, how else could one bring Yamazaki down? Just as the chief of staff pondered the rewards he might receive, a sudden knock echoed at the meeting room door. Every officer present turned their attention to the entrance, silently mourning for whoever dared to intrude at such a volatile moment. This was undoubtedly a time of madness for Yamazaki, who would emerge unscathed from this encounter. Yamazaki's chest heaved as he glanced at the door, speaking in an irritated tone, "Enter." The officer from the Hinokawa Brigade, who had been buoyant before entering, immediately sensed the discordant atmosphere and, upon seeing the division commander, promptly wiped the smile from his face. Yamazaki's uncle swallowed hard, yet, feeling the weight of the gold bars in his pocket, he mustered the courage to say, "Commander, this is Hinokawa Kono, the captain of the 1st Brigade." "HM, the 1st Brigade?" Upon hearing this, Yamazaki's ire intensified further, while the others in the meeting room secretly reveled in his growing frustration. Bringing in someone from the 1st Brigade at such a moment was akin to adding fuel to the flames. Indeed, Yamazaki's gaze toward Hinokawa's uncle shifted, as if he were ready to devour him whole, perhaps pushed to the brink, or maybe due to Yamazaki's exceptional patience, for their family was one of ninjas. He was able to endure more than most. "What business does the 1st Brigade have here? Are they requesting me to assign them another brigade commander?" "Oh." Hinokawa's uncle found himself at a loss for words, but Hinokawa seemed to seize the moment, stepping forward and addressing Yamazaki with determination. "Commander, I have not come to request the assignment of a brigade commander." HM. Numerous soldiers cast their gaze upon Ben, questioning his perceptiveness. "Commander, allow me to speak," one ventured. Yamazaki merely chuckled, remaining silent as he settled into his chair, his attention fixed on Ben. Should Ben fail to articulate something of substance, the tranquility surrounding him could swiftly erupt into chaos. "Commander, I have auspicious news to share. We have apprehended the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence operative lurking in Harbin." "What? Captured?" The onlooking soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. The prospect of the Dragon Kingdom's operative being caught sent ripples of agitation through the ranks, especially among the staff officers, as such a development would spell the failure of their meticulously laid plans. Yamazaki's expression shifted, a semblance of the storm clouds dissipating, yet the threat of rain still lingered. "Under the leadership of Shernai-kun, we successfully captured the Dragon Kingdom's operative and eliminated the traitor within our brigade. The chaos in Harbin has now been quelled." "How was the capture achieved?" Ben, with a smile, recounted the elaborate tale crafted by Zhang Yang, a narrative rife with twists and turns. Each critical moment poised on the brink of revelation before retreating into suspense. The audience held their breath, captivated, fearing to disrupt the unfolding drama. Upon returning to the brigade headquarters, Shernai deduced the presence of a mole within their ranks, and through meticulous investigation, he pinpointed the traitor, Zhongjing Wanfeng. "We also obtained evidence of his betrayal from his adjutant." As he spoke, Ben presented the fabricated telegram to Yamazaki. Without a second thought, Yamazaki perused its contents, recognizing it as a clear communication from a traitor to the enemy. "Excellent, excellent," he exclaimed, elated. Little did he anticipate that the notorious killer had been neutralized. Since the death of Akatani Masashi, Harbin had witnessed a spate of assassinations of Imperial soldiers, and Yamazaki had previously dispatched a team of operatives, only for them to meet a mysterious demise, an indication of the Dragon Kingdom's formidable agent. "Where is Shernai Ikawa? Bring him to me," Yamazaki commanded. "Commander, Shernai is currently overseeing matters in Harbin. The situation there is chaotic and requires strong leadership. Moreover, he has established numerous enterprises in the city and cannot easily extricate himself. However, knowing your fondness for Dragon Kingdom porcelain, he instructed me to bring you 2 pieces as a gift." What a blatant act of gift-giving, right before so many witnesses. Yet, in Yamazaki's command, who would dare voice dissent? The chief of staff seated beside Yamazaki was visibly agitated, his nostrils flaring in displeasure. Ben's words had resonated with an unsettling authenticity, and he would remember the name Shernai Ikawa. "When the opportunity arises in the future, I shall ensure he faces consequences." Zhang Yang asserts that the porcelain of the Bin Devils is merely the most worthless trinkets, yet they appear like treasures on the surface, deceiving these rural islanders. Yamazaki rejoices as the Bin Devils seize the moment. In Chapter 91, to consume the Devil's rations, the division commander states that there is another matter for our brigade during this visit. "We have unanimously agreed to appoint Mr. Teranai as the brigade commander, and this is the official confirmation of our decision." Oh, such a collective recommendation is a rarity, as within a brigade, there are often several factions. In Yamazaki's memory, only one brigade has ever elected its commander in such a manner. If this recommendation holds true, Mr. Teranai Ikawa possesses certain qualities. However, Yamazaki does not intend to obstruct this. Firstly, he is in high spirits today, and secondly, those sent from the division are undoubtedly less familiar with the situation than the personnel within the 1st Brigade. More importantly, he has some chess pieces of his own planted nearby. With this thought, Yamazaki glanced at the chief of staff seated beside him. Turning to the Bin Devils, he proclaimed, "I am in agreement with this matter." Upon receiving the news, the Bin Devils rushed back to Harbin, and en route, they telegraphed Zhang Yang to share this delightful news. Upon receiving the telegram, Zhang Yang promptly found a suitable location to send a telegram to Lianjiaquan. The political commissar of Lianjiaquan, upon receiving the news, immediately dispatched a telegram to the unit. When the telegram reached Commander Zhang, he grinned broadly, eager for everyone to notice his elation. As he entered, everyone saw Commander Zhang with a beaming smile. Commander Gao remarked, "Look, has old Zhang married or embraced a child? Just see how happy he is." His head nearly splits from smiling. "Get away, you bald-headed giant." "Mr. Yang, it's splendid news. Remarkably splendid news." Mr. Yang set down his pen, removed his glasses, and turned to observe Commander Zhang. Noticing the telegram in his hand, Mr. Yang surmised that there must be news from Zhang Yang. "What good tidings does Comrade Lone Wolf bring?" Hee. Mr. Yang, your keen insight shines through. You instantly discerned it was good news from Comrade Lone Wolf. "Look here, Mr. Yang." Commander Zhang handed over the telegram, and Mr. Yang donned his glasses once more. Moving to the window, Comrade Lone Wolf has become the brigade commander of the Devils. Even someone as composed as Mr. Yang could not suppress his astonishment upon reading this news. This is truly extraordinary. While there have been comrades who infiltrated the enemy ranks before, most served as minor leaders in the puppet army. It was previously believed that Zhang Yang held a prominent position before the Devils. Yet who could have anticipated that a Dragon Kingdom operative would ascend to the role of brigade commander among the islanders? Has Comrade Lone Wolf truly become the brigade commander of the Devils? Could he possibly betray us? General Gao spoke without thinking, prompting General Zhang to furiously glare at him and exclaim, "What are you saying? Gao, your remarks are detrimental to our unity." Realizing his blunder, Gao acknowledged his error. Yet Zhang Yang's audacity was simply bewildering. I misspoke, he muttered. Observing Gao's sincere admission, General Zhang chose not to press further. Instead, turning to General Yang and inquiring, "General Yang, how do you interpret Zhang Yang's telegram? Is he suggesting we act as a puppet army?" "Indeed. The notion is quite astute for a lone wolf like him," General Yang replied, looking at General Zhang. "I too find it feasible. Our situation in Russia has not been favorable. While Zhang Yang's support has improved our circumstances, the harsh winter has made life extremely difficult for our soldiers. If we adopt Zhang Yang's strategy, we could bide our time and strike hard when the enemy falters. Yes, we shall give them a good thrashing," Zhang exclaimed, eagerly anticipating Zhang Yang's updates. Who would have thought that one day I, old Zhang, might actually dine on enemy rations? I plan to indulge in a few cans of their beef stew and enjoy a drink or two, perhaps even catch a nap right under the enemy's noses. As the enemy troops arrived at the brigade, Zhang Yang swiftly assumed command, becoming their leader. It was clear that in Harbin, Zhang's word was law, unchallenged by any dissent. Seated in a chair that had seen the demise of two previous occupants, Zhang Yang remarked, "Our brigade has suffered considerable losses over the past months. However, our mission to disband the Dragon Nation's forces remains intact. I propose that we integrate some of their troops into our ranks, sending them to the front lines to minimize the casualties among our Imperial soldiers. This way, we can enjoy a more comfortable life within the city." The enemy soldiers exchanged glances, approving of this strategy. After all, who among them desired to face the battlefield? Although they had previously incorporated Dragon Nation forces, the numbers had been negligible and their quality poor. While there are numerous smaller Dragon Nation units around Harbin, integrating them proves challenging. How shall we proceed? Zhang Yang, of course, could not reveal that a multitude of dragon forces awaited the opportunity to consume enemy rations. After all, a performance was necessary to avoid exposure. Despite his lack of fear regarding exposure, his men were loyal. He cleared his throat and surveyed the room. "There is no need for haste. We shall proceed cautiously. I have received some intelligence indicating that there are individuals within the Dragon Nation's army who are aligned with me. We are on the brink of securing their allegiance." The soldiers below widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this truly possible? They mused. Zhang Yang had evidently already embedded his own agents within the dragon forces. His failure to ascend to the role of brigade commander would indeed be a loss for the Empire. Incorporation is merely a part of our strategy. The esteemed individuals gathered here are not fools. They are well aware of our current predicament on the battlefield, where our situation appears increasingly dire. The Pacific Front has also witnessed a series of defeats. If I am not mistaken, it seems that the United States may soon undertake significant actions. Therefore, what is of utmost importance now, do you know? Zhang Yang paused momentarily, then with a smile, addressed all present. What we must focus on now is the pursuit of wealth. Regardless of whether the empire emerges victorious or suffers defeat, possessing wealth ensures a comfortable existence anywhere. The surrounding resources, commerce, and manufacturing around Harbin have reached saturation. While they can yield profit, it is insufficient. A voice from the ranks of the Binhai soldiers inquired, "What shall we do?" Zhang Yang chuckled knowingly and replied, "Let us not forget that this land encompasses more than just Harbin. I am aware that in the neighboring Daqing, there exists a mine, albeit under the jurisdiction of the 2nd Brigade. However, if we were to seize it, we could potentially earn an additional $1 million annually. $1 million US? A soldier exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that such a sum could procure 2 Cadillacs, a symbol of wealth. If we could also control the coal mine in Jiamusi and establish an ironworks adjacent to it, the profits would likely soar. It is worth noting that there is also an iron mine in Shuangyashan. What benefit does fighting bring? Unlike marrying several wives, residing in a grand house, indulging in caviar and gourmet delicacies, spending leisurely days fishing and sipping fine wine, does such a lifestyle not appeal to you?" Zhang Yang's words were laced with temptation, yet they held a kernel of truth. Any sensible individual could discern the comfort of life away from the battlefield. The soldiers' faces reflected yearning. They cried out in unison, "We must earn money." Binhai soldiers led the charge in this rallying cry. To make money. Soon, all within the room joined in exuberantly. Though Zhang Yang would have to teach them the dance of wealth if he knew it. "Commander, how shall we proceed?" inquired a bespectacled soldier. "While we aspire to profit. The industry lies in foreign territories. We must first reclaim the business before we can contemplate earnings." "How shall we reclaim the business?" With a mysterious smile, Zhang Yang elaborated. "First, the trucks from the mines will pass through the outskirts of Harbin. We need only to intercept them, preventing their goods from reaching their destination, which will inevitably incite conflict. Under the pretense of searching for the Longwo army, we can discreetly place weapons within their mining vehicles. This will allow us to report to the division headquarters, alleging that the 2nd Brigade has connections with the Longwo army. From there, we shall take control of the coal mine." As the crowd listened to Zhang Yang's words, some harbored silent disdain in their hearts. However, for the soldiers from Binhai, it was of little concern. Whether they eliminated 1 Imperial soldier or 2, it was all the same to them. As long as they could reap benefits, they would continue their endeavors. "Binhai Kuan, please pay attention," said one of them. "Hi." The Binhai soldier stood up and saluted Zhang Yang. A month swiftly passed. Zhang Yang spent his days indulging in food and drink, feeling as though he had gained 2 or 3 pounds. One day, just as he was preparing to enjoy another drink, Zhao Si hurried in from outside, rushing over to him. "Brother, we have established contact with the troops. Commander Gung and his men, as the first batch to surrender, are bringing 300 soldiers over." "Oh." Zhang Yang's eyes brightened. Although the past month appeared idle, he had been eagerly awaiting the organization's response, and now it had finally arrived. "Where are Commander Gung and his men?" he inquired. "They are just outside the city at Shaoxinzhuang." Zhang Yang clapped his hands and returned to his office to make a call. "Moshi Moshi, this is Binhai Kayama. Binhai Kuan, this is Tarachi Ikawa. Please send a battalion to the izakaya. I have matters to attend to." "Hi." Within 10 minutes of hanging up, a battalion of soldiers arrived at the entrance, armed with various weapons, and the Binhai soldiers also gathered there. "Commander, what are our orders?" "To recruit the Imperial Collaboration Army." At Shaoxinzhuang, the bitter cold lingered despite the impending arrival of spring, with the lingering chill making one shiver. Without a fire inside, it felt no warmer than lying outside, even with the sun's gentle rays. The soldiers of the regiment were puzzled about their return to Shaoxinzhuang. Were they preparing to engage in action against the enemy? An inquisitive company commander approached Commander Gung, asking, "Commander, what is our purpose here? Is there a secret mission? Are we to attack Harbin?" Commander Gung, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed, awoke and glanced at the company commander. "What do we have to launch an attack on Harbin? You, young man, keep your mouth shut and mind your subordinates. Do not let them run amok." The company commander shrank back, feeling apprehensive. This was his first time on a mission, yet he arrived at the destination without knowing the objective. Moreover, seeing the commander at ease enough to nap under the enemy's nose was bewildering. What were they truly planning to do? At that moment, a soldier rushed over to the company commander. "Commander, trouble is brewing. A battalion of enemy soldiers is approaching us." "What? How did the enemy discover our position?" "Get back. Get back. We need to find the commander." "Commander. Commander. We have been spotted by the enemy. Should we retreat now?" Hearing the company commander's words, Commander Gung sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Retreat? When have you ever seen me retreat? Then are we to engage them?" The company commander asked. "Are we lying in wait for this battalion of enemies at Shaoxinzhuang?" The company commander, filled with eagerness, instantly perked up, sensing that the regiment commander must have a plan. "Commander, please tell us how we shall engage. With 300 men at our disposal, we are not inferior to the enemy. I have recently studied a tactic known as a triangular encirclement. We merely need to divide our forces into 3 segments within the village as the enemy approaches. We shall unleash a volley of fire in succession from each segment, and then converge for a unified encirclement. The enemy shall find no way of escape. Observing the company commander's readiness, Commander Zhang smiled mysteriously, raising a finger and waving it before the commander. What we are to undertake today is not to engage in battle. Huh, should we flee then? Commander Zhang smacked the company commander on the head and stepped outside. The soldiers turned their gazes toward the commander, who addressed them, "Brothers, we have been entangled with the enemy on this land for 3 long years. We have been pursued, yet we have also caused the enemy considerable trouble. Now I, Zhang Yang, intend to lead you to a life of ease." The soldiers looked on, perplexed. Where could they find ease if the enemy had not been driven away? Without further ado, Commander Zhang declared, "I have decided to lead everyone to enjoy a life of ease among the enemy." His words immediately sparked an uproar. These fearless men, who had no qualms about confronting the enemy, were astonished that their commander would suggest defecting and becoming traitors. "Commander, what did you say?" The company commander stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that his commander would utter such words. Stepping forward, Commander Zhang reassured them, "Rest assured, this is an organizational decision. The organization has resolved that we shall go enjoy a life of ease among the enemy, so please trust me. We shall have the enemy serve us, not become traitors." "Is what you say true?" "We are not becoming traitors." One soldier exclaimed, "My mother was killed by the enemy, and my father lost his life fighting them. Do you think I could become a traitor?" Commander Zhang observed the expressions of all present, making a mental note of those who appeared troubled. These individuals were suspect. They had contemplated clarifying their stance with the soldiers, but Yang had insisted on naming names at this moment to gauge how many among them were still preoccupied. Chapter 92. Company Commander. Your rival, everything was laid bare before him. Still, the company commander couldn't shake the doubt. Was Commander Zhang deceiving them? If he truly became a traitor, his father would surely kill him upon his return home. Commander Zhang cast a glance at the company commander. "You don't believe me?" "No. Whatever you say, Commander." The company commander replied hastily. Commander Zhang nodded, surveyed the group once more, and gestured to the company commander. "Proceed to the village entrance. When the enemy arrives, bring them here." The company commander swallowed hard, but called a few soldiers to accompany him. Zhang Yang sat within the confines of the vehicle, pursued by several trucks filled with enemy soldiers. The troops from Binhai were primarily concerned with safety, as the number of individuals they had gathered nearly matched that of an entire regiment. Their foremost fear was for their own survival. "Commander, we have arrived." A voice interrupted Zhang Yang's thoughts. He opened his eyes and gazed towards the village entrance, where he discerned several small figures gradually enlarging in stature. Standing approximately 10 meters away, they clutched their firearms, exhibiting an air of extreme caution. "Let us proceed. The personnel have arrived." The Binhai commander gestured towards the rear. A few soldiers obstructed the path ahead, while a small squad emerged from behind, encircling Zhang Yang and his companion. Given that the notorious killer in Harbin had yet to be apprehended, caution was paramount. One could never predict when fate would lead to an untimely demise. However, he found a modicum of solace in the fact that, despite the deaths of numerous officers, he had somehow eluded the Grim Reaper. It appeared that in the eyes of the murderer, he was still regarded as a commendable Imperial officer. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of personnel, the captain of the opposing forces instinctively sought refuge. "Fear not, soldiers of Longhua. We come not to engage in battle, but to integrate." A Japanese interpreter stepped forward, addressing the captain and his men. The captain, concealed behind a stone, hesitated before peering out. "Let your highest-ranking officer speak with me. Otherwise, I remain unconvinced." "Impossible." The Binhai commander swiftly countered. The mention of the highest authority reminded him of the killer, and he could not allow Zhang Yang to be lured out and eliminated. Turning to Zhang Yang, the commander suggested, "Commander, we ought to eliminate them. After all, the murderer remains at large, and I fear." Before he could finish, Zhang Yang interjected. "We require these Longhua soldiers. If we can secure their allegiance without engaging in combat, we can ensure our own prosperity. Moreover, should other Longhua soldiers witness our benevolence towards their comrades, they will surely flock to our side. This would significantly diminish resistance in the Harbin area." While the reasoning held merit, the risk of it being a trap lingered in the air. Zhang Yang raised his hand, silencing the Binhai commander, and with a knowing gaze, remarked, "Binhai, what is a little risk if it serves the greater good for us all?" The Binhai commander widened his eyes, his esteem for Zhang Yang elevating as he perceived him in a new light. At that moment, the temple within each one seemed to radiate brilliance, elevating him to an almost untouchable stature. Truly, he was worthy of his title and rank. Zhang Yang pushed past the soldiers obstructing his path and stepped forward. The captain across from him caught sight of Zhang Yang and paused, blinking in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and glanced again, then called over his companion, Old 8. Do you see? Does that high-ranking enemy officer not seem somewhat familiar? Old 8 squinted, his eyes widening in recognition. Indeed, the battalion commander seemed somewhat familiar, as if he resembled someone from our regiment, specifically, that individual who was rather close to Comrade Zhang, your rival, Zhang Yang. The commander of the 1st Battalion replied with irritation. Come on, how could this possibly be the same person? That fellow couldn't possibly ascend to such a high position among the enemy, could he? Just look at his demeanor. His military rank is undoubtedly significant. By all that is holy, observe the stars on the enemy's shoulders. He must be a high-ranking official. The 1st Battalion commander hesitated to confirm this, for if it were true, it would indeed be astonishing. Could it be that Zhang Yang was an enemy spy infiltrating their regiment? A flurry of questions swirled in the commander's mind, yet Zhang Yang had already spoken up. I am aware that your Commander Zhang is present here, and I have already established contact with him. If it is permissible, kindly take me to meet Commander Zhang. The battalion commander was jolted back to reality by Old 8's call. The enemy requests our assistance in guiding him to the commander. After a moment of contemplation, the 1st Battalion commander emerged from behind the stone and called out to Zhang Yang. You cannot bring too many with you. Baka. The enemy felt that the opposing side was becoming excessively demanding. After all, they were the ones seeking refuge. Shouldn't their commander come to Harbin to meet them? It was one thing for them to arrive, but their audacity in making demands was unacceptable. There was surely a scheme at play. Commander, there must be an issue here. We cannot proceed. One of the enemy soldiers stepped forward. Zhang Yang feigned deep thought and nodded towards the enemy soldiers, orchestrating a performance for them. Tell their commander to come out to meet me. If he does not comply, we shall launch an assault and eliminate them, he instructed. Zhang Yang glanced at the interpreter and then followed the enemy soldiers into the crowd. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the interpreter straightened himself and called out to the 1st Battalion commander and the others, demand that your commander come out. Our brigade commander is quite displeased and feels that you lack sincerity. If we do not see your commander in 10 minutes, we will encircle this place. Commander, the enemy is attempting to deceive us. We must go inform the commander. The 1st Battalion commander was at a loss for what to do and hurriedly made his way to Commander Zhang. Upon seeing the 1st Battalion commander approach, Commander Zhang greeted him with a smile. Ah, so the enemy has summoned you to request my presence? What? You heard that? Haha, my young friend. How could the enemy possibly enter to meet me? I have long been aware of their intentions. This is merely to convey that we are not subservient to them. The 1st Battalion commander scratched his head in confusion. Commander Zhang patted the 1st Battalion commander on the shoulder and gestured for a group of soldiers to follow him outside. At the entrance, the interpreter noticed a crowd forming around an individual and hurried to the vehicle. Brigade commander, their commander has arrived. Zhang Yang rose to his feet and stepped out of the crowd once more. Upon seeing Zhang Yang clad in the attire of the enemy, Commander Zhang couldn't help but feel an inexplicable amusement. Imagining how Zhang Yang had made the enemy dance to his tune nearly caused him to chuckle aloud. Zhang Yang, noticing the impending laughter from Commander Zhang, felt a twinge of helplessness. Chapter 93, Commander Zhang's conditions. The enemy commander listened attentively. Commander Zhang nearly stumbled over his words. Yet calling out the term commander was genuinely challenging. If it weren't for Zhang Yang standing before him, he wouldn't have been able to utter it at all. He truly couldn't fathom the mindset of the spineless traitors. Clearly, he was not cut out to be a traitor himself. To the enemy commander, he declared, listen well. If you wish to recruit us, we have conditions. Standing opposite him, Zhang Yang found the situation both amusing and absurd. One might mistake them for bandits negotiating terms with the enemy. The Japanese soldiers glanced at the Chinese interpreter. The interpreter was about to translate, but was halted by Zhang Yang, who urged, state your conditions. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Commander Zhang opened his mouth, eager to propose conditions, but found himself at a loss. In the military, conditions were unheard of. It was always about sharing hardships together. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted to Zhang Yang, we demand rice and flour every day. Zhang Yang nearly burst into laughter. Once translated by the interpreter, the enemy commander responded with a surprised, Commander, it seems this Dragon Kingdom army is not greedy. Very well, I agree. Commander Zhang sensed that Zhang Yang's request was rather simplistic, but in that moment, he couldn't think of anything else. He turned to the battalion commander beside him and asked, what else should we ask for? The battalion commander, hailing from humble beginnings and yearning for a better life, suggested, how about canned meat? Or warm cotton clothing? Yes, and we need alcohol. We want canned meat, cotton clothing, and alcohol. Zhang Yang suppressed his laughter. I'll grant you those. Commander Zhang, unable to conjure any further demands, suddenly had a thought, but suppressed it upon glancing at the enemy, realizing they could not be trusted, as they were indeed spies. As evening approached, Commander Zhang and his men followed Zhang Yang into Harbin. Upon their arrival, arrangements were made for their lodging. Experiencing the warmth of the room, the soldiers felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Just then, Zhang Yang re-entered, this time without the enemy soldiers. He glanced at Commander Zhang and said, "Come with me. We have work to do." "Yes, Commander." Commander Zhang followed Zhang Yang outside and was led to an unoccupied room. In the solitude, he relaxed and asked Zhang Yang, "Now that we are here, what shall we do next?" Zhang Yang smiled lightly and replied, "What do you think we should do? Naturally, it is time to eat and rest. In a few days, after we finish some affairs, I will send you to confront the enemy." Commander Zhang, having just received a cigarette from Zhang Yang, widened his eyes upon hearing the words. "What did you say? You want me to confront the enemy in a couple of days? Are you certain? You're not suggesting that I incite rebellion in Harbin, are you?" Zhang Yang chuckled and waved his hand, just as Li Ziqing entered the room and greeted the commander. "Now, I am instructing the 1st Brigade to commence operations against the coal mines and other resources under the jurisdiction of the 2nd Brigade. Any resources encountered in our territory will be seized. What can the 2nd Brigade do about it?" Commander Zhang asked, puzzled. "They certainly cannot act. But our men can take action. Once we eliminate the enemy's resources, we can stage a scenario. Ultimately, the mines will be in my possession." Commander Zhang's eyes widened, momentarily rendering him speechless. Zhang Yang's plan clearly depicted them as mere pawns while he profited. "This is against discipline. You cannot proceed in this manner." Zhang Yang smiled and raised a finger. "I would never allow the troops to work for nothing. For every operation, I will provide 1,000 AK-47s and 300 rounds of ammunition." Silence enveloped the room, with the sound of Commander Zhang swallowing hard echoing loudly. He knew well that Zhang Yang would not shortchange the troops, yet he felt compelled to negotiate for more, considering Zhang Yang was now a wealthy landowner. Who else would they target if not the wealthy? However, who could have anticipated that Zhang Yang would propose such generous terms? After all, a mine is not a fortified enemy stronghold and does not require a significant force. Though the troops were currently few in number, their combat effectiveness had markedly improved since Zhang Yang had previously supplied them with weapons. Capturing a mine would be a trivial task. "You better not deceive me. I'm listening clearly, and Ziqing is here too. If you dare to renege, don't blame me for turning against you." Zhang Yang laughed heartily and approached Commander Zhang from behind. "Commander, when have I ever shortchanged you? The last time you asked me for cigarettes. I had Ziqing bring some over. Here, enjoy it." As he spoke, Ziqing pulled out a pack of cigarettes, causing Commander Zhang's eyes to widen in delight. As a heavy smoker, seeing cigarettes was more gratifying than encountering money. The moment the cigarettes were revealed, Commander Zhang's previously tense expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Oh, I knew you wouldn't shortchange me." Watching Commander Zhang take the cigarettes, Zhang Yang remarked, "I found a pig for the enemy that we slaughtered. It should be ready for stew now." No sooner had Zhang Yang finished speaking than a ruckus erupted outside. Upon stepping out, they saw the soldiers aiming their guns at the enemy cooks, nearly scaring them into submission. Hey, what are you doing? We are now the Imperial Army. Put down your weapons at once." Commander Zhang stepped forward and observed the soldiers laying down their weapons. Zhang Yang also waved to the cooks, who approached carrying a large black pot. Steam billowed from the pot, and the enticing aroma wafted into the air, causing an involuntary swallow. Soon after, 2 more groups of cooks arrived, bearing several large trays of steamed buns. As the cooks set down their load, Zhang Yang could hear the sound of numerous soldiers swallowing. It seemed they had not tasted meat in quite some time. "Commander Zhang, allow your soldiers to dine," Zhang Yang suggested. Commander Zhang did not hesitate. After all, one should not refuse free provisions, especially when they belong to the enemy. "Brothers, let us feast upon the enemy's food," he exclaimed, nearly letting slip a revealing remark. However, the soldiers understood the implication. The captain of the 1st Battalion stood beside the commander and whispered, "Rest assured, Commander, I grasp your intent." With that, he was the first to rush to the pot, disregarding the heat of the buns, and stuffed one into his mouth. "This is simply delectable," he exclaimed. "Hey, save some for me." Observing this scene, Commander Zhang couldn't help but mutter to Zhang Yang, "It seems we have lowered our standards." Chapter 94. Assault on the mine. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Commander Zhang felt he had gained a considerable amount of weight. Under the enemy's provision, Zhang Yang had ensured they were well fed, with little else to do but eat and sleep. Nonetheless, the training of the troops had not ceased. With ample rations and ammunition, This was an opportune time. Commander, we can't continue like this indefinitely, can we? The captain of the 1st Battalion expressed his concern. After all, if they were to continue down this path, what would happen if they truly became traitors? You rascal, you're not getting too fond of this place, are you? Commander Zhang remarked. The captain widened his eyes in disbelief, hastily shaking his hands. Commander, what are you suggesting? I could never become a traitor. If my father found out, he would surely kill me. Huh, you little scamp, I haven't misjudged you. Rest assured, in just a couple of days, we will strike against the enemy. We will strike against the enemy? The captain was taken aback. Were they not serving as a puppet army? How could they possibly attack the enemy? Commander, what is going on? Please enlighten me. Let me explain my strategy. We will sow discord among the enemy, but they cannot engage each other. However, we can. When the time is right, we will don our uniforms. This way, the 1st Brigade we currently associate with will not suspect our loyalty. Rather, they will believe we are serving them. Imagine eating the enemy's food, residing among them, and yet striking against them. The captain's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape, as if ready to swallow an egg. Such a cunning plan was truly worthy of a commander. Commander, you are indeed brilliant. The captain's admiration shone in his eyes, and he did not hold back his praise, giving a thumbs up as if it were a priceless gem. Commander, the enemy is approaching. A soldier rushed in, and Colonel Zhang's eyes brightened as he turned to Captain E, saying, Look, we have survived and returned. Let us go quickly. Hurry, Colonel. I have been here for so long. It has been quite distressing. We must reassure the 2 devils. Zhang Yang stood in a room, accompanied by the soldiers from Bin. Commander, the 2nd Brigade is becoming anxious. What shall we do next? There is no need for haste, my friend Bin. Soon, assistance will arrive, and the matter will be easily resolved. But what can Zhang Sang possibly do? The Bin soldiers pondered in confusion. However, Zhang Yang remained silent, merely waiting. Within 2 minutes, Colonel Zhang entered, noticing the Bin soldiers beside Zhang Yang, and his expression swiftly changed. Commander, what brings you here? Zhang Yang greeted with a smile. Addressing the Bin soldiers, next, we only need Zhang Sang and his men to attack the coal mine, and we will dispatch our forces for rescue. In doing so, we can seize control of the coal mine. This way, even if the 2nd Brigade reports to the division, they will have no means to counter us. But don't we risk intercepting their coal supply? The Bin soldiers inquired, perplexed. Zhang Yang's strategy was indeed sound. Yet employing it after a month of intercepting the 2nd Brigade's coal seemed somewhat ill-timed. Dear Bin, what if we were to claim that we discovered traces of the Dragon Kingdom forces at the coal mine? Then we can exploit that to our advantage. Ensuring our hold on the mine is even more secure. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, the Bin soldiers' faces lit up with understanding. Commander, brilliant. Zhang Yang waved his hand and winked at Colonel Zhang. The colonel instantly grasped Zhang Yang's intent. Commander, while we possess rifles, we lack other weapons. As you are preparing for a mission, could we possibly be provided with 2 heavy machine guns? Zhang Yang nodded and turned to the Bin soldiers. What say you, Bin? The Bin soldiers, understanding the stakes, realized that if Colonel Zhang's mission failed, it would hinder their profits. The coal they had intercepted over the past month had already yielded them a tidy sum. Capturing the mine would result in a substantial windfall. No problem, Commander. I will arrange for 2 heavy machine guns to be drawn from our brigade immediately. Excellent. Zhang Yang replied, satisfied. Heavy machine guns were typically held by other units. And if Colonel Zhang and his men remained inactive, it would be challenging to procure them. We depart tonight, Zhang Yang commanded, urging the Bin soldiers to hasten the retrieval of the machine guns. Later that evening, Zhang Yang brought over 300 new military uniforms, not the yellowed attire of the traitorous devils, but deep blue uniforms, donned under the pretense of authenticity. Colonel Zhang and his men donned the new attire, grinning with delight. This is far more comfortable than that ragged hide. Old 8. Do I not look splendid in this uniform? Commander, you are truly remarkable. Old 8 chuckled. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Yang sat within the vehicle, as a regiment of enemy soldiers lay in ambush nearby, anticipating that Commander Zhang and his men would seize the coal mine, thereby allowing them to take over seamlessly. Commander of the brigade, shall we proceed towards Shuangyashan next? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. It appeared that Bin Jun had indeed won my favor. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted from the mountain, for Commander Zhang and his men had stealthily approached via a narrow path, launching a direct assault on the interior of the mine. Within the mine, 2 enemy squads were stationed, but under Commander Zhang's surprise attack. The battle was resolved in less than half an hour. What a relief. For the first time, the enemy aided us in battling their own kind. And little did they know that they would meet their demise at the hands of their compatriots. Shortly after, a company commander rushed over, reporting to Commander Zhang, Commander, Not a single enemy has escaped. The enemy's new Type 38 rifle is indeed impressive. Let us clear the battlefield. We shall withdraw. Soon, we shall let them come up, and then we can return home for a well-deserved rest. With a wave of his hand, the commander signaled for Zhang Yang to take charge. As Zhang Yang observed a signal flare ascend into the sky, he glanced at the Bin soldiers, who promptly disembarked the vehicle, drawing their sabers. Charge! Forward! Zhang Yang too brandished a submachine gun and joined the ranks. Upon reaching the summit, aside from the coal miners, not a single enemy soldier remained alive. Zhang Yang approached a coal miner and inquired, "Are there any Imperial soldiers still alive?" The miner, crouching on the ground, glanced at Zhang Yang and pointed towards the depths of the mine. "Oh, there are indeed some survivors. I shall have to deduct a portion of the commander's reward." Chapter 95. Is there no one else left? Do you know who is inside? The frail miner timidly lifted his gaze to Zhang Yang. From the tattered rags he wore, Zhang Yang could discern the scars on his body, a clear indication of the torment they had endured at the hands of the invaders. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered. Is he within? The squad leader of the mine, Ichiro Yutani. Zhang Yang nodded and patted the miner's shoulder, though the miner shivered at the touch. "Lead me to him." The miner trembled as he stood up and began to guide Zhang Yang into the depths of the mine. As Zhang Yang entered, he was met with a haze of dust and a deplorable environment. At the entrance, a large barrel was placed, containing merely 2 wilted vegetable leaves, devoid of anything else. Beside it, a woven basket held what appeared to be blackened buns. "This is your dinner?" The question seemed unnecessary, yet Zhang Yang felt compelled to ask. It was evident that they would have to continue working even after their meal. The miner, puzzled by the enemy's apparent concern for their sustenance, nodded in response. "He's inside." The miner halted before a wooden door, upon which the words "supervision room" were inscribed in Japanese. Zhang Yang pushed the door with considerable force, only to find it unyielding. While cautious voices emanated from within. "Who is outside?" came the inquiry. "It is I, a member of the 1st Brigade," Zhang Yang replied in Japanese. Upon hearing the language, a commotion arose within, and a loud crash echoed, as if something had been toppled, before the door swung open. A disheveled soldier from the island nation emerged. "Thank you, sir. We are under attack from the Dragon Kingdom's forces." Zhang Yang nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "Let us enter and discuss." The soldier glanced back at the miner, shooting him a glare, and spat, "Chinese pig. Get lost." The miner trembled in fear, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Zhang Yang observed the soldier's peculiar expression, patted his shoulder again, and gestured towards the interior. With another disdainful look at the miner, the soldier finally followed Zhang Yang inside. As soon as they entered, Zhang Yang secured the door latch. The soldier, perplexed, asked, "What are you doing, sir?" "Shoo, there are people outside," Zhang Yang whispered. The soldier, confused by the need for concealment, noted that Zhang Yang also appeared to be from the island nation, thus he thought little of it. "Apart from you, are there others still alive?" Upon hearing this question, the soldier's face fell into despair. That troop must have entered the protective zone of the mine from an unknown source. "Our unit was ambushed while we were dining. It must have been the miners who led them in." Zhang Yang smiled faintly. "I merely wish to know if there are any others alive. There are no other Imperial soldiers left besides me." "Fear not, sir. You have helped us drive away the attacking forces, and our 2nd Brigade will surely be grateful." Zhang Yang nodded, reassured that no other soldiers remained. "Gratitude is of little consequence. We shall claim what is ours." The soldier appeared taken aback. "What do you mean by that? Seeing you so sorrowful, I can only surmise you deeply miss your fallen comrades." At this, the soldier nodded, but then a realization struck him. What did it mean to miss the deceased? "You are from the Dragon Kingdom?" "Baka." Just as the soldier reached for a nearby chair to strike Zhang Yang, he found himself seized by the throat with great force. "Fear not, little soldier. I shall ensure you experience pain before your demise. Otherwise, it would be too merciful." The soldier's eyes reflected sheer terror. "Do not be afraid. There will be company for you down below." With that, Zhang Yang audibly snapped the soldier's arm, causing him to writhe in agony. Zhang Yang held his throat firmly, stifling any sound, yet the terror in the soldier's eyes spoke volumes, an overwhelming dread. The miner, Jie Bong, felt that Zhang Yang had been inside for quite some time, yet when he emerged, he was alone. As Zhang Yang stepped out, he encountered Bin, the officer, waiting outside. "Brigade Commander," Zhang Yang waved at him, nearly overlooking someone. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Bin raised an eyebrow and beckoned 2 soldiers standing nearby to enter and assist in carrying the person out. The miners, standing aside, widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that the figure they had just encountered was actually a brigade commander. "Bin, please guard this mine for a while," Zhang Yang said quietly as he approached him. "First, Provide these miners with some good food to win their hearts. Ben glanced at the miners beside him, a look of realization dawning on his face. His perspective had shifted. The people of Longwo were no longer seen as adversaries. After all, his primary goal was profit, and the Longwo people were now contributing to that objective. Thus changing his approach, he understood that one must be well fed to work effectively. Rest assured, Brigade Commander. Ben nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Harbin, Zhang Yang intended to catch some sleep. However, as he turned after the vehicle departed, he suddenly felt a gun pressed against his back. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot, commanded a voice. Raise your hands. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang complied, lifting his hands, though he was surprised to realize he had not noticed the woman behind him. It seemed he had grown complacent about potential dangers in recent days. I want to move, just don't fire, Zhang Yang urged, but the woman ignored him, instructing, walk forward. Feeling the gun nudging him, he slowly proceeded as directed until he stopped before a small house. Push the door open and enter, she commanded. Upon entering, the woman ordered him to lock the door behind him. Once inside, she shoved Zhang Yang and instructed, raise your hands and strip off your clothes. At that moment, Zhang Yang turned to look at his captor, who wore a black mask that obscured only her eyes. The exposed portion of her face revealed a striking beauty. Her lips were full, painted in a captivating shade of red, which reminded Zhang Yang that roses are often adorned with thorns. Tell me, did someone send you to capture me? Zhang Yang inquired. Upon hearing her next words, he was momentarily perplexed and furrowed his brow. Did you capture a Blue Army agent? With that realization, Zhang Yang understood. I hope those two haven't starved. Chapter 96. The woman, although Zhang Yang grasped the situation, he maintained an air of confusion, gazing at the woman. What are you talking about? What Blue Army? Who are you? Are you an agent of the Blue Army? Baka. The sound of a gunshot rang out. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, firing a shot directly at Zhang Yang's feet. She glared at him and commanded, speak properly, or I shall shoot you dead. Ah, this woman certainly possesses a fierce temperament. Please, don't kill me, Zhang Yang protested, jumping in place and frantically waving his hands, feigning a look of trepidation. Humph. Now can you speak? I will. Those individuals were captured by Zhang Da's men. I merely glanced through the window. I did not partake in any wrongdoing. I am just a merchant, not a soldier. I implore you, spare me. Upon hearing that Zhang Da was behind the abductions, the woman frowned slightly. At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly darted forward, closing the distance between them with startling speed. The woman gasped in shock, instinctively reaching for her weapon. But Zhang Yang delivered a swift kick that sent her wrist flying, causing her to lose grip on the gun. The weapon clattered to the ground. Yet she did not relent. Without her sidearm, she drew a dagger from her boot and lunged at Zhang Yang's heart. Quite agile indeed. He evaded the thrust by sidestepping to the left, then exerted a slight force with his left hand, pushing her back a step before swiftly appearing behind her. With a deft motion, he struck her neck with the edge of his hand. Almost bested by a woman, Zhang Yang muttered, brushing off his hands. He crouched down to remove her mask, revealing her tightly shut eyes and slightly furrowed brow. Her facial features were striking, rivaling even the stars of the 20th century, and indeed surpassing them by far. After all, this era thrives on natural beauty, devoid of any artificial enhancements. Ah, how I yearn to be a warlord, he sighed. Then began searching the vicinity, eventually locating a bundle of rope with which he bound the woman and prepared to escort her back. Meanwhile, Li Ziqing, waiting at home, felt a pang of anxiety. She had seen Captain Gung return, and although Zhang Yang had promised to come back as well, it was now 2 a.m, and he had yet to appear. Surely, he could have contacted her if he was delayed. Ziqing. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's voice echoed from outside the door. Li Ziqing hurriedly opened it, but instead of Zhang Yang's face, her gaze fell upon the woman he carried on his back. The sight of him returning late at night with a woman sparked unwelcome thoughts in her mind. Bang! The fiery emotion within her compelled Li Ziqing to slam the door shut. Zhang Yang stood there momentarily stunned, realizing that, regardless of the time, women always reacted similarly. Ziqing, open the door. This is a spy I captured. Upon hearing his words, Li Ziqing cautiously opened a crack, peering through the gap. Zhang Yang's large face filled the space. Ziqing, I truly did not engage in any wrongdoing. Humph. Who cares what you were up to? Even if you don't return, I wouldn't be worried. All men are the same. Zhang Yang scratched his head, fully aware that he had returned too late. Observing Li Ziqing's appearance, it was evident she had spent the entire night waiting for him without rest. He hastily tossed the woman into a private room and settled beside Li Ziqing. Hey, Ziqing, I'm back, aren't I? You have no idea. I got off the car ages ago, but that woman was lurking at the entrance, pressing a gun against me, insisting I go with her. The gun was right against my waist. Here, feel it. Zhang Yang lifted Li Ziqing's hand and placed it on his side. You won't believe it. She even fired a shot at me. Upon hearing the gunshot, Li Ziqing glanced at Zhang Yang with urgency, her eyes searching for signs of injury. You weren't hurt, were you? Huh. Luckily, I'm quite adept. Stand up, let me show you. Zhang Yang pulled Li Ziqing to her feet, positioning himself across from her. Ziqing, mimic holding a gun and aim it at me. Oh, all right. Li Ziqing complied wholeheartedly. Fire at me, she exclaimed, mimicking the sound of a gunshot with a bang from her lips, her hands trembling slightly, delivering a performance that was nothing short of exquisite. Yes, just like that. In that moment, I dodged to the side, seized her wrist, and with a forceful tug, I slipped behind her. And then another pull brought her right into my embrace. As he spoke, Zhang Yang pulled Li Ziqing into his arms, and she seemed unfazed, gazing up at him with her large, blinking eyes. This sight stirred something deep within Zhang Yang. Ziqing, he murmured, if only there were no war. Then I could settle down with you, and we could be together every day. Her voice was soft as a whisper, and her cheeks flushed instantly, rendering her even more alluring in Zhang Yang's eyes. Now, nestled in his embrace, she appeared irresistibly charming. Ziqing, do you realize just how captivating you are right now? Li Ziqing remained silent, her face deepening in shade as she turned her head against Zhang Yang's chest, avoiding his gaze. Ziqing, I want you. Zhang Yang, a man in the prime of his youth, could hardly contain himself with the object of his affection so close, exuding such charm and allure. Ah! Li Ziqing gasped as Zhang Yang swept her up in a princess carry. With a thud, he closed the door and then gently but swiftly placed her on the bed. Without hesitation, he pounced upon her like a hungry wolf. Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Li Ziqing exclaimed in surprise. Ziqing, I like you. Gazing into Zhang Yang's earnest eyes, Li Ziqing found herself at a loss for what to do. Yet, her mother had always taught her that a girl must be reserved. She should not give herself to a man unless they were wed. Zhang Yang, my mother forbids me. Woo-woo. Before Li Ziqing could finish speaking, her lips were abruptly silenced by Zhang Yang. After an indeterminate span of time, just as Li Ziqing began to feel a sense of suffocation, Zhang Yang finally relinquished her mouth. She felt utterly drained, her mind racing with thoughts of whether she might soon bear a child. Zhang Yang's hand slid over Li Ziqing's clothing, unfastening each button from the top down. A glimpse of the crimson undergarment peeked out. Zhang Yang felt his breath grow heavy. And just as he leaned down, Li Ziqing blocked him with her hand. Zhang Yang, I'm not ready yet. Chapter 97. Distress gazing into Li Ziqing's tear-filled eyes. Zhang Yang inhaled deeply, yet he still pressed a fervent kiss upon her cheek. Zhang Yang, do you feel distressed? Distressed? Of course, he was. What virile young man could possibly endure such a predicament, halting mid-relief? Could it be? Zhang Yang shook his head, dispelling those errant thoughts. How could he think that way? Ziqing, fret not. It won't be long before I come to your home to wed you. Just wait until then. Seeing the devilish expression on Zhang Yang's face, Li Ziqing shifted further into the bed, attempting to distance herself from him. Classmate Ziqing, you cannot escape my clutches. Ah! Li Ziqing gasped as Zhang Yang climbed back onto the bed. Zhang Yang, what are you doing? I'm not ready. I'm just holding you to sleep. I won't do anything improper. Look, dawn is nearly upon us. We should rest early. Despite Li Ziqing's struggles, Zhang Yang showed no intention of releasing her. Eventually, Li Ziqing succumbed, allowing him to embrace her. But where would his hands rest? She nudged Zhang Yang, yet he remained unresponsive, seemingly asleep. However, how could he be asleep while still moving his hands? Zhang Yang, Ziqing, I'm not moving, just sleeping. Li Ziqing shot a glare at Zhang Yang before lying back down, feeling the unmistakable scent of masculinity emanating from him. A blush crept over her cheeks. Sharing a bed with Zhang Yang, would that lead to a child? What name would they choose? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Li Ziqing drifted into a deep slumber, not closing her eyes throughout the night. When fatigue swept over her, it enveloped her entire consciousness. At dawn, Li Ziqing sensed someone stirring beside her, and as she groggily opened her eyes, she glanced down to see a pair of large hands tightening and loosening on her chest. Zhang Yang. Upon noticing Li Ziqing's awareness, Zhang Yang leapt from the bed. Ziqing, I thought you were still asleep. The sun is already high. Humph. Li Ziqing shot a glare at Zhang Yang, straightened her clothing, and stepped off the bed. But just as she passed by him, he seized her arm. What are you doing, Ziqing? Li Ziqing shot a glare at Zhang Yang. I'm preparing a meal for you. Humph. Zhang Yang released his grip, chuckling as he planted a playful kiss on Li Ziqing's cheek. Ziqing, you're the best. I'll just catch a little more sleep. Wake me when it's ready. With that, he reclined back onto the bed. Not long after Li Ziqing left, she dashed back in. Zhang Yang, take a look at that woman in the other room. She seems to have awakened. Awakened? Zhang Yang swiftly rolled over and jumped off the bed, followed closely by Li Ziqing. Upon opening the door, they found the woman leaning against the wall, looking up at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang observed the surroundings and then crouched down, seizing the woman's hands, which were tied behind her back. He noticed the ropes were nearly frayed. Realizing she had been discovered, the woman attempted to headbutt Zhang Yang. But he quickly restrained her head. What are you doing? We are all from Longhua. There's no need for such hostility. The woman furrowed her brow, glancing at Zhang Yang and then at Li Ziqing, questioning how he could possibly be from Longhua if he was the commander of the enemy's regiment. Zhang Yang removed the rag from the woman's mouth. Are you from Longhua? Then why have you kidnapped our Blue Army personnel? Let me go? Zhang Yang chuckled, turning to Li Ziqing. Ziqing, fetch me some rope. I need to tie her up. He then turned back to the woman and said, you nearly killed me. And now you want me to release you? Isn't that courting death? You. The woman shot a glare at Zhang Yang, but remained silent. During their conversation, Zhang Yang learned that the woman's name was Jiang Yuro, who had accompanied 2 agents to Harbin merely to join the excitement. However, her protectors had gone missing, leaving her to fend for herself. Despite her surname Jiang, she was not to be underestimated, which explained her ability to ambush Zhang Yang. I don't understand what your purpose in Harbin is. With Zhang De and his group here, what use do you have? Your codename is Lone Wolf. Jiang Yuro did not answer Zhang Yang's inquiry, but posed a question of her own. Yes. Did you kill Akita Xingxing? Indeed. Seeing Zhang Yang's affirmative responses, Jiang Yuro's eyes widened in astonishment. So you are now the commander of the 1st Brigade? What's the matter? Is there a problem? Jiang Yuro felt her mind spinning. An enemy had been slain by him, yet he now occupied a position of authority among them. She had never heard of an agent achieving such a feat. You are also part of the Blue Army. Why don't you let me go? Heh. If I let you go, what if you decide to kill me instead? You haven't answered my question yet. Zhang Yang chuckled and remarked, while Jiang Yuro cast a glance at him and then at Li Ziqing, who stood behind her. After a moment of silence, she spoke. The retreat of the island nation's army is quite evident. Their defeat is merely a matter of time. You see, the Red Army's strength in Harbin surpasses ours to some extent. Currently, the organization is uncertain whether Zhang and his associates have any ties to the Red Army. Oh, have you come to monitor Zhang and subsequently seek to usurp their intelligence network in Harbin? Jiang Yuro nodded. However, if they are not connected to the Red Army, we will not replace them. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, remaining silent. What are you laughing at? Do you know why your 2 companions were apprehended? Jiang Yuro furrowed her brow and inquired. Why? They left a note in the Islanders' Bank, stating that Zhang is a Blue Army agent. Upon finishing, Zhang Yang rose. What? Jiang Yuro could hardly believe it. Your people coveted their assets. How could they possibly let them go? It's been 2 months now, hasn't it? I wonder if they've met their demise. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and advised, I suggest you return to Shanqing sooner rather than later. This place is not suitable for you to linger. You might find yourself killed without even knowing how it happened. With that, Zhang Yang closed the door behind him. Once outside, he sensed Li Ziqing's unfriendly gaze. Hey, Ziqing, why are you looking at me like that? Listen to me, it was quite dangerous at that time. I simply pulled and then pushed her. Li Ziqing repeated what Zhang Yang had said the previous night. This is bad, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Chapter 98. That hefty fellow weighs over 200 pounds. The situation has changed drastically. Zhang Yang remained at home for 7 consecutive days, awaiting the response from the 2nd Brigade, only to discover that the situation on the North China battlefield had taken a turn, and the United States had also declared war on the island nation. Now, at the border between Russia and Dragon Country, Russian forces were stirring restlessly. It can be said that the situation for the island nation had reached its nadir. The Japanese in the 3 eastern provinces were scrambling to find connections to return to their homeland early, but the Supreme Commander, Gongsu Ningji, still harbored fantasies about the war. Brigade Commander, what shall we do now? The anxious Japanese from Binhai fretted, increasingly fearful for their lives. After all, their quality of life had been steadily improving, and he was quite willing to negotiate a ceasefire with Dragon Country and simply live out his days in the 3 eastern provinces. Even if he were to return to the island nation, the savings he had accumulated would last him a lifetime. What is there to fear? We only seek profit, not bloodshed. If we truly face defeat, we can simply return to the island nation with our belongings. Zhang Yang's words offered a modicum of comfort to the anxious Japanese, for over time, his insights had proven quite astute. However, the shifting tides of the larger situation indicated that their opportunities for profit were dwindling. Then, Brigade Commander, what should we do next? Zhang Yang gazed at the riverbank devils and smiled, Since the 2nd Brigade has yet to respond, we can seize more territory. Furthermore, I have made contact and swayed a portion of the Dragon Nation's troops. Consequently, our influence will expand. Once they arrive, we shall implement a new occupation strategy. Flourishing from Harbin. Oh, the Riverbank Devil's eyes brightened, his admiration for the brigade commander growing. He understood well the challenges of persuading Dragon Nation troops. In less than a month, 2 units had already been enlisted, a remarkable feat indeed. Outside the city, General Yang led the remaining 1,500 men to the outskirts of Harbin. At that moment, the devils at the city gates were struck with fear. Believing the Dragon Nation's army was about to assault Harbin, the citizens within the city were equally stunned. Could Harbin be on the brink of liberation? On the North China battlefield, the devils were retreating steadily. This news could not be concealed. Every morning, the streets were filled with newspaper vendors, prominently displaying the bold characters declaring the impending doom of the devils. Meanwhile, storytellers along the roadside vividly recounted the heroic deeds on the North China battlefield. Is it possible? How could such a small force liberate Harbin? Some skeptics voiced their doubts. Moments later, Zhang Yang's figure appeared at the city's edge. General Yang, amidst the crowd, spotted Zhang Yang as well as Commander Zhang following closely behind. Now we are all assembled. Zhang Yang beamed, leading Commander Zhang towards General Yang. The general scrutinized Commander Zhang from head to toe and remarked, "Look at you, young man. You seem to have gained quite a bit of weight." Hee, General Yang. You have no idea. With the devils, we feast daily on white flour and rice porridge, with meat only every 2 or 3 days. I even have the privilege of a can of beef each day. How could I not gain weight? Commander Gao glanced at Commander Zhang and said to General Yang, "See, General, I told you to let me handle it. This fellow thinks only of himself and forgets to share with us outside. Hi, bald-headed one, you're full of nonsense. My team is stewing pork, don't even think about it." Commander Zhang waved his hand, dismissing Commander Gao. However, after half a year without meat, Commander Gao's expression changed instantly, and with a smile, he said to Commander Zhang, "Old Zhang, what are you talking about? We are brothers, if you have a bite. How could it diminish mine? Have you forgotten who shared their food with you when we were lying in the snow? Wasn't it me?" Zhang Yang chuckled, separating the two. "Rest assured, today my brothers will feast. There will be meat for everyone." General Yang, let us proceed inside. Inside Harbin, a curious scene unfolded as soldiers clad in Dragon Nation uniforms strolled the streets, mingling and laughing with the devils and puppet troops. What was going on? Had the devils experienced a moral awakening? Could it be that they had defected and become traitors? Nonsense. Who would be foolish enough to side with traitors? Do you think they might be pretending to defect, only to rise in rebellion? Amidst the spirited discussions of the crowd, there were indeed some astute minds. However, their voices were drowned out in the cacophony. At the entrance stood the riverbank fellow, dispatched by Zhang Yang to tidy up, alongside Sato, who encountered him midway. Observing the throng of arrivals, the riverbank fellow remarked with a sense of reflection, "We once fought tooth and nail against them, yet what did we gain? Now, no one is struggling. We all sit together, profiting. How splendid that is. If only Mr. Shernai had arrived and long was sooner. I wish I had realized that earning money surpasses warfare. Wouldn't you agree, Sato-kun?" As Zhang Yang's most devoted admirer, Sato, though recently shadowing the riverbank fellow, exhibited unwavering admiration for Zhang Yang. Zhang had entrusted Sato with the task of fostering good relationships with the other factory's personnel, having established control over the internal channels. They awaited the arrival of the Royal Army to secure a decisive victory. "How is the arrangement coming along, Riverbank-kun?" inquired the brigade leader. "No issues on my end." Zhang Yang nodded in affirmation and led Yang and a few others to their accommodations, while the remaining soldiers were managed by Captain Geng, who had brought the first wave. Upon entering the quarters, Captain Gao pressed down on the beds prepared by Zhang Yang. The beds were spring mattresses adorned with thick, plush quilts. Goodness! How many cotton garments could be made from this quilt? This bed is remarkably soft, and the quilt is so pristine that I, a dirt-laden peasant, hesitate to sit. The group exchanged knowing glances and erupted in laughter. "Fear not, Captain Gao. Such comforts will soon be commonplace for all of us. Our motherland has a bright future ahead. Though we endure hardships now, the future is indeed promising." Why do I get the feeling Zhang Yang knows something we don't? Do you think we will have tanks in the future? Captain Geng inquired of Zhang Yang. Ahem, since Captain Geng has asked, allow me to enlighten you all. Tanks indeed. We shall possess not only tanks, but also aircraft and missiles capable of striking the U.S. directly from our homeland. We can even send up stars. And the moon, do you know? Our people will one day stand upon it, and we will even send a vehicle there, an electric one that can traverse the lunar surface. Aircraft carriers. Do you know what an aircraft carrier is? Captain Gung shook his head. It is a massive vessel, 100 meters in length, capable of harboring numerous aircraft. With just 2 nuclear bombs, we could obliterate that tiny island nation. Every meal will feature meat. Soon, we will grow weary of it, and everyone will crave vegetables. That hefty fellow, over 200 pounds. Over 200 pounds. Is he not akin to a pig? I've raised pigs, and they weren't that heavy. In Chapter 99, Working for Us, Zhang Yang reiterated the tasks assigned to Captain Gung to Yang. Yang chuckled. You've even managed to assign me duties here. You rascal. But, hey, isn't this about continuing to eradicate the enemy's capable forces? Indeed, it is a clever strategy. Once we become acquainted with the various factories, it will greatly assist us in launching a counteroffensive in the future. You better keep a close watch on everything, lest the enemy take even a fraction away. At this moment, Commander Gung grinned, saying, Director Yang, you have no idea what Zhang Yang has initiated. A bank where the enemy's money, gold, and jewels are deposited. Occasionally, he offers them small favors. The enemy believes they are employing him, but little do they know they are, in fact, working for Zhang Yang, and thus, for us. Oh, Zhang Yang is quite impressive. Director Yang's gaze towards Zhang Yang grew more appreciative. After the war, Zhang Yang could become an industrialist, unlike us, mere foot soldiers, left with nothing. Upon hearing Yang's remarks, Zhang Yang hurriedly replied, Director Yang, you must not say that. There exists a cause and effect relationship. Were it not for your sacrifices for the nation, how could there ever be future industrialists? The crowd exchanged glances and erupted in hearty laughter. Zhang Yang certainly possessed the gift of gab. Let us go, no more eating. We shall feast after winning the battle. If we eat now and fail to secure victory, wouldn't it be in vain? Yang teased. It was not only Zhang Yang's brigade that sought to profit. The second brigade harbored similar thoughts. After all, people are not foolish, merely varying in their reaction times. In the second brigade's conference room, news broke that our largest coal mine had fallen into the hands of the first brigade. The situation was dire. We must reclaim it from them. The second brigade unanimously agreed to negotiate with the first brigade, acknowledging that the coal mine had fallen to the enemy, and the first brigade had assisted in its recovery. This month's profits were a form of compensation for that. However, just as the meeting concluded, an officer rushed in urgently. Report. It's bad news. Our iron mine is under attack by the Dragon Country's forces. What? The audacity of the Dragon Country's army to assault our factory. Do they truly believe our Imperial forces can be bested by their ragtag guerrilla fighters? Gather the 1st and 2nd regiments. Swiftly reinforce the factory. Send a telegram to the factory urging them to hold their ground until our arrival. The enemy brigade commander, seething with rage, could not fathom that the 2nd brigade was merely a plaything. Meanwhile, Director Yang's offensive was remarkably swift. With knowledge of the factory's defensive weaknesses, combined with Yang's tactical feints, the soldiers rapidly penetrated the enemy's defenses, striking directly at their vulnerable points. Moshi, this is the first iron mine. When will the brigade's reinforcements arrive? We cannot hold on much longer. Samakuen, the regiment commander has dispatched the 1st and 2nd battalions to support your unit. You must hold the factory until reinforcements arrive and keep the Dragon Kingdom's troops at bay. Do not let them escape. How long until support arrives? 1 hour. Tamaki. The Japanese officer nearly laughed. In an hour, there would be nothing left of him. From the command room, he could see the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were already less than 10 meters away. Baka, a bunch of useless fools. Tamaki cursed vehemently, watching as the Dragon Kingdom forces drew ever closer. He hastily darted beneath the bed, pulling out a large box from underneath, and rushed toward the cabinet, lifting its base to reveal an underground passage. Baka, he muttered again before swiftly crawling through the tunnel. Fortunately, he had been astute. Upon hearing rumors of impending danger, he had secretly ordered the excavation of an escape tunnel, and it was fortuitously completed just half a month ago. He felt quite proud of himself. Once he emerged, he headed toward Korea to find a way back to the Empire. As he crawled through the tunnel, Tamaki continued to grumble. Baka, this tunnel is so narrow. After what felt like an eternity, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light, feeling as though he were a dog. At last, he reached the tunnel's exit. Outside, Zhang Yang and Sato were sitting in a vehicle when a soldier approached, accompanied by another person. Report to the regiment commander, we have captured someone. The soldier rolled down the window, looking curiously at Tamaki, who had just emerged from the tunnel. Where did this captain come from? As Tamaki was apprehended by Zhang Yang's men, he sighed in relief upon recognizing his own troops, fearing he had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom. With a smile, Tamaki greeted Zhang Yang. Hello, regiment commander. I am Tamaki Takahiro from the 2nd Battalion. Oh, may I ask, Are you the reinforcements sent by our 2nd Battalion's commander? We are currently under attack by the Dragon Kingdom forces. Please urge your men to hasten. Zhang Yang exchanged a glance with the soldier, surprised by the rapid response of the 2nd Battalion. However, Zhang Yang remained silent and simply asked Tamaki, "When will your reinforcements arrive?" "In about an hour." Zhang Yang glanced at his watch, then turned to the soldier. "I detest deserters." In an instant, the soldier understood, drawing his pistol and shooting Tamaki dead. "Regiment commander, what should we do now? Should we retreat?" "Retreat? Do you not wish to profit?" Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "We will surely encounter the 2nd Battalion. What if they demand we return the coal mine? If we breach the division headquarters, ultimately, we will have to return it to them." Thus, the Riverside scoundrel hesitated. Although the prospect of profit was enticing, he had never truly contemplated turning against his own kin. "Riverside, you must understand that the more individuals partake in the spoils, the lesser the share for each. We are considerably poorer than the 2nd Brigade. Money is indeed a valuable asset." The Riverside scoundrel's expression was one of inner turmoil. Yet he eventually nodded in agreement. This time, they had brought 2 regiments. One was his, while the other belonged to Sato, who was stationed at the rear and thus not present with them. Let us proceed. Chapter 100, Assault on the 2nd Brigade. Quickly, quickly. The Riverside scoundrel set an ambush along the route of the 2nd Brigade's support troops, deploying all heavy weaponry at the forefront. He had never exerted such effort even against the Dragon Kingdom's forces. Every cannon was brought to bear, ready to unleash a barrage upon the arrival of the 2nd Brigade's reinforcements. "Commander, are we truly to proceed in this manner?" The Riverside scoundrel still exhibited some trepidation. But Sato, standing beside him, chuckled. "Riverside, if we execute this cleanly, who will ever know it was us?" There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. It is a dark night and a windy night, perfect for murder. By the time we cleanse the battlefield, they likely won't realize we were involved, and we can still claim the credit for the support. Consequently, seizing the iron mine would be all the more justified. Ever since the confidence of the scoundrel had been shattered by Zhang Yang, he had become increasingly transparent in his motives. He no longer cared for anything but profitable endeavors. He would not hesitate to betray even his comrades for the right sum. Having enjoyed a more lavish lifestyle, he was loath to relinquish it. It seemed that Sato understood this well. "Riverside, if you cannot grasp this, it may be impossible for you to continue alongside us." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the Riverside scoundrel shivered. He quickly assured Zhang Yang, "Commander, rest assured, I have come to my senses. Watch my performance shortly." Zhang Yang remained silent, merely patting him on the shoulder. This gesture instilled a sense of urgency within the Riverside scoundrel. If Zhang Yang chose not to involve him, his chances of profit would diminish significantly. After all, Zhang Yang held the economic lifeblood of Harbin and was the commander of the entire brigade. With a mere word, he could render the Riverside scoundrel's position untenable. "Commander, they are coming." Zhang Yang lifted his gaze to the Riverside scoundrel and declared, "I do not wish to see anyone survive." The Riverside scoundrel quickly affirmed. As they approached the command post, he turned to Sato and implored, "Sato, you must support me and convey my intentions to the commander." Sato glanced at the Riverside scoundrel and nodded in agreement. He pointed at the map and said, "Mr. Bin, the reinforcements of the 2nd Brigade are nearing our attack range. However, we shall wait until they approach closer before launching our assault. I have already placed Samu's corpse on their inevitable path. Once they discover the body, they will undoubtedly halt, and at that moment, we will unleash a barrage of artillery. Spare no elixirs. Mr. Bin, what do you think of my strategy?" The Bin forces were consumed with the desire to eliminate the 2nd Brigade, willing to resort to any means necessary. "Sato, I shall personally oversee the artillery positions." Sato nodded in agreement. The Bin soldiers hurried to the artillery site, where they observed the 2nd Brigade's convoy slowly advancing. True to expectation, when they spotted a corpse on the road, they stopped. Witnessing this, the Bin soldiers immediately drew their katanas. Attack! Instantly, the artillery erupted with a cacophony of fire. The Bin soldiers moved about, and upon seeing a slow-loading gunner, one soldier kicked him aside and took his place. With a background in artillery, he excelled at operating the cannons. Fire with all your might. No one is to conserve ammunition. Meanwhile, on the road, the commander of the 2nd Battalion had just disembarked. Before he could clearly discern the face of the deceased, a cannon fired from the left hillside, followed by a relentless barrage. He raised his head, and a shadow suddenly loomed above him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was torn asunder. Boom! The entire roadway erupted with explosions, and the 2nd Battalion suffered devastating losses before they could even react. Fearing being overshadowed by Zhang Yang, the Bin soldiers expended all their ammunition and charged forward with their rifles. Half an hour later, all the troops of the 2nd Brigade had been annihilated, with 80% of casualties inflicted by the Bin artillery. Breathless, the Bin soldiers reflected on their year without a charge, and now, having sprinted to the roadway with the artillery, he found himself utterly exhausted. Yet, he had slain a captain, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. "Commander, we have eradicated all reinforcements of the 2nd Brigade." Indeed, Zhang Yang nodded, glancing at his watch. He estimated that the 2nd Brigade must have already received the telegram. "Send a message to the 2nd Brigade, informing them that their forces have been attacked by the Longwa troops, and both battalions have been decimated for the Empire." Understood. The Bin soldier promptly followed Zhang Yang's orders without delay. He telegraphed the 2nd Brigade, relaying that they had been assaulted by the Longwa forces, resulting in the annihilation of both battalions. He also mentioned that it was possible the Longwa troops had received reinforcements from Russia. Additionally, include that the Longwa forces may be mixed with Russian troops. With a nod, the Bin soldier felt a sense of pride in his prompt actions. The 2nd Brigade was already troubled by the telegram from the reinforcements. At that moment, his aide rushed in, exclaiming, "Commander, it's bad." Startled by the sudden interruption, the commander inquired what new calamity had befallen them. Was there anything worse than the reinforcements being attacked? An assault on the reinforcements meant that the Dragon Kingdom's forces would have time to fortify defenses at the iron ore factory, potentially incurring significant losses. "Commander, we have received news from the 1st Brigade." "What? What news could they possibly have? Are they not returning our coal mine? Those shameless scoundrels." "No, Commander. The telegram states that both our 1st and 2nd regiments have been utterly annihilated." "Nanny." The commander's heart sank, and he slumped into his chair, his mind buzzing with the implications of his aide's words. Both the 1st and 2nd regiments completely destroyed. This represented half of his brigade's strength, now lost in an instant. The very existence of the 2nd Brigade's structure was in jeopardy. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang to his feet. Why did the 1st Brigade know this information? Why hadn't they intervened to save the 2 regiments? "Baka, a bunch of useless fools." The aide swallowed hard and continued, "Commander, the 1st Brigade has reported that there may be Russian troops among the Dragon Kingdom's forces." "What?" The commander's heart raced. If the Russian troops descended southward, they would surely be unable to withstand the onslaught. Was it time to prepare for a retreat? Chapter 101. And half a year had swiftly passed. Zhang Yang had opened 3 more banks, as the spoils had been plentiful. The 3 brigades of the 2nd Division had suffered greatly, with all but Zhang Yang's 1st Brigade either dead or decimated. "Commander, the division has issued orders for us to move to the North China battlefield." Though the officer relayed the division's command, his tone was laced with amusement. They now stood unrivaled, bolstered by a contingent of 4,000 puppet soldiers. It was no exaggeration to say that if Zhang Yang wished to become the commander of the 2nd Division, it could be accomplished with a mere word. "Huh. He can say what he wants. We shall do as we please. It won't hinder our progress. By the way, Commander, considering the Empire has lost much of its combat effectiveness, should we contemplate a retreat?" Contemplating a retreat, Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly. He had indeed prepared for their escape, planning to provide the Japanese with a ship, allowing them to meet their demise joyfully at sea. What a gratifying end that would be. A retreat was certainly an option. He had arranged several large vessels on the river, sufficient to accommodate 10,000 souls seeking to flee. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the Binhe soldiers' eyes brightened. Truly, he was a commander of great foresight. If they were to travel by ship to the pickled cabbage nation overland, they would likely encounter blockades from the Dragon Kingdom's forces. While they could deploy puppet troops to resist, they were ultimately Dragon Kingdom nationals, and the Binhe soldier understood this well. When one's life hangs in the balance, only comrades can be trusted. "Commander, when shall we return to the Empire?" The thought of returning to the Empire filled the Binhe soldier with immense excitement. He had spent 4 years in the Dragon Kingdom, enduring countless battles, and he wondered how many of his former comrades had perished. The prospect of surviving to return to the Empire thrilled him beyond measure. Although it would be an escape back to the Empire, the wealth he had amassed was sufficient to ensure a carefree life for 10 lifetimes. Contemplating riches, the Binhe soldier turned to Zhang Yang and asked, "Commander, what shall we do with our treasures? What about the money?" "Of course, it shall remain in the Dragon Kingdom," Zhang Yang replied. "This is not yours to claim, so why ponder it? The fact that you have survived thus far is already a transgression on my part. Do you still wish to seize the wealth of the Dragon Kingdom? Such dreams are folly. As long as I am here, it shall not happen." Zhang Yang took a sip of water. "You make a valid point, but if we were to abandon our treasures, we might have fewer people on board." The Binhe soldier was taken aback by this notion. "That cannot be. Men may perish, but I must take all my riches with me." "Commander, Sacrificing a few soldiers is acceptable. They are warriors, after all, and must be prepared for such sacrifices. However, we could also send the money back in advance, Zhang Yang suggested. Upon hearing the idea of sending it back early, the Binhe soldiers' eyes lit up. If they could avoid casualties, that would be ideal, especially since they were his comrades. The commander was indeed astute. Then, Commander, if we send it back early, will we need troops to guard it? What if I return first? I could help you safeguard our wealth, and once you return to the Empire, you could distribute it. Zhang Yang remained silent, simply observing him. Suddenly, the Binhe soldier felt a jolt of realization. He had been overly impulsive. If they were to return to the Empire, the commander should be the first to go. Not him. Commander, I misspoke. You should return first. We will await the Empire's summons in Hardened and perhaps earn some extra money before heading back. Zhang Yang waved his hand. Binhe soldier, I have great confidence in you. Since you wish to return first, I shall designate you to escort this batch of gold and silver. The Binhe soldier stood momentarily stunned, then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. He rose to salute Zhang Yang and hurriedly exited. Within the confines of Yang Zong's residence, Zhang Yang shared his plan. Yang Zong nodded in agreement. This is indeed the way it should be. Our nation's treasures have already been plundered enough. We cannot allow these remnants to steal from us once more, especially not as they face their demise. Rest assured, when the time comes, they will surely eliminate the enemy. By the way, who will navigate the ship? Suddenly, General Yang pondered a crucial question. If the enemy were to commandeer the vessel and discover their whereabouts, lost amidst the vast ocean, they might unwittingly lead the enemy to the island nation, thereby placing themselves in dire peril. Fear not, General Yang, for I have made all the necessary arrangements. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Enter. Upon General Yang's command, the political commissar stepped inside, and Yang's glance towards Zhang Yang instantly conveyed understanding. Are you suggesting he will navigate the ship? Zhang Yang replied with a smile and a nod. By the riverside, Zhang Yang directed the men to load various treasures onto the ship. After the exchange between the Binhe soldiers and the Sato troops, they bowed respectfully to Zhang Yang. Rest assured, Brigade Commander, I shall ensure these treasures reach the Empire safely. I will await your return in the Empire. Zhang Yang patted the dust off the Binhe soldier's uniform, saying, Be cautious, my friend. The journey is long, but I have faith in your safe arrival in the Empire. The Binhe soldier was immensely excited. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to return home? Step aboard, Zhang Yang said, watching the Binhe soldier board the ship, then glanced at Commander Zhang, waving cheerfully at them. Once the ship had sailed far away, Zhang Yang returned to the encampment. On board, over 100 soldiers reveled within the cabin, celebrating their selection as the first group to return to the Empire. After all, who wouldn't be elated to go home? Ladies and gentlemen, today marks our first day returning to the Empire. Let us drink until we can no longer stand. The Binhe soldiers were evidently overjoyed. At that moment, Commander Zhang approached the Binhe soldier, patting him on the shoulder, and spoke softly. The brigade commander has entrusted me to convey a message to you. Upon hearing this, the Binhe soldier immediately followed Commander Zhang to a quiet spot. What message does the brigade commander have for me? He asked, puzzled as to why he hadn't been informed before boarding. Commander Zhang smiled at the soldier before abruptly drawing a dagger from behind him. The blade glimmered, reflecting a stark white light in the soldier's eyes, and he felt a warm rush emanating from his neck. At that moment, he attempted to utter something, but only a gurgling sound escaped his lips. Commander Zhang crouched down, seizing the opportunity before the soldier's eyes closed, hastily relaying Zhang Yang's words. Binhe, I am Teranai Ikawa, but not the Ikawa you once knew. I also bear another name, Zhang Yang. As the Binhe soldier absorbed Commander Zhang's revelation, his pupils dilated in shock, and he succumbed. Commander Zhang rose and stepped outside the ship, observing through the window that the soldiers remained blissfully unaware that their commander had been eliminated. Those who wished to drink did so, and those who sought food indulged. Commander Zhang inspected the ship thoroughly, finding no one apart from two soldiers chatting amiably in the restroom. A soldier remarked that he intended to return home to find a wife and pursue a career as a plumber, having trained alongside his father, who had been a plumber himself, for 2 years before the war. Another soldier expressed his desire to become an electrician, following in the footsteps of his family, who had all been in the same profession. His father had advised him that as an electrician, he would have the opportunity to meet many women and assist them in relaxing. Given the current imbalance of genders in the empire, how many women would he be able to help as an electrician? Commander Zhang, however, was perplexed by their aspirations, pondering what he would do after the war. Perhaps carpentry? That seemed inappropriate, as he would be little more than an apprentice. Masonry? He could only strip roofs, lacking further skills. Lost in thought, Commander Zhang struggled to conceive a suitable vocation. Yet, Zhang Yang, being astute, could surely devise something once the conflict concluded. Observing the two unsavory soldiers, Commander Zhang cleared his throat, prompting their attention as a dark gun barrel was aimed at them. Then, bang bang, the two soldiers tumbled into the latrine. Stepping outside, Commander Zhang beckoned to his men, who swiftly rushed into the ship's cabin, catching the reveling soldiers off guard. Zhang sang, "What are you doing?" a junior officer inquired. Without hesitation, Commander Zhang responded with action, firing his pistol and creating a gaping hole in the traitor's head. "What am I doing? I intend to eliminate you wretched scoundrels." 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. "Commander, the division headquarters is inquiring about how many more individuals our ship can accommodate." Sato, standing beside Zhang Yang, handed him a telegram. Zhang Yang chuckled inwardly, pleased that his bait had finally caught some interest. Space on the ship was limited. However, he still possessed another vessel capable of accommodating some officers. He replied to the division headquarters, stating it could hold around 100 more people. Hi, the division commander, upon receiving Zhang Yang's response, displayed a look of delight. His superior had informed him that if there were a way, they should return to the Empire as soon as possible. A few days prior, he had received news that Zhang Yang had a ship and had already dispatched a group. However, due to previous incidents, the division commander had been somewhat displeased and had not contacted Zhang Yang immediately. Seeing Zhang Yang's telegram today, he thought that perhaps there was still a chance to negotiate with him. He called the commander of the 1st Division, informing him that he could bring 10 individuals, but there would be a small gesture involved. He then reached out to the 2nd Division, stating that he could accommodate 20 people, implying a similar understanding. The commander of the 2nd Division nodded, fully aware of the expectations. In the conference room of the 1st Brigade, Zhang Yang addressed the multitude of soldiers with a smile, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are going home." Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the room filled with excitement among the Japanese officers. Mid-June had already arrived in the Empire, and our first batch of treasure vaults had been securely positioned. Accompanying us back were 2 additional vaults. "Once we reach the Empire, I shall ensure everyone is settled." Zhang Yang smiled. After merely a night's rest, Zhang Yang was unexpectedly informed the island nation was on the verge of surrender. This news stirred the division headquarters, prompting many to reach out to Zhang Yang. "Tonight, once everyone gathers, we shall embark on our journey back to the Empire." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yang observed the eager anticipation among the officers. He had spent an undisclosed fortune on 4 large vessels. However, these ships were rather cramped, akin to trains, with mats laid out for the officers to have a place to rest. Nonetheless, this did not deter their fervent desire to return to their homeland. As evening approached, Sato, unusually, spoke to Zhang Yang about his wife. "Commander, after I return to my hometown, my wife will no longer need to seek a plumber. I simply wish for a tranquil life." Zhang Yang contemplated whether to reveal the truth to Sato. Yet, considering they were to set off soon, he chose not to be cruel. What if Sato went mad and refused to return home? "Sato-kun, and your mother?" Sato nodded solemnly. "At that time, I will certainly invite the commander to my home as a guest." Zhang Yang, upon hearing Sato's words, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Taranai-kun. On the shore, several trucks approached, the first of which contained the division commander, who had previously mentioned he could accommodate 100 individuals. "Commander, let us board the ship first. We can chat once we are aboard." Without further ado, a few officers hurried to board. They were not there for idle chatter with Zhang Yang, but rather to secure their passage. Night fell swiftly yet slowly. From various perspectives, anything could be understood differently. The officers aboard the ship awaited, as did Zhang Yang. He anticipated delivering them from their burdens, while they awaited the solace of returning home. Zhang Yang had merely expedited their release a little. On the final ship, the crowd was sparse, all the officers present. Zhang Yang was also there, gathering everyone within the cabin, ensuring no one was missing. He then moved to the front. "I know you have been in the Dragon Country for quite some time, and you greatly missed the cherry blossoms of Mount Fuji. Although I, Taranai Ikawa, may lack extensive knowledge, I can still offer you some solace. The journey is long. The development of the Dragon Country is also a lengthy endeavor. Time began recording the processes of this world long before it was created. 14 years is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of history. 14 years is also brief for the Chinese nation. However, for a diminutive nation, this duration feels interminable. The minuscule country will ultimately fail to comprehend the formidable strength possessed by the Dragon Nation, which boasts a history extending over 4 millennia. Thus, defeat is inevitable. Today, I feel a profound remorse for your continued existence. Therefore, let us all meet our demise." As Zhang Yang's words echoed, the The sound of machine gun fire erupted, and before the enemy officers could react, they were reduced to mere riddles of flesh. Each one remained alive. For beneath the hail of 50 machine guns, all life is rendered equal. Zhang Yang ascended to the deck, gazing toward the vessel ahead, softly murmuring, 3, 2, 1. Boom. It is all over.